At 7 in the morning, the lights in the Liu family's rooms gradually turned on. Soon, a flurry of busy noises filled the air. Some were opening doors, some were using the bathroom, others were washing up, and children were reading aloud. Wang Meijing, the youngest daughter-in-law of the Liu family, came out of her room and headed straight for the kitchen. Her daughter, Manting, needed to drink half a cup of warm water every morning, so she had to prepare it in advance. Otherwise, Manting would surely make a fuss upon waking up. She found the thermos, lifted it, and immediately sensed something was wrong. She opened it and found it completely empty. She checked the other two thermoses, and they were empty as well. Losing her patience, she frowned and called out, "Did you all finish the water last night?" At that moment, Lin Yulan, the eldest daughter-in-law, entered the kitchen and looked around. Did the second daughter-in-law not boil any water? With a family of over 10 people, 3 thermoses were simply not enough. Everyone needed to pay attention and boil more water when it ran out to avoid shortages. Since the second daughter-in-law came, she had taken care of all the cooking and cleaning, and they had never run out of hot water. Who knows about her? The door is closed, and breakfast isn't ready, Wang Meijing said, feeling frustrated at the thought of her daughter throwing a tantrum later. Lin Yulan lifted the pot lid, revealing a cold stove, and exclaimed, "Oh no, it's almost 7:30. It's too late to make breakfast now. The kids will be late for school." What's going on with the second daughter-in-law? Why isn't she up to make breakfast? Just then, the youngest daughter, Liu Xingyao, rushed into the kitchen. "I have things to do today and need to get to the factory early. Why isn't breakfast on the table yet? Where's the breakfast to be served?" Wang Meijing snapped back. Liu Xingyao widened her eyes. "Where's breakfast?" Lin Yulan smiled knowingly. No one made it. After months of quietly pleasing everyone in the family, the second daughter-in-law couldn't keep it up. "Isn't the second sister-in-law up to make breakfast?" Liu Xingyao asked suspiciously. Wang Meijing huffed. "Clearly not. What are you all shouting about so early?" Ji Yuanyong walked in, fully dressed. "Mom, no one made breakfast, and I'm going to be late for work," Liu Xingyao complained. Ji Yuanrong glanced at the kitchen and asked, "Is your second sister-in-law not up to make breakfast?" She then looked at her eldest daughter-in-law, Lin Yulan. Lin Yulan nodded. "No, she isn't." Ji Yuanrong replied, "If she isn't, then she isn't." Lin Yulan was taken aback. She thought her mother-in-law would be upset that her sister-in-law hadn't made breakfast, but instead, she casually said, "If she isn't, then she isn't," and didn't say anything else. Ji Yuanrong turned to her daughter. "Your second sister-in-law hasn't made breakfast, and you only know how to complain. Have you thought that maybe she isn't feeling well? You're not a child anymore. You work too. Do you really need someone else to prepare your meal for you to eat? Do you not have hands or feet?" Liu Xingyao hesitated, not daring to retort. Her mother rarely got angry, and when she did, no one could persuade her. Ji Yuanrong glanced at her 2 daughters-in-law but said nothing. She went back to her room, grabbed a bag, and left the house. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged glances, but didn't speak. They understood that although Ji Yuanrong's words were directed at her sister-in-law, they were also meant for them. The 2 sisters-in-law felt uncomfortable. The second sister-in-law had small children and didn't have to work, while they had jobs and had to pick up their kids from school. Why should they do more housework just because the second sister-in-law had a lighter load? Besides, she had been managing well before, hadn't she? Seeing her mother leave for work, Liu Xingyao didn't have time to think about anything else. Breakfast would have to be a quick meal from a nearby shop. She changed her clothes, grabbed her bag, and rushed out. Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan exchanged another glance. Unlike Ji Yuanrong and her sister-in-law, they couldn't just leave. They had children and husbands to consider, so they hurriedly prepared some simple breakfast. In the left wing of the Liu family's courtyard, Zhao Jinshu was already awake but didn't want to get up, especially not to make breakfast for the whole family. Zhao Jinshu had just been reborn last night. In her previous life, she lived to be over 60, by which time her children were already settled and her grandchildren were in school. After sending her in-laws off, she thought her life's work was done and that she could finally relax. She had even planned a travel route with her old friends, but then Lu Jintai retired. In her past life, Zhao Jinshu was envied by many, whether in her in-laws or her own family. She understood why people admired her. Lu Jintai earned well and never abandoned her after becoming successful. Indeed, in her previous life, Zhao Jinshu only faced hardships during the years of marriage and childbirth. Lu Jintai was still sent to a rural area, and they lived at her family's home. The living conditions in the village were limited and life was not easy, but she had grown up this way and did not feel it was too hard. When Lu Jintai finished his assignment and returned to work, he received a back payment of his salary, which he shared with her. After that, she never lacked money. When Lu Jintai developed a new research project and earned a lot of money, their family had even more financial stability. Zhao Jinshu had lived most of her life, and if she had any regrets, they were from many years ago. But those were in the past, and she had long since let them go. In her youth, she was very naive and stubborn. When she liked someone, she thought he was everything to her. She focused solely on him, believing she was great for being willing to do many things for him, typical of someone infatuated with love. By the time her children were in college, the world had changed, technology had advanced, and she had access to computers and many books, which broadened her understanding. With this new perspective, she realized that love is not a necessity and that life has many interesting aspects. Gradually, she let go of her previous obsessions. Now, in this life, she felt very fortunate. In her past life, the hardest times were after Lu Jintai returned to the city. At that time, Lu Rui had just been born, and she was in confinement, unable to return with him. The villagers talked behind her back, and with Lu Jintai gone for nearly a year, rumors about her being abandoned grew stronger. There were also cases in the village of young people abandoning their families. After giving birth to Lu Rui, she felt quite distressed for a while, which made her more cautious when she eventually returned to the city with him, fearing she would upset his family. Looking back, she realized she might have suffered from postpartum depression during that time. When facing Lu Jintai, she felt inferior. Later, when she moved in with his family, she was careful and hesitant to speak, believing that saying less and doing more would help her avoid mistakes and not embarrass him. Regarding the female protagonist calling the male protagonist by both name and surname, it may be a regional difference. In our area, it is common to address children, husbands, and siblings this way. If anyone finds this bothersome, please be cautious, as I've seen many complaints about the female lead for this. It's really unnecessary. Lu Jintai's two sisters-in-law and his younger sister-in-law often looked down on her, both openly and subtly. Lu Jintai's brothers never took care of family matters. His mother also thought she was too ordinary and not impressive. She was well aware of this. At that time, when she arrived in a strange place and faced unfamiliar family members, she felt completely lost and didn't know what to do. She was just a daughter-in-law from the countryside who had never been to the county seat. Even though she had studied for 2 years in high school, it didn't help much. In front of her confident and well-off in-laws from the big city, she felt insecure and even more self-conscious. After being reborn, Zhao Jinshu thought about what happened later and looked at the Lu family now. They were actually just ordinary people, nothing special. Although Zhao Jinshu was a village girl, her father was the village chief and her mother was a teacher, so her family was relatively well off. She was pretty, but often sick as a child, which made her a bit spoiled and sensitive. Even though her parents had more than one daughter, they favored her a little to help her stay healthy. She had a better life than many city girls, and the young women from the village envied her. Zhao Jinshu liked to dress up, and when it was time to think about marriage, she didn't find anyone she liked among the local boys. Just then, a young professor was sent to the village. He was not only young but also very handsome, far more attractive than the actors in the films shown in the village. Zhao Jinshu had never seen anyone so good-looking and to her liking. The key was that he was single. Zhao Jinshu, enchanted, ignored her family's objections and his status as a sent-down youth, insisting on pursuing him. Even after living most of her life, Zhao Jinshu never understood why Lu Jintai agreed to date her and even marry her. Did he want to avoid the hardships of being sent down and find someone to rely on, as the villagers speculated? Zhao Jinshu didn't think so. Lu Jintai wasn't someone afraid of hardship. Even after he earned money, he lived simply, almost like a monk. He spent 10 months of the year in the lab, eating whatever filled his stomach, and only buying new clothes if his old ones were torn. His needs for food and shelter were so basic that as long as he wasn't starving or freezing, he was fine. Instead of looking for someone to rely on to make his life easier, she believed that his steady nature meant it was simply time for him to marry and have children. But he was sent down and happened to meet her, a determined Zhao Jinshu, who didn't mind his status and genuinely wanted to be with him. She thought he was good-looking enough, so they naturally ended up marrying and having children.
Mom, I'm hungry.
A sweet child's voice interrupted her thoughts. Zhao Jinshu woke up and looked at her sleepy daughter, unable to resist touching her rosy, delicate face. She smiled at the thought of her daughter growing up to be strong and decisive, but she missed the playful child she used to be. Now that she was older, she often scolded her mother. However, she was grateful for her children. If it weren't for them keeping her busy and broadening her horizons, she might still be stuck in her own worries. When she was younger, she worried too much about family harmony and often neglected her children's feelings. Lu Rui rubbed her eyes, snuggled under the blankets, and cautiously asked, "Mom, can I have steamed egg custard?" Zhao Jinshu felt a surge of affection. When the kids were at their grandmother's house, they were lively and carefree, eating whatever they wanted without hesitation. Now that they were at the Lu family home, which should have felt like their own, they seemed timid and afraid to ask for things. This was not just because they were in a new place, it was also her fault. As a cautious mother, she had unintentionally made her children feel restricted, robbing them of their innocence and liveliness. "Okay, I'll steam you some eggs," Zhao Jinshu said as she sat up, putting on her cotton jacket and then helping her daughter into hers. Lu Rui shivered and said, "Mom, it's so cold. Put on your clothes and you won't feel cold soon," Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. "Then hurry up, Mom." Once dressed, Lu Rui added, "Brother likes steamed egg custard too. Grandma makes it for us every day." Now that they were at their dad's house, it took a long time for them to have steamed egg custard. But Grandma had said their dad's family was wealthy. "This is the Lu family. You and your brother have the Lu surname. This is your home. Dad will earn money to take care of us, so don't worry. Just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you," Zhao Jinshu explained gently, reassuring her that they could express their thoughts freely. As she spoke, she picked up a comb to brush her hair. In the Lu family, they could still afford eggs, but the household expenses were covered by her in-laws. Even though they were officials with higher salaries than regular workers, it was still challenging to have steamed egg custard every day for such a big family, especially since eggs were hard to come by at that time. Moreover, they couldn't just consume all the eggs for their household alone. When at Grandma's house, after the college entrance exam was reinstated, her mother not only raised chickens but also ducks and geese. Grandma loved her grandchildren, so they never sold any eggs. They kept them all, allowing them to enjoy egg custard every day. Lu Rui raised her head, her eyes bright and round. "Then I want to eat egg custard every day." Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Sure, let's go buy some eggs today so you can have egg custard every day." She thought that when they were in the countryside, egg custard was a rare treat, but now that they were in the city with so many food options, they would gradually stop craving it as much. After getting dressed, Lu Rui said, "Mom, I can put on my cotton shoes by myself." "Go ahead," Zhao Jinshu agreed. Having raised her children and now her grandchildren, she knew that kids have great potential. Allowing them to do things on their own within their ability helps them develop independence. Lu Rui glanced at her mom, who was particularly easygoing and gentle today. She liked her mom today. The mother and daughter finished getting dressed and fixing their hair before heading outside. Zhao Jinshu held her daughter's hand as they walked out. Lu Rui touched her little braid, feeling very happy. She had just looked in the mirror, and her mom had done a great job with her hair today. As they stepped out, she asked her mom, "Should we wake up brother?" Zhao Jinshu didn't plan to wake him. He knows he has to go to kindergarten and will get up. Her son had always been slow to get up, and even now he was still a bit sluggish and not very quick in doing things. When he was little, she had to put in a lot of effort to wake him up, and her grandson had inherited that trait. Having seen how he dealt with his own son, she was ready to handle him the same way. She didn't want to put in that effort anymore. He could take care of his own matters. Zhao Jinshu let her daughter go play, while she went to the kitchen to make breakfast. Lu Rui wandered around and saw her older siblings reading, then ran outside to play by herself. The youngest daughter of the third family, Lu Mantai, read for a while, but soon lost patience. Seeing her younger sister playing alone in the yard, she ran over. Noticing Lu Rui's braid, she liked it and curiously asked, Rui, did your second aunt do your braid?" Lu Rui touched her braid and smiled happily. "My mom did it." Lu Mantai looked at it again and said, "I want my second aunt to do my hair like that too." Lu Rui replied, "My mom is busy. Let third aunt do it." Lu Manting was a bit unhappy. Her mother's hairstyle didn't look good. "I want my second aunt to do my hair."
She really cares about me.
Lu Rui pursed her lips. "My mom cares about me the most. Sisters also have mothers." But Lu Manting didn't think so. "My second aunt definitely cares about me the most. Every time she asked her second aunt for something, she always got it." Her second aunt never made her share with her younger sister. At her grandmother's house, her grandmother always wanted her to share with her younger siblings, which is why she didn't like going there. Her words were so annoying that Lu Rui didn't want to talk to her. Lu Manting found her boring and not fun at all. She didn't listen to her and ran back inside. Lu Rui wasn't angry. She didn't really want to play with her either. She continued playing with a shuttlecock and was quite happy by herself. In the kitchen, Wang Meijing saw Zhao Jinshu and naturally looked upset. "You finally woke up." Which daughter-in-law would dare to leave her in-laws waiting while hiding in a room with the kids to sleep in? Zhao Jinshu looked at her younger sister-in-law and felt a bit emotional. No matter her age, this sister-in-law always had a bad temper. Later, when she had a daughter-in-law, that daughter-in-law also had a bad temper. When the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law clashed, even the in-laws were shocked, and life became quite chaotic.
What?
"Do I need your permission to get up? When did you start making the rules in this house?" Even when this sister-in-law moved out later, she still caused her a lot of trouble. Whenever something small happened at her house, she would go to her in-laws, bringing her whole family to eat and drink, and even though it annoyed her, she couldn't say anything. Wang Meijing had never backed down in front of her in-laws or suffered any disrespect. She never expected that this unassuming sister-in-law from the countryside would actually confront her and leave her speechless, making her feel frustrated inside. After all, no matter how difficult Zhao Jinshu was, she was still the second daughter-in-law of the Lu family. They could look down on her and tease her in their hearts, but they couldn't openly bully her. Just because they thought they were city people didn't mean they could push her around. Otherwise, not just the second son but even the in-laws wouldn't be happy. Although the in-laws weren't particularly satisfied with the second daughter-in-law, she had already married in and had 2 children, so they had to accept her. Since they accepted her, they wouldn't let anyone in the family speak out and disturb the peace at home. She really didn't dare to say she could control her. Lin Yulan tried to mediate, saying, "Sister-in-law is just worried." Meijing woke up to a cold kitchen and no hot water. The kids need to go to school, and she has to go to work too. Zhao Jinshu understood and nodded, then she should wake up earlier to make breakfast. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so rushed. The older sister-in-law usually preferred to keep things smooth. In fact, she liked dealing with Wang Meijing more. After all, Meijing was straightforward and didn't have hidden motives. The older sister-in-law didn't talk much, but when she did, it was always direct. People who interacted with her often found themselves in tricky situations if they weren't careful. Zhao Jinshu had learned that the hard way. Lin Yulan struggled to keep her smile but reminded herself that she was the eldest sister-in-law of the Lu family, so she spoke up, "We all have jobs and need to drop off and pick up the kids from school. We're very busy every day." You all need to eat, so it's understandable if we help out. We are family, so there's no need to worry too much, especially with the parents around. Zhao Jinshu smiled, realizing she was being pressured by the mention of the parents. She replied, with so many people in this family, hiring a nanny would be a big expense. I'm willing to help, but I'd appreciate it if the older sister-in-law and the third sister-in-law could share half of my salary when you get paid, since I don't have a job and still have daily expenses. Lin Yulan's smile faded as she realized she had misjudged her sister-in-law. A few months ago, Zhao Jinshu had been very accommodating and helpful around the house, clearly trying to fit in. Now, it seemed she was showing her true colors too soon. Wasn't it a bit too eager to only do half of the work? Didn't she worry about what the parents might think? Wang Meijing scoffed, if you don't want to help, then don't. Why talk about salaries in a family? Don't you all eat? You're being too calculating. What she didn't say was that coming from the countryside, she was quick to see money and had thick skin. To suggest splitting her salary was outrageous. Besides, even though she and her husband both worked, they had 2 kids and social obligations, which meant their expenses were high. Even with support from the family, money was tight. Zhao Jinshu was upset that she was even thinking about her salary. It felt worse than a personal attack, so she couldn't possibly respond kindly. I thought you would agree. After all, this home belongs to all of us. You keep your salaries for yourselves, while the expenses at home are covered by my in-laws. I help by cooking, which makes things easier for you. It's only fair that you give me some money for my efforts. I didn't expect you to refuse. Since you don't want to help, that's fine. Taking care of the kids every day is tiring, and I don't want to spend all my time in the kitchen, or I might end up looking worn out, Zhao Jinshu said. When she first came to the Liu family, they often brought up her lack of a job. She thought they had jobs and contributed to household expenses, which is why they mentioned her unemployment so often. She wasn't without money, so she suggested contributing to the household expenses, but her mother-in-law refused. When Liu Jintai returned, she privately discussed this with him, and he informed her that the older brother and the third brother didn't contribute either, and they didn't need to. The older brother and the third brother lived very differently. One was frugal, while the other spent freely. If one family started contributing, the others would have to as well, and that would cause dissatisfaction. Since no one was paying, and everything was provided by the in-laws, they shouldn't act like she was taking advantage of them. Later, life improved, and her son and daughter, feeling for her, insisted on hiring a nanny for the household. Zhao Jinshu only needed to worry about what to cook and care for the children and the elderly. Even when she had to look after her sick in-laws, she didn't need to do the work herself. Her daughter said that the caregiver was more professional and knew better how to take care of sick elderly people. The family wasn't short on money. If one caregiver wasn't enough, they could hire 2, and if that wasn't enough, they could hire 3. If money could solve the problem, she didn't want to complicate things. Lin Yulan felt awkward and uncomfortable. She and the third sister-in-law considered themselves city people with capable families, education, and respectable jobs, looking down on Zhao Jinshu, who came from the countryside. She didn't expect Zhao Jinshu to have her own opinions. Wang Meijing remained silent, her face cold, serving the prepared noodles without leaving anything in the pot, showing her stance through her actions. Zhao Jinshu didn't care about Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing's thoughts. She understood their personalities well and knew she wasn't easy to deal with either. Before, she would have swallowed her pride, but now, even if Liu Jintai stood in front of her, it wouldn't change her attitude, let alone theirs. Zhao Jinshu glanced at the empty pot and felt no surprise. Wang Meijing was the niece of her mother-in-law's sister-in-law and felt close to her mother-in-law, often speaking with authority in the family. Having never faced any difficulties, she had developed a spoiled personality. In front of her in-laws, she was always careful with her words and actions. However, in front of her peers, she never considered their feelings and said whatever she wanted. Today, she didn't cook or boil water, which clearly upset Wang Meijing. She made noodles, but there was no way she would share them with the second branch of the family. After decades of being sisters-in-law, Zhao Jinshu knew very well that Wang Meijing's cooking skills were limited to just boiling ingredients. The taste was another story. Because of her poor cooking, when her daughter-in-law came to take care of her during her confinement, she was subtly pushed aside for a long time. Not only did she not leave any noodles for them, but even if she did, she wouldn't want to eat them herself, nor would she want her son and daughter to suffer from her bad cooking. She picked up a clean pot nearby and started boiling water to steam eggs, thinking that adding some milk would make them more tender and delicious. At that time, the family had a refrigerator, which she later learned was something Lu Jintai had managed to get after returning to the city. She opened the fridge, but didn't see any milk. Remembering that the kids hadn't been drinking milk lately, she had to give up on that idea. She steamed 3 bowls of egg custard, planning to eat some herself in the morning, and then make a few pancakes. Without milk, she decided to mix in her daughter's formula instead. She recalled that they had ordered fresh milk, and she intended to get some for herself, her in-laws, and her 2 children. At that time, resources were scarce, and they couldn't guarantee meat every day, so she had to find other ways to supplement calcium and protein. After steaming the eggs and making the pancakes, she brought the food out and noticed her daughter playing in the yard. At the dining table, her eldest and 3rd siblings were eating noodles, and the adults were putting on a brave face, forcing themselves to eat. The 4 children, however, were picking at their bowls without making any progress on the noodles. Wang Meijing's face turned red with anger. "Hurry up and eat. You'll be late for school." Lu Manting pouted and complained, "It's too salty. It doesn't taste good." Wang Meijing's son, Lu Kaifei, nodded in agreement. Having gotten used to his second aunt's cooking, he found his mother's noodles hard to eat, greasy, and very salty. "If it's salty, drink some water," Wang Meijing replied irritably. She had just eaten a bowl of noodles herself and found them extremely salty, even though she hadn't added much salt. She didn't understand why they were so salty. Lu Manting sulked in silence until she saw her second aunt bringing out the egg custard and pancakes, her eyes lighting up. She quickly asked, "Aunt, is that steamed egg for me?" Hearing this, the other kids looked up at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu responded, "Aren't you all eating?" She had no complaints about her nieces and nephews. Even though everyone has their flaws, the children all like their aunt who cooks delicious food and think of her fondly. As they grew up and earned money, they would occasionally visit her, not forgetting the many years she cooked for them when they were young. Before Lu Rui arrived, Lu Manting was the only girl in the family and was often favored, growing up quite pampered and not paying attention to others' feelings. Without thinking, she said, "Mom's noodles taste terrible. I don't want to eat them." Before Zhao Jinshu could respond, Wang Meijing shouted, "If you don't like the noodles, then don't eat them. Go to school hungry." With that, she dumped the noodles from Lu Manting's bowl into the trash. Lu Jiaming, the eldest son, frowned but remained silent. Lu Hufeng, the younger son, said unhappily, "Why are you getting angry at the child so early in the morning? If she doesn't want to eat, let me have it. You don't care about spending money on food?" Wang Meijing's eyes turned red, and she bit her lip, feeling that the morning was going poorly. At that moment, the head of the Lu family, Lu Huayuan, came out of his room looking very displeased. He glanced at them without saying a word and walked out, clearly not staying for breakfast. Seeing their dad leave like that, both Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng's expressions darkened. Their dad rarely got angry with family, so something must have crossed his line. They had all come from tough times and valued food greatly. Wang Meijing dumping the noodles was unforgivable in their dad's eyes. Yet, Wang Meijing was oblivious and felt wronged. Zhao Jinshu's expression turned serious, and she ignored them. She called for Lu Rui to brush his teeth and wash his face, then checked on her son, who was still lazily lying under the covers. Zhao Jinshu said, "Lu Zhe, breakfast is ready. If you don't get up now, you'll be late for school. It's your responsibility if breakfast gets cold. Your sister is already up, and you're still lying there." After saying this, she walked out. In the yard, she found her daughter awkwardly brushing her teeth. She chuckled softly, realizing that her child's personality had been clear since she was little. Her daughter was strong-willed, always wanting to do things herself, and as she grew up, she never caused her any worry, thriving in her career. Meanwhile, Lu Zhe was stunned. Did mom just leave? Was she not going to check on him? After waiting a moment and seeing that she didn't come back, he huffed softly. Remembering that being late would get him scolded by the teacher, he reluctantly got out of bed and started getting dressed. By the time he finished putting on his clothes and left the room, he was ready to face the day. When they arrived at the restaurant, everyone had already left, and only mom and little sister were eating. He let out a cry and complained, "Mom, Rui, why didn't you wait for me?" Zhao Jinshu said, "Your time is important, and so is mom and Rui's time. Time is precious and doesn't wait for anyone." Lu Rui, holding a spoon with egg custard in one hand and a pancake in the other, looked at her brother and said, "Brother, hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth. If you're late for school, the teacher will scold you." Lu Zhe groaned. "Mom didn't wake me up earlier." Zhao Jinshu looked at his back and said, "Didn't your dad get you an alarm clock? If the alarm can't wake you up, mom can't do it either. Next time, you should get up by yourself." Lu Zhe didn't want to talk. He felt like his mom had changed and didn't care about him anymore. Thinking about being late, Lu Zhe quickly washed his face and brushed his teeth. When he returned to the table, he had to accept his sister's praise. "Brother, you washed your face really fast today." Zhao Jinshu saw his frustration and offered some encouragement. "You did well today. You got up by yourself, got dressed, and washed your face and teeth quickly. Keep it up, and you will overcome your challenges." Lu Rui looked at her brother and asked curiously, "Mom praised you, and you're not happy?" Lu Zhe didn't want to respond. He thought his sister was strange for getting up so early on such a cold day. Didn't she feel cold? Didn't she think it was warmer and more comfortable under the blankets? Seeing her brother ignore her, Lu Rui wasn't upset and continued to eat her egg custard and pancakes. After finishing her meal, she looked up and said, "Mom, I'm full, and I finished my milk powder." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, Rui is amazing." Lu Rui smiled because her mom praised her. Lu Zhe looked down at his egg custard, and as soon as he tasted it, he happily looked up and said, "Mom, the eggs you steamed today are so delicious, especially fragrant, tender, and smooth." Zhao Jinshu laughed, thinking he was quite good at giving compliments. "Isn't it tasty?" Lu Rui chimed in, "I also think Mom's steamed eggs are delicious. I want to eat them again tomorrow." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Okay, I'll steam eggs for you again tomorrow." Cooking for herself and her children was something she enjoyed. Although she hadn't cooked in years, the skills she practiced later still remained. The egg custard she made was naturally better than before, fresh and smooth, with a pure taste, enhanced by the aroma of sesame oil. It was simply delicious. After finishing his meal, Lu Zhe gulped down the milk powder, wiped his mouth, squinted his eyes, and said playfully, "So good, so tasty." Zhao Jinshu patted his shoulder and said, "Stop joking around. Hurry up and grab your backpack. I'll take you to school." They lived in a factory compound, and there was a kindergarten nearby, just a 10-minute walk away. After dropping Lu Zhe off at school, Zhao Jinshu planned to take her daughter to the department store for a little shopping. Although life would become more prosperous later, many things from this time were worth remembering. She touched her floral cotton jacket. It might look old-fashioned, but it kept her warm. Knowing they were going to the city, her mother had specially sewn them new cotton jackets and pants, and even made several pairs of cotton shoes, worried they might get cold in the city. In the cold weather, there was nothing warmer than cotton clothes except for military coats. She had one of those too, but she found it a bit cumbersome and only wore it occasionally. So, they didn't need to buy more clothes, but it would be nice to get 2 pairs of leather cotton shoes for herself and her child, so they wouldn't have to worry about wet shoes in the rain or snow. However, once the mother and daughter entered the department store, they found it hard to leave. Although supplies were limited at that time, there were still many things they needed to buy. The styles of leather cotton shoes were not as varied or pretty as in later years, but they were made of good materials, and the fur inside was real, which made Zhao Jinshu quite satisfied. She had brought enough money with her, as it was rare for them to go shopping. The new year was just a few days away, so she planned to buy a pair of shoes for each of her child's grandparents as New Year gifts. Rue asked Mom, "Is the money enough?" She wanted to buy many things, and her aunt said that since her mom didn't work, she probably didn't have enough money. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and said, "Didn't I tell you this morning? Dad's earnings are enough for us. Did you forget?" Rue shook her head and replied, "I didn't forget." Seeing her worried little face, Zhao Jinshu chuckled. "Are you still worried it won't be enough?"
Hui nodded.
Zhao Jinshu patted her head and reassured her, "Don't worry. We have enough money. Your grandparents and great-grandparents work hard in the fields, and they love you very much, so we'll buy them each a pair of shoes, okay?" In her past life, her mother-in-law had fallen ill and often repeated that she raised her children with a sense of inferiority, as if they weren't close to her. They weren't scary, so why be afraid? Hearing that had made her feel very uncomfortable. She wouldn't judge how the elderly thought, but in this life, she would never let her children experience the same hardships as before. Her son and daughter were carefree only during their time at their grandparents' house. Once they moved to the city, life improved, but it became less relaxed. Fortunately, the two children study well and spend a lot of time at school, which helps them escape the Liu family's environment. They gain a sense of superiority in their studies and gradually become more confident and cheerful again. Rue nodded. "Okay, let's buy it." After thinking for a moment, she asked, "Do Grandpa and Grandma really like me?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Yes, they not only like you, but also your brother. The two children are smart, do well in school, and will be successful and happy in their careers and families when they grow up. At that time, it will be them that Grandpa and Grandma praise the most." Rue smiled brightly and said, "I like Grandpa and Grandma too." Then she remembered what her sister said in the morning. Although she didn't believe it, she couldn't help but ask, "Mom, who do you love more, me or my sister?" Zhao Jinshu gently touched her face. "Of course I love you the most. You are my daughter, and your sister is your aunt's daughter. Your sister has her aunt to care for her, but you are my little treasure." Rue felt even happier. Her mom really loves her the most. She is her mom's little treasure. She huffed. "Sister always likes to take Mom away." "She already has Mom." Zhao Jinshu paused. "Mom will definitely not let her take you away." Rue was satisfied and stopped asking. Children have tender feet, so wearing cloth shoes is just fine. They only need one pair of leather shoes for rainy or snowy days. As for herself, she would buy 2 pairs to alternate. They bought so many shoes that they had to leave some at the store and pick them up when they went home. They were considered big customers, and the staff were friendly, telling them to enjoy shopping while they took care of the shoes. After buying shoes, the mother and daughter continued to browse and reached the section selling hats and scarves. Zhao Jinshu stopped and said, "Don't you need a hat? Pick one." Rue didn't move. Zhao Jinshu reassured her, "Don't worry, there's enough money. Buy whatever you want a day." Other kids might ask for everything their parents buy, but her daughter seemed worried about money at home. In the end, it was her fault for giving her daughter the impression that they didn't have enough money, which made her feel insecure. After all, her daughter is not a frugal person. When she has money, she tends to spend it freely. Only then did Rue happily look at the shop and point to a hat, saying, "I want this one." Zhao Jinshu glanced at it without any surprise. The child's taste is quite similar to hers. When she grows up, the coats and down jacket she buys will either be pure white, pure red, or pure black. The same goes for dresses. As for those pink, yellow, and colorful ones, she doesn't like them and has never seen her buy any. This kind of taste can't be judged as good or bad. It's just a matter of personal preference. Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Take it. Help your brother pick a hat too." Rue pointed to a black hat nearby, but Zhao Jinshu shook her head. "It's too dark. Your brother doesn't like it." "How about the gray one?" Rue fell silent and then noticed a scarf nearby. She happily said, "Mom, you should buy a scarf too." They all bought one, but their mom didn't have one. Zhao Jinshu smiled. She really didn't have a scarf. Rue, help Mom choose one." "Okay." Rue ran over and pointed to a red cashmere scarf, saying, "Mom, buy this one, the red one." It's festive for the new year. Zhao Jinshu agreed. Let's both wear red. We'll get two. You need a scarf too. They bought hats and scarves and put them on. Zhao Jinshu also bought herself and her child some underwear, thermal tops, and bottoms. What they were wearing were old clothes from their hometown, some of which were already worn out. She used to be frugal, mending and patching them instead of throwing them away. Now she felt it wasn't necessary. Money is meant to be spent, right? They should eat well and dress well, especially since Lu Jin Tai can earn money. In the cold winter, the air is dry and skin can easily crack. The family used to use a type of facial oil from their hometown that could be applied to the face and lips. It was very greasy. She had applied some before going out today and felt quite uncomfortable. Having gotten used to better products, she went to buy 2 bottles of moisturizing cream and 2 bottles of another brand, planning to give one to her mother-in-law. Despite her mother-in-law always looking neat and presentable for work, her actual life was quite rough. Zhao Jinshu had never seen her use skincare products. Her skin was dry and cracked, and she just used a bit of facial oil. For lunch, the mother and daughter ate out, bought some snacks and eggs, and found it hard to carry all the bags, so they called a taxi to go home. When they got out of the car, neighbors saw them with their bags and whispered to each other. Zhao Jinshu could guess what they were saying. They were probably talking about her spending too much money, buying more than they could carry, and needing a taxi to bring it all back. She didn't pay them any mind. With no one at home, the mother and daughter were tired from shopping, so they lay down on the bed and slept the whole afternoon. In the evening, Zhao Jinshu didn't want to cook. Preparing meals for over a dozen people wasn't easy. Since it was cold, after picking up Lu Zhe, the mother and daughter went out to eat bowls of lamb soup with flatbread. After eating and drinking their fill, they returned home, and it was already dark. By then, everyone in the family had come back. The kitchen was bustling, clearly still busy with cooking. Lu Xingyao looked at the 3 of them, her expression a bit off. Where have you all been? Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and replied honestly, it was too cold, so we went to have lamb soup. She didn't hide it. You really know how to enjoy yourselves, while mom and dad are still hungry. Lu Xingyao said coldly. Aren't you here? Zhao Jinshu looked up. With mom and dad having 3 or 4 kids, some married and some working, if I don't cook for one day, they won't starve. How ungrateful can you be? We have jobs. Not everyone is like you, just sitting around. Lu Xingyao was shocked that she dared to retort, looking at her in disbelief, her tone a bit stammering. The money you earn from your job doesn't come to me, Zhao Jinshu reminded her calmly. Lu Xingyao stared, incredulous, as if to say, are you really thinking about your sister-in-law's salary? Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow. Of course. You haven't given anything to mom and dad, nor contributed to household expenses, so what does your job have to do with me? Well said. Ji Yuanyong came out of the room, nodding in agreement with her daughter-in-law's words. Lu Xingyao couldn't believe it. Mom, you're siding with her? Who is her daughter, after all? She is your sister-in-law, Ji Yuanyong said sternly. Even if your sister-in-law doesn't work, feeding a household of over 10 people shouldn't be her sole responsibility. Yes, you all are working, but that's for your own income, not hers. She shouldn't have to serve all of you for free. If her daughter-in-law is willing to contribute, she accepts it. If not, she doesn't force it. If others want to pressure her, they must have the ability to do so. If not, they should keep quiet. No matter who it is, they will not allow anyone to bully their family. Lu Xingyao was very dissatisfied. Aren't we family? Is it really necessary to be so calculative? Besides, didn't mom also have issues with her sister-in-law? Then why are you against giving some of your salary to your sister-in-law? You're generous when it doesn't involve your own interests, but unwilling when it does. Ji Yuanyong looked disappointed. Is this how I raised you? Only wanting to take advantage without giving anything back. Her children may not achieve great things, but they must not be selfish, only thinking of themselves and unwilling to contribute. Lu Xingyao fell silent, feeling wronged. Even if she was in the wrong, her mom shouldn't scold her like this in front of her sister-in-law. How could she hold her ground in front of her sister-in-law in the future? Zhao Jinshu sat calmly to the side. She has dealt with her mother-in-law for a long time and knows her very well. As long as she is in the right, even if she speaks bluntly, she won't say much. With a mother-in-law like that, the younger sister-in-law can only expect to be scolded. With the mother-in-law around, Lu Xingyao doesn't even need to speak. She will behave herself. She happily took out snacks for the group of children. The oldest child is only 13, at an age when they love treats, and they all gathered around when they heard about the snacks. "Auntie! Auntie!" they called out. Seeing the innocent faces of the children, Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that kids are adorable. She placed the snacks on the table and said, "Help yourselves." The children cheered and rushed over. Ji Yuanrong glanced at them and went to the kitchen. Lu Xingyao sat alone, watching her nieces and nephews happily surround their aunt, feeling unhappy. She thought they were ungrateful. A little snack had won them over. She usually buys them treats, yet they don't seem to care about their aunt's feelings. In the kitchen, Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing heard the commotion from the living room. The two sisters-in-law exchanged glances. Their mother-in-law often scolds the younger sister-in-law, and it seemed she was also scolding them. The second sister-in-law is quite bold. She even dares to discipline the younger sister-in-law, and their mother-in-law supports her. They realized they had misjudged the situation. At that moment, Lu Huayuan returned from outside. Seeing her father, Lu Xingyao's eyes brightened. Her dad always dotes on her and will surely support her. Thinking this, she approached him hesitantly. Lu Huayuan looked at her and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Xingyao stammered, knowing she couldn't tell him the truth. She felt uncertain. Although her dad loves her, he won't let her off the hook if she has done something wrong. Realizing this, she calmed down. She couldn't give herself away. Ji Yuanrong came out of the kitchen and glanced coldly at the father and daughter. Seeing his wife's expression, Lu Huayuan understood that this was serious. He patted his daughter's head and said, "Go help in the kitchen." Faced with her mother's cold demeanor, Lu Xingyao reluctantly went to the kitchen. Who would believe it? Her father, the director of such a big factory, was actually afraid of his wife. When the children saw their grandfather return, they shouted, "Grandpa." Lu Rui boldly offered 2 candies to their grandparents, saying, "Grandpa, Grandma, have some candy. My mom bought it." Ji Yuanrong's expression softened. Among the group of children, only the youngest remembered them. At such a young age, he already knows how to care for others. He is truly sweet. She gently said, "Oh, Rui, you eat. Grandma won't eat." Lu Huayuan smiled and added, "Grandpa won't eat either. Rui should eat." Rui pointed her mouth and said, "I have some, I'll share with you. You work hard. Eating candy will make you feel better." Today, Rui heard her mom say that Grandpa and Grandma work hard and that they love her, so she wanted to give them candy. Lu Huayuan picked her up and said, "Oh, you know that Grandpa and Grandma work hard?" At first, Rui was a bit shy, but seeing Grandpa smile, she laughed out loud and said, "I know, Mom told me." Ji Yuanrong, listening nearby, felt her heart soften. As parents, they willingly give everything for their children without expecting anything in return, but knowing their children's understanding brings them comfort. Regarding her second daughter-in-law, Ji Yuanrong couldn't say she was satisfied or dissatisfied. After all, her son didn't suffer much during those years with the Zhao family. But if she were to say she was satisfied, that wouldn't be true. There was always some regret in her heart. At this moment, she understood why her son chose to marry her. There must be a reason. It seemed that this caring nature was something others couldn't match. Her own daughter never considered whether she and her husband were tired from work, only thinking about getting more money from them to buy clothes. Today, Ji Yuanrong bought a chicken. After the meal was ready, even though Zhao Jinshu and her daughters had eaten, she still served them each a bowl of chicken soup. Ji Yuanrong divided 2 chicken legs between her 2 granddaughters, but her grandson had too many to share. Lin Yulan, feeling envious, said, "It seems we should have daughters. Our parents love granddaughters so much." Among the 3 sisters-in-law, only she had 2 sons. If it were her family, her sister-in-law would be praised for having 2 sons. But in the Lu family, sons weren't as valued, and any good things went first to the granddaughters. Previously, when the second branch wasn't around, the family had chicken stew, and each family got a chicken leg. Now, it was directly given to the second branch's Lu Rue, and her 2 children got nothing. I like both grandsons and granddaughters, especially Lu Hui and Lu Xiang. They are the oldest, and Grandpa and Grandma take care of them the most. Ji Yuanrong glanced at her eldest daughter-in-law and said, "Besides, before the meal, your 2 boys had plenty of snacks bought by their second aunt. They won't miss out." Initially, she thought her eldest daughter-in-law was quite good, steady in her words and actions, but now she was also showing jealousy. She was the first to marry into the family, and her child was the oldest, so she had supported them the most over the years. If anyone was treated unfairly, it was the second son, who had been sent away, getting married and having children at his wife's family, and even sending them money was limited. They didn't spend much on the second child's family, and they really treated them unfairly. Now, showing them a little more love isn't too much to ask. If others think it's favoritism, then their hearts aren't right. They will always want more. If their hearts aren't right and they can't resolve it themselves, then they will just have to deal with it. When Lin Yulan saw her mother-in-law's change in expression, she realized her words were inappropriate. She quickly corrected herself, saying, "I just envy my sister-in-law for having daughters." Lu Jiaming added, "Little Lin just wants a daughter." Zhao Jinshu sat nearby, sipping chicken soup, and didn't take it to heart. Wang Meijing smiled and said, "If you like daughters, just have one." Lin Yulan sighed, "Family planning is strict now. I can't go against the rules. I guess I won't have a daughter in this lifetime." In truth, she didn't really want a daughter and wasn't that fond of having one. Her 2 sons were just fine. Ji Yuanrong ignored their little thoughts. She understood the daughters-in-law very well. After dinner, Lu Huayuan specifically asked Lu Xingyao to wash the dishes. Lu Xingyao complained, but didn't dare to disobey under her parents' authority. The children sat in a row doing their homework, while Lu Jiaming and Lu Hefeng chatted with their parents. The daughters-in-law were busy with their own children. Even though Lu Zhe was just in kindergarten, he had homework too. But he usually didn't make her worry about it, so she went inside to get the shoes she bought for her in-laws and the skincare product for her mother-in-law. When they received the gifts, Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan were very surprised, then delighted. They had received clothing from their workplace over the years, but they had never received clothes or shoes from the children. They immediately took off their slippers and put on the new shoes. Everyone else was also quite surprised. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing stopped focusing on their children and came over. Wang Meijing looked at her mother-in-law's shoes with envy. "These shoes were bought at the department store. I went there last week and thought they were too expensive. I couldn't bear to buy them." Lin Yulan silently watched from the side, feeling very complicated. Such beautiful and stylish shoes must be expensive. After so many years of marriage, she had only been able to afford 1 pair to wear, which she had used for many years, mending and patching, unable to throw them away. She didn't expect the second child's family to be so generous, buying a pair for each of her in-laws. Are people in the countryside really this wealthy and willing to spend? Ji Yuanrong touched the shoe surface, saying, "They're very comfortable and fit well." "How did Jinshu know your and Dad's shoe sizes?" Lu Huayuan smiled and replied, "These shoes are warm. They are good shoes and must have cost quite a bit, right?" In her previous life, Zhao Jinshu often bought shoes for her in-laws, so she naturally knew their shoe sizes. She smiled and said, "I asked Jintai for your shoe sizes. It didn't cost much, and anyway, it's all on Lu Jintai, so don't worry about him." She spoke honestly. She didn't have a job, so if she wasn't spending Lu Jintai's money, whose money could it be? If she were to spend her family's money, her in-laws wouldn't accept the gift. Being filial to her in-laws, it didn't matter whose money it was. The gift was bought by her, and they would remember her kindness. Besides, given her in-laws' character, they wouldn't mind such things. Lu Hefeng laughed and said, "Second brother has plenty of money, so don't worry, Mom and Dad." He thought that his sister-in-law, who seemed quiet, was actually quite filial and generous. 2 pairs of shoes weren't cheap, and it would make them look ungrateful. Ji Yuanrong glanced at him and asked, "Don't you have any money?" She didn't know if the second brother had money, but with the first and third families living off the household expenses for so long, how could they not save a little? If they had no money, that would be hard to explain. Lu Hufeng quickly fell silent, feeling guilty. The third family really had no money. He feared their parents wouldn't believe it. Their monthly salaries barely covered their expenses, leaving nothing to save. He didn't even know how the money was spent. It seemed to vanish by the end of the month. Lu Jiaming smiled without saying anything. He understood his younger brother well. Both of them spent freely, and even with the family covering meals, they couldn't resist indulging in good food and fun on weekends. No matter how much money they had, it was never enough. "Mom, this is face cream. In winter, the weather is harsh, so applying this after washing your face in the morning and evening will help prevent dryness and cracking." Zhao Jinshu took out some cream and handed it to her mother-in-law. Receiving the face cream from her daughter-in-law, Ji Yuanrong was even more shocked than when she received the shoes. Yes, shocked. She hadn't paid much attention to her own face, but her daughter-in-law, whom she thought was a bit lacking, had noticed. Her feelings were complicated, a mix of emotions. Ji Yuanrong held the cream and said, "You should use it yourself." Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "I bought some for myself too. I got quite a few things at the department store today. I wouldn't forget about myself. No wonder I thought your face looked quite fair. Do you apply this cream every morning and evening?" "I just wash my face in the morning and apply a little and it lasts all day." Wang Meijing sat down next to Zhao Jinshu, looking at her face and then touching her own. "I used to apply face oil, not cream." Wang Meijing's words surprised Zhao Jinshu. In her previous life, she had never heard a kind word from her, yet here she was receiving a compliment. "How come your skin is so fair?" Wang Meijing didn't believe it and thought this woman was just flattering her. She had seen country folks before and most had dark skin. They were nothing like her sister-in-law, whose face was smooth and flawless, making her envious. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her with a hint of a smile. "Is it possible that I was born beautiful?" Wang Meijing was taken aback, while Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng couldn't help but laugh. Lin Yulan looked at her sister-in-law, and even though she felt a bit sour inside, she had to admit that among the three sisters-in-law, the second one had the best complexion. No wonder someone as picky as Lu Jintai would notice her. Ji Yuanyong and Lu Huaiyuan also smiled, surprised to see the second family being so playful. But to be fair, the second family did have outstanding looks, perfectly matching their son. Good-looking parents usually have good-looking children, and among the grandchildren, Rui and Zai were the most attractive. Wang Meijing snapped back to reality and looked at her in disbelief. You have such thick skin." "I'm just speaking the truth." "How is that thick-skinned?" Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow. "Do you think that just applying that cream will make you look like me? Then if it doesn't work, why bother using it? It's a waste." Wang Meijing thought about it and realized she had a point. If that cream really worked so well, everyone would have smooth, fair skin. Zhao Jinshu smiled. "It has helped to keep your skin from being too dry. If you maintain it, even if your skin doesn't become like mine, it will gradually improve and become smoother. Using it is better than not using it at all." Wang Meijing looked at Zhao Jinshu thoughtfully, surprised that this sister-in-law from the countryside knew so much. Her gaze couldn't help but fall on her face again. She was only 2 years older than Zhao Jinshu, but standing next to her made Wang Meijing feel much older, and it affected her mood. She quickly turned to her husband. "When I get my paycheck, I need to buy some cream too. I want to take care of my skin morning and night." Lu Hufeng didn't mind. "It's your money. Spend it however you want. If you want to buy it, go ahead." Lin Yulan couldn't help but feel envious. The third couple really lived freely. 3 younger brother is generous. Lu Jiaming looked up. "You can buy it too." Lin Yulan fell silent. The cream was so expensive. Why waste money on it when they could spend it on food and drinks? Her 2 sons are under a lot of pressure. If she doesn't plan ahead and save some money, when her sons grow up and need to spend, she won't have anything to give them. By then, she won't even have a place to cry. She doesn't want to buy that stuff. Face cream is good enough. Besides, Her sons are already grown. What does it matter if they are poor? Lu Jiaming noticed that his wife was quiet and felt a bit frustrated. His pants were full of patches. Although being frugal is important, this isn't the right way to do it. He hasn't had new clothes in years. He was hoping that if his wife agreed to buy face cream, he could ask for a new pair of pants in return. To his surprise, after agreeing to the face cream, she changed her mind, leaving him speechless. Zhao Jinshu listened to their conversation and secretly laughed. Given her sister-in-law's personality, not only would she think buying face cream is a waste of money, but she might even consider the time spent applying it a waste. She would probably prefer to do some handiwork to earn a little money instead. Lu Xingyao came out after washing the dishes and saw everyone happily chatting together. She couldn't help but pout. She didn't expect her sisters-in-law to actually sit there and talk without offering to help her. They weren't her real sisters, so they didn't care about her. Thinking of this, she quietly sat next to her mother. Looking down, she noticed her mother's new shoes and exclaimed, "Mom, you bought new shoes? They look great. Why didn't you buy me a pair?" Ji Yuanrong huffed. "These were bought for me by your second sister-in-law." "How is that possible?" Lu Xingyao blurted out. "Where did she get the money?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "I've been married to your brother for a long time, so of course, I've saved some money. It's not much, but I can afford a pair of shoes for your parents." Lu Xingyao fell silent. It seemed her second sister-in-law really did buy them for their parents. She didn't respond, but Ji Yuanrong wasn't going to let her off the hook. "Didn't you say you would honor your parents once you started working? When will you buy them a pair of shoes instead of just wanting one, because I have new ones?" Lu Xingyao pouted, "Mom, you know my salary isn't high." Ji Yuanrong didn't want to hear her excuses. "All right, go back to your room. You're making me upset. People say daughters are their mother's little treasures, but this one seems to be a disappointment." The three sisters-in-law stayed quiet. Even though their mother-in-law seemed to look down on her daughter, they knew that if they scolded their sister-in-law without reason, their mother-in-law might think differently. After all, they are a mother and daughter, and no matter how much they argue, it doesn't matter. As daughters-in-law, it's best for them to stay out of it. By the time Lu Zhe finished his homework, Zhao Jinshu took them to wash their faces, feet, and get ready for bed. In the cold winter, she had placed warm water bags in both beds in advance. Now, the blankets felt cozy, and as soon as Lu Zhe got under the covers, he didn't want to come out. Lu Rui yawned beside him and asked, "Mom, my brother hasn't put on his lotion yet." Lu Zhe peeked out, "I don't need lotion to smell good. Mom says I smell like milk." Lu Rui replied, "If you don't use lotion, you won't smell good. All right, stay put. I'll put some on you," Zhao Jinshu said as she applied some cream to his face. Lu Rui leaned over to his brother's bedside. "Now you smell good too." But Lu Zhe was a bit unhappy. "It feels uncomfortable and sticky." Lu Rui added, "Mom says you'll get used to it." "Brother, did you see your hat?" Lu Zhe became interested. "I did. I'll wear it to school tomorrow." Lu Rui was excited too. "I have one too." "Enough chatting, Lu Zhe. Hurry up and sleep, or you won't get up tomorrow." Zhao Jinshu interrupted the siblings. Lu Rui yawned again. "I'm going to sleep now." Lu Zhe said, "Mom, please close the door. I'll turn off the light myself." "Okay." Back in the room, the mother and daughter lay on the bed. Lu Rui hugged her mom's arm and quietly asked before sleeping, "Mom, when will Dad come back?" Her sister and brother's dad was always home, but her dad was never around, which made her sad. Zhao Jinshu tucked her in. "He'll be back in a couple of days." "Do you miss your dad?" Lu Rui was already very sleepy. After hearing this, she felt reassured, nodded, and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huaiyuan were lying in bed, thinking about the day's events, and couldn't help but chat. Ji Yuanrong said, "The second family seems pretty good." Lu Huaiyuan smiled. "They are good." Seeing the smile on his face, she playfully pushed him. "You old man." After a moment, she added, "But she can be quite reckless and straightforward, which can offend people." The eldest and third daughters-in-law, along with Xingyao, have all had their share of disagreements with her. Lu Huaiyuan sighed, "Can't others have a bit of temper? As the kids grow up, they have more thoughts." They think the second family is easy to bully, but they'll hit a wall eventually. Once Jin Tai is back, things will heat up. Ji Yuanrong snorted. You want to eat and drink without spending a dime and still be unsatisfied. A bunch of ungrateful people, only thinking about their own little families. I think we two old folks need to save some money. We can't keep supporting them. Lu Huayuan nodded. The grandkids are grown up. It's time for them to stand on their own. We can't support them forever. Ji Yuanrong said, I'm not worried about the second son's family. He has been earning well these past 2 years and will continue to do so. The eldest is also fine, but I worry about the third. Both of them seem uncertain. Lu Huayuan replied, the kids are older. Let them figure things out themselves. It's better to separate them now before things get too messy. The brotherly bond is still there. Ji Yuanrong nodded. I used to think the second son married a country girl, and their life would be tough in the countryside. I didn't expect the country's policies to change, and he got his job back. Initially, they seemed a bit timid and didn't speak much, but now they are more comfortable and know how to handle things. They even show kindness, which is great. Looking ahead, the second couple might have the best life. Lu Huayuan laughed. Everyone makes mistakes in judgment. It's not surprising. After yesterday's lesson, Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan got up early to prepare breakfast. Last night, the mother-in-law announced that from now on, everyone should only prepare breakfast for themselves, while dinner would be a group effort. So, the sisters-in-law prepared breakfast according to their own tastes, just for their own families. I noticed there weren't many eggs left yesterday. Did Mom buy more eggs? Wang Meijing remembered her daughter wanted egg custard, so she planned to steam some. When she opened the egg basket, she found it filled with many eggs. Ji Yuanrong had also gotten up early and was outside drinking water. Hearing her, she said, I didn't buy any eggs. Could it be your sister-in-law? Lin Yulan, while washing vegetables, replied, It must be her. The three of them ate quite a few eggs yesterday morning. She thought about saying something but held back, worried that her sister-in-law's newfound confidence might cause tension with their in-laws. To her surprise, her sister-in-law was considerate enough to replace the eggs. Ji Yuanrong nodded, acknowledging she understood. After Zhao Jinshu dropped Lu Zhe off at school, she took out the clothes she bought yesterday to wash. In the afternoon, with nothing to do, she took her daughter to the department store to buy a few pounds of yarn. Since Lu Zhe complained about cold hands while doing his homework yesterday, she needed to quickly knit him a pair of gloves. She sat at the end of the hallway, enjoying the sun while knitting gloves. Lu Rue clumsily kicked a shuttlecock around. After being reborn, she felt quite happy. After all, anyone would feel wonderful being young again. So, during her breaks from knitting, she steamed a pot of buns and cooked a pot of porridge. When they returned from work, they were surprised to find not only the porridge ready, but also the buns steamed. Wang Meijing happily said, Are you planning to take over the cooking again, sister-in-law? Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance and replied, What are you thinking? I just wanted to eat buns, and was worried you wouldn't have time to make them when you got back, so I made them in advance. Wang Meijing huffed and fell silent. Ji Yuanrong took out a stack of money from her bag and handed it to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu looked at her and asked, Why are you giving me money? Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, The new year is coming soon. Take this money to buy some clothes for the kids. They've grown so much and haven't celebrated the new year with us, so let's spend a little more on them this year. Zhao Jinshu refused, saying, They have clothes to wear. No need to buy more. Ji Yuanrong insisted, It's different. They haven't given you any money, and you don't need to give any either. Your dad and I won't show favoritism. Since she said that, Zhao Jinshu accepted the money, smiling. Winter break is coming soon. I'll take them to buy clothes. Ji Yuanrong replied, No need to wait for winter break. Jin Tai is coming back this weekend. Let him go with you to shop. You should also buy yourself a new outfit for the new year. Zhao Jinshu beamed, I'll listen to Mom. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing watched enviously from the side, feeling quite sour. Especially Lin Yulan, who thought her sister-in-law was considerate in the morning, but now their mother-in-law was giving money to the second family right in front of them without a care. Wang Meijing, unable to hold back, said, Mom, why are you only giving sister-in-law money to buy clothes for her kids? What about us?
You?
Ji Yuanrong looked up. You don't need anything. Wang Meijing fell silent, turning back to chop vegetables while muttering, You say there's no favoritism, but it's clear there is.
Yuanrong replied seriously, favoritism?
Who do you think I favor? Wang Meijing looked at Zhao Jinshu, and Ji Yuanyong sneered. Since you married into the Lu family, you've been living off me without paying a cent. Have you ever counted how much I've supported you over the years? The second branch just returned less than half a year ago, and they've already spent so much of our money. Do you want me to itemize everything for you? Lin Yulan felt a pang in her heart. If that's the case, the first branch has spent the most. She quickly said, Mom, you're not being biased at all. If anyone says you are, that would be heartless. Wang Meijing couldn't help but pout. Her sister-in-law really knows how to play the situation. Ji Yuanyong glanced at her and said, I won't secretly support anyone. Over the years, I've only treated the second branch unfairly. I'm just being honest with you. I will compensate them a bit. Do you think that's wrong? Neither of them dared to disagree. They suspected that if they did, their mother-in-law would immediately pull out a calculator to settle the accounts. To be honest, Zhao Jinshu didn't expect her mother-in-law's actions either. After all, in the previous life, there was no talk of compensation. It seems her recent actions have influenced her in-laws. That night, after returning to their rooms and looking at their oblivious husband, Lin Yulan finally couldn't hold back and said, Today, Mom gave Zhao Jinshu a stack of money. Quite a lot. I estimate it to be several hundred. Lu Jiaming sat up suddenly. Several hundred? Why did Mom decide to give her that much money? Is there too much money to spend? She should give it to him. He is her real son. Wait, when did his mom become so generous? Lin Yulan pouted. She said it's to make up for how they had been treated over the years. But Lu Jiaming didn't see it that way. If we're talking about being treated unfairly, that has been the case for a long time. Why is she only thinking about compensating them now? She must have a reason for giving money to the second branch. Lin Yulan suddenly widened her eyes and realized, yesterday, the second branch bought shoes for Mom and face cream. They really know how to please Mom and Dad, which makes us look ungrateful. Lu Jiaming's shoulders slumped. I didn't expect Mom and Dad to fall for that. I told you not to be so stingy and to buy them little things. You insisted they had enough money and didn't need anything, and now look what happened. Lin Yulan flopped onto the bed, feeling dejected. Should we buy something for Mom and Dad too? Lu Jiaming replied irritably. You're being a backseat driver. Do you think Mom and Dad are fools? Lin Yulan felt deflated and said angrily, I didn't expect the second branch to be so cunning. Lu Jiaming thought to himself, even if others are untrustworthy, they are willing to spend money, while you are unwilling to spend even a penny. Wang Meijing was also discussing this matter with Lu Hufeng in the room. She felt wronged by her mother-in-law's favoritism towards her second sister-in-law. I am my mother's sister's niece, yet Mom is biased towards my second sister-in-law. She always believed that she was different from her two sisters-in-law. Even if her treatment was not as good as her younger sister-in-law's, it shouldn't be worse than that of her two sisters-in-law. Now, someone from the countryside was getting more recognition from her mother-in-law than she was, which made her unhappy. Moreover, it was money that she hadn't received a single cent of. It all went to Zhao Jinshu, and she felt suffocated. She couldn't help but think about it, and the anger inside her kept bubbling up. Seeing her face turning red with anger, Lu Hufeng said, Mom said that was compensation for the second household. Wang Meijing glared at him angrily, thinking, what is there to compensate for? It wasn't their fault that the second brother got married and had children in the countryside, nor was it their fault that he was sent away. Lu Hufeng also felt wronged. Of course, he wanted their parents' money, but they wouldn't give it to him, so what could he do? He thought for a moment and said, Don't underestimate the second sister-in-law. Even though she seems quiet and only works when she comes home, she is indeed filial. You and the eldest sister-in-law can't compare to her in that regard. Parents like obedient children, and that pleases them. Since the second brother married and had children in the countryside, Mom and Dad already feel guilty towards him. The second sister-in-law is honest and hardworking, never complaining, so they probably feel sorry for them and can't help but give them a little compensation. Upon hearing his words, Wang Meijing's mouth almost drooped to her ear. She couldn't help but say, "Honest and hardworking, never complaining? You think too highly of her. Have you not seen what she's been doing these past few days? What are you shouting about?" Lu Hafeng was gradually losing patience. What good does it do to argue with me? Am I supposed to go confront mom and dad? So what if they give a little money to the second sister-in-law? It's their money. They can give it to whoever they want, and it's none of your business. Wang Meijing looked at him. Are you yelling at me? Lu Hafeng frowned. Don't create trouble for no reason. Wang Meijing suddenly stood up, hands on her hips. How am I creating trouble? You are looking for trouble right now. Lu Hafeng was also getting angry. When there's nothing going on, think about your own faults more, instead of always pointing out others' mistakes. The second sister-in-law has done enough. She has been doing all the household chores for the past few months and has been good to our 2 children, buying food and not neglecting them. You know how you treat the second brother's 2 children. You should be aware of that yourself. Wang Meijing widened her eyes and said, So in the end, it's still my fault? Lu Hafeng didn't respond, clearly agreeing. Wang Meijing was confused and felt wronged. How is it my fault? Lu Hafeng looked at her. Do you really want me to say?
I want to see what you can say.
Wang Meijing's eyes turned red with anger. She didn't expect her partner to think of her this way. Among the sisters-in-law, their mother-in-law gave money to the second sister-in-law in front of them, leaving her out. The mother-in-law favored others, and she couldn't be upset? Forget about compensation. The second brother had been back in the city for a long time, and Zhao Jinshu had been hiding at her parents' house. Although she and the eldest sister-in-law lived at home, they also took care of their in-laws.
Why was no one mentioning this?
Lu Hafeng glanced at her. First of all, you have a bad temper. As soon as he spoke, Wang Meijing was about to explode. How is her temper bad? Lu Hafeng quickly stopped her. Let me finish. Wang Meijing took a deep breath. Fine, go ahead. I'm holding back, and now you want to settle the score with me? Lu Hafeng said, Your temper is bad. In terms of filial piety, you and the eldest sister-in-law are not as good as the second sister-in-law. Over the years, we've lived with our parents and didn't have to worry about household matters. You married into the Lu family. You must have faced some difficulties, right? As he spoke, Wang Meijing's expression grew darker. How could I not face difficulties? Today is proof. Lu Hafeng replied, If you think today is unfair, we can talk to Annie about it. She can help us figure out whose fault it is. Auntie is not only our aunt, but also your aunt. She won't side with the eldest or second sister-in-law. Everyone loves money. Everyone wants their parents to favor them a little more. In a family with 3 or 4 siblings, if parents favor one, the others will feel wronged. But their parents truly treated everyone fairly. How would they feel if they thought there was favoritism? Wang Meijing wanted to say that if they were going to talk to her aunt, then fine, but she held back. If she really caused a scene, she would offend her in-laws. Moreover, it would be hard for her to establish herself in the Lu family. They would see her as a troublemaker. She didn't want to disrupt her life. How could she dare to cause such a scene? Lu Hafeng looked at her, his gaze meaningful. If you compare yourself to your second sister-in-law, you'll see how happy our life is. Wang Meijing pressed her lips together and fell silent. Her second sister-in-law was also married to her second brother when he was a youth in the countryside. After returning to the city, her second brother came back with his wife and child. Both of them were unemployed and had no income, so they relied on the family for support. Naturally, others were unwilling to help. The family had no choice but to find them jobs, and her mother insisted that her second brother and sister-in-law hand over half of their wages. Not only that, but even her older brother and sister-in-law had to give half of their salaries. Compared to her siblings, her life was indeed much better. Lu Hafeng advised her, It's easier to be comfortable under a big tree. You should change your impulsive nature and treat your parents well. Their support for your sister-in-law is limited. They won't neglect us. Besides, your second brother is capable. If he researches a project, he can earn a lot of bonuses. Your sister-in-law is kind and won't be greedy for your parents' money. When your brother resumed work, he also received a significant compensation, so they really aren't short on money. If you get along with them, you won't lose out. He was teaching his children in public, but guiding his wife in private. His wife wasn't very clever, and with the way their family spent money, they couldn't survive without their parents' support. Unfortunately, his wife didn't plan well and often threw tantrums, which upset their parents and sisters-in-law. He feared that if he angered his parents, they might kick them out, and then it would be too late to regret. Wang Meijing gradually calmed down and asked, "Did my second brother really receive compensation when he resumed work?" Her brother was good at keeping secrets. There was no hint of it at home. If the man hadn't mentioned it, she would still be in the dark. Zhao Jinshu, that woman, surprisingly kept quiet too. Usually when they said she had no job and no salary, she wouldn't respond. But seeing how she spent money, she clearly had some. Her brother must have given her a lot. Lu Hufeng sighed. "Is that all you've heard?" Wang Meijing replied irritably, "Of course not. I just didn't know about this before. I was asking what was going on." Lu Hufeng glanced at her. "Whether you ask or not doesn't matter. Just focus on getting along with them." Wang Meijing nodded absentmindedly. "Okay, I understand." As for whether she truly understood or was pretending, only she knew. Lu Hufeng saw her expression and realized his words had fallen on deaf ears. He collapsed onto the bed. After the two children fell asleep, Zhao Jinshu still wasn't tired. She planned to take off her outer coat, read a book in bed, and then sleep. As she reached into the pocket of her coat, she felt some money and pulled it out. Her mother-in-law had given it to her without her counting it. Feeling its thickness, she thought it wouldn't be a small amount. When she counted it, she was surprised to find there was actually 1,000 yuan. Thinking of the expressions of her two sisters-in-law, if they knew their mother-in-law had given her 1,000 yuan, they would surely be even angrier. She smiled, put the money in her bag, lay down on the bed, and started reading a book. The habit of reading was formed after she married Lu Jintai, and it stayed with her for life, even after being reborn. The next morning, Zhao Jinshu got up and saw that both sisters-in-law looked tired, and the youngest sister-in-law even had dark circles under her eyes. She couldn't help but ask, "Did you not sleep well last night?" Lin Yulan felt a bit uncomfortable. She couldn't tell the truth, so she coughed and said, "I might have caught a cold and didn't sleep well." Wang Meijing, on the other hand, felt no discomfort. She had spent the whole night thinking about how much money her second brother really had, but she couldn't figure it out. When she saw Zhao Jinshu, she wanted to ask, but looking at Zhao Jinshu's lively face, she held back. Zhao Jinshu was no longer the same Zhao Jinshu. She was someone who dared to scold her younger sisters-in-law. Wang Meijing could guess that if she spoke up, Zhao Jinshu would have a sharp reply ready for her. But she couldn't help it. She thought, if I don't find out, I'll always be worried about it and I won't be able to relax. She made an excuse for herself. She quietly walked over to Zhao Jinshu and said, "Sister-in-law, I heard that when my brother returned to work, he received a large compensation? How come you never mentioned it? How much was it?" Lin Yulan also perked up her ears. Hearing this, her eyes widened. Did the second brother really get a large compensation? Is it true? Why had she never heard about it? Zhao Jinshu paused and looked at her. "What does it have to do with you?" Wang Meijing's face turned red. It really had nothing to do with her. But she couldn't help but want to know. What would happen if she told her? Would she ask for their money or something? Zhao Jinshu ignored her and went to boil water and prepare breakfast. Lu Zhe's glove was already knitted, and he could wear it to school. When Lu Zhe came back last night and received the glove, he was very happy and put it on right away. In the morning, she needed to hurry and finish the other one. Today was Saturday, and Lu Zhe only had half a day of school. In the afternoon, she planned to take the two kids to the bathhouse. With some time, she also wanted to knit a pair of gloves for herself and Lu Rui. Each of them only had one sweater, with no spare to change into. Although she wasn't working, she was quite busy and didn't have much time to compete with them. All morning, she rushed to finish the gloves. Taking the clean clothes, she and Lu Rui went to pick up Lu Zhe. At noon, she decided not to go back to cook and just eat out. After dinner, they went for a walk outside to help with digestion and then headed to the bathhouse. A new bathhouse opened next to the department store. In the past, Lu Jintai liked to take the three of them there on weekends for a clean and hygienic bath with private rooms available. Now that Lu Zhe was older, Zhao Jinshu didn't let him use the big bath with others because she worried about safety. The three of them booked a private room. She washed Lu Zhe first and gave him a stool to sit by the door and read while she and Lu Rui went in to wash. She had just bought shampoo downstairs, along with 3 bars of soap and 3 towels, each for their own use. After their bath, their faces were all flushed, and Zhao Jinshu and Lu Rui had towels wrapped around their heads. Lu Zhe quietly said, "Mom, I saw someone using a hairdryer downstairs, and their hair dried quickly." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "You mean a hairdryer? We can rent one, but it costs money." The bathhouse owner was certainly making money. Lu Zhe said, "Then let's rent one, or you'll catch a cold with wet hair on the way home." It was freezing today. Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Okay, let's do that." Hearing his mother agree made Lu Zhe happy. After renting the hairdryer, Zhao Jinshu dried Lu Rui's hair first. Lu Rui sat carefully on the stool. "Mom, it's warm." Lu Zhe watched curiously. "This is so convenient. The hair dries quickly." Once their hair was dry, they went to the nearby store to buy some cookies and fruit to take home. When they got home and planned to put their clothes away, they found someone sitting in a chair in the room. She paused for a moment and Lu Rui ran over. "Dad." Lu Jintai smiled, put down the book he was holding, and hugged his daughter, looking at Zhao Jinshu. "You're back." Zhao Jinshu replied and placed the soap and shampoo in the bathroom, then put the dirty clothes in a basin to soak. Hearing his sister, Lu Zhe rushed over from his room. "Dad." He hugged his father tightly. Lu Jintai had to set his daughter down to hug both of them. Zhao Jinshu glanced at them and went outside to do the laundry. As she washed the clothes, she couldn't help but think about Lu Jintai, who was in his 60s or 70s, calm, reserved, elegant, and charming, even with wrinkles. He could still attract attention. But the younger Lu Jintai was not only calm and reserved but also had a unique charm that was full of energy, something the older version couldn't compare to. It was no wonder she felt more drawn to the younger Lu Jintai. After washing the clothes, she didn't go inside to disturb the father and children bonding. Instead, she took some yarn to knit gloves. This time, she was making a pair for Lu Rui. The child had seen his brother's gloves before and looked at them with envy, but he didn't ask for a pair. However, after her experiences in the future, she felt that every child should have a pair of gloves in winter. Previously, the other children didn't have gloves, and it seemed normal that her two didn't either, but now she wouldn't think that way. Children need proper warmth, and she had to ensure that. Lu Jintai spent over an hour playing with the children inside. When he came out, he saw Zhao Jinshu sitting in the corridor knitting. She caught a glimpse of him, but didn't look up, continuing her work. Even though young Lu Jintai was charming, she no longer felt shy or excited. He could just stand there. Lu Jintai glanced at her and sat down on the chair next to her. He was tall and noticeable in his black coat, with long legs and feet. He didn't say anything, and Zhao Jinshu had no desire to chat with him. Seeing Lu Jintai now made her think uncontrollably of the older Lu Jintai, who could be quite annoying, always wanting to control everything, especially her. People say that aging can bring charm, and she had taken good care of herself. At 60, she didn't look old. As others said, she still had grace. Back then, she loved buying pretty clothes, and she had several long red coats, paired with short boots and styled in big waves. She loved it. He, on the other hand, didn't approve, often implying that she shouldn't dress that way, saying it was too flashy. She insisted on wearing what she liked, even going out to buy bright clothes. After buying 2 white cashmere coats, when she wore them out, his friends praised her for looking young and beautiful, while he sulked all day, which frustrated her. Looking back at that, she felt embarrassed. In her past life, she had always been under his control. Why was that? She realized it was mainly because she cared too much about him when she was younger, always accommodating him and putting him first. This went on for nearly 20 years, becoming a habit. She got used to giving, and he got used to her obedience. As a result, when she grew older, any small action that displeased him would lead to his lectures. This time, she was determined not to let him control her. She needed to take the lead to avoid being restricted in the future. When Lu Jintai returned this time, he brought many picture books for the children, who were now reading in the room. The couple sat quietly, one lost in thought, and the other focused on knitting a glove. Half an hour passed without a word between them. As the sun began to set, Zhao Jinshu finished knitting one glove. She packed her things and stood up to go inside. Lu Jintai watched her leave, his calm and handsome face showing a hint of confusion. When Zhao Jinshu came out of the room, he walked over to her and said, "It's getting dark. Are you making dinner?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him, surprised. "You're going to cook?" Lu Jintai looked back at her, his lips moving slightly as a hint of a smile appeared in his eyes. After a moment, he replied, "I will." "You will? Do you even know what ingredients we have?" Zhao Jinshu asked, a bit annoyed. Lu Jintai could cook. Her father had taught him. After she gave birth to Lu Zhe, she struggled to eat and couldn't produce milk, which made both her and the baby cry. Her father, unable to watch them suffer, had Lu Jintai learn to cook so he could prepare meals for her. Despite being the village leader, her father had been a skilled chef in his youth, known for catering events. "I know. I bought lamb and lamb chops," Lu Jintai said gently. Zhao Jinshu looked at him in surprise, having forgotten if this had happened in her past life. "Then let's make lamb soup." "It's almost 5 o'clock. Hurry up," she urged. Lu Jintai replied, "You can help." Zhao Jinshu responded, "I can at most hand you some seasonings." Lu Jintai nodded. The family primarily cooked with coal, but later they got a gas canister, although they still preferred using coal. They had 2 stoves, which they took turns using. Lu Jintai first cooked rice in a large pot, and then stewed the lamb. Zhao Jinshu really only handed him seasonings. Family members returned home one after another. When they saw Lu Jintai cooking in the kitchen, they were all surprised. Not even Ji Yuanrong, his mother, knew her son could cook, so how could she not be astonished? Lu Hufeng leaned against the kitchen doorframe, looking disdainful. "Second brother, can you actually cook?" "You don't have to eat it," Lu Jintai replied, chopping potatoes without looking up. Lu Hufeng sniffed. "I can already smell the lamb. It's been a long time since I had lamb, and even if it's not good, I can still eat it." Wang Meijing stood nearby. "Finally, we can eat something homemade today." After she spoke, seeing no one respond, she couldn't help but purse her lips. Seeing her brother-in-law cutting lotus root again, she couldn't help but say, "Brother-in-law, you might not know, but sister-in-law has stopped working these past few days. She isn't cooking or doing any chores at home." Zhao Jinshu listened nearby without reacting, curious to see how Lu Jintai would respond. Lu Jintai stood up and looked at the couple. "You didn't eat at home?" Wang Meijing was confused by his question and replied, "Of course we ate at home. Where else would we eat?" Lu Jintai glanced at them and said, "Since you're both at home, if she isn't cooking, can't you help out?" Wang Meijing's face turned red. "Your sister-in-law isn't your servant." After saying this, he lowered his gaze and continued chopping vegetables. Wang Meijing didn't expect her brother-in-law to side with her sister-in-law. She knew they were a couple and a family, but she always thought her brother-in-law didn't like her sister-in-law. After all, why had he left her in the countryside for so many years? Seeing the situation was getting tense, Lu Hufeng quickly pulled his wife away. In the kitchen, Lu Jintai continued to prepare the meal, and Zhao Jinshu kept helping nearby, with both of them silent. The meal Lu Jintai prepared was quite lavish, and when the dishes were served, the family was amazed. Lu Xingyao sipped her lamb soup and said with a smile, "I never expected to eat a meal cooked by my brother-in-law in this lifetime." Lu Jintai was busy serving soup to his children and didn't respond. Lu Huayuan cheerfully remarked, "This soup is really fresh. Jintai's cooking skills are impressive." Indeed. The lamb has no strong smell, and the soup is tender, Ji Yuanrong praised, then asked, "When did you learn to cook?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai and continued to enjoy her lamb chop. Lu Jintai looked at Lu Zhe and said, I learned from Dad when Lu Zhe was around. Ji Yuanrong was surprised and turned to Zhao Jinshu. Is your dad a good cook? Zhao Jinshu nodded, swallowing her lamb before saying, My dad used to be a chef. Wang Meijing chimed in, so he was a chef. Zhao Jinshu frowned slightly, and Lu Jintai said calmly, Without a chef, you wouldn't be eating lamb today. Wang Meijing fell silent. Lu Huayuan's smile faded. Ji Yuanrong looked at Wang Meijing. If you don't want to eat, you can go back to your room. Jintai bought the lamb, cooked it, and served it at the table. Yet, she still couldn't stop complaining. Who spoiled her? Wang Meijing's eyes turned red. In front of so many people, her mother-in-law actually told her to go back to her room, as if she wasn't even allowed to eat. Thinking of this, she got angry, threw down her chopsticks, and ran away. Lu and Feng were both frowning, feeling helpless about their daughter-in-law. The idea of family connections was truly frustrating, and at that moment, he couldn't help but feel regret. Lu Jiaming glanced at his wife and felt relieved. Although she was stingy, at least she wouldn't cause trouble and could manage their finances well. He didn't have to worry about money slipping away, as she was a good wife. Thinking of this, he placed a piece of lamb in her bowl and said, It's cold. Eat more lamb to keep warm. Lin Yulan shot him a look, thinking he was strange for suddenly serving her food. She wondered if the chopsticks he used were clean. She could get her own food without his help and questioned what he was really thinking. Suddenly, she became alert, wondering if he was trying to buy something and trick her out of money. With a blank expression, she replied, Jintai's lamb is delicious. I can serve myself. You should eat your meal. Lu Jiaming was unaware of her thoughts and continued to feel grateful. Lu Huayuan glanced at his grandchildren. The older ones were busy eating meat and didn't notice the adults. When the third daughter-in-law left, no one reacted, and even the two children from the third family seemed unfazed. Looking at the two children from the second family, the little granddaughter noticed that her mother's bowl was empty and promptly served her more meat. This child was truly thoughtful and endearing. Even Lu Zhe, sitting next to his father, noticed when his dad tried to pick up lotus slices but missed. He stood up to move the slices closer to his father, then returned them to their place after his dad served himself. Such a considerate child was rare and showed good upbringing. From this, it was clear that the in-laws they hadn't met yet were likely decent. Zhao Jinshu sipped the lamb soup, savoring the taste. After returning to the city, Lu Jintai hadn't cooked, and she hadn't had his lamb soup since. Drinking it again made her realize that his cooking was quite good. She thought he should cook more often in the future. Everyone was enjoying their meal, and no one remembered Wang Meijing, who had gone back to her room. Lin Yulan thought about her but didn't call her, feeling she was being unreasonable and failing to see the situation clearly. Now that Jintai was back, she should have controlled her words, especially in front of him. She had no hesitation in speaking her mind. Regardless of how Zhao Jinshu was, she was still her second brother's wife. If she looked down on her, it was like looking down on her brother. Would he treat her kindly? Do you really think everyone can't tell right from wrong? Wang Meijing returned to her room, and when no one came to call her, tears began to flow. She felt wrong that others ignored her. Even the men and children left her behind. After dinner, Lu Xingyao and Lin Yulan cleaned up the dishes. Lu Huayuan called his 3 sons to the study. Zhao Jinshu took out some yarn to knit gloves. Since there was no school tomorrow, the kids sat on the sofa watching TV. Ji Yuanyong sat with her grandchildren watching TV. Lu Rui sat next to her mother, watching her knit gloves. Lu Manting also came over, looking at the gloves with envy, and said, Aunt, I want a pair of gloves too. Before Zhao Jinshu could respond, Ji Yuanyong said, If you want gloves, ask your mom. Always wanting everything without considering others' feelings is a habit that needs to change. Lu Manting pouted, The gloves Aunt makes are pretty. Lu Rui hugged her mother's arm. This is my mom, not your mom. Zhao Jinshu comforted her daughter with a pat. She wasn't unwilling to make a pair of gloves. In the past, she would have given in, but after her rebirth, she didn't want to spoil Manting. Even if Manting was nice to her, she wasn't her own daughter. She always liked to compete with Rue. If Rue had something nice, she wanted it too. If she couldn't get it, she would throw a tantrum, making her own daughter feel wronged. She wouldn't let her daughter feel wronged anymore. Lu Manting didn't care. "Aunt, can you knit me a pair? Did you stop listening to Grandma?" Ji Yuanyong frowned. This child was really unreasonable, always wanting everything. If this habit continued, when she grew up and saw Rue with something, would she expect to get it too? She couldn't indulge this behavior. Lu Manting's eyes turned red. She felt that Grandma no longer loved her, only her sister. Ji Yuanyong truly disliked her tendency to cry easily. She pulled her inside and handed her over to her mom, wanting to avoid the situation. As soon as Lu Manting entered the room and saw her mom, she couldn't help but cry. Feeling wronged, the mother and daughter embraced and cried together. Lu Hufeng came out of the study, feeling like the sky was falling. For the past 2 days, he sensed something was off with his parents, and now his fears were confirmed. He returned to the room in a daze and saw the mother and daughter crying together, feeling a headache coming on. He held back his anger and patiently asked, "What's wrong now?" Wang Meijing wiped her tears. "This family can't accept us anymore. They can't stand us." "Who can't accept you?" Lu Hufeng sneered. "Only you are fearless. You say whatever you want. Who can compete with you? If someone can't stand you, won't you just blow them away? What are you yelling about? I haven't even eaten yet and you don't care." At this point, Wang Meijing cried sadly, tears and snot all over her face. "Still talking about food." Lu Hufeng said with disappointment, "Whether we have food in the future is uncertain." "What are you going crazy about?" Wang Meijing couldn't stand his expression. "I'm still hungry." "Going crazy?" Lu Hufeng replied coldly, "From now on, we cook for ourselves. You can eat however you want. No one will bother you. You should be satisfied now, right?" "What do you mean?" Wang Meijing was confused. "What do you mean by cooking for ourselves?" Lu Hufeng looked at her. "Just now in the study, Dad said we should cook for ourselves. Tomorrow we have a day to prepare, and next Monday they won't buy our groceries anymore. Are you happy? Excited?"
Impossible.
Wang Meijing said without thinking. "Mom and Dad wouldn't do that." Lu Hufeng replied. They really didn't plan to do this before. Seeing his expression, Wang Meijing's heart sank. Did Dad really say that? "I have no reason to lie to you," Lu Hufeng said. "Are you happy about being in charge now? Are you crazy?" Wang Meijing replied angrily. "What is there to be happy about?" Lu Hufeng, feeling disheartened, said, "Whether you're happy or not, get ready to eat plain food. Our family has no savings. Good days are over. With all the chaos, Mom and Dad won't care about them anymore. Is that comfortable?" Wang Meijing thought of this too. She grabbed his arm. "Even if we cook for ourselves, can we wait until after the New Year? Maybe after the New Year, if the in-laws are happy, they won't separate meals anymore?" Lu Hufeng lay on the bed. "Do you think I haven't said this?" Dad disagreed. He said he would buy us pots and pans, and the side rooms where we live with the second brother can be used as a kitchen. He is very clear about this and won't let us make excuses. Wang Meijing was too upset to cry anymore. Even Lu Manting sensed something was wrong and asked timidly, "Can I still have my gloves?" Wang Meijing, feeling flustered, couldn't think about her daughter's gloves. "Go play somewhere else, I'm busy." Lu Manting, with red eyes, ran outside. In the living room, she saw a group of people eating snacks and watching TV and quietly sat down beside them. Lu Rue's gloves were already knitted up to the back of her hand by Zhao Jinshu. Thinking that her daughter liked red, she took out some red yarn and knitted a red heart on the back of the glove. Lu Rue held her face and said, "It's so pretty." "What's pretty?" A calm and pleasant male voice came from behind. Lu Rue turned around. "Dad." Lu Jintai hugged her and sat down next to her mother. "What were you saying is pretty?" "The gloves Mom knitted are pretty." Lu Jintai looked over and saw the half-finished gloves. He nodded. "They really are pretty." The TV show was at a crucial point, and the kids were quiet, watching intently. After a while, Lu Rue's head started to droop. She was getting sleepy. Zhao Jinshu looked over and said, I'll go get some water, so she can wash up before sleeping. Lu Jintai placed their daughter on the sofa. I'll go. Zhao Jinshu stopped knitting and called out to Lu Zhe, when are you going to sleep? Lu Zhe stared at the TV without looking up after this episode. Zhao Jinshu nodded and took Lu Rui to their room. After helping her wash up, she tucked her into bed. She planned to get another winter quilt from the closet for Lu Jintai. Lu Jintai stood behind her, watching as she tiptoed and struggled to pull out the quilt. He sighed softly, let me help. Zhao Jinshu moved aside for him. With one reach, Lu Jintai pulled out the quilt. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Are you sleeping in our son's room or this room? Lu Jintai glanced at her and replied, what do you think? After saying that, he placed the quilt on the bed. Zhao Jinshu. Seeing her daughter asleep, Zhao Jinshu went out to the main room. In the main room, a group of kids was still watching TV. She ignored the others and looked at Lu Zhe. It's 9 o'clock, time for bed. Lu Zhe was reluctant but stood up. I haven't washed my feet and face yet. Go wash up now. Zhao Jinshu prepared water for him, and after he finished washing and freshening up, she watched him snuggle into bed before closing the door. After she washed up and returned to the room, she didn't see Lu Jintai, but didn't think much of it. She closed the door and got into bed, continuing to read the book from yesterday. Half an hour later, the door opened. Lu Jintai entered, wrapped in moisture. He glanced around. Their daughter was sleeping in the middle of the bed, and her mother was on the other side, both snugly tucked under the same quilt. Their bed was big enough, with one side neatly covered by a thick quilt meant for him. He quietly took off his coat and lay down on the bed with the blanket prepared for him. Zhao Jinshu ignored him and continued reading her book. After a while, Lu Jintai's voice broke the silence in the room. Is something wrong? Zhao Jinshu was momentarily surprised, then realized he was talking to her. She thought for a moment and concluded that nothing was wrong. Everything was fine with the child and her in-laws. She replied, no. Lu Jintai looked at her quietly and noticed her calm expression, which indeed suggested that nothing had happened. After a brief silence, he started talking about their separate meals. Zhao Jinshu finally looked up from her book and asked, is that what you discussed in the study? Lu Jintai met her gaze and asked, what do you think? What did she think? She thought it was quite good. In her previous life, they had not eaten separately for many years, and now, before she could even make a move, her in-laws had already taken action.
She was a bit surprised.
Zhao Jinshu said, then let's eat separately. Lu Jintai nodded, if you need anything, we can buy it tomorrow. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment, aside from that, we need to buy 2 thermoses. Lu Jintai asked, anything else? Anything else? Zhao Jinshu couldn't think of anything at the moment. You mentioned pots, bowls, and stoves. Dad will buy those. We can get anything else we need later. Lu Jintai nodded. After that, Zhao Jinshu returned to her reading. Lu Jintai glanced at her, surprised by her calmness regarding such a big matter. After checking his watch, he said, you should get some rest. I'll sleep after I finish this, Zhao Jinshu replied, focused on her book. Lu Jintai furrowed his brow slightly, looked at her, then lowered his gaze and said nothing more. Half an hour later, Lu Jintai noticed the sound of pages turning had stopped. He opened his eyes and saw she had fallen asleep. He gently got up, placed the book from her hands onto the table, tucked her arm under the blanket, and made sure she was warm before returning to bed and turning off the light. In another room, the couple was also discussing eating separately. The thought of having to set aside part of their monthly salary for rice, vegetables, and oil drained Lin Yulan's spirit. She felt a sharp pain in her heart. I didn't expect. She truly hadn't expected that her in-laws would just stop caring about them. She hadn't saved enough money yet. How could they stop caring? Lu Jiaming looked defeated. These past few days, the second sister-in-law has been unwilling to cook, and with all the commotion, Mom and Dad have started to think differently. Lin Yulan. If I had known my in-laws would be so strict, I would have worked harder, even if it meant cooking for the family every day. As long as I didn't have to spend any money, what was a little extra work? Why didn't I think this through? Now I regret it. Why did I expect my younger brother's wife to do everything? Why did I look down on her? Now, I truly fear my younger brother's wife. Just a small action from her led to my in-laws splitting the family. I admire her. The night passed in silence. In the morning, Zhao Jinshu opened her eyes and noticed that her daughter and husband were no longer in the room. She lay there for a moment, then sat up, got dressed, combed her hair, and made the bed. After getting ready, she stepped outside and ran into Lu Jintai. He looked at her and said, "Go wash up and have breakfast." Zhao Jinshu nodded. Has Lu Ze gotten up? He's up. After breakfast, the third household got busy, needing to clean the kitchen, or they wouldn't have a place to cook. Lu Jintai looked around the side room and then found Zhao Jinshu, asking her, "There's a few square meters of empty space next to the kitchen. Should we build a bathroom?" Zhao Jinshu's eyes lit up. That sounds great. Washing up in the room every day was quite inconvenient. Lu Jintai smiled. "I'll hire someone to build it." Okay. As for the bricks and tiles, Zhao Jinshu didn't ask. Lu Jintai had his own connections, and if he said he could get them, she trusted him. The other two households were busy cleaning the kitchen when they suddenly heard a car outside and rushed out to see. Lu Hafeng approached Lu Jintai and asked, "Why are they bringing bricks over? Did Dad ask for them?" Lu Jintai replied calmly, "No. I bought them." Lu Hafeng looked at him. "What are you planning to do?" Lu Jintai said, "Build a bathroom." I must say, Lu Hafeng was also tempted. Every time they took a shower, he had to fetch water for them, especially in the summer when they showered every day. It was really inconvenient. He touched his empty pockets and couldn't help but ask, "Are there extra bricks?" If there were, he could borrow some. His second brother probably wouldn't mind too much. Lu Jintai replied, "There's only this small cart." Lu Hafeng fell silent. This small cart was just enough to build a bathroom. Wang Meijing felt envious, but didn't say anything. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. She held back. She was afraid that if she said too much, her in-laws would demand the original living expenses from them, and she truly couldn't afford it. Even now, she had to ask the factory for an advance on her salary. Otherwise, their family would definitely go hungry. Lin Yulan felt envious, but she didn't plan to build a bathroom. She could still take a shower, like before. Now, her in-laws no longer bothered them, so they saved money wherever they could. Lu Xingyao wasn't envious at all. She had a bathroom next to her room with her parents, so she didn't worry about where to wash up. Several construction workers came, and the small bathroom was built in just one day. In the evening, Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanyong returned with a cart full of items and were surprised to see the bathroom next to Lu Jintai's ear room. "You guys are so fast," they exclaimed. Ji Yuanyong walked into the bathroom and noticed it was much brighter than theirs. Even Lu Xingyao, who had claimed not to be envious, couldn't help but feel a bit jealous and thought about how she would want something like that when she got married. The items that Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanyong brought back were divided among their 3 sons. That evening, the family prepared a big meal together, quietly enjoying their last dinner together. Even the children were calm. After the meal, Lu Huayuan looked at his children and grandchildren and said earnestly, "From now on, just take care of your own little families. Your mother and I are still young, so you don't need to worry about us." Lu Jiaming, as the eldest, spoke up first. "Dad, you and Mom can rest easy. We will take good care of ourselves. Even though we eat separately, we all live in the same courtyard, so you can call us if you need anything." He started to get teary-eyed. Lu Huayuan couldn't help but scold him. "Don't be so sentimental." Lu Jiaming awkwardly wiped his eyes. "I'm just not used to it." Lu Jintai showed little reaction. He had left home to study at a young age. Later, while working, he spent most of his time in the lab, rarely seeing his family. Eventually, he was sent to the countryside and didn't reunite with his family until 1977. He had long gotten used to being apart from them. Lu Hafeng frowned, feeling the weight of the tough days ahead, and he had no mood to speak. Lu Huayuan glanced at him but said nothing. Life would go on, good or bad. They each returned to their own homes. Zhao Jinshu went to her small kitchen. The new stove was lit, and fresh water was heating in a brand new pot. "Mom, I want to sleep." Lu Rui said as he followed her in. You and your brother should brush your teeth together. I'll get you warm water for washing up before bed, Zhao Jinshu said as she went to grab a basin. Lu Jintai's voice came from behind her. I'll get the water. Zhao Jinshu turned to look at him. Okay. While applying lotion to their daughter and son, Zhao Jinshu said, we need to buy another pot. The one on the stove can be used just for boiling water to avoid getting greasy. Lu Jintai nodded. Is there anything else? Lu Zhe replied, I know. As Zhao Jinshu was applying lotion to him, she pinched his nose and laughed. What do you know? Lu Zhe made a couple of sounds and then looked at his dad. Dad, can you buy Mom a hairdryer? That hairdryer is really good. It dries hair quickly. Hearing her brother, Lu Rui perked up and said, it blows warm air. Lu Jintai smiled. Let's buy it. Zhao Jinshu wouldn't refuse. Her hair is long, and it's hard to dry it in winter, so she really needed a hairdryer. After the family finished washing up, they all went to bed. Nothing happened during the night. In the morning, as soon as Zhao Jinshu woke up, she met Lu Jintai's gaze. She was surprised. Aren't you going to work? Lu Jintai sat up. It's not busy before the new year. I finished everything. After so many years, she had forgotten when Lu Jintai was busy or not. Of course, whether he was busy or not didn't concern her much now. But having him at home made the two kids very happy, so if he wasn't busy, that was fine. Lu Zhe got up, saw that Dad was still home, and was overjoyed. Dad, are you not busy? Lu Jintai smiled. This year I'm not busy at all. Lu Zhe hugged his dad's arm. Yay. When I have a break, can you take us to the zoo to see the animals? Before Lu Jintai could respond, he added with a pout, many kids in my class have been, but I haven't. As he spoke, he snuggled into his dad's embrace. Zhao Jinshu glanced at them. Her son would be 6 after the new year, tall like his parents, and still wanted to be cuddled by Dad, who happily obliged. Lu Jintai made breakfast. He steamed egg custard and cooked noodles. Zhao Jinshu was a bit surprised, noticing that Lu Jintai seemed much more diligent than before. After breakfast, they took Lu Zhe to school, and the couple took their daughter shopping. At the department store, Lu Jintai said, let's buy some things to send back to your parents. Zhao Jinshu replied, a couple of days ago, I bought each of them a pair of shoes and already sent them. Lu Rui chimed in from her dad's arms. We also bought shoes for Grandpa and Grandma. Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu smiled. It's the new year. We should buy some things for my parents. Mom even gave me 1,000 yuan to buy clothes for the kids. Lu Jintai was a bit surprised and asked, are you buying some clothes too? Zhao Jinshu nodded. When she was younger, she was very frugal. Even when she had money, she didn't know how to spend it and was reluctant to do so. Even when Lu Jintai suggested buying her clothes, she would refuse, thinking he worked hard for his money. Looking back, she realized she was quite naive. If she didn't spend money, how would Lu Jintai have the motivation to earn more? She should have spent more, so he would feel accomplished and work harder to earn money. Seeing her nod, Lu Jintai added, also, send some money back to your parents. Zhao Jinshu replied, aren't you waiting for your paycheck? Lu Jintai smiled. I'll give it to you once I get paid tomorrow. Yesterday, he was busy building a bathroom and didn't buy a thermos, so they planned to get it today. After buying a pot, a hairdryer, and a thermos, Lu Jintai took the mother and daughter to look at washing machines. On the way, Lu Jintai tried to explain, in winter, washing clothes can freeze your hands, and since winter clothes are thick, having a washing machine will make it much easier for you. Then let's buy it. Zhao Jinshu interrupted him. Lu Jintai looked at her, and she continued, once we buy it, my parents can use it too. It will definitely be much more convenient. A smile appeared on Lu Jintai's handsome face. In the past, Zhao Jinshu would have been so charmed by his smile that she wouldn't know what to do, but now she felt more composed. Watching his smile, Zhao Jinshu slowly realized that she was willing to spend money, and it seemed to make Lu Jintai very happy. She was surprised that she had never noticed this in her previous life. After buying the washing machine, Lu Jintai took the mother and daughter to the overseas Chinese store. The clothes in the overseas Chinese store were more stylish, and as soon as Zhao Jinshu walked in, she spotted a red cashmere coat. She glanced at Lu Jintai with a strange look, her mind racing with ideas. Zhao Jinshu didn't know why she liked the red coat so much until she later came across a saying that made her realize. People from their era, who hadn't worn nice clothes when they were young, often wanted to compensate themselves when they got older and had money. Pointing at the red cashmere coat, Zhao Jinshu said, "I like this one." Lu Rui clapped his hands nearby. "It's beautiful." Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai, but he showed no expression, and she couldn't read him. Lu Jintai asked, "Want to try it on?" Since there weren't many coats like this in department stores, Zhao Jinshu certainly wanted to try it on. The staff, noticing the man's stylish outfit, understood that this family was not ordinary. However, anyone who could come to the overseas Chinese store was wealthy, so she smiled and took the coat down, handing it to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu was tall, neither too thin nor too heavy, and very well proportioned, a typical model figure. When she took off her cotton jacket and put on the coat, her aura changed immediately. It was a charm that Zhao Jinshu didn't have before her rebirth. It was a confidence that had been refined over time, mysterious and captivating, making people unable to look away. The waitress exclaimed, "You look amazing. Many people have worn this coat, but no one can pull it off like you do." Lu Jintai's deep gaze was fixed on her, and he was sure that she was his wife. He was even more certain that something must have happened to her. Zhao Jinshu turned around, her face bright with a smile, and asked Lu Jintai, "Do I look good?" Lu Jintai nodded slightly. "You look good." Lu Rui, standing nearby, added, "Mom, you look great." The waitress said, "It really looks good. This lady in the coat, and you two standing together look perfect. You can tell you are a couple." Lu Jintai smiled and said softly, "Is that so?" The waitress replied, "Of course." Lu Jintai said, "Then let's buy it." Zhao Jinshu was surprised but thought maybe Lu Jintai felt she was still young enough to wear a red coat. She couldn't help but think, "Just wait, old man. When I'm older, I'll wear a red coat every day." This coat wasn't cheap, but Lu Jintai paid without a frown. She noticed another good quality about him. He was generous to her family and to his wife and children. Even if their relationship wasn't harmonious, Zhao Jinshu never denied that Lu Jintai was an excellent person. Her judgment was sound. Zhao Jinshu looked him over and asked, "Do you want to buy a coat too?" "The company provides uniforms," Lu Jintai replied. Zhao Jinshu looked at the coat he was wearing and realized she had forgotten that he didn't care much about clothing. Zhao Jinshu asked, "Is your coat warm?" Lu Jintai answered, "It's warm." That was good enough. At that time, there were down jackets available, but she always thought they weren't as warm as cotton jackets, so she hadn't considered buying one. The down jackets at the overseas Chinese store were stylish and had a decent fill. She tried on a long black one, and it looked quite nice for shopping. Lu Jintai said, "If you like it, buy it." Zhao Jinshu nodded and decided to get it. Lu Rui held her father's hand and asked cautiously, "Dad, I want one too." Lu Jintai picked her up and asked, "What kind do you like?" Lu Rui pointed to a black down jacket nearby and said, "That one, it has a hood in the back, and I like it." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "If you like it, buy it. Your grandma took the money and said she would buy you clothes." Lu Rui happily replied, "Grandpa and grandma like me." Zhao Jinshu laughed, "Yes, they do." The down jacket Lu Rui liked could be worn by both boys and girls, and it came in a large size. She bought two of the same, so the siblings could wear them together and people would know they were a family. At noon, they naturally ate out. After shopping all morning, even though she felt younger and full of energy after being reborn, Zhao Jinshu was tired and just wanted to go home and rest. But she still had to cook, and they needed to buy rice, flour, and oil. They couldn't go home yet and had to go to the supply and marketing cooperative for daily necessities. By the time they finished shopping and got home, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. As soon as they got home, Zhao Jinshu didn't unpack the things. She just took her daughter for a nap. Lu Jintai still needed to wait for someone to deliver the washing machine. When Zhao Jinshu woke up, everything she bought was already put away, and the washing machine had arrived and been installed. "That's great. It fits in the bathroom and doesn't get in the way." It's easy to fill and drain. Zhao Jinshu was very satisfied and thought Lu Jintai was doing well. He handled many things properly and thoughtfully, so she didn't have to worry at all, and he didn't talk much. They had already started eating separately, so Ji Yuanrong naturally wouldn't buy groceries for them anymore. When she got home from work in the evening, she brought back a cabbage and thought she could just cook some noodles. As for whether her daughter would get used to it, she believed that over time she would. If not, she could buy groceries and cook herself. She realized that children needed to be independent early. Otherwise, it would be the two of them who would suffer. Providing for them without letting them spend a penny would only lead to complaints. She hoped that once they lived on their own, they wouldn't complain anymore. After Zhao Jinshu woke up, she stewed the ribs she bought today and cooked rice. When she saw her mother-in-law come back with just a cabbage, she called everyone to eat together. Ji Yuanrong disagreed, saying, "How can I be the only one to eat separately on the first day? If my son and daughter-in-law can manage, I should be able to as well." Zhao Jinshu looked helplessly at Lu Jintai, who said, "I'll take them some rib soup later." Zhao Jinshu nodded, that would work too. The people from the big house and the third house hurried back. No one would cook for them in the evening, and no one would buy groceries, so they had to come back early. Lin Yulan also brought back a big cabbage. After a long day at work, she was exhausted. For dinner, let's keep it simple with cabbage and dumplings. It's not only easy and quick, but it also saves money and oil. Lu Jiaming expected this and didn't say much. He was waiting for his two sons to make a fuss. This woman may not care about him, but she surely cares about her own children. Wang Meijing and Lu Hufeng both advanced half of their salaries today, and they bought quite a lot, even some meat. Wang Meijing isn't great at cooking, and Lu Hufeng doesn't know how to cook at all. He stood beside her directing, "Just add a little salt at first. Even if it's a bit bland, we can always add more later." Wang Meijing was already nervous, and with him fussing beside her, her hand shook, and she accidentally poured too much salt into the pot. Annoyed, she tossed the spoon aside and glared at him. "Is this good enough for you? If you think my cooking is bad, why don't you cook yourself?" Lu Hufeng felt guilty. "I can't cook. If I could, I would definitely do it." Wang Meijing scoffed. "Your second brother can cook well. Why can't you learn?" Lu Kaifei shouted from outside, "Mom, is dinner ready?"
I'm hungry.
"Almost done. There are some rice cakes. Eat a few to hold you over," Wang Meijing replied, taking a deep breath. "Take the meat out and boil some fresh water." Lu Hufeng quickly helped her with the meat, not daring to say much. Today, Lu Jintai brought home Lu Zhe, and as soon as they arrived, Lu Rui pulled him into the room to show him the down jackets their mom bought. Lu Rui said, "One for you, one for me. Now we both have one." Lu Zhe picked up the jacket, examining it closely, and was thrilled. "Some of my classmates have jackets like this." He then took off his cotton jacket and put on the down jacket. Seeing him wear it, Lu Rui said, "Brother, I want to wear it too." Lu Zhe zipped it up and looked at her. "I'll help you put it on." His sister could put on shoes but struggled with clothes, especially thick winter ones.
Lu Hui replied, "Okay."
Putting on his own clothes was easy, but helping his sister was more challenging than he expected. The two siblings didn't ask their mom for help and spent a long time figuring it out, finally managing to get the jacket on. Lu Rui then said, "Brother, I need a hat and a scarf too." Lu Zhe sighed, "You're really a handful." Lu Rui insisted, "I want them." When he wouldn't help her, she grabbed the scarf and tried to put it around her neck herself. Seeing her struggle, Lu Zhe took the scarf from her and helped her wear it. Today, she had seen others dressed like this outside. Once they were both dressed, the two kids went to the kitchen, calling for their mom. Zhao Jinshu had already prepared the meal. Seeing the two of them, she smiled and said, "You both look nice in your new clothes." Lu Rui asked Mom, "Do I look good?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Yes, you both look great." Lu Rui then asked his dad, "Do I look good?" Lu Jintai also complimented him, "You both look good." Zhao Jinshu took out a large bowl with pork ribs and radish stew. She filled a bowl with ribs and radish, placed it on a tray, and said, "Lu Zhe, take this soup to your grandparents."
Lu Zhe replied, "Okay."
Zhao Jinshu asked, "Can you carry it?" Lu Zhe said, "It's on a tray, and it's not hot." Lu Rui added, "I want to go too." Zhao Jinshu smiled at her and asked, "Do you want to show off your new clothes?" Lu Rui patted her clothes and said, "Grandma paid for it. I want to show her." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "You should show Grandma. Go ahead and come back quickly for dinner." Okay. There were lights in the yard, and the ground was paved with blue stone slabs. The main house was just over 10 meters away. Although Lu Zhe was not yet 6 years old, he managed to carry things well. Zhao Jinshu was not worried about the siblings. Once the food was on the dining table, the couple started eating without waiting for them. In the main house, Ji Yuanrong had finished making noodles, and they were already eating. Seeing the siblings carrying a tray with a big bowl of ribs and radish, she quickly stood up to take the tray from her grandson's hands, saying, "Oh my, you brought this over?" Lu Zhe smiled and said, "Mom asked me to bring it." Lu Huayuan also smiled. "You can eat it yourself." "Mom made a big pot," Lu Rui said from the side. Lu Huayuan laughed. "Really?" Lu Rui nodded. "Really." This child was so funny and adorable. Lu Huayuan walked over with a smile and took her hand. "Do you want to eat with us?" Lu Rui obediently followed him but shook her head, saying, "Mom is waiting for us to come back." Lu Zhe laughed and said, "Grandpa, Grandma, did you see our clothes?" "We saw them. They're new, right?" Ji Yuanrong asked with a smile as she placed the rib soup on the table. Lu Rui quickly said, "We bought them today. Grandma paid for them." Ji Yuanrong's face was full of smiles. "They look really nice." "Did Mom and Dad go too?" "They did, and they bought a lot of things," Lu Rui said, spreading her arms wide to show how much. Lu Huayuan asked, "What did you buy?" Lu Rui thought for a moment, counting on his fingers, and said one by one, "Blow dryer, laundry, and pots, clothes, Mom's clothes, my clothes, brother's clothes, and meat, rice, noodles." Lu Huayuan couldn't help but admire. "You remember all that?" This child not only has a good memory but can also list everything, which is impressive. Seeing her grandfather's expression, Lu Rui felt he was praising her, and she proudly said, "I remember." Ji Yuanrong smiled. "That's quite a lot." "What do you mean by blow dryer?" "It's a hair dryer," Lu Zhe said from the side. "Using a hair dryer can dry your hair quickly." "Did your mom really buy a hair dryer?" Lu Xingyao, who had been listening for a while, couldn't help but ask. Lu Zhe nodded. "Yes, she bought it. Grandma can use it to dry her hair." Lu Xingyao glanced at her nephew and asked, "Can I use it?" Lu Zhe looked at her, pursed his lips, and said, "You should ask my mom. That's her thing. I can't decide." "You little rascal." Lu Xingyao laughed in frustration. "If Grandma can use it, then you can too?" Lu Zhe's face tightened. "Of course Grandma can use it. She is my real grandma." Ji Yuanrong felt satisfied. This child really knows how to talk, sweeter than his dad. Lu Xingyao said, "I'm still your real aunt, you naughty boy." Lu Zhe ignored her and turned to his grandparents. "Grandpa, Grandma, my sister, and I are going back to eat." Ji Yuanrong nodded. "It's cold, and the food cools down quickly. Hurry back to eat." Lu Zhe took his sister's hand, looked at Lu Xingyao, and tossed out, "Naughty aunt." After saying that, he pulled his sister's hand and ran off. Lu Xingyao widened her eyes in surprise, holding her chopsticks, her tones stuttering with anger. This naughty boy. How dare he insult me? So disrespectful." Ji Yuanrong replied coolly, "The ribs in your bowl were brought to you by that naughty boy." Lu Huayuan looked at her. "When you eat, think about who you are eating for, and you won't feel so unfair. If you still feel unsatisfied, then have some pride and don't eat. After all, it was your sister-in-law who brought it to honor me and your mom." Lu Xingyao. The family in the main house was also having dinner. Their meal was simple and prepared quickly. They lived in this half of the main house, and Lu Zhe brought rib soup to his grandparents, which they all saw. Lu Hui was eating noodle dumplings. His mom's cooking was quite good, and the taste was nice. But when I think about Lu Zhe, Lu Rui, and Grandma and Grandpa enjoying ribs while they can only eat noodle dumplings, it doesn't feel good, and my mouth waters. Lu Xiong, full of energy, complained, "Why do we have to eat separately? There's no meat." Lin Yulon paused with her chopsticks and replied irritably, even if you eat with your grandparents, you can't have meat every day. Lu Xiang grumbled, even without meat, there's rice and steamed buns, and there will be stir-fried dishes. Lu Jiaming watched with amusement, curious if his son would still cause a fuss about meat tomorrow. Lin Yulon sat up straight and asked them, do you really want to eat meat? Both nodded eagerly. Who wouldn't want meat? Lin Yulon tightened her grip on the chopsticks and lowered her voice. You can take your bowls and go around a bit, and I guarantee you'll find some meat. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jiaming's face darkened. No going out. Lin Yulon was taken aback, not understanding why he was so angry. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang also looked at their dad in surprise. Lu Jiaming gave a stern look to the three of them and said, seriously, if you want meat, we can buy some tomorrow. We both work, and we've saved quite a bit over the years. We can afford a little meat. Lin Yulon lowered her head and remained silent. So, if her son wanted something, they would just buy it? Her son wanted dragon meat too. Should he buy that for them? Seeing Lin Yulon's expression, Lu Jiaming knew she wasn't taking it to heart. Frowning, he said, our children should live with dignity. If you really want meat, just ask your second aunt. She's not stingy and won't refuse you. Don't teach the kids to have sneaky thoughts about family. That's not right. Lin Yulon's face flushed, feeling embarrassed. Lu Jiaming's words were too harsh. She cared about her pride. It was clear he thought she was being sneaky. Lu Jiaming turned to the two boys. If you want meat, just say so. No tricks. If I find out, I'll make sure you regret it. Understand? The kids, rarely seeing their dad angry, nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Lu Jiaming looked at her. Next time I get paid, I won't give you my salary. Lin Yulon turned to him in shock, forgetting her embarrassment, and exclaimed, are you serious? Lu Jiaming was indeed serious. He said, kids are growing, and life should be a bit better. If I give you my salary, will you really buy meat for them? Lin Yulon didn't think she was wrong. I want to save some money to help them get married in the future. Is that wrong? Lu Jiaming didn't disagree with her saving money, but said, there should be a limit. If we can't even get by now, what are we talking about for the future? That's putting the cart before the horse. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang nodded vigorously. They didn't have to get married. If it meant not having enough food just to marry, they could do without it. Lin Yulon disagreed, but Lu Jiaming didn't care about her opinion. His salary was his, and he still had the final say. Only the main room had a TV. It was still early, and the children weren't tired. With nothing to do, Lu Zhe snuggled in his parents' bed, reading picture books with his sister. Lu Rui couldn't recognize many characters and kept asking, brother, what's this character? Lu Zhe looked at where she was pointing. This is you. You are Rui's you. And you are my sister's you. Lu Rui giggled. You are my brother's you. Lu Zhe nodded. Yes, I am your brother's you. Lu Rui blinked, not fully understanding, but she moved on and got stuck again. She nudged her brother with her arm. What's this character? Lu Zhe looked over, left as in left and right. He then lifted his sister's left hand. This is your left hand. Lu Rui looked at her left hand. This is my left hand.
Lucia,
Lu Rui nodded and saw the next character, getting stuck again. Just as she was about to ask her brother, Lu Zhe quickly interrupted. Let me read it for you.
Lu Rui was happy. Okay.
Zhao Jinshu sat in a chair, continuing to knit gloves. She had already finished one glove, and after finishing this one, the 3 gloves would be complete. Lu Jintai sat on another chair reading, and the family was busy with their own activities. Half an hour later, the gloves were done, and Zhao Jinshu put away the needles and yarn. Lu Jintai moved closer and said, my sweater yarn is broken. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Let me see. Lu Jintai handed her the sweater, and Zhao Jinshu paused when she saw it. You're still wearing this sweater? It was the one she knitted for him when they had just gotten married. She didn't expect it to be worn out, but knowing his nature, it didn't surprise her. Lu Jintai said, just fix it. Zhao Jinshu nodded. We don't have gray yarn at home. I'll check the department store tomorrow to see if they have this color. Lu Jintai stayed where he was, and Zhao Jinshu ignored him, continuing to read. Lu Jintai looked at her. Are you all making one pair of gloves each? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Lu Jintai asked, will my gloves be ready by the end of the year? Zhao Jinshu hadn't planned to make him gloves, but since he asked, she wouldn't hesitate to make a pair. She casually replied, they'll be ready this week. Lu Jintai nodded and said, I'll wait for your gloves. Zhao Jinshu responded with a simple, Lu Jintai looked at the sweater in her hands and asked, can a new sweater be made too? Zhao Jinshu raised her eyes and said, don't be greedy. She hadn't even finished the gloves and now he wanted a sweater? Making a sweater takes much more time. What a wishful thought. Lu Jintai didn't push further, smiling a little, all right. They fell silent, and the only sound in the room was Lu Zhe reading. After a moment, Lu Jintai's deep voice broke the silence. A friend is inviting us to dinner tomorrow. Do you want to go? Zhao Jinshu looked at him, curious. What are we eating? If it was something she liked, she would be honored to go. If not, she was feeling lazy and didn't want to go out. Lu Jintai looked up, he didn't say. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and asked, who is it? Lu Jintai replied, Gu Qingye, my childhood friend. Hearing the name, Zhao Jinshu agreed, all right. Lu Jintai looked at her. What's with the quick answer? Zhao Jinshu replied, what do you mean? Lu Jintai asked, do you know Gu Qingye? Zhao Jinshu hadn't thought much about it. I heard my mom mention him once. Didn't she say he opened a restaurant? Her mother-in-law had indeed mentioned it, and even her two sisters-in-law had talked about it. Lu Jintai said, Zhao Jinshu added, since he owns a restaurant, he must know good food. Lu Jintai calmly stated, his cooking skills are good. Zhao Jinshu knew that, or she wouldn't have agreed to go just by hearing his name. Lu Zhe finished reading his picture book and noticed his sister was asleep. He carefully climbed to the head of the bed and whispered, Mom and Dad, Rue is asleep. Zhao Jinshu patted his little face, it's getting late. You should go to sleep too. Lu Zhe hesitated, holding his picture book. I've finished my book. I have nothing left to read. Lu Jintai frowned. You read all 5 or 6 books you brought back. Lu Zhe replied, I can read one more soon. It's not enough. Lu Jintai said, you can read it again. Lu Zhe fell silent. He liked to reread his favorites, but he didn't want to read the ones he didn't like again. Besides, even if he loved them, he wanted to find new books to read. Zhao Jinshu understood that there were very few books suitable for children. Unlike in later times, where there are countless picture books available, both foreign and domestic, making it hard to choose. She had been taking her grandson to look at picture books since he was 2 years old, and by the time he started first grade, they had accumulated several large boxes of them at home. Zhao Jinshu comforted him, saying, I'll go to the bookstore when I have time to see if there are any books suitable for you. Lu Zhe was satisfied with this. Buy more or there won't be enough for me to read. Lu Jintai added, during the holidays, I'll take you to the library and you can borrow any books you want. Zhao Jinshu hadn't thought of that, as in her previous life, they had plenty of money. If her grandson wanted a book, she would just buy it, even if some picture books were very expensive. As long as he liked them, she would get them for him. Lu Zhe was very surprised. There's a place where you can borrow books? Aren't they afraid of damaging them? He was reluctant to lend his own books to others, fearing they might get ruined. Lu Jintai glanced at him. If they get damaged, you pay for them. Lu Zhe responded, that makes sense. Zhao Jinshu patted him. Go to sleep now, you have school tomorrow. Lu Zhe replied with an okay, climbed out of bed, shuffled in his slippers, and wiggled his way out the door. Zhao Jinshu followed him, turning on the light for him. When they reached his room, she felt his warm bed, and after he got in, she closed the door. Back in her room, she saw Lu Jintai still sitting there reading. He was sitting in her way, and, to pass, she had to go around him. She asked, Aren't you going to sleep? Lu Jintai put down his book and stood up. Seeing him standing still, she frowned, move aside. But Lu Jintai grabbed her wrist. She looked up, asking, What's wrong? His gaze fell on her face as he quietly said, Are you ignoring me? What? Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Lu Jintai pulled her into his arms. You've ignored me for 2 nights. Zhao Jinshu was speechless. Lu Jintai's hand gently touched her flawless face. What's wrong with you? Zhao Jinshu pushed his hand away. What do you mean? Lu Jintai studied her for a moment, then said, It's nothing. She didn't want to talk, so he didn't ask further. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him. Since he wasn't saying anything, she wouldn't foolishly press for answers, simply saying, I'm going to sleep now. Upon hearing this, Lu Jintai slowly let her go. Lying in bed, Zhao Jinshu's thoughts were racing. She understood what Lu Jintai meant. She didn't mean to ignore him. Even without feelings, it's normal for a couple to have some intimacy. Lu Jintai is young and strong, and as long as they don't divorce, they will have a married life. She had just returned and hadn't adjusted her mindset. After all, she felt like she was still in her 60s, and seeing young Lu Jintai gave her a sense of disconnection. Moreover, for over 10 years, they had lived in this state, appearing as a couple, but having little to say to each other. She had grown used to this way of life, and it was hard to change. As for whether it would change in the future, she found it difficult to believe. When she first saw her children as kids, she felt a sense of unreality, as her memories were of them as adults. But they were her own, raised by her, and she quickly adjusted. After a dreamless night, she woke up to breakfast made by Lu Jintai. By the time she got up, their son had already been taken to school by his dad. She enjoyed a lazy morning, and her daughter stayed in bed with her. After the two of them washed up, they saw steamed buns and eggs warming on the stove. Zhao Jinshu mixed 2 cups of milk powder and then sat down with her daughter to eat slowly. When Lu Jintai returned, they had already finished breakfast. It was still early, so there was no rush to visit anyone. They had bought a washing machine but hadn't tried it yet, so they gathered the dirty clothes to wash. The washing machine was semi-automatic, requiring manual filling, draining, and spinning. Their model had decent features, but some still required hand cranking and lacked a spinning function. Lu Jintai was in the bathroom washing clothes while she cleaned the house, with Lu Rui following her around to help. After tidying up, the mother and daughter began to change clothes. She wore a long black down jacket bought from a store, and she dressed her daughter in a similar jacket. Once they were dressed, Lu Rui exclaimed, Mom, put on your hat, scarf, and gloves. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her and said, You're so vain. Lu Rui replied seriously, I look good, not vain. Zhao Jinshu laughed and said, All right, you look good. I'll help you put them on. Satisfied, Lu Rui touched her scarf and looked at her mom, saying, Mom should wear one too. Zhao Jinshu listened to her daughter and wrapped a scarf around her neck. The black down jacket matched well, and the red scarf looked nice. She also styled her hair into a high bun. Looking in the mirror at her youthful and beautiful self, she felt very pleased. With her face and figure, she thought she would look good in anything. Lu Jintai walked in wearing a coat and smiled when he saw the mother and daughter. Not bad. Lu Rui, however, was not happy. Dad doesn't have a scarf. They all had one. She had one, her mom had one, her brother had one, but Dad did not. Zhao Jinshu paused and looked at Lu Jintai. He met her gaze with a hint of a smile. Lu Rui turned to her mom. Mom, buy a scarf for Dad. Seeing her daughter's hopeful eyes, Zhao Jinshu felt she had no choice. Lu Jintai smiled quietly, but said nothing. Zhao Jinshu decided to meet her daughter's expectation. We will pass by the department store and buy a scarf for your dad, okay? Little manager. Lu Rui finally smiled. Okay. Lu Jintai chuckled. Are we going to the department store now? Let's go. Since it was too cold to ride bicycles, they chose to take the bus. It was rush hour, so there weren't many people on the bus. When they arrived at the department store, Lu Rui pulled her dad's hand toward the scarf section. Once they got there, Lu Rui said, All scarves, Dad chooses. Lu Jintai laughed. I don't know how to choose. Lu Rui's eyes lit up. I'll choose. Lu Jintai picked her up. Let Rui choose. Zhao Jinshu quietly followed behind. Without thinking, Lu Rui picked a red scarf because she loved red scarves. She said, Mom and Dad the same. Lu Jintai replied, Isn't red a bit unsuitable? A staff member approached and smiled. This scarf can be worn by anyone. Many men have bought red scarves. Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that this was not the future, and many men buying red scarves might not be for themselves. But Lu Rui insisted, "Dad, try it on." Lu Jintai hesitated and looked at Zhao Jinshu. She let him decide. Seeing her daughter's eager eyes, Lu Jintai couldn't refuse and put on the red scarf to try it. Zhao Jinshu looked over. He was wearing a black coat, and at 6 feet 1 inch, even with the red scarf, it looked fine and added a touch of color, making him even more charming. The staff member smiled and said, "If the whole family wears red scarves, everyone will know you're a family." Zhao Jinshu thought that at this time, there was no concept of matching family outfits. Hearing this, Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked gently, "What do you think?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "If you like it, then buy it." Lu Jintai asked, "Do you think it looks good?" Zhao Jinshu met his gaze and couldn't honestly say it looked bad, so she said, "It looks good." Lu Jintai smiled slightly and said, "If you think it looks good, then let's buy it." When did he start listening to her so much? Zhao Jinshu didn't say anything and went straight to pay. Gu Qingye's choice for dinner was a new restaurant he opened, just a few minutes from the department store. The couple also bought some fruits and pastries and strolled over. At this time, Zhao Jinshu had only been in Kyoto for a few months. During these months, Lu Jintai had been busy and hadn't taken her out to socialize. None of his friends had met her yet. In fact, she didn't go out much with him later either because she was afraid of saying the wrong thing and embarrassing him. She was hesitant to attend many events. When they arrived at the restaurant, Gu Qingye and his wife were stunned. They knew Jintai had married a country girl, but no one had told them that this country girl was so beautiful and impressive. Gu Qingye's wife, Lu Mining, stepped forward and couldn't help but take another look at Zhao Jinshu, smiling. "Is this your sister-in-law? Wow, you look so young." Zhao Jinshu smiled back. "You look young too, sister-in-law." Since she was called sister-in-law, she naturally responded with sister-in-law. Actually, in her previous life, she hadn't interacted deeply with the other person. They had only met a few times when her family hosted gatherings, and she had a good impression of her. Lu Mining laughed heartily. "I'm just an old woman. I can't compare to you." She then looked at Lu Rui. "Is this your youngest daughter? She's really beautiful, taking after both of you." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Are your children all in school now?" Lu Mining nodded. "All 3 of them are in school." After that, she went to get some candy for Lu Rui. Lu Rui looked at her mother, and Zhao Jinshu smiled. "It's from Auntie. Go ahead and take it." Lu Rui took it and smiled. "Thank you, Annie." Lu Mining praised, "So well behaved." On the other side, Gu Qingye looked at Lu Jintai and couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Jintai handed him what he was holding. "What are you laughing at?" "Here, take this." "Why did you bring something?" Gu Qingye asked as he took it. Lu Jintai smiled. "Of course, I couldn't come empty-handed." Gu Qingye glanced at him with a smile. "You usually don't bring anything. This must be your sister-in-law's idea." Lu Jintai looked up. "That shows your sister-in-law knows how to be polite." "That's more than you," Gu Qingye teased, unable to hold back his laughter. Lu Jintai glanced at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Gu Qingye held back a laugh and pointed to his neck, saying, "Just a bit flashy." Lu Jintai ignored him, looked at her scarf, and thought, "What do you know?" Zhao Jinshu. Lu Mining, overhearing her partner's comment, shot him a disapproving look and said, "Can you be more careful with your words? There are children here." Gu Qingye touched his nose and invited them inside to talk. Outside was the main hall. Passing through it led to the kitchen, and further in was a courtyard surrounded by houses. The courtyard was quite large and had a nice view. Lu Mining explained to her, if someone prefers peace and quiet, they can choose to eat inside, with 1 table in each room. Zhao Jinshu laughed and said, "So it's like a private dining room." "Exactly," Lu Mining replied, surprised that she understood. Gu Qingye led the 3 of them around and asked Lu Jintai, "What do you think?"
Not bad, right?
Lu Jintai replied, "It's okay." Gu Qingye turned to Zhao Jinshu and said with a smile, "Sister-in-law, if you want to eat anything in the future, just come over. I'll cook for you myself." Lu Mining added, "His cooking is quite good." This place is close to the department store, so if you come to shop, you can have lunch here. Zhao Jinshu didn't expect their warm invitation. She wouldn't think that they wanted her to come just to earn a little money from her. Given their relationship with Lu Jintai, they wouldn't charge her. Gu Qingye said, "Sister-in-law, we're serious.
Don't feel shy.
This restaurant has a share for your family. Jintai has invested in it." Of course, Lu Jintai only provided the funds and didn't get involved in anything else, just waiting for the year-end profits. Zhao Jinshu was taken aback. She genuinely didn't know about this. She looked at Lu Jintai, her expression still relaxed, and said, "You never told me." Her parents had advised her not to interfere in Lu Jintai's work, saying that if she didn't understand, she would only complicate things. She believed that too, and had never involved herself in his business matters. Now that she thought about it, she realized she had misled herself. Not interfering in his work didn't mean she couldn't be aware of his investments. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, "Do you want to know?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Of course." Lu Jintai nodded. "I'll tell you everything from now on." Zhao Jinshu said, "Great." Sometimes Lu Jintai could be quite agreeable. Gu Qingye laughed and said, "You two are really interesting as a couple." He didn't expect such a big thing. His sister-in-law really didn't know. He thought she would be angry, but she not only wasn't upset, she accepted it calmly. This made Jintai agree to tell her everything in the future. I have to say, this sister-in-law is not what he thought. She surprised him. Zhao Jinshu smiled. In her past life, many people liked to ask Lu Jintai for investments, and maybe he invested in some projects. Some she knew a bit about, and some she didn't. The group sat in the private room chatting, and around 11, another group of people arrived. Lu Jintai looked at Gu Qingye and asked, "Did you invite others?" Gu Qingye replied, "They are all friends we grew up with." Lu Jintai glanced at him, but didn't say anything. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind. She was there to eat. If they could chat, great. If not, she would just enjoy the food. Gu Qingye and Lu Mining went out to greet the guests. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai sat at the table drinking tea, and she was also peeling sunflower seeds for her daughter. A crowd rushed into the private room, calling out Lu Jintai's name. He stayed seated, smiling and greeting them. Since he didn't stand up, Zhao Jinshu naturally stayed seated as well. She realized that these people had gathered for a reason, and Lu Jintai might know what it was. She looked up and noticed a woman entering with a child. This woman was Lu Jintai's childhood friend, someone who had bothered her for many years in her past life. The woman was very beautiful, with a lovely name, Lu Qingye. Just hearing the name made one think she was fresh, elegant, knowledgeable, and charming. In her past life, she thought the same. It was said that she had dated Lu Jintai, and he still remembered her. Of course, that was just a rumor. She never heard Lu Jintai confirm it. Seeing her again in this life, Zhao Jinshu glanced at her, and then looked away. Zhao Jinshu didn't pay much attention to Lu Qingye, but as soon as Lu Qingye entered the room, her gaze landed on Zhao Jinshu. Seeing her like this, Lu Qingye was quite surprised. After the surprise, she thought it made sense. A girl from the countryside who could get Jintai to marry her must have some qualities. Otherwise, why would she marry him? Lu Qingye smiled and looked down at her daughter, saying, "Go play with that young lady." Lu Rui looked up and met Lu Qingye's daughter's gaze. She smiled, but the other girl turned away and ignored her. Lu Rui was not angry and continued to eat her sunflower seeds. Zhao Jinshu saw this and didn't think much of it. Her daughter had always been emotionally stable, but also had her own temper. She never easily made enemies, but once she decided someone was not worth her time, that person would no longer matter to her. Even though she wasn't upset now, if Lu Qingye's daughter tried to play with her again later, she would completely ignore her. Lu Jintai was also watching his daughter. Seeing the situation, he gently patted her head to comfort her. Lu Rui looked at her dad, smiled, and called out, "Dad." Lu Jintai softly asked, "Do you want some water?"
Lu Hui nodded.
He picked up a cup, rinsed it, and poured her half a cup of water. Lu Qingye, however, was filled with anger. She looked at her daughter and softly scolded, What's wrong with you? She was not only angry with her daughter but also with Lu Jintai and that country woman, as well as their child. Every little thing they did bothered her. She didn't expect Lu Jintai to care so much about the child that woman had. His expression was telling. Lu Qingyao's daughter, Han Mingyu, felt wronged and teared up because her mom yelled at her. Lu Qingya was quite impatient. Why was she crying in front of so many people? Especially in front of Lu Jintai and that country woman. How embarrassing. This child's behavior was truly spoiled by her family. At that moment, Lu Mining walked in, saw the child crying, and quickly took out some candy to cheer her up. Han Mingyu, seeing her mom angry, stopped crying, took the candy, and hid beside Aunt Lu. Lu Qingya thought, what kind of child is this? I'm her mother. How can she act like this? What did you bring her here for? Lu Qingya's older brother, Lu Jianjun, frowned. Lu Qingya's eyes flashed with annoyance. She had heard that Lu Jintai might bring his wife and child over, so before leaving, she saw Mingyu and decided to bring her along. Mingyu was always sweet-talking, whether with her dad or at home, making her grandparents smile and feel happy. She believed bringing her here would make her look good, but she didn't expect to be embarrassed as soon as they arrived. She truly regretted bringing her along. A group of people sat around the table, chatting and laughing. Jintai, why don't you introduce us? Yeah, Lu Go. Introduce us to your sister-in-law. Lu Jintai smiled and looked at Zhao Jinshu, saying, this is my wife, Zhao Jinshu.
You can just call her sister-in-law.
He was one of the older ones in the group, so calling her sister-in-law was appropriate. Zhao Jinshu smiled and greeted everyone, hello.
Hello, sister-in-law.
Hello, sister-in-law. Lu Jintai continued, this is Hu Wenbin. Zhao Jinshu nodded. Hu Wenbin smiled and said, sister-in-law, this is my wife, Li Wenli. He nudged his wife. Li Wenli quickly said, hello, sister-in-law. Zhao Jinshu smiled back, hello. Lu Jintai added, this is Ji Minghua. Ji Minghua said, hello, sister-in-law. This is my partner, Wang Jiehui. Wang Jiehui glanced at Zhao Jinshu and quietly said, hello, sister-in-law. Zhao Jinshu replied, hello. Lu Jintai continued, this is Lu Jianjun, and that is his sister, Lu Qingya. Lu Qingya remained silent. Lu Jianjun said, hello, Jintai's wife. Zhao Jinshu responded, hello. Lu Jintai held his daughter in his arms, saying, this is my daughter, Lu Rui. Oh, this child is really cute. She inherited her looks from brother Lu and sister-in-law. Everyone started to play with Lu Rui. Lu Rui wasn't afraid and happily chatted with them. Lu Jianjun looked at Gu Qingye and asked, when will dinner be ready? Gu Qingye replied, we still need to wait a bit. 2 main dishes aren't ready yet. Lu Jianjun nodded, since we're waiting, how about a game of cards? Gu Qingye waved his hand, you all play. I need to keep an eye on the stove. Lu Jianjun glanced around the room. Even if you don't play, we have enough people. The men can sit at one table and the women at another. It's just right. Lu Qingya chimed in, does Comrade Zhao play cards? She probably doesn't, right? Zhao Jinshu laughed, I can play cards but I don't feel like it today. Lu Qingya paused for a moment and then said with a smile, see, I told you. Noticing no one responded, she added, let's just play if we want to. If not, we can enjoy some tea and chat. No need to separate by gender. With that, she sat down in a chair. At that moment, Lu Jintai stood up with his daughter. Lu Qingya was surprised, what's wrong? Lu Jintai didn't look at her but addressed the others, I won't play cards, I don't want to disturb you. Zhao Jinshu stood up as well, we won't disturb your card game. We'll go for a walk outside. Saying this, the couple left the room. Watching their backs, everyone was stunned. Lu Qingya casually asked, are we still playing? Lu Jianjun tossed the cards onto the table. Of course, we are. Li Wenli also stood up and said, you all can continue. I can't stand the smell of smoke. I'm going outside for some fresh air. She discreetly kicked her partner's leg. Hu Wenbin had no choice but to get up, saying, my wife is pregnant, so I'll go with her. After that, the two of them left. Ji Minghua scoffed, what's the point of fighting now? Let's stop. Lu Qingya's face looked a bit stiff as she sat there in silence. Lu Jianjun exhaled a puff of smoke, obscuring his expression. Outside, Li Wenli nudged her partner with her elbow. Hu Wenbin asked, "What's wrong?" Li Wenli leaned closer and whispered, "Does Lu Qingya have a problem?" "What problem?" Hu Wenbin was surprised. He had no idea. Li Wenli rolled her eyes. She coughed and said, "She was just provoking my sister-in-law. Didn't you notice?"
When?
Hu Wenbin truly hadn't noticed. Li Wenli replied impatiently, "Just now. My sister-in-law hadn't even spoken, and she said someone couldn't play cards. Clearly, she didn't want to play with my sister-in-law. She even said there's no need to separate tables by gender. I think she wants to play with Lu Ge instead." Hu Wenbin asked, "Does Lu Ge have money? Is she trying to win something?" Li Wenli said, "They are a couple. Lu Ji's money is also my sister-in-law's, right? Isn't your money mine?" Hu Wenbin shivered. Of course it is. He knew better than to say otherwise. Li Wenli's expression softened. "So, I think Lu Qingya has bad intentions. She must have her eyes on Lu Ge. Lu Ge is charming, comes from a good family, and has great skills. It's not surprising she is interested. But Lu Ge is married with 2 kids, and if she still likes him, that's just wrong. She can't expect Lu Ge to divorce just because she did, right? What about my sister-in-law and the kids? That would be so unfair. Such an immoral person. I definitely won't let my partner have any dealings with their family. After all, I can see my sister-in-law's character, and it's not great." Hu Wenbin frowned. "We only met my sister-in-law today. Why doesn't she like her?" Li Wenli explained, "She likes Lu Ge." "Is that true?" His voice was a bit loud. Li Wenli quickly covered his mouth. "Keep it down." Hu Wenbin looked around and lowered his voice. "Is it true?" Li Wenli whispered back, "Most likely. My judgment is usually right." Hu Wenbin sighed. What does she want? Lu Ge is not someone who makes choices easily. Since he chose to marry his sister-in-law, he definitely won't be interested in anyone else. Lu Qingya wouldn't think Lu Ge would leave his sister-in-law, right? What's the point? Li Wenli said, "The point is that Lu Ge is handsome, capable, and comes from a good family. There are many reasons." Hu Wenbin suddenly understood. So, there are indeed many reasons to like him. Lu Ge is quite popular. Li Wenli looked at him seriously and said, "From now on, you should avoid dealing with them. Those 2 siblings are very clever, and if our man is foolish, he might get tricked by them." Hu Wenbin promised, "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly or look at others like they do." Li Wenli replied, "What I mean is, you're not smart enough. People like them, who act unethically, love to scheme. You can't outsmart them, so stay away to avoid being taken advantage of." Hu Wenbin felt wronged. "I'm not that foolish, am I?" Li Wenli said, "In any case, you should listen to me." Hu Wenbin wanted to argue. "I really am not that foolish. Being taken advantage of and then helping count money?
Who would do that?"
Li Wenli looked at him. "If you don't listen, I'll tell Mom and Dad." Hu Wenbin replied angrily, "Why do you always have to tell on me?" Li Wenli said, "If you behave, I won't tell." Hu Wenbin said, "All right, I'll try to avoid them. I only thought of bringing you out to eat something good, because I heard Lu Ge was coming. I'm not that foolish." Li Wenli was finally satisfied. The 2 of them went outside and saw Lu Jintai and the others in the yard, watching the turtles in the pond with the children. They walked over. Hu Wenbin was distracted, thinking about what his wife had just said. He felt a bit guilty when he saw his sister-in-law. He stood next to Lu Ge, cleared his throat, and awkwardly said, "That turtle is quite big." Lu Rue squatted down, staring intently at the turtle. Hearing her uncle's words, she nodded. It really was a big turtle, and she wanted to keep one too. Lu Jintai responded without asking why he wasn't playing cards inside. Seeing her husband like that, Li Wenli regretted mentioning this to him. She walked over to Zhao Jinshu and smiled. "Sister-in-law, are you getting used to life in Kyoto?" Lu Jintai turned to look at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu smiled back. "I'm quite used to it." Lu Jintai smiled slightly in response. Zhao Jinshu looked at her belly and asked, "How many months along are you?" Li Wenli touched her belly and replied, almost 5 months. I'll give birth around April or May after the new year. Zhao Jinshu said, That's great. The weather will be nice then for resting after the baby is born. Li Wenli agreed. That's what I think too. Sister-in-law, did you see that a cake shop opened outside? Zhao Jinshu shook her head. I haven't seen it. Li Wenli said, The cakes there are delicious. When you have time, you can take the kids to try them. Zhao Jinshu smiled. I definitely want to try them. My 2 kids have never had cake. Li Wenli smiled shyly. I just love good food, so I enjoy visiting these shops. Zhao Jinshu replied, Isn't it normal to enjoy good food? Who doesn't like tasty things? Li Wenli seemed to find a kindred spirit and happily said, I can't stop talking about food.
My mom complains about me.
Zhao Jinshu thought, Eating is human nature. We're just embracing it. It's fine to crave food as long as you're not greedy. Li Wenli nodded vigorously. Sister-in-law, you're so right. I'll tell my mom that when I get home. Zhao Jinshu laughed. Just don't say, I told you. Li Wenli grinned. I won't. They chatted a bit longer until Gu Qingye called them for dinner. They returned to the private room. There was a strong smell of smoke in the room. Not only could Li Wenli not stand it, but Zhao Jinshu also wasn't used to it, especially with her daughter present. She didn't want her child to breathe in secondhand smoke. Lu Jintai frowned and called out to Gu Qingye, set up 2 tables, and arranged another private room. Gu Qingye didn't understand but did as he was told and set up 2 tables. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said to Li Wenli, Let them sit here. We'll go to another room. Li Wenli sighed in relief. I can't stand the smell of smoke since I got pregnant. Zhao Jinshu said, That stuff isn't good anyway. If you can't stand it, avoid it. Just take care of yourself during your pregnancy. Having given birth to 2 children and taken care of her pregnant daughter and daughter-in-law, she understood how sensitive women can be to smells during pregnancy. At that time, smoking regulations weren't strict, and people weren't fully aware of the health risks of smoking or the concept of secondhand smoke. Li Wenli linked her arm with Zhao Jinshu's and said, Sister-in-law, it's so nice to hear you talk. When she told others, they called her sensitive, but she thought, how is she being sensitive? Since getting pregnant, she truly couldn't stand that smell. She didn't want to feel this way, but no one understood. Zhao Jinshu smiled. That's because I've had children. I can relate. Li Wenli felt that her sister-in-law was nice and good at talking. Unlike her sister-in-law, who had 2 children and couldn't understand her feelings, she said that Li Wenli was spoiled and talked about how she endured hardships during her own pregnancy, as if Li Wenli's struggles were a huge mistake. The group sat at the table, waiting for the food to be served. Hu Wenbin noticed the fierce look from his wife and quickly moved his leg back from the booth, sitting next to her instead. Zhao Jinshu glanced at the couple and smiled. Lu Jintai went to the other side, and when the food was served, he returned. Zhao Jinshu looked at him, and he said, Say hello to them. They're drinking, but I won't. Zhao Jinshu nodded. Li Wenli added, Exactly. It's just a meal. Why drink? When the men get drunk, it's the women who take care of them. Lu Jintai replied, I rarely drink. Hu Wenbin chimed in, Brother Lu doesn't smoke either. Li Wenli gave a thumbs up. Brother Lu is a good man. Hu Wenbin thought, My wife is really bold. It's not her place to praise him with a sister-in-law around. Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu. What do you think? Zhao Jinshu glanced at him and made a few non-committal sounds. Sister-in-law, what does that mean? Hu Wenbin couldn't help but ask, thinking his sister-in-law might be shy. Brother Lu was such a good person. She should praise him more so that he wouldn't be tempted by other women. Li Wenli kicked him lightly, thinking it was none of his business, when the couple was talking. Hu Wenbin thought, You don't understand. He wouldn't harm his sister-in-law. Lu Jintai looked at his wife. Zhao Jinshu looked up and calmly said, It means you are all right. It means Brother Lu is a good man. In her heart, she didn't think Lu Jintai was a bad man. In fact, he was an excellent one. There was nothing wrong with admitting that. Hu Wenbin nodded in surprise. Lu Jintai cleared his throat and served her a bowl of soup. This chicken soup is good. Have a bowl. Zhao Jinshu accepted it. Lu Jintai also served a bowl to their daughter. Lu Rui smiled sweetly. Thank you, Daddy. Li Wenli watched enviously. I want a daughter too. Hu Wenbin also expressed his envy. I want one as well. Zhao Jinshu looked at them and couldn't help but laugh. They could only be envious since she remembered they only had sons. Just then, Gu Qingye walked over. He looked at everyone and asked, how does it taste? Hu Wenbin nodded vigorously. Delicious. Really delicious. Gu Qingye said, honestly, I need some sincere feedback. If there are any bad points, I will quickly improve. I'm serious about this business. Li Wenli shook her head. Brother Gu, I think it's really delicious. There's nothing to improve. Gu Qingye waved his hand, annoyed. How can I trust you two, who are just eager to eat? He then looked at Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu. What do you think? Lu Jintai replied, it's pretty good. Gu Qingye said, I don't believe it. Is my cooking really that good? Can't you find any flaws? He had invited them over to eat so he could find something to improve, but they were just praising him. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Lu Jintai was easy to please. As long as the food was cooked well and not too salty or bland, he didn't care much about the taste. Besides, Gu Qingye's cooking was quite good. After hearing Gu Qingye's disbelief, Lu Jintai fell silent. Gu Qingye, not giving up, turned his hopeful gaze to Zhao Jinshu, sister-in-law. Zhao Jinshu sat up straight. Gu Qingye's eyes lit up, feeling hopeful. Zhao Jinshu looked at him. Do you really want me to say? Gu Qingye nodded. Sister-in-law, please go ahead. I really want to improve my restaurant, and I want to hear your honest thoughts. Zhao Jinshu smiled. All right, I'll share. Gu Qingye urged, go ahead. Just as Zhao Jinshu was about to speak, he interrupted, sister-in-law. Wait a moment, let me grab a pen. Zhao Jinshu replied. Hu Wenbin, finishing his piece of chicken, couldn't help but say, come on, brother, you're taking this too seriously. If I want to succeed in my business, I have to be serious, Gu Qingye said without looking up, pulling out a pen and notebook from his pocket, then said to Zhao Jinshu, sister-in-law, please share. Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli also paused their chopsticks, confused about how such delicious food could have any flaws. Zhao Jinshu looked at the soup in front of her. I'll just share my opinion. This mushroom and pork soup tastes good, but the broth is a bit cloudy. Li Wenli glanced over. To be honest, she hadn't noticed it until Zhao Jinshu pointed it out. Gu Qingye's eyes brightened, and he quickly wrote it down. After writing, he eagerly asked, how can I improve it? Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and shared her thoughts. Gu Qingye wanted to continue but met Lu Jintai's sideways glance, so he let Zhao Jinshu eat first. Zhao Jinshu suggested, how about we talk while we eat? Gu Qingye nodded. Yes, that's a good idea. After eating several dishes, Zhao Jinshu shared her thoughts one by one. Gu Qingye kept taking notes beside her. Lu Jintai looked up and said, let's eat something first. He picked up some beef and placed it in her bowl. Looking at the beef in front of her, Zhao Jinshu picked it up and took a bite. Gu Qingye watched her eagerly. Zhao Jinshu carefully chose her words. This beef could be a bit more tender. Li Wenli added a piece of beef, and as soon as she tasted it, her eyes lit up. Isn't this tender enough? This is the most tender beef I've ever had. Just as Gu Qingye was about to ask how to make it more tender, he caught Lu Jintai's glance and had to change his words. There's still many dishes on the table, sister-in-law. Please eat more and try this braised fish. Zhao Jinshu took a piece of fish and started eating it slowly. After finishing, she said, this braised fish tastes really good, with just the right amount of spice, fresh and juicy. I really like it. It's delicious. Gu Qingye wiped his forehead, pretending to be nervous, and smiled. This braised fish is my specialty. Zhao Jinshu replied shyly, I'm just sharing my feelings. If you think it's right, go ahead and change it. If not, just take it as my opinion. At that time, people weren't too picky about food. They mostly just wanted to fill their stomachs. Gu Qingye's future restaurant business thrived largely because of his attitude toward dining. Moreover, when she later visited the restaurant he opened, she noticed that many of the issues she mentioned had been improved. It seemed he was always learning and progressing. Gu Qingye waved his hand. No, I think what sister-in-law said is very reasonable. Those issues do exist, and they have helped me a lot, saving me a lot of time. Improving a dish requires more than just time. First, he needs to identify the problems to solve them. If he can't even recognize the issues, how can he fix them? Lu Jintai smiled and said, "Then you should give your sister-in-law a salary." Gu Qingye replied, "Absolutely. If our restaurant's dishes improve, I'll pay sister-in-law a salary every month." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "He's joking. Don't take it seriously." Gu Qingye looked at Zhao Jinshu with a serious expression. "Sister-in-law, I'm not joking. I'm serious." Zhao Jinshu was surprised by his seriousness and paused. "No need. Jintai was just joking with you." Gu Qingye said seriously, "Sister-in-law, I'm serious. Once you help us improve the recipe, it will be a big help for our restaurant. It's only right to pay you for that. In private restaurants, some recipes are secrets, and if you share it with me, I would feel guilty not to pay you." Seeing her silent, he added, "Besides, this restaurant also benefits your family. It's just a matter of transferring from one hand to the other." Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu and said, "If the recipe is useful for the restaurant, then you should be paid." Zhao Jinshu finally agreed, thinking that if it wasn't useful, she wouldn't accept the money. Hu Wenbin chimed in, "Go. After sister-in-law improves the recipe, should we have another meal to taste the results?" Gu Qingye shot him a glance. "That's exactly why I want you to try it. Can your taste buds really tell the difference?" Hu Wenbin chuckled. "Isn't it enough to say your cooking is delicious?" Gu Qingye didn't have time for small talk and looked mysteriously at Zhao Jinshu. "Sister-in-law, this soup in the pot, you won't find it anywhere else in winter except here." As he spoke, he lifted the lid of the pot. Zhao Jinshu guessed, "Is it tomato oxtail soup?" "Sister-in-law, how did you know?" Gu Qingye put the lid down. "I was hoping to surprise you." He then served half a bowl and placed it in front of Zhao Jinshu. "Sister-in-law, please." He also served half a bowl to Lu Rui. Lu Ruikan smiled. "Thank you, uncle." Gu Qingye replied, "No need to thank me." Zhao Jinshu took a spoon and slowly tasted it. The soup is rich and has no strange taste. It's quite good. Gu Qingye smiled. "This is my restaurant's treasure." Zhao Jinshu looked at the tomatoes in the bowl. "Is it just this tomato?" Gu Qingye nodded. "I learned from someone and froze a lot of tomatoes, so we can enjoy tomato oxtail soup in winter." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "There are so many soups on the table. After a few bowls, I'm already full." She wondered how those eating shows could last for hours. Gu Qingye smiled. "I made several main soups for you to taste." Lu Jintai looked at her. "If you're full, don't eat anymore. You can try next time." Gu Qingye added, "You've already tasted so many dishes. That's enough. Let's save the rest for next time." Zhao Jinshu nodded. She wouldn't push herself. Having lived again, she knew better than anyone the importance of health. Li Wenli looked at her. "Sister-in-law, you don't eat much, do you?" Zhao Jinshu said, "It's not too little. I started with a bowl of chicken soup, then had some mushroom and pork soup, and beef tail soup, plus a lot of dishes in between." Li Wenli replied, "It's all soup. You'll get hungry quickly. Why don't you eat some rice later?" Zhao Jinshu shook her head. "I'm already full." She had eaten a lot of meat, and eating more might upset her stomach. Li Wenli stopped insisting, "I want to eat a bit more." Zhao Jinshu said, "You're pregnant now, so eat what you want." Li Wenli nodded. As the meal was coming to an end, a group from the other room stumbled over, each holding a glass and clearly having had quite a bit to drink. Lu Jianjun glanced over and said, "Jintai, you're not being fair hiding here and not drinking. Do you look down on your brothers?" Lu Jintai leaned back in his chair and didn't respond. "Is it because Comrade Zhao disagrees?" Lu Qingye looked at Zhao Jinshu. Lu Jintai replied, "It's my choice. It has nothing to do with her." But Lu Jianjun ignored him and looked at Zhao Jinshu, saying, "Comrade Zhao, I heard you're from the countryside. You might not know that women shouldn't be too strict with men. You should learn from these city ladies. Otherwise, in such a big setting, if you control everything, it makes Jintai look bad." Lu Jintai's expression turned cold. "Lu Jianjun, after all this time, haven't you learned to respect others?" Lu Jianjun's face darkened. Was this not even a joke anymore? Li Wenli cautiously glanced at Zhao Jinshu. realizing that Lu Jianjun was not a good person, and spoke without restraint. Zhao Jinshu stayed silent. At least Lu Jianjun's words were somewhat polite in front of Lu Jintai. In her past life, this so-called childhood friend of Lu Jintai would often talk to her in a condescending way, as if they were cultured people from a wealthy family in the capital, looking down on her. Lu Jianjun had once said that a husband's success brings honor to his wife, implying that she enjoyed a wealthy life because of Lu Jintai, and otherwise, she would still be a village woman. She admitted that her later prosperous life and the envy it brought were indeed thanks to Lu Jintai. To some extent, it was true that a husband's success brings honor to his wife. But now she felt that while she had a wealthy life, it wasn't honorable enough. If it truly were, how could they dare to speak so freely in front of her? In her past life, she was timid and afraid to speak up, not daring to enjoy the so-called luxury. This time, she wanted to experience what kind of different life this luxury could bring her. Thinking of this, she looked at Lu Jianjun and asked, "Do you city people often label others so casually? Or is it just your Lu family that likes to speak for themselves?" Lu Jianjun's expression stiffened. "What do you mean?" Zhao Jinshu replied, considering how well-spoken this Mr. Lu is. "I assume he understands my words, right? If not, that's fine. I can explain. Just now, Lu Jintai said he didn't want to drink. Didn't Mr. Lu hear that?" Lu Jianjun's face darkened. It had been a long time since someone had spoken to him like this. Seeing his gloomy expression, Zhao Jinshu smiled and continued, "Lu Jintai and I are married. Even if I'm not managing him right now, I have every right to. Only those men who are insecure and misbehaving would feel embarrassed about being managed by their wives. Besides, Lu Jintai actually likes it when I take charge. If I don't, he thinks I don't care about him." She really admired the young people of the modern world. Every time she watched videos, read jokes, comments, or novels, she felt refreshed by their creativity and ideas. To her, that was what being cultured meant. Having seen and heard so much, her way of thinking and speaking had been influenced by them, and she was quite happy with this change, and welcomed it. Lu Jianjun's face was dark with anger. He never expected this countrywoman to be so bold. Lu Qingya also looked displeased. The room fell silent, with only the sound of Lu Rui slurping soup breaking the quiet. Zhao Jinshu chuckled, not planning to let them off easily. She turned to Lu Jintai and asked, "Do you think I'm right?" If he dared to say otherwise, she wouldn't be upset. Then his gloves would definitely be gone. As for the sweater, he could forget about it. Lu Jintai, who had been wearing a not-so-pleasant expression, finally smiled after hearing Zhao Jinshu's words and said, "You're right." Zhao Jinshu smiled, pleased with his response, and decided to knit him gloves when they returned home. Given his good behavior, she might even consider making him a sweater. Lu Rui chimed in, raising her head proudly. "In our family, we all listen to my mom. We like it when she takes charge. If she doesn't, we feel sad." Then she added, "Dad feels sad too." Lu Jintai patted his daughter's head. Zhao Jinshu smiled as well. Lu Qingya's expression became more rigid, her eyes showing a hint of darkness. Lu Jianjun took a deep breath, remembering the purpose of his visit today. He held back and pretended to laugh casually. "I didn't expect Jintai to be so controlled by his wife." His hand tightened around the wine glass, thinking that one day. Gu Qingye was taking notes but looked up and said, "What's wrong with being controlled by your wife?" "I am too. Whatever Lu Mining says goes." Hu Wenbin, catching the look from his wife, quickly added, Yes, being controlled by your wife is good. My grandfather said that if a wife guides her husband, they will have a prosperous life. So to live well, you must listen to your wife." Lu Jianjun raised his hand, pretending, All right, it's my fault. Can I just drink a cup as punishment?" Everyone looked at him. Lu Jianjun had no choice but to finish his drink. After he drank, no one spoke. Lu Qingya had to break the awkward silence and turn to Gu Qingye, asking, "We're all eating. Why aren't you eating? What are you writing?" Gu Qingye replied, "These are all suggestions from my sister-in-law. I'm just noting them down." Lu Qingye thought she misheard. Suggestions from Comrade Zhao? Gu Qingye nodded. Did Comrade Zhao work in a restaurant when she was in the countryside? Lu Qingye asked. After she asked, she couldn't help but laugh, thinking that if she listened to everyone's suggestions, the restaurant might as well not open. Zhao Jinshu replied, not really. Gu Qingye makes a living from the restaurant. I think it's better not to give random suggestions, Lu Qingye said, believing she was being helpful. Otherwise, if he doesn't make money, he might come to you for it. Gu Qingye was about to speak when Zhao Jinshu asked, then who do you think should give suggestions? Lu Qingye glanced around the room. You could ask me, my brother, Ji Minghua, and of course Jintai. After all, we often eat out, so we can offer some suggestions. What do you think, Gu Qingye? Gu Qingye looked up. I don't think so. Lu Jintai added, not really. Lu Qingye was shocked. Comrade Zhao doesn't know anything. You wanted to give suggestions? Aren't you worried the restaurant will close? Gu Qingye's expression darkened. Watch your words. You come here to enjoy a meal, and then curse me? In business, he hated hearing such things. Lu Qingye's face turned a bit unnatural. She realized she had spoken out of turn in her excitement. She believed in being flexible, so she quickly apologized. Sorry, I misspoke just now. Gu Qingye finally relaxed his expression. He looked at Lu Qingye with a serious face and said, you know this is our second restaurant. I have successful experience and definitely understand more than you do. I know whose advice to listen to and whose to ignore. He was starting to regret inviting them all for dinner. Not only had he upset Jintai, but they were also picking on his sister-in-law. It felt like he was feeding a dog with good intentions. If it weren't for Lu Jianjun speaking highly of them, he wouldn't have softened and agreed to gather with them, which led to such an awkward situation. He didn't even know why they were there. Weren't they supposed to be looking for Jintai? Why were they still bothering his sister-in-law? Did they think that by picking on her, Jintai would pay them any attention? Were they out of their minds? The couple was a family. Why would they care about their comments? Did they think that just because they were childhood friends, they could criticize Jintai's wife? Lu Qingye frowned and insisted, I was just trying to help. Gu Qingye waved his hand. I know you mean well, but I trust my sister-in-law. He didn't need anyone's good intentions. Zhao Jinshu joked from the side, since you trust me so much, if I don't work hard, I would be letting you down. Gu Qingye smiled. Then I'll count on you. Lu Qingye was speechless. They were even talking about a salary, who really didn't understand. Lu Jintai ignored them and, seeing his daughter was full, stood up and said, my daughter needs to take a nap, so we'll leave first. Then you should take her home to sleep, Gu Qingye nodded. Given the situation, he wouldn't keep them any longer. As for their matters, whether they discussed them or not, who cared? If they didn't care, why should he? After Lu Jintai finished speaking, he picked up his daughter and prepared to leave. Zhao Jinshu started to tidy up the scarves and hats they had taken off. Before leaving, Zhao Jinshu looked at Li Wenli and said, if you have time, come over to play. Li Wenli smiled and replied, sure, I'll definitely come to play. Lu Qingye watched their backs in disbelief. They just left like that? Han Mingyu hid nearby, enviously watching Lu Rue. Lu Jianjun tightened his grip on his wine glass, surprised that Lu Jintai had shown him such little respect. In the end, it was still their Lu family's decline. Anyone could step on them. With a loud crash, the cup in her hand fell to the ground and shattered. Li Wenli was startled. The Lu siblings were too scary, breaking things over a disagreement. Gu Qingye quickly stood up, noticing Lu Jianjun's dark expression. He didn't want him to cause a scene here with other guests around. He tried to lighten the mood. Did you not hold the cup properly? Lu Jianjun shot him a glance. Do you look down on me too? Gu Qingye was also annoyed. Who said they looked down on you? Aren't you the ones always picking on my sister-in-law? Lu Jianjun frowned. He didn't think he had said anything wrong. It was just a joke. Why take it so seriously? After all, he was from the countryside and hadn't seen much of the world. He couldn't handle a joke. Lu Qingye didn't react much. She always knew what she wanted and what she was doing. She didn't regret provoking Lu Jintai's country wife. It would be best if Jintai could see how unrefined his wife was and how embarrassing she could be. Then he would understand how unsuitable they were for each other. But she didn't expect Lu Jintai to protect his wife so fiercely. She also didn't anticipate that his wife would be so bold, and even their daughter was quite outspoken, clearly lacking discipline. After thinking for a moment, she said, "We usually joke like this. Who knew she would care?" Gu Qingye secretly scoffed. "A joke? You look down on someone and still expect them not to be upset? Not everything can be brushed off with a joke." Seeing he remained silent, Lu Qingye lost her interest in talking, especially since Lu Jintai had already left. Who was she performing for? Lu Jianjun glanced at them, said nothing, and strode out. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu, with their child, walked to the main hall and greeted the busy Lu Mining. Lu Mining didn't expect them to leave so soon and quickly grabbed Zhao Jinshu's arm. "Sister-in-law, wait a moment." Zhao Jinshu asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Mining hurriedly said, "Sister-in-law, just wait." She then went to the cabinet and pulled out 2 bags, handing them to her. Zhao Jinshu didn't take them. "What are these?" Lu Mining replied, "Sister-in-law, these apples and bananas are for the kids." Zhao Jinshu declined. "We have plenty at home. You keep them for your kids." "There are so many," Lu Mining insisted. "They were all gifts. We can't eat them all." Lu Jintai set down their daughter and took the bags from her. "Take them. You like making sweet apple soup, right? Don't be shy with them." Zhao Jinshu. "You certainly weren't shy either." Lu Mining laughed and said, "Exactly, sister-in-law. Why are you being so polite with us?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Sister-in-law, we're leaving now. Come visit us at home when you have time." "Okay. You all take your time. I won't see you off," Lu Mining said. "Sister-in-law, you stay busy. There's no need to see us off." After leaving the restaurant, Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai and asked, "Shall we stop by the department store to buy some yarn?" Lu Jintai nodded. The 2 of them, along with the child, headed towards the department store. When they reached the entrance, Lu Jintai found it inconvenient to carry things, so Zhao Jinshu said, "You wait here with our daughter. I'll go in and buy the yarn." Lu Jintai agreed. It was just a meal out, not tiring at all. When they got home, Lu Rui was taking a nap. Zhao Jinshu took out the yarn to mend Lu Jintai's sweater and also started knitting him some gloves. Her enthusiasm was due to his good behavior over the past few days. Lu Jintai sat on a nearby chair reading. The couple is busy with their own tasks. Once Zhao Jinshu finished mending the sweater, she folded it and put it away, then began to knit the gloves. Lu Jintai glanced over from his book and asked, "Are those for me?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Yes, they are." Lu Jintai said, "Great." As the sun set, Lu Jintai softly asked, "What do you want for dinner?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "Are you cooking?" Lu Jintai nodded. Zhao Jinshu replied, "Noodles." They had eaten a lot of meat at lunch, so she wanted something simple for dinner. She added, "I don't want instant noodles. I want handmade noodles." Lu Jintai looked at her. Zhao Jinshu asked, "What's wrong? Does he not want to?" Lu Jintai set down his book and looked at her, asking, "Do you want handmade noodles, or do you want noodles made by me? Is there a difference?" Zhao Jinshu looked up into his deep eyes and suddenly understood his thoughts. She wanted noodles, but she had to give him credit. "I like the noodles you make."
Okay.
Lu Jintai smiled. "I'll make you noodles." "I'll go pick up Lu Zhe with Rui," Zhao Jinshu said as she stood up. "Make some shredded pork for Lu Zhe. We won't need any." To avoid overeating and having trouble digesting, Lu Jintai replied, "All right." After picking up Lu Zhe, Zhao Jinshu found that Lu Jintai had already rolled out the noodles and was waiting to cook them. Zhao Jinshu boiled some hot water, washed her face and hands, and by the time she was done, the noodles were ready. After washing her hands, she went to help set the table and noticed a pot simmering on the stove. She looked over and asked, "What's that?" Lu Jintai looked up and said, "I cooked apples with some red dates. Don't you like it?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and glanced at him. "It's really good." Lu Jintai looked at her smiling cheeks and smiled slightly. Zhao Jinshu placed the noodles on the dining table and watched Lu Jintai busying himself. She suddenly noticed that since her rebirth, Lu Jintai seemed more caring. Zhao Jinshu took a soup bowl and served each family member a bowl of apple and red date soup. After serving, she took a spoon and tasted it first. Lu Jintai looked at her, and she said, "The sweetness of the red dates and the slight sourness of the apples mixed together, refreshing and thirst-quenching. It's delicious. Your cooking is good." With a tasty reward, she didn't hold back her praise. Lu Rui took a spoonful. Blue wanted to cool it down and took a sip. He also found it delicious. Lu Jintai responded, "Shall I make it for you again next time?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, "Sure." In the main room, Lu Xingyao waited for a long time, but did not see anyone bringing meat or vegetables. She tapped her bowl and sighed, realizing they would have to eat plain noodles today. Ji Yuanrong frowned. "What are you begging for?" "Are you begging?" Lu Xingyao looked up. "I'm waiting to see if anyone brings you meat, but it seems like I'll be waiting in vain. Do we have a mine at home? Eating meat every day?" Ji Yuanrong glared at her and added, "If you want meat, it's not impossible. Bring some money, and I'll buy it for you." Not willing to spend a dime, but still thinking about good food. Lu Xingyao fell silent. Her money was barely enough for her clothes, shoes, and face cream. After cleaning up the bowls and chopsticks, she saw her brother's children had come to visit. She rolled her eyes. Why were they here after dinner? Lu Zhe carried a basket, holding his sister's hand, and slowly walked into the room. Seeing the siblings, Ji Yuanrong went to the cupboard to get them some candy. As Lu Zhe received the candy, he took out apples and bananas from the basket and handed them to their grandmother. Ji Yuanrong smiled and said, "Oh, this apple is cold. Grandma has a weak stomach and can't eat these. Save them for yourselves." Lu Xingyao quickly said, "No, if you don't eat, I can." Lu Zhe told their grandmother, "If you cook the apples, they won't be cold anymore. Dad will cook them tonight. They'll be delicious." He wasn't giving them to his aunt. If Grandma and Grandpa didn't eat, he wouldn't let Mom send fruit next time. Lu Rui nodded in agreement. "They're really delicious." "Really?" Ji Yuanrong had never cooked apples before. She smiled and said, "Then I'll try it tomorrow." Lu Zhe added, "Grandma, add some more red dates. Mom said you shouldn't eat too much sugar. If you think it's not sweet enough, just put in a little less rock sugar." Ji Yuanrong smiled brightly. "You really know how to talk." "All right, Grandma understands." The siblings didn't stay long. Lu Zhe still had homework to do, so they took the apples and were about to leave. Ji Yuanrong handed them a bag of brown sugar from work, saying, "Take this back for your mom to make a drink." Upon hearing it was for their mom, they accepted it and walked back hand in hand. Lu Xingyao watched the siblings leave and remarked, "Mom is really nice to my sister-in-law." Ji Yuanrong glanced at her with a straight face. "Your sister-in-law is nicer to me and your dad." What elder doesn't appreciate a child with filial piety? Lu Xingyao thought, "Am I being unfilial?" She hadn't bought her parents anything, but that didn't mean she lacked filial piety. In her heart, besides herself, her parents were the most important. Mom is too materialistic. Zhao Jinshu spent a day and a half knitting gloves. When Lu Jintai received the gloves, he seemed very pleased and immediately put them on. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind whether he liked them or not. Handmade gloves are definitely not as refined as store-bought ones. If he wanted gloves, she made them. If he wasn't satisfied, he could buy his own. On Thursday, Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan didn't go to work because they were attending a wedding banquet. Seeing her obedient and lovely granddaughter, Ji Yuanrong wanted to take her along. The older ones had all gone with them to banquets, but these two little ones hadn't been taken out yet. It would be nice to show her off. When Lu Rui heard they were going to a wedding, she asked her mom to change her clothes and brought a scarf, hat, and gloves, happily following her grandparents. At home, only the couple remained, exchanging glances. With nothing to do, they decided to take apart and wash the bedding. Taking apart and washing the bedding was quite labor-intensive, but thankfully they had a washing machine, which saved them a lot of effort. They casually cooked some noodles for lunch and started sewing the bedding again in the afternoon. They were busy until Lu Zhe came home from school in the evening, finally finishing all the bedding for 2 beds and putting them on. When it was time to eat, the wedding guests still hadn't returned, so they had to start dinner without them. Lu Jiaming came back and told them that their dad had called his workplace, saying the three of them wouldn't return that night, so he asked him and the second child to not worry. Zhao Jinshu thought. It's not that she couldn't live without her daughter. She just wondered if Lu Rui would cry for her that night. After all, in her previous life, she had never been away from her until she was in first grade. Lu Zhe looked on with envy. A wedding banquet. They've been gone all day? Just thinking about a wedding banquet made him realize there would be lots of delicious food and fun. Rui is so lucky. Zhao Jinshu said, maybe they have a good relationship, so they stayed? Lu Zhe thought for a moment, then fell silent, lowering his head to eat. He was thinking that when the holiday came, he would go with his grandparents to celebrate a wedding. After eating, Lu Zhe went to do his homework, while the couple started to clean the dishes. Once the dishes were put away, Lu Jintai filled a large pot with water to heat it up. After the water was hot, he walked into the room and saw Zhao Jinshu making the bed. He leaned against the cabinet and softly asked, "Do you want to take a shower?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him and met his gaze. His look was intense, and she quickly understood what it meant. She realized that tonight, with their daughter away, it would just be the two of them in bed. Was he not planning to hold back? She blinked and nodded slightly, saying one word, shower. Lu Jintai immediately stood up straight. I'll go get the water for you. Without waiting for her response, he left quickly. Zhao Jinshu let out a gentle sigh and sat down on the bed. Although she had experienced this man from youth to old age, it felt like they were back in their younger days. She couldn't help but wonder if she was being too bold. She wiped her face. She was still very young, much younger than Lu Jintai, and even more advanced in spirit. She was definitely not old. But then again, even if she were, shouldn't she enjoy the youthful Lu Jintai? After comforting herself, she felt much better. The water is ready. Lu Jintai's voice came to her ears. She composed herself, stood up, grabbed some clean clothes from the cabinet, and without looking at the man at the door, she went straight to the bathroom. Lu Jintai turned around, quietly watching her until she closed the bathroom door, then he slowly went back inside. In the bathroom, Zhao Jinshu noticed a shower cap hanging above the bathtub and was surprised. She had no idea when he bought it. But it didn't matter. As long as it was useful, that was enough. Once she put on the shower cap, the steam filled the air, and she didn't feel cold at all. After rinsing off outside the tub, she stepped into the warm water and enjoyed a nice soak. That night, she didn't wash her hair. After her bath, she wrapped herself in a military coat and snuggled into bed. The sun had been shining brightly that day, and the comforter had been aired out, making it fluffy. Lying under the covers was not only warm but also filled with the fresh scent of cotton, making it incredibly cozy. At this moment, their son was already asleep, and Lu Jintai was not in the room. She heard some noise coming from the kitchen and guessed he might be getting water for a shower. She took out a book to pass the time. After reading for half an hour, Lu Jintai walked in, slightly damp. She looked over and handed him the hairdryer from the cabinet, saying, "Hurry up and dry your hair. It's easy to catch a cold in winter." Lu Jintai took the hairdryer, glanced at the bed, and noticed only a blanket, which made him smile slightly. He plugged in the hairdryer and quickly dried his short hair. After putting the hairdryer away and closing the door, he got into bed. The atmosphere in the room felt a bit strange. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but look up, wanting to sneak a glance at him. Unexpectedly, their eyes met. His gaze was calm, making her lower her head, and she scolded herself for being so timid. Logically, considering their emotional maturity, she actually had more experience in this area. Although that experience was mostly due to him. So, feeling this way was quite unexpected for her. She thought it might be a bit of guilt, just a little, not much. However, she didn't have time to think about anything else. Before she could react, Lu Jintai had already rolled over and pressed down on her. She thought to herself that he was indeed young, eager, and full of energy, not giving her a chance to resist. In truth, she wanted to say she had no intention of resisting. They had a whole night ahead of them to take things slowly. That night, Zhao Jinshu felt like a pancake being repeatedly cooked. Afterward, he held her tightly in his arms, not giving her any freedom. It was quite domineering. If it weren't for her in-laws suddenly taking Lu Rui away, she would have suspected he did it on purpose. But she had to admit, being young was wonderful. It had been many years since she had experienced such passion. As she got older, her energy had decreased, and her desires had weakened, often leading to rushed moments without much enjoyment. Being reborn was great. It made her feel young again. Unsurprisingly, Zhao Jinshu woke up late the next morning. It was nearly 10 o'clock when she finally woke up, and she had never gotten up this late before. She sat up. Her body still felt young, except for a slight soreness in her waist. She got dressed, tied her hair up in a bun, and walked out. In the kitchen, Lu Jintai was plucking chicken feathers, wearing a worn-out cotton jacket he must have found somewhere. He was tall and straight, and even his hands, which were plucking feathers, were quite fair. With his sharp and elegant face, it looked quite natural, giving off a relaxed, rustic charm. Seeing her, he said, "Breakfast is in the pot." Zhao Jinshu replied with a sound of acknowledgement, grabbed her toothbrush and toothpaste, filled a glass with water, and looked at him. "When did you buy the chicken?" He looked up and said, "I bought it after sending Lu Zhe off." Zhao Jinshu nodded, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and had breakfast. Soon, her in-laws returned with Lu Rui. While Zhao Jinshu was washing dishes in the kitchen, she heard Lu Rui calling for her from a distance. As she stepped out, a little red bundle rushed into her arms. "Mommy!" Zhao Jinshu hugged her. "Our Rui is finally back." Lu Rui giggled, coming out of her mother's embrace, and said, "Mommy, I didn't cry at all." "Really?" Zhao Jinshu asked with a smile. Lu Rui nodded. "Yes, I was very good." Zhao Jinshu looked at her again. "Why did you change clothes? Where did the new clothes come from?" Ji Yuanrong followed behind and entered, smiling as she explained, "Yesterday afternoon, a little friend got her down jacket dirty. Her great-aunt insisted on buying her a new one when she saw her for the first time." Zhao Jinshu laughed in surprise. "Your great-aunt is so generous." Ji Yuanrong replied, "Our Rui is beautiful, has a good personality, and is smart. Your great-aunt likes her and wanted to buy her a new outfit. How is that being extravagant? Even though your great-aunt is older and doesn't work, she is wealthier than I am." Zhao Jinshu knew her great-aunt was well off, so she didn't say more. It was just a piece of clothing, and when her great-aunt's children came to visit, she would surely treat them well. After showing off her new clothes, Lu Rui went to find her dad, who was busy cutting chicken and couldn't hold her. She stood beside him, chattering endlessly. Lu Jintai was chopping the chicken while also trying to listen to her share her excitement. It was indeed a sweet burden. Ji Yuanrong pulled her over. "Your dad is messy here. Don't get your clothes dirty." Zhao Jinshu asked from the side, "Mom, are you going to work later?" Ji Yuanrong held her granddaughter's hand. "It's too late for that now." "Then let's have lunch here. We can stew the chicken," Zhao Jinshu invited. "All right, I won't need to cook then." Seeing her daughter-in-law's sincere expression, Ji Yuanrong didn't decline. After that, she looked at her son, who was still chopping chicken. It was hard to imagine that her son, who only focused on studying and work, could cook so well. Looking at her daughter-in-law becoming more relaxed, she understood her son's change. After dinner, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai cleaned up the dishes, while Ji Yuanrong took her granddaughter out to play. In the afternoon, guests arrived at the house, university students brought by Lu Jintai to deliver some materials. They had never been to Professor Lu's home before, and as soon as they entered the yard, they couldn't help but curiously glance around, worried about being noticed, and quickly looked away. At that moment, only Lu Jintai was at home. Zhao Jinshu thought her son had no books to read, so she rode her bicycle to a nearby bookstore to see if there were any suitable books for him, planning to buy a few. Lu Jintai invited the students into the study. They handed the materials to him and stood awkwardly. Lu Jintai pointed to the chairs in front of them and said, "Sit." The two hesitated, but since the professor invited them, they carefully took a seat. The bookstore wasn't far. It took about 10 minutes by bicycle. When she returned, The two university students were still there, helping to pull electric wires in the yard. Upon seeing someone enter, they looked up, and when they recognized her, their faces turned red, unsure where to look. This woman was so beautiful and graceful. They had never seen anyone like her at university. They wondered who she was to the professor. Could she be his sister? They had heard he had a sister. They looked somewhat alike, so it made sense. Lu Jintai glanced at them, and they immediately stood up straight, behaving properly. Zhao Jinshu smiled at them and asked, "Do we have guests?" Lu Jintai nodded and asked, "Are you back?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Yes," and asked, "Are these two your students?" Lu Jintai nodded and glanced at the two who were eagerly watching them, explaining, "This is your teacher's wife." They were surprised to learn she was the teacher's wife. Regardless of their shock, they called out loudly, "Hello, teacher's wife." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Hello. Are you staying for dinner tonight?" Lu Jintai replied calmly, "They have other plans." The two, who had no plans at all, could only nod and say, "Teacher's wife, we have other things to do and can't stay for dinner." Zhao Jinshu could only regretfully say, "Next time you come, you must stay for dinner." Okay. Although they couldn't stay for dinner, before leaving, Zhao Jinshu still packed a bag of fruits and pastries for them to take. The two walked out of the yard, as if in a dream. Then they began to praise her. "Teacher's wife is so beautiful. Teacher's wife is so kind. Teacher's wife is such a gentle person. How can she tolerate Professor Lu?" Well, she is Professor Lu's wife. Talking to his wife is different from talking to us. When he spoke to her just now, his tone was so soft. But with such a beautiful teacher's wife, no one can stay serious, right? Exactly. Even our Professor Lu is no exception. When he meets such a wonderful lady, he becomes gentle. I heard that the teacher's wife married him when Professor Lu was demoted. A kind and generous lady like her didn't mind his status at that time and married him without hesitation. Their relationship must be very strong. They have gone through tough times together, so of course, their bond is strong. I heard they have 2 children. It's a pity we didn't see them today. I hope next time we visit Professor Lu's home, we can meet them. The two of them praised as they returned to school. Once at school, they were surrounded by classmates. Everyone rushed over to ask about Professor Lu's family. The two of them kept quiet and didn't say anything. The others found it boring and dispersed. Zhao Jinshu had no idea about the compliments from the 2 students. Lu Jintai sent the students away, with no one to help with the wiring. It was up to her. After putting the books away, she went to assist him. While helping with the wiring, she asked, "What are you doing with this wire?" "Installing a light outside the kitchen," Lu Jintai explained. Zhao Jinshu understood. It was indeed dark outside the kitchen and bathroom area at night. They had chicken soup left from lunch, which they would manage for dinner. After eating and washing up, the family settled in the room, some reading while others knitted. With no TV at home, Luze did his homework each evening and could only read books. But reading was tough now because his sister wanted to join him. She only knew a few simple words, which he had taught her. She kept asking questions, interrupting his reading, which was quite frustrating. So, after his mom handed him the book, he picked up his sister and handed her to their dad. Lu Rui looked unhappy. Seeing his daughter upset, Lu Jintai put down her book and found a simpler picture book to read with her, teaching her words as they went along. This made Lu Rui happy again. Zhao Jinshu paid them no mind and continued knitting. The new year is approaching, and she needs to speed up her work, putting in extra hours to finish knitting sweaters for her family. Otherwise, they will have to wear old sweaters for the holiday. However, Luze finished reading the 2 picture books in one night and felt unsatisfied, sighing, "I want more to read." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, "Stop sighing and go to sleep." Those 2 picture books were hard to find. She had searched a lot in the bookstore to get them. It wasn't that the bookstore had few picture books, but many were already at home, and he had read them all. Besides, with his reading speed, even more books wouldn't be enough for him. Seeing his daughter nodding off, Lu Jintai took off her clothes, laid her on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and then looked at his son. You can read the newspapers at home or the books in the study. Lu Zhe didn't want to talk. He wasn't in elementary school yet, so why should he read books with so many words? He didn't want to. His mom had said he could read those books without pictures when he was in first grade. Zhao Jinshu chuckled. Her son was only interested in picture books now. The newspapers and books in the study had tiny, dense text, which didn't interest him at all. Once he had read enough picture books and grew older, he would naturally become curious about the books in the study. She knew how they would turn out. Both children would excel in their studies. In this new life, she didn't have to worry about them being distracted by books unrelated to their studies because they had lived this way before, as two bookworms who read everything they could find. She understood her son's frustration of wanting to read, but not having the right books. Looking at his worried face, she thought that she could write those picture books herself. In her previous life, with the internet thriving and everyone having smartphones, some of her friends enjoyed reading novels. In her spare time, she started reading too, and soon became addicted. Immersed in various fantasy worlds, she felt her perspective on life had changed. She never imagined such magical worlds existed. After reading a lot of these books, she had the idea to write her own stories, secretly typing away on her computer. Surprisingly, even though she typed slowly and couldn't update as fast as the popular authors, she gained many subscribers. By the time she finished her first book, she had earned a decent amount of money. Having never earned a penny before, she felt secretly proud, realizing she had writing potential and could make money from it. When the country faces a disaster, she donates all the money she earns, feeling even prouder inside. In a moment of excitement, she wrote several books, all of which did quite well, and someone even noticed them and bought the film rights. She doesn't need to spend money. She saves it and donates it wherever there is a need. Now that she sees her son has no books to read, she feels inspired to write again, and this urge only grows stronger with no sign of stopping. She thinks this is a side effect of reading too much. She can't help but want to express herself and share all the thoughts swirling in her mind. Lu Zhe got out of bed and walked to his room. Lu Jintai followed to take a look and, seeing him obediently get into bed, closed the door and went outside. In the room, he didn't see Zhao Jinshu, but noticed an extra blanket on the bed, which was the one he originally used. He paused, walked over, silently picked up the blanket, and put it in the cupboard. Then he lifted the covers and lay down on the bed. When Zhao Jinshu returned from the bathroom, she saw only one blanket on the bed. Zhao Jinshu. She thought one blanket was too small for 3 people, so she had taken it out. She couldn't help but say, "We should bring the blanket back. It's not enough for 3 people." Lu Jintai replied calmly, "That's fine. Lu Rui is already over 3 years old. He can have his own blanket." Zhao Jinshu. Lu Rui would cry if he heard that. She naturally disagreed. If he sleeps on the edge, he might fall off. Lu Jintai said, "Then that's how it will be." Zhao Jinshu had no choice but to get into bed. Their bed was large and the blanket was also big enough for 3, but it was still more comfortable for 2 people to share. She thought he was being stubborn. There were plenty of blankets at home, so why squeeze together? He didn't know how to enjoy comfort. Lu Jintai was already lying in bed with his eyes closed. Zhao Jinshu stopped worrying, took off her clothes, and got into bed. As soon as she lay under the covers, her foot kicked against a long leg. Without asking, she knew it was his, so she nudged his leg aside. Lu Jintai opened his eyes and looked at her. "It's warmer this way." Zhao Jinshu. He added, "You can rest your feet on my leg. It will be even warmer." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, turned to her side, facing away from them, and closed her eyes. Why would she want to put her feet on him? It was not comfortable at all. Lu Jintai. A silent night passed. Zhao Jinshu woke up early today, even though she had slept in yesterday. The father and daughter next to her hadn't woken up either. She moved gently, and they both woke up. As soon as Lu Rui woke up, he burrowed into her arms. "Mommy." Zhao Jinshu smiled and hugged her. Lu Rue was squirming in her mother's arms when she suddenly noticed 2 red marks under her mother's neck. Lu Rue reached out to touch them but couldn't wipe them away. She touched them again, and the marks were still there. Zhao Jinshu grabbed her hand and asked, "What are you doing?" Lu Rue replied, "Mom, why is it red here?" Zhao Jinshu looked down and asked, "How did it get red?" Then she realized. These marks were from the man next to her. Her skin was fair and flawless, and this man particularly liked her skin, often leaving marks on her. Thinking about this, she glared at him. He met her gaze with calm eyes, showing no sign of shame. He really had thick skin. Zhao Jinshu felt inferior. She quickly told her daughter, "It's nothing, just a mosquito bite." Lu Rue accepted this explanation and moved on, not understanding that there are no mosquitoes in winter. Then she turned to her dad and said, "Dad, you should sleep under the same blanket with us." Lu Jintai responded with a sound of agreement. Zhao Jinshu had been quite busy these days. Not only was she knitting sweaters, but she was also taking time to organize improved recipes. Because of this, Lu Jintai had been the one to buy groceries, cook meals, and take care of the kids. But she thought that since he was always busy with work and spent very little time at home, it would be good for him to bond with the children during his free time. By Saturday, after organizing the recipes, she finally felt relaxed. On Saturday, Lu Zhe only had half a day of school, and Zhao Jinshu planned to take the 2 kids to the bathhouse. Although they had a bathroom at home, she felt it was a bit small. In the winter, the kids needed help from their parents, so it was better to go to the bathhouse where it was warm and comfortable. With Lu Jintai at home, he naturally took care of their son while she looked after their daughter. After bathing, they didn't go back home. Instead, they packed the dirty clothes and stored them at Gu Qingye's restaurant. She also handed him the improved recipes and then took the 2 kids to the zoo, which Lu Zhe had been asking to visit for a while. Gu Qingye happily accepted the recipes and waved his hand, saying, "You all go have fun. Come back for dinner to try out these new recipes." Lu Jintai nodded. With someone treating them to a meal, he naturally agreed. By this time, the zoo had become quite large, with many animals inside. Tigers, elephants, lions, giraffes, parrots, peacocks, monkeys, and more captivated the 2 children, who gasped in amazement. Lu Jintai took out his camera and snapped many photos of them. The children had never been to a zoo before, and their wonder was evident. Even as it got dark, they were reluctant to leave. Zhao Jinshu told them, "The zoo is right here. It won't run away. When the holidays come, your parents will bring you back to have fun." Hearing they could come again next time made the siblings happy. The family called a taxi and arrived at Gu Qingye's restaurant. He greeted them with excitement and eagerly brought them inside to eat. "I promise you will enjoy your meal today," he said. Gu Qingye felt apologetic thinking about the last time they visited and had an unpleasant experience. Today, with no one to spoil the mood and with improved dishes, he felt confident. Zhao Jinshu smiled at him. "It seems you've made great progress today." Gu Qingye nodded. "The recipes you gave me not only helped me improve my cooking methods, but also opened my mind. Many things that confused me are now clear. You've really helped me a lot." Zhao Jinshu laughed. "Isn't that a bit exaggerated?" Lu Mining chimed in. "Not at all." After getting your recipes, Gu Qingye cooked while marveling, saying you should be the chef, and he's just an assistant. She couldn't help but laugh. He used to be so proud of his cooking skills, but today he faced a reality check. Zhao Jinshu had eaten and seen a lot, and she had cooked a bit too, so she understood more. However, in terms of cooking skills, she knew Gu Qingye was much better. At least he had basic knife skills. Gu Qingye was a professional, while she was just an amateur. She smiled. "It's not that exaggerated." Seeing her doubt, Gu Qingye didn't say much more and invited the family to eat inside. Once seated, Zhao Jinshu noticed the dishes on the table looked much better than the last time. She couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "You're improving quickly. You have a real talent." The mushroom and pork soup was no longer murky, which explained why he could become a big name in the restaurant industry later. Gu Qingye smiled with a bit of pride. "With your guidance, my cooking will only get better. Zhao Jinshu agreed. With your dedication, you deserve to be a great cook. Gu Qingye looked at Zhao Jinshu with admiration and some anticipation. I didn't expect your cooking to be so good. When can I taste the dishes you make? Lu Jintai said calmly. You can think about it slowly. Gu Qingye ignored him and said, I will visit your house tomorrow. Lu Jintai reminded him, tomorrow is the weekend. There will be many guests. Gu Qingye didn't care. I'm not the only chef. Lu Jintai frowned. With your playful nature, I should invest carefully. Gu Qingye, of course, denied being playful. I'm going to learn from my sister-in-law. This is work too. Seeing Lu Jintai's frown, he quickly added, I'll bring the ingredients. I'll chop the vegetables and cut the meat. I promise I won't tire out my sister-in-law. You can rest assured. Having said that, Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, if you're coming, then come. Since you've acknowledged this work, you should do it well. Lu Jintai turned his gaze to her. Are you undermining me? Zhao Jinshu shrugged. This is my work. You should support it. Lu Jintai glanced at her and slowly said, all right, I support you. Gu Qingye couldn't help but smile, thinking that in the future, if there was anything, he could just go to his sister-in-law instead of bothering Jintai. Thinking this, he said, sister-in-law, Jintai and Lu Zhe and Lu Rui, you should all try this beef and see if it's more tender. Everyone reached for their chopsticks. After finishing the beef, Zhao Jinshu nodded repeatedly. It really is much more tender. Gu Qingye smiled. I listened to you. I pounded the beef to make it tender, and it cooked faster too. It really is much better. Zhao Jinshu smiled, as this was a method she learned when making steak later. Lu Jintai rarely gave a compliment not bad. The two kids also loved the dish, taking piece after piece. Seeing the beef was almost gone, Gu Qingye suggested they try the mushroom and pork soup. Zhao Jinshu laughed. For this dish, I don't even need to taste it. I know you did a great job. Gu Qingye smiled. There's so much to learn about cooking. I didn't expect that just coating with sweet potato flour could have so many techniques. At first, when I saw the recipe you gave, I wondered if wrapping the meat in hot soup would ruin it. But once I learned the method, it really worked. Zhao Jinshu said, you only know if it works after you try. Gu Qingye nodded. Sister-in-law is right. Cooking requires constant trying to make better dishes. Considering there weren't many of them, Gu Qingye didn't make too many dishes that evening. After finishing their meal and confirming the visit for tomorrow, the family took their dirty clothes and said goodbye as they headed home. When they got home, the other family members were still cooking and a few kids were watching TV in the main room. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui arrived in the yard but didn't go inside. They ran straight to their grandmother's house. Ji Yuanrong had been ignoring her daughter for a few days, but today she bought some meat and was making dumplings. She noticed the second house was dark, which meant they had gone out to play and wouldn't be home for dinner. She felt a bit disappointed that Zhe Zhe and Rui Rui wouldn't get to eat the dumplings she made. As for her other grandchildren, she had already mentioned that she wouldn't make many dumplings, so each grandchild could have one bowl. She still felt upset with their parents and didn't want to share with them. As soon as Lu Zhe and Lu Rui entered the room, a group of kids turned to look at them. Lu Manting's envious gaze fell on Lu Rui's red down jacket. After looking several times, she couldn't help but move closer to Lu Rui and asked, Rui, did your second aunt buy your clothes? Lu Rui shook her head. It was bought by Grandma. Lu Manting knew Grandma and had visited her before. Grandma liked her a lot and always gave her many treats when she visited. She pouted. Why did she only buy for you? Because she likes me. Lu Rui smiled brightly, saying it confidently. Lu Manting didn't believe her. That's not true. Grandma said so. Lu Rui replied, feeling unhappy, ask Grandma. Saying this, she pulled Lu Manting to go find Grandma. After thinking for a moment, Lu Manting went with her. Being older, Lu Manting thought Lu Rui was slow, so she hurried ahead into the kitchen. Seeing Grandma, she couldn't wait for Lu Rui and asked, Grandma, why did Grandma only buy clothes for Rui? She likes me too. Why didn't she buy for me? This year, her mom hadn't bought her new clothes and she was wearing old ones. Ji Yuanrong frowned. Just because she bought clothes for Rui, does that mean she has to buy for you too? What kind of reasoning is that Lu Manting thought it should be fair. It shouldn't be biased. Ji Yuanrong's tone became a bit serious. You used to get so many clothes, and Rue didn't get any. Who was being biased? Lu Manting suddenly didn't know how to respond. She didn't want to give the clothes she had bought to Rue. Ji Yuanrong continued, besides, yesterday was the first time Grandma met Rue, so she bought her one outfit. Do you think every time you see Grandma, she has to buy you clothes? Lu Manting's eyes began to water. But I don't have any new clothes to wear. Mom said there's no money. Her sister had new clothes, but she didn't. Ji Yuanrong said, your mom has no money, go ask your dad. Every family has 2 children, and with 6 kids, if she wants to buy each one a piece of clothing, no amount of money would be enough. Besides, it's just that she doesn't have new clothes, not that she has nothing to wear. As long as old clothes are clean and warm, why can't they be worn? She hasn't bought new clothes all year.
Who can she talk to about this?
Lu Xingyao scoffed. Your mom can buy face cream but can't buy you clothes? Lu Mantai tightly pressed her lips together and stayed silent. In the past, whenever she wanted something, she would just cry, and her grandmother would agree. Now that Rue is here, her grandmother doesn't care about her anymore. Lu Rue walked in with her little legs, and they had already finished talking. She looked around and saw her sister crying. Not thinking much of it, she assumed her sister liked to cry since she often did. Remembering her purpose for coming, she cheerfully said, Grandma, Auntie likes me and bought me clothes. Ji Yuanrong smiled. That's right, Auntie likes Rue and bought her clothes. Seeing her grandmother smile, Lu Mantai felt even more wronged. Her grandmother was fierce with her, but smiled at Rue. Rue had new clothes and she didn't have any, making her feel more upset, and she burst into tears. Her voice was loud, and Wang Meijing had just finished cooking. When she came to call the children for dinner, she unexpectedly heard her daughters crying and thought something was wrong. She quickly walked in. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu also had something to discuss with their mother-in-law and happened to walk in with her. Wang Meijing followed the sound into the kitchen. She saw her mother-in-law and sister-in-law making dumplings and Lu Rue standing nearby with a smile. Only her daughter was crying loudly, ignored by everyone, and her heart broke. She thought Lu Rue was bullying her daughter because of their grandmother's favoritism, and the grandmother didn't care. She suddenly looked at Lu Rue and said sharply, Did you bully your sister? Lu Rue was stunned. Why would she bully her sister? Ji Yuanrong instinctively frowned, just about to speak when Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai walked in. Hearing Wang Meijing's words, Zhao Jinshu quickly walked in, picked up her daughter, and handed her to Lu Jintai. Turning to Wang Meijing, she said coldly, Did you see my daughter bullying yours? Wang Meijing naturally hadn't seen anything. Seeing her silent, Zhao Jinshu's face hardened. If you didn't see anything, then keep your mouth shut. Wang Meijing pulled her daughter close to her. She didn't bully Mantai? Then why is Mantai crying? Zhao Jinshu sarcastically said, Your daughter cries 5 times when something happens and 3 times when nothing happens. You should ask her why she cries instead of coming to my daughter. If nothing else, your mom and Xingyao are here. Are you unable to ask, or do you think I, Zhao Jinshu, am easy to bully? Wang Meijing's face turned red with anger as she stepped forward. What gives you the right to talk about my daughter? Zhao Jinshu replied coldly, If you can talk about my daughter, why can't I talk about yours? Your daughter is precious, and my daughter is precious to me too. Wang Meijing was about to respond when Ji Yuanyong shouted, All right, if you had just come over and asked me nicely, we wouldn't have these issues. Wang Meijing frowned. Mom, don't be biased. They were arguing, and it seemed like she was the only one being talked about. Ji Yuanyong looked at Lu Manting. Fine, I won't say anything. You can ask your daughter why she is crying. Wang Meijing turned to Lu Manting and angrily shouted, Why don't you tell us why you are crying? Lu Manting sniffled and said haltingly, Rue has new clothes, but I don't have any. Auntie is biased. She only buys clothes for Rue and not for me. Grandma is strict with me. After saying this, she started crying again. Ji Yuanyong looked coldly at Wang Meijing. Zhao Jinshu chuckled lightly. It's interesting. Just because someone bought one piece of clothing for a child, does that mean all children should get one? And you don't think Auntie will expect a thank you gift from me for buying Ruerue something? Her words were clearly directed at Wang Meijing, not the child. This woman seems to have a narrow mind. Perhaps her daughter shares that same mindset. Ji Yuanyong took a deep breath. Tomorrow, I want to talk to your mom. I want to know where that well-mannered daughter she bragged about went. They say relatives know each other well, but is this really the case? At first, she thought Wang Meijing was just a bit impatient, but now it seemed she couldn't tell right from wrong and was being unreasonable. Wang Meijing felt embarrassed and took Lu Manting away. Before leaving, she called out for Lu Kaifei. Lu Kaifei replied, "I'm eating dumplings at Grandma's." He ignored her and continued watching TV. Wang Meijing could only keep a stern face as she took Lu Manting back to their home. However, once they got home, Lu Manting saw the noodles on the table and refused to eat, saying, "Grandma made dumplings. I want to eat dumplings." Wang Meijing, frustrated, said, "Eat what you want. If you don't want it, then don't eat." Lu Manting started to cry again. Wang Meijing sighed. Lu Hufeng walked in and asked, "What's wrong?"
No one paid attention to him.
In the main room, Ji Yuanrong finished cooking dumplings and looked at her second son and daughter-in-law. "Would you like some more dumplings?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "I can't eat anymore." Ji Yuanrong asked Lu Rue, "What about Rue and Zai Zai?" Lu Rue patted his belly. "I'm full." Zhao Jinshu added, "They ate a lot of meat at Guqingya's place tonight, so they haven't digested it yet. They shouldn't eat more, or they'll have an upset stomach." Ji Yuanrong laughed. "All right then, I won't serve you any more." Seeing them eating, Zhao Jinshu shared the news. "Mom, Guqingya is coming over tomorrow, so don't buy any groceries. We'll have lunch at our place." Ji Yuanrong understood her daughter-in-law's temperament by now and didn't refuse. "Okay, if you need help, just let me know."
Sure.
The couple took their 2 children back to their room. Lu Jintai looked down at her. "Are you upset?" Zhao Jinshu paused, realizing he was referring to what had just happened. She smiled. "I just confronted her once, and I'm fine now." Lu Jintai nodded. Zhao Jinshu looked up. "I won't allow anyone to bully or hurt my children. Not anyone." She wanted him to understand her boundaries. If anyone from the Lu family bullied her children, she wouldn't let it go easily. Lu Jintai replied, "Of course." After a moment, he added, "They are our children." Zhao Jinshu smiled, satisfied with his response. Tomorrow they have guests coming, and there are a lot of dirty clothes to wash, so it's quite busy. After the family finished washing up in the evening, they went to bed early. In the morning, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai woke up around the same time. Just as she was about to get up, Lu Jintai said, "I'll make breakfast. You can sleep a bit longer." Once Zhao Jinshu woke up, she couldn't fall back asleep, especially since Lu Rue was also awake. "Forget it, I won't sleep anymore," she said while getting dressed. "I'll make breakfast. You can throw the clothes in the washing machine." As for underwear, she set those aside to soak in a basin, planning to wash them by hand later. Lu Jintai nodded. Lu Rue ran outside to play with the shuttlecock. Lu Zai was still in bed. If he didn't go out to play on weekends, he would definitely sleep in. Zhao Jinshu let him be. He was usually very well behaved, and weekends should be a time for him to relax, especially since he had trouble getting up. When the washing machine started, it made quite a noise, and the others in the house heard it and quickly came out. Fortunately, they were all already awake, so it didn't disturb anyone's sleep. Lu Zai was sleeping, but it didn't bother anyone else. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan were also disturbed and came over. "What's going on?" Ji Yuanrong asked as she approached. Zhao Jinshu came out of the kitchen, smiling, and asked, "Mom, did we disturb you?" They had only used the washing machine twice since they bought it, and today was the second time. The first time they were not home, so they didn't know there was a washing machine. It was the weekend and everyone was around, so they all heard the noise. Of course, they didn't mean to hide it. But they weren't the type to brag about buying a washing machine. "Not really," Ji Yuanrong replied with a smile. "The noise is quite loud." "What are you doing?" Zhao Jinshu said. I'm using the washing machine to do laundry. Washing machine? Ji Yuanrong knew what it was and had seen people use it, but she didn't expect her son to get one. She went into the bathroom to take a look. Lu Jiaming and his wife, along with Lu Hefeng, also came over. Wang Meijing stood in the hallway. She wanted to join in the fun, but after arguing with Zhao Jinshu last night, she didn't want to make things awkward. Lu Manting had already forgotten about last night and ran over with her dad and brother. Wang Meijing was very upset, feeling that her child was being foolish. Lin Yulan also peeked into the bathroom, feeling envious. They were still arguing over a piece of meat, while the second family was already using a washing machine. All of them married into the Lu family, so why was there such a big difference? At that moment, Lin Yulan felt unbalanced. She did all the laundry at home, and no one understood the struggle of washing clothes in winter better than she did. Anyone who washes clothes every day would want a washing machine, right? But she also knew that people shouldn't be compared. Yet knowing this made her feel uneasy. If it were a washing machine bought by her mother-in-law, they could use it, but since it was bought by the second family and it used electricity, they felt embarrassed to ask to use it. Thinking about the refrigerator at home, which was also brought back by the second family and was now at her in-laws' place, she realized that even though they ate separately, they still stuffed leftovers into the fridge, and her mother-in-law didn't say anything. Even though it was the second family's refrigerator, everyone used it together. If the washing machine were also at her in-laws' house, could they use it too? Just as she was about to speak, Zhao Jinshu's voice came from behind her. Mom, you don't need to wash your clothes by hand anymore. Just bring them over to wash. It's easier and saves effort, especially in the winter, to avoid freezing your hands. Lin Yulan had so much to say, but couldn't express it. Zhao Jinshu was getting smarter. If they, as son and daughter-in-law, used the washing machine while the in-laws washed clothes by hand, people would say they were unfilial. Now that she was washing her mother-in-law's clothes here, who would dare to criticize her? As for the others, they wouldn't gain anything from this situation. If their relationship were better, they could share the washing machine for larger items, but they weren't close. At that moment, she regretted having a falling out with Zhao Jinshu. Lu Xingyao approached, and Lin Yulan teased her, saying, when you look for a partner in the future, make sure they have skills. Just look at how your sister-in-law is living. Ordinary people can't compare. Lu Xingyao, munching on seeds, replied, I'm not foolish. Everyone knows to find someone capable. The key is being able to find one. When my sister-in-law married my brother, he was struggling, and no one knew he would become successful. In her view, her sister-in-law had some good fortune. Lu Huayuan glanced at her in surprise. Today, she actually said something sensible. Lu Xingyao noticed his look and shrugged. She knew she was a bit reckless with money and lazy, but that didn't mean she was unaware of reality. Life is unpredictable. You can't always get what you want. So, she thought it was best not to overthink it. If she could find a capable partner, great. If not, she wouldn't force it. Lin Yulan was impressed by her sister-in-law's perspective. She said, you make a good point. If Lu Qingya hadn't married someone else, wouldn't her life be better now? Lu Xingyao pouted, wanting to say something but swallowed her words when she saw her sister-in-law and mother nearby. Today, her sister-in-law had guests, and she wanted to stay for a meal. After observing for a while, she realized that as a sister-in-law, she should avoid offending the wealthiest brother in the family. Otherwise, she would be the one to suffer in the end. As for Lu Qingya, regardless of how her brother viewed her, Lu Xingyao didn't think much of that woman. She felt uneasy, recalling that she initially didn't like her sister-in-law, but now she could tolerate her. Even if she didn't want to admit it, her sister-in-law was beautiful and very respectful. At least she was far better than Lu Qingya. She never looked down on her brother. Zhao Jinshu saw Gu Qingya had come alone and playfully scolded, Why didn't you bring your sister-in-law along? I want her to come over, but she can't leave the shop. No matter how I persuade her, she refuses to come. She says if I leave, she will too, and then what will happen to the business? Gu Qingya said helplessly. Lu Jintai replied, She's stronger than you. Well, Gu Qingya agreed with that. He smiled widely, My wife is indeed capable and hardworking. Ever since I married her, I haven't had to worry about household matters. I just focus on cooking. Zhao Jinshu laughed and said, then you should treat your sister-in-law well. Gu Qingye nodded. All the money we earn is with her. He felt like he was the best man in his friend circle. Which man dares to let his wife manage all the money? Thinking of this, he looked at Lu Jintai, thinking he should learn from him. His sister-in-law is so beautiful and capable. She deserves it. Lu Jintai said lightly, isn't it the most basic thing? Gu Qingye blinked, confused. What did he mean? Lu Jintai glanced at him, but said nothing. Gu Qingye turned to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu couldn't lie and said, the money Lu Jintai earns is with me too. Isn't it the most basic thing? Having the money with your wife doesn't mean she spends it. There's really nothing to brag about. If you bought your wife a house or some precious jewelry, then that would be worth showing off. Gu Qingye. So, he bragged to the wrong person? Gu Qingye brought a lot of ingredients. There were chickens, ducks, fish, and even a live grass carp. Zhao Jinshu looked at the amount and said, that's too much. We can't finish it all. Gu Qingye replied, if we can't finish it, you can save it for the next meal. Do you need help? Ji Yuanyong walked over. Yes, Mom.
Okay.
Zhao Jinshu looked at the ingredients and had a plan. She took out a basket of dried chili peppers and asked her to cut them into pieces. In her memory, these dried chilies were brought from her hometown. They aren't very spicy, perfect for stir-frying with chicken, and the kids can eat them too. She noticed the rooster Gu Qingye brought wasn't very old, so using half for spicy chicken cubes would be enough, and the rest could be saved. Thinking this, she took out some garlic and handed it to Lu Xingyao, who had just entered behind her mother-in-law. She thought if she can't do much else, peeling garlic is something she can handle. Lu Xingyao was surprised to receive it. Her sister-in-law is now giving orders, which she never dared to do before. Well, if she wants to enjoy good food, she has to work. As for the grass carp, they had braised fish the other day, so today they would make pickled fish. In the first few years after she arrived in Kyoto, there wasn't much food at home during winter, so she liked to make pickled vegetables. This year, she made a lot of pickled vegetables when she first arrived. Later, when off-season vegetables became widely available, there was plenty to eat in winter, and her family didn't eat pickled vegetables much anymore, so she gradually stopped making them. There was also a duck. She planned to make beer duck. One day, she found a few bottles of beer in the fridge that no one had drunk, and she didn't know how long they had been there, but since they weren't expired, she decided to use them for the duck. The piece of pork belly could only be made into braised pork. As for soup, with so many meat dishes, a simple cabbage soup would be good to balance it out. Since there weren't enough stoves, Lu Jintai brought over her mother-in-law's stove. Cooking on several stoves at once meant that while there were many dishes, it still took some time to prepare everything. Gu Qingye walked over and asked, sister-in-law, how do we start? Zhao Jinshu replied, first, we need to prepare the fish. Gu Qingye was surprised. Prepare the fish? Zhao Jinshu nodded and added, we only need half of the chicken, cut it into small pieces. As for the duck, just chop it like usual. Today, she was making a series of Sichuan dishes for them to try. Gu Qingye nodded and went to prepare the fish. He knew how to slice fish, but wasn't sure how his sister-in-law planned to cook it. Zhao Jinshu instructed, slice the fish thinly. Got it. After finishing the laundry, Lu Jintai entered the kitchen and asked, what can I do? Zhao Jinshu was cooking rice and looked up saying, you? Just rest. There weren't any extra knives at home, and others were already doing the work. No need to rest, Lu Jintai insisted. Seeing that he really wanted to help, Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and said, then help me take out some pickled vegetables and peel a few green onions. Lu Jintai nodded. Sister-in-law, is this thickness okay for the fish slices? Gu Qingye came in with a sliced fish. Zhao Jinshu glanced and replied, that's about right. Gu Qingye said, okay. With all the ingredients ready, she started cooking the beer duck. Even without bean paste, the duck would still taste good. Gu Qingye watched nearby. Zhao Jinshu called out, Lu Jintai, go grab 2 bottles of beer from the fridge. Lu Jintai silently went to get the beer. Gu Qingye couldn't help but smile at how obedient he was. Who would have thought that the once rebellious kid would grow up to be like this after getting married? After cooking the duck, she moved on to the braised pork, then the pickled fish, and finally the spicy chicken. Every dish, she made surprised Gu Qingye. Because of these dishes, he completely changed his understanding of cooking. Even his specialty, braised pork, was made differently by his sister-in-law. It was like the last dish, with so many chili peppers and Sichuan peppercorns. Was it really tasty? He considered himself fairly knowledgeable, having worked at a state-run restaurant for a few years, yet he had never tasted this dish. Even Lu Xingyao was choked by the smell and came in to ask sister-in-law, "What are you cooking? It looks really spicy." No one in the family could handle spicy food with so many chili peppers. Who could eat it? Zhao Jinshu replied, "It won't be too spicy. Only this dish is spicy. The others are not, so you can choose something else." The chili peppers themselves are not very spicy, and considering their taste, she removed the seeds to reduce the heat even more. Lu Xingyao remained silent, thinking that although it was pungent, it smelled really good. If it wasn't too spicy, it would surely be delicious. In the main house, Lin Yulan finished cooking, and the family was eating tastelessly while smelling the delicious aroma from the kitchen. "Mom, can you stir-fry some vegetables next time?" Lu Hui complained about the pickled vegetables, feeling dissatisfied. They had been eating pickled vegetables for days. Couldn't they have some stir-fried potatoes or lotus root? "It's easy for you to say. It's not easy to have a day off on Sunday, and I still have to wash your dirty clothes and clean the house. When do I have time to cook? You all just sit there waiting for food and are picky. Next time you cook, if you complain about this or that, don't call me," Lin Yulan grumbled. She had seen the second son hanging up a basin of clothes while she was washing in the morning. The second son, who was well-educated, could help with housework when he came home. Meanwhile, Lu Jiaming, just a clerk at the factory, came home and did nothing but wait for food, always dissatisfied and nitpicking. Now he didn't even hand over his salary. The more she thought about it, the more bitter she felt about her life. If it were another family with two sons, they would be cherished, but in her case, no one cared. The three of them fell silent, focusing on their meals. In the third house, Wang Meijing and her family sat at the dining table. They indeed had meat every day, but the money was running out quickly. They had just advanced half their salary, and it was almost gone. Wang Meijing counted the grains of rice in her bowl, looked at Lu Hufeng, and hesitantly said, "Do you think?"
What?
Lu Hufeng looked up. "Can we borrow some money?" Wang Meijing quickly finished her sentence and lowered her head. Lu Hufeng asked, "Who should we borrow from?" "Of course, we should borrow from whoever has money," Wang Meijing replied matter-of-factly. Lu Hufeng nodded. "All right. Why don't you visit your family today?" Wang Meijing widened her eyes. "What do you mean?" "Your family must have money." Lu Hufeng looked at her. "You can borrow some from them." Wang Meijing was angry and, afraid others would hear, whispered fiercely, "I meant your second brother. You should ask him for some money for our urgent needs." "I'm not going," Lu Hufeng replied without thinking. Borrow money? What would he say? Could he really tell his brother that they had no money for food and needed some for groceries? With both parents working, they couldn't spare any money, and he didn't want to lose face. Wang Meijing frowned. "Why not?" Lu Hufeng said, "If you want to go, you can." "I'm not going." He still cared about his pride. Wang Meijing was so upset she didn't even want to eat, but the delicious smell from across the table tempted her. Feeling unhappy, she said, after cooking for months, "It never smelled this good." Seems like she wasn't putting in effort before and was hiding her skills. How sneaky. Lu Hufeng frowned but didn't want to argue during mealtime, so he kept quiet and continued eating. At the second house, the dishes were served one by one, and everyone sat down. A group of people, looking at the table full of delicious food, couldn't help but dig in with their chopsticks. Lu Xingyao saw the spicy chicken and couldn't resist picking up a piece to eat. Even though it had a lot of chili, it looked so good that it tempted her. After finishing one piece, her eyes lit up, and she grabbed another, repeating this without stopping. The more she ate, the better it tasted, and she wanted more. While eating, she couldn't help but admire her sister-in-law's cooking. Despite the many chilies, the chicken had only the aroma of spice without the heat. It was incredibly delicious. She realized she had been blind to this before. Lu Zhe looked at her and couldn't help but say, "Aunt, you should try the other dishes." He also liked the chicken his mom cooked, but his aunt kept eating it all, leaving little for others. Ji Yuanrong added, "This fish is very tender and melts in your mouth." Fish that melts in your mouth. Lu Xingyao was skeptical but reached for a piece. When it hit her tongue, her eyes lit up again. It was a bit exaggerated to say it melted, but it was incredibly tender and delicious. She had never tasted fish this good in her life and couldn't help but grab another piece. Gu Qingye didn't expect that fish could be so tender and delicious. It was hard for him to believe. Not just the fish, every dish was so tasty that he felt like he could swallow his tongue. He gave a thumbs up and said, "Sister-in-law, I'm impressed. It seems I should give you a raise and learn more dishes from you. This way, our restaurant will surely thrive." Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huayuan were a bit surprised by his words. Gu Qingye smiled at them and said, "Sister-in-law is now our restaurant chef, and she has improved many recipes. Aunt Ji, you tell us if she deserved a raise." Ji Yuanrong laughed. "You can discuss that among yourselves." Since it was about money, she didn't want to interfere too much. Lu Xingyao's eyes widened. "So, sister-in-law has a job now?" Gu Qingye glanced at her, "Of course." Lu Xingyao nodded. "With sister-in-law's cooking skills, you all are lucky." Gu Qingye agreed with her. Lu Jintai remained silent, watching his wife chat happily. His gaze was deep, lost in thought. The meal not only won over Gu Qingye, the chef, but even Lu Xingyao looked at her sister-in-law differently. However, Zhao Jinshu didn't pay much attention to how others viewed her. Before leaving, Gu Qingye said, "Sister-in-law, I've almost learned these dishes. Can I add them to the restaurant's menu?" Zhao Jinshu readily agreed. Lu Xingyao was the one who cleaned up. She couldn't cook or chop vegetables, so all she could do was wash the dishes. After a tiring morning, Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but take a nap after lunch. When she woke up, she started knitting again. As she knitted, scenes from a fairy tale began to appear in her mind. Since her brain was telling her it was time to write, she decided to do so. She stopped knitting and searched the drawer for a long time, but only found a broken pencil of Lu Zhe's. Lu Jintai, sitting in a chair reading, looked up when he heard the noise. "What are you looking for?" Zhao Jinshu didn't lift her head and continued searching the drawer. "I want to find a notebook and a pen to write some things." Lu Jintai didn't ask what she was writing and got up to go to the study. When he returned, he had a notebook and a fountain pen, which he handed to her. Zhao Jinshu didn't take it. "Isn't this fountain pen yours? I can just find a pencil in Lu Zhe's room." Lu Jintai looked at her with a calm expression. "Can I let you use mine?" Seeing his insistence, she accepted it. The brand new notebook was blank, and when she opened it, a bookmark fell out. She picked it up and looked at the delicate writing and the words on it, unsure of how to react. Lu Jintai noticed she was silent for a long time, looked up and saw the bookmark in her hand. He asked, "What is it?" Zhao Jinshu didn't speak. She quietly turned around and handed the bookmark to him. Lu Jintai took the bookmark, read the words, and his face remained calm, showing no emotion. After a while, he said, "I'll keep this for now." Zhao Jinshu nodded, didn't ask anything, and turned back to start writing her story. The story wasn't long, and she didn't write an outline. She was afraid that if she finished the outline, the excitement for the story would fade away. She preferred to finish writing first and then revise any parts she wasn't happy with. Writing by hand was naturally slow. Even typing while thinking didn't speed things up much. Although it was slow, she had already developed the story in her mind and wrote over 3,000 words that afternoon. She planned to write about 100,000 words for the story, and if she kept writing without stopping, she could finish in half a month. She was so focused on writing that she didn't notice Lu Jintai's gaze on her. As the sun set, two siblings playing outside came into the room, laughing and talking. Seeing their mother writing, Lu Zhe curiously walked over and asked, "Mom, what are you writing?" Lu Rui also came closer. Zhao Jinshu intended for her writing to be for the children, unlike in her past life when she hid things from her family. She handed the notebook to him, saying, "Take a look for yourself." Lu Zhe eagerly took it and began to read. Lu Jintai glanced up, his expression unreadable as his gaze briefly passed over Lu Zhe. Zhao Jinshu stood up and said, "Let's have some porridge for dinner." Lu Jintai nodded slightly, without saying anything. Zhao Jinshu patted her son's head and said, "Go to your room and read." Lu Zhe replied, "Okay," and carried the notebook to his room. Just as Lu Jintai was about to get up, Lu Rui came over with a book, asking him to help with recognizing characters, so he had to sit back down. Zhao Jinshu had just finished washing the rice and put it in the pot when Lu Zhe rushed in like a gust of wind, hugging her arm. "Mom, what happens next? Did Xiao Shui find his way home?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "He is Xiao Bai," and Xiao Bai said he would help him find the way home. Zhao Jinshu teased him, but it's not that easy to find the way. Lu Zhe's eyes widened in surprise. "Oh, really?" He looked quite disappointed. He said reluctantly, "But can't you help him find home? He's so pitiful, with nothing to eat, and it's raining, making his clothes all wet. It's so sad." Zhao Jinshu asked him, "Why do you think Xiao Shui can't find his way home?" Lu Zhe replied without thinking, he was playing too much and didn't want to do his homework, so he wandered off and got lost. Zhao Jinshu laughed and said, "Right, he walked so far, all the way to the distant mountains. It's not easy to find his way home from there." Lu Zhe insisted, "Xiao Bai can help him. Xiao Bai even helps him find food." He hugged his mom's arm and said, "Mom, just tell me." Zhao Jinshu replied, "He will definitely come back home." Of course, many unexpected things might happen along the way, but overall, getting home isn't that easy. Lu Zhe cheered and ran back inside, placing his notebook on the table in his mom's room. Zhao Jinshu prepared dinner and called them to eat. When she saw the notebook on the table, she was about to put it in the drawer. Lu Jintai spoke up, "Can I see it?" Zhao Jinshu hesitated. It was almost time to eat. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, "Why not?" Zhao Jinshu said, "It's time to eat." Lu Jintai replied, "Lu Zhe can see it, but I can't.
Are you hiding it from me?"
Zhao Jinshu handed the notebook to him and said, "Take your time looking at it." Then she left the room. Zhao Jinshu had just arrived in the kitchen when she noticed Lu Jintai following her. She turned to him and asked, "Why aren't you looking anymore?" Lu Jintai replied, "Good things should be savored slowly." Zhao Jinshu nodded and smiled. "Since you said that, I forgive you." Saying that, she served rice into a bowl. "What did I do that needs forgiveness?" Lu Jintai followed her. "You were like a child wanting candy. If you didn't get it, you made a fuss." It was quite annoying, Zhao Jinshu said frankly. Lu Jintai was silent. Zhao Jinshu handed him the porridge and he quietly took it and sat down at the dining table. There was no rule in the house about not talking during meals, so the two kids liked to discuss everything they ate. Lu Zhe patted his belly and said, "I've eaten too much meat these past few days. Eating porridge tonight feels really nice." Zhao Jinshu replied, "That's why I made something light tonight to help you feel better." Lu Rui looked at her mom and then at her dad, asking, "Dad, are you going to say anything?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at her dad, seeing him focused on his meal, without saying a word. She remembered calling him annoying earlier when serving food and wondered if he was upset. She felt like laughing. He couldn't be that petty, could he? She thought about his strange temper and how unpredictable he was. She didn't want him to get sick from holding things in, so she looked at him and asked, "Your daughter is asking you something?" Lu Jintai looked up and glanced at her. "I'm afraid you'll be annoyed." Zhao Jinshu couldn't tell if he was really angry, so she asked, "Are you upset?" Lu Jintai replied, "Do you think I'm that petty?" Zhao Jinshu quickly denied it, "Of course not." She then asked, "So you're not angry?" Lu Jintai shot her a look, "It's just my wife scolding me. Why would I be angry?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, realizing he really wasn't upset. She turned to their daughter. "Your dad is eating and doesn't have time to talk." Lu Jintai glanced at her, seeming to accept that explanation. After dinner, Lu Zhe clung to his mom, urging her to write the next part of the story quickly. Zhao Jinshu thought, is he trying to pressure me? She regretted showing him what she hadn't finished yet. She had planned to continue writing that night, so she took out her notebook and started writing. The main storyline was about the young protagonist, Xiao Shuai, who didn't want to go home early to do homework, so he sneaked out to play and accidentally wandered into the animal kingdom, losing his way home. After feeling lonely and cold, he met a kind rabbit named Xiaobai. Xiaobai felt sorry for him and not only shared carrots, but also promised to help him find his way home. While searching for the way back, they encountered many adventures and faced various challenges. At first, Xiao Shuai was confused and scared, but Xiaobai kept encouraging him, helping him overcome his feelings of helplessness. Together, they looked for ways to solve their problems. Along the way, they made friends with a squirrel named Hui Hui, an old goat, a zebra sister, and other companions in the animal kingdom. In the end, the friends united to help Xiao Shuai find his way home. Of course, there were touching moments as well as hilarious scenes. This plot might seem cliché in later times, but even now, it would feel fresh to Lu Zhe, who already had many fairy tales in his mind. Zhao Jinshu wrote until 10 o'clock at night before feeling tired.
She stood up and stretched.
At that moment, she missed her computer. Although she typed slowly, at least she didn't have to write everything out by hand. Fortunately, her body was still young and could handle the strain. If she were a bit older, writing like this for hours would have made her shoulders and neck ache. She poured herself a cup of warm water and sat down to drink it slowly. After finishing her water, she turned around and noticed Lu Jintai was still reading. She asked, "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lu Jintai looked at her and said, "I'll wait for you." Zhao Jinshu suddenly turned to him and asked, "I wrote another 3,000 words. Do you want to see it?" Lu Jintai smiled, so proactive. Zhao Jinshu climbed onto the bed, handed him her notebook, and said with a smile, "Professor Lu, please give me your guidance." Professor Lu looked at her and asked, "What's in it for me?" Being so proud, "Do you still need a reason?" Zhao Jinshu raised an eyebrow. "If there's no benefit, then don't help." Professor Lu sighed, wondering who was being proud here. But he also thought her attitude was quite nice. He said, "Of course I'll help. It's my honor." With that, he took the notebook and began to read it carefully, even more attentively than when he read research materials. Zhao Jinshu let him read while she changed into her pajamas and got into bed. When he finished reading and looked up, he found that she had already fallen asleep. He rubbed his forehead, wanting to share his thoughts with her, but it seemed he would have to wait until tomorrow. Writing stories was tiring, and it required a lot of mental effort. Zhao Jinshu slept very soundly that night. When she woke up, it was already bright outside, and the father and daughter were no longer in bed. She got dressed and went out to find Lu Jintai making breakfast in the kitchen. The two kids were washing their faces and brushing their teeth. She quickly joined them in washing up, and after breakfast, she sent Lu Zhe off to school. Then Lu Jintai said, "I'm going to school." Zhao Jinshu nodded. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, "Do you want to come along?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "You're going to work. What would I do there?" In her previous life, she disliked going to Lu Jintai's workplace because she felt out of place among all the intellectuals. But now, she didn't feel that way anymore. She thought it might be nice to take the kids out sometime, but since she was busy writing stories, she decided against it. Lu Jintai wasn't surprised. He had invited her to the school before, and she had declined. He said, "Aren't you writing a children's story? I'll take Rue with me." Zhao Jinshu frowned. "You're working. How will you have time to take care of her?" Lu Jintai replied, "It's just a small matter. It won't be a problem. I'll take good care of our daughter." Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Rue. "Do you want to go?" Lu Rue nodded. She wanted to visit her dad's workplace. Zhao Jinshu said, "Then go ahead." Lu Jintai rode his bike with his daughter and left. When they arrived at B University, they met the two students who had come to their home the other day. He held Lu Rue and said to one of them, "Zhao Hongyang, please ask Han Fingji to come to my office." Zhao Hongyang was taken aback for a moment, Okay, Professor Liu. Zhao Hongyang went to the lab and found Han Fingji to tell him about the matter. Han Fingji nervously walked to Professor Liu's office, unsure of why he wanted to see her. Standing in front of the door, her heart raced. Gathering her courage, she knocked on the door.
Come in.
Hearing the deep voice from inside, she took a deep breath and pushed the door open. Upon entering, she was taken aback. The usually serious Professor Liu was sitting with a little girl in his lap. The girl was sweet and cute, happily drawing with Professor Liu's cherished pen on paper. Lu Jintai looked up and pointed to a bookmark on the desk. Is this yours? Han Fingji glanced over and her face turned bright red. She stammered and couldn't say a word. Lu Jintai's expression was serious. Personal items should not be left around carelessly. Han Fingji looked at him, opened her mouth to explain, but couldn't bring herself to say anything. Lu Jintai said, "Take it away." With her face flushed, Han Fingji stepped forward, grabbed the bookmark, and quickly left. Lu Jintai's voice called out behind her, "Close the door." Han Fingji bit her lip, her eyes suddenly filled with tears. As she closed the door, she heard the little girl's voice inside. "Daddy, did I do it right?" The usually stern Professor Liu sounded unusually gentle. "It's all correct. Rue is great." Unable to bear it any longer, she hurried away. All morning, Zhao Jinshu kept writing. It was only close to noon that she got up to make lunch. The father and daughter had said they would return for a meal. She cooked rice, stir-fried lotus root slices, made a dish of pickled vegetables with meat, and finally prepared an egg drop soup. Just as she finished cooking, the father and daughter returned. Zhao Jinshu said, "You're back just in time." "I'm hungry," Lu Rue said, patting his stomach. "Then wash your hands and let's eat." After the meal, Lu Jintai said slowly in the afternoon, "Someone will bring a bed over." "What do you need a bed for?" Zhao Jinshu looked up. Lu Jintai didn't answer directly but said, "The bed isn't very big. It's suitable for Lu Rue alone." "What do you mean?" Zhao Jinshu asked. "You don't plan to let her sleep alone, do you?" That was exactly what Lu Jintai meant. He said, "She's almost 4. She can sleep in her own bed now." Zhao Jinshu replied, "She will cry." Lu Jintai said, she agreed and was very happy to choose a beautiful bed and bedding. Zhao Jinshu looked at her daughter, who was lying in bed and almost falling asleep, and said, "It's the middle of winter, and do you want her to sleep alone?" "You're being too harsh, Dad." Lu Jintai replied, "With a hot water bottle." Lu Zhe started sleeping alone at 3. Zhao Jinshu responded, "That's because at that time there was Lu Rue, and it was inconvenient to have him sleep with us." "So a nearly 4-year-old can definitely sleep by herself," Lu Jintai insisted. "Our daughter is brave and willing. You should let her learn to be independent." Zhao Jinshu said, "There's no room in the house. Where would we put the bed?" Lu Jintai replied, "Lu Zhe's room can fit 2 beds. The siblings won't be scared sleeping in the same room." He added, "This is just temporary." Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that he had already made the decision. So, what could she say? She understood his point. They didn't have a house yet, and with the kids being small, they would have to share a room for now. Once the children grew up and they had a house, they could have their own rooms. Lu Jintai sat next to her and asked, "How much did you write today?" Zhao Jinshu had a burst of inspiration that morning and managed to write over 4,000 words, surprising even herself. Lu Jintai asked, "Do you want to show me?" Zhao Jinshu handed him her notebook, saying, "Here you go." Lu Jintai took it and sat beside her to read. Even though he was focused, he finished reading the over 4,000 words in just a few minutes. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "What do you think?" Lu Jintai looked at her with admiration and said, "It's very good." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "What's good about it?" Lu Jintai thought for a moment and said, "The 2 main characters discover they are being followed by a big gray wolf. They pretend not to notice and quietly hide in a cave. The gray wolf waits outside, and I thought they would be stuck for a long time. But then they cleverly lured the 2 gray wolves away to the fox." Zhao Jinshu said, And then? Lu Jintai pointed at the notebook and continued, The little boy remembered a fairy tale he learned before, The Fox and the Crow. In the cave, he pretended to talk loudly to Xiao Bai, saying that the fox tricked the crow into giving him a lot of meat. He was hungry and planned to go find the fox to get some meat tomorrow. The gray wolf, very hungry, was intrigued by this. The little boy and Xiao Bai had to stay inside until tomorrow, and he certainly didn't want to wait there any longer. A smile crossed his face as he said, he even kindly mentioned where the fox lived. What a clever child, Zhao Jinshu replied, but the fox is also their enemy and wants to eat Xiao Bai. Lu Jintai smiled and said, look how clever he is, making two enemies fight each other. Zhao Jinshu set it up this way. Although the handsome boy is playful and doesn't like doing homework, he is actually a smart kid. Lu Jintai continued. Later, the little white rabbit used itself as bait to lure the big bad wolf and the fox to the edge of a cliff. In their struggle, both fell off the cliff. Zhao Jinshu coughed and added, of course, they were given some special advantages as main characters. It's not that convenient for them to just fall off the cliff, right? It must be the author's arrangement. Lu Jintai had never heard the term main character advantage. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and explained, as main characters, they can't get into trouble. Some authors like to give their main characters a special advantage, like ensuring that at a certain moment, the enemy will definitely lose or be defeated. Seeing Lu Jintai's confused expression, she added, anyway, even if the main character is at a disadvantage, they will gradually defeat stronger enemies and ultimately achieve their goals. Lu Jintai had not read many novels, so he didn't fully understand what she meant. He thought that if someone in a weak position could defeat someone stronger, that character must be as clever and alert as the boy in Jinshu's fairy tales, using the situation to their advantage. Otherwise, how could they win? Zhao Jinshu realized he didn't quite get it but didn't explain further. Lu Jintai looked at her with admiration. This story is well written, with great language and humor. Even when a person and a rabbit are nervously escaping, funny things can happen. The handsome boy is quite impressive. It's interesting that the little white rabbit managed to defeat the big bad wolf. If Professor Lu thinks it's good, then I can relax, Zhao Jinshu said with a smile. Lu Jintai pondered for a moment and asked, how many words do you plan to write? About 100,000 words. Lu Jintai nodded. Do you want to publish it? Of course, Zhao Jinshu replied. No author writes something just to let it gather dust at home. The reason she showed it to Lu Jintai so readily was that she wanted him to help review it and also assist in finding a publisher. Lu Jintai asked, do you need my help? Yes, Zhao Jinshu replied confidently. Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled. How will you thank me? Zhao Jinshu met his gaze. We are married. It's only right for you to help me. Do I need to thank you?
No.
Lu Jintai chuckled. After all, they were married, so there was no need for thanks. After their discussion, they both got busy with their own tasks. Around 3 in the afternoon, Lu Rue's bed arrived. Lu Rue jumped onto the bed and said, this is my bed. I never said it wasn't yours. Zhao Jinshu picked her up and wiped the bed again, saying, once the watermark's dry, I'll put a blanket on it and you can jump on it then. The bed was wooden, and she noticed the wood was quite thick, so it was fine for a child to bounce on it a bit. Lu Rue said, I want new sheets. The new sheets haven't been washed yet, Zhao Jinshu replied. How about I use the new sheets I bought before?
Lu Hui nodded. Okay.
Zhao Jinshu then asked, aren't you scared to sleep alone? My brother is here, Lu Rue said, feeling safe with her brother around. Zhao Jinshu nodded, thinking she would let her try sleeping alone for one night, and if it didn't work out, she could come back to sleep with them. When Lu Zhe returned and saw an extra bed in the room, Zhao Jinshu explained everything to him. Lu Zhe was very happy. He always felt a bit lonely sleeping in his own room, but now with his sister, it felt lively. After dinner, the couple helped the siblings wash up, and then they settled into their own beds. Lu Rue lay curiously on her bed, seeing her brother across from her, and she closed her eyes, soon falling asleep. Zhao Jinshu wrote for half an hour, quietly opened their door, and saw both siblings fast asleep, their blankets neatly covering them. She felt relieved, closed the door, and returned to her room. Lu Jintai came in from outside and asked her, I boiled water. Do you want to take a bath? Zhao Jinshu looked at him and noticed his hair was wet, clearly indicating he had already taken a shower and washed his hair. Seeing the look in his eyes, she understood he was thinking about something. Their daughter sleeping alone was convenient for the two of them. His thoughts were clear. However, there was no need to refuse, so she said, You dry your hair and help me carry the water to the bathtub. Besides, she wanted to enjoy a hot bath too.
Lu Jintai replied, Okay.
In winter, taking a bath is a very enjoyable thing. Stepping out of the bathtub, Zhao Jinshu felt all her fatigue melt away. After drying off and getting dressed, she ran into her room and snuggled under the blankets. As for the bathwater, the tub had a drainage outlet, so she just opened it, and the water flowed out naturally. Lying under the blankets, she looked at Lu Jintai and asked, Have you checked on the siblings? Lu Jintai nodded. They haven't kicked off their blankets. Zhao Jinshu felt relieved. Lu Jintai turned to her and asked, Is there anything else?
Thao Hinshu replied, No.
After saying that, she waited a while, but saw he wasn't making any move. What was he waiting for? She turned her head and kicked him, saying, Are you coming or not? If not, I'm going to sleep. Lu Jintai's gaze fell on her rosy face after her bath, even noticing her annoyed expression when she kicked him. He took hold of her foot as it came toward him. Zhao Jinshu thought, What kind of habit is this? That's a foot, not a hand. It's not even smelly, right? She blinked and said, Just don't touch me with your hand later. That's not nice. Lu Jintai shot her a glance. She couldn't help but yawn. After a bath, it was easy to feel sleepy. Lu Jintai pulled her into his arms and asked, Are you tired? Zhao Jinshu nodded, thinking that since they were sharing a room as a couple, it was strange not to feel tired. He had been very eager last time. Lu Jintai said bluntly, Even if you're tired, hold on. Zhao Jinshu's sleepiness vanished. Then hurry up. After being together for so long, couldn't they have a little understanding? Lu Jintai didn't want to say anything. He leaned in and kissed her lips. They had just brushed their teeth, and as his lips touched hers, Zhao Jinshu caught a whiff of fresh toothpaste. She thought it smelled nice. Lu Jintai was very particular about cleanliness, which she appreciated. If only his hands, which had just touched her foot, wouldn't wander around. Even though her feet were very clean, she still felt a bit uneasy about them. Noticing her distraction, he kissed her more firmly. Soon, Zhao Jinshu couldn't think about his hands anymore. Her thoughts became hazy, and she felt like a small boat swaying in a vast ocean, unable to find the shore. A brilliant light flashed, and the sounds in the room gradually faded away. Zhao Jinshu kept her eyes closed, feeling sweaty in his embrace, and in her daze, she heard him whispering in her ear, Still tired? Yes, she was not only tired but also exhausted. She never understood why, even though he was the one putting in the effort, she felt so tired. Lu Jintai said, Then just sleep. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhao Jinshu fell into a deep sleep. Lu Jintai quietly watched her sleeping face and gently touched her cheek. Remembering her earlier look of disdain, he chuckled softly and withdrew his hand. Zhao Jinshu felt a bit uneasy, as if trapped in a small space, unable to escape. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and met Lu Jintai's sleepy gaze. His voice was a bit hoarse. What's wrong? Zhao Jinshu moved slightly and realized he was holding her tightly. She said, Can you let me go? Lu Jintai didn't move. Instead, he leaned down and kissed her lips. Zhao Jinshu said, I haven't brushed my teeth. Lu Jintai replied, I don't mind. Zhao Jinshu thought to say, You might not mind, but I do. But he didn't give her a chance to speak, and she was overwhelmed by his enthusiasm. The memories were too distant, and Zhao Jinshu couldn't remember if Lu Jintai had been this persistent when they were young in her past life. Not only was he affectionate, but he also rolled over and pressed down on her. She distractedly thought about how tired she was last night. She hadn't even had time to get dressed before falling asleep. Now was not the right time for him, as he didn't need to take off any clothes. It was just getting light outside, and everything was quiet, but inside the room, they were quite lively. Having just experienced this, Zhao Jinshu found it a bit overwhelming and playfully scratched at him. He didn't mind holding her hands and taking his time to enjoy their intimate moment. When it was all over, Zhao Jinshu was too exhausted to lift her arms and fell into a deep sleep on the bed. When she woke up again, it was already 10:30. She noticed she was wearing a bra and underwear, along with long underwear. Zhao Jinshu thought. She had slept so deeply that she had no idea how he had helped her get dressed. Slowly sitting up, the soreness in her body reminded her of how wild they had been last night. She yawned, put on her warm clothes, and went outside. When she stepped out, Lu Rui was sitting on a bench, leaning over a chair, drawing. She walked over and asked, "What are you writing?" Lu Rui looked at her and said, "Dad asked me to practice writing." Zhao Jinshu glanced down and saw numbers from 0 to 5, with a sample written by her dad. She just needed to copy it. She said, "Take your time." Lu Rui looked up and asked, "Mom, are you ready?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Yes, I'm ready." Realizing she hadn't gotten up, she wondered if Lu Jintai had said something to her. Lu Rui asked again, "Really?" Zhao Jinshu confirmed, "Really." Lu Rui smiled, "I wrote." Zhao Jinshu encouraged, "Keep writing." She went to brush her teeth and wash her face. After getting ready, she saw breakfast on the table and looked at the busy Lu Jintai. "Is this for me?" Lu Jintai replied, "Yes, it's yours." She glanced at the table and saw a bowl of steamed eggs, a cup of milk powder, and 2 meat buns, which he must have bought outside. Seeing the breakfast, she finally felt hungry, sat down, and eagerly grabbed a bun to eat. After finishing her breakfast and filling her stomach, she felt much better and leaned back in her chair, not wanting to move at all. Lu Jintai came over to clear the dishes. Zhao Jinshu picked up a chair and sat next to her daughter, enjoying the sunshine. The winter sun was warm, and before long, she felt drowsy. When Lu Jintai finished washing the dishes and came out, he saw her half asleep and asked, "Do you want to go sleep in the room?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "I'll just take a nap here." The sun was so warm that she didn't want to move at all. Looking at him, she added, "The sun is nice today. Should we take the blankets out to air?" Lu Jintai said, "I'll do it. You stay here." Zhao Jinshu nodded and leaned back in her chair. When she saw her daughter finish her homework, she asked, "Did you sleep well last night?" Lu Rui happily replied, "Yes, I wasn't scared at all." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "Will you sleep alone again tonight?" Lu Rui replied, "Brother sleeps alone, so I want to sleep alone too." Zhao Jinshu felt once again that this child was easy to manage. She could just say to sleep separately, and that was it. It was Saturday again. After dinner, the children were playing and making noise in the yard. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing stood under the corridor, whispering to each other, not knowing what they were talking about. Zhao Jinshu had already finished over 70,000 words of her manuscript and was in the final stages, which required some effort. She wasn't in a hurry, she couldn't rush it, so she decided to take her time. Seeing the lively atmosphere outside, she went out to relax a bit. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing noticed her but didn't greet her, as they were deep in conversation. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind. Even after many years, she wouldn't have much to say to those 2 sisters-in-law. Ji Yuanrong tidied up the house, came out to the yard, and said, "Your aunt has been feeling better these days. Let's not go out tomorrow. Let's all go visit her." Their sister-in-law had not been well for the past 6 months, and when the children wanted to visit her, she refused. She said she just wanted to rest quietly, and while they all rushed over, it made the house lively but distracted her from resting. It would be better to wait until she was well before visiting. Lin Yulan glanced at Zhao Jinshu and said, "You've been here for a while and haven't visited your aunt's house, right?" Before her rebirth, Zhao Jinshu indeed hadn't gone. She replied, "It's fine to go tomorrow." "That's not the same," Lin Yulan said meaningfully. Ji Yuanrong glanced at her and asked, "What's different?" Recently, the eldest family had been subtly stirring up trouble, especially towards the second family. She observed coldly the 3 daughters-in-law. Among them, Jintai's wife was straightforward, spoke little, but was considerate in every way, focused on living her own life. Don't think she's easy to bully. If you provoke her, no matter who you are, she won't hold back. Of course, she noticed that the second family probably didn't think much of the eldest and third families either. Lin Yulan met her mother-in-law's cold gaze and felt a jolt in her heart, quickly changing her tone. I was just thinking that since uncle's family lives in the military compound, which is heavily guarded, I should let my sister-in-law know in advance, so she can be prepared and not run around. Zhao Jinshu shot her a glance. Thank you for your concern, sister-in-law. I'm not that unreliable. I won't be running around everywhere. As for what she really wanted to say, she didn't care to mention it. Everyone knew it wouldn't be anything nice. Lin Yulan chuckled awkwardly, thinking back to when Zhao Jinshu had just come from the countryside, hiding at home for a month, afraid to go out, always busy with chores and cooking. Now, although she seemed tough, who knew if she was just putting on a brave face? That was a military compound. If she got scared and couldn't say a word, that would be embarrassing. After Wang Meijing and Zhao Jinshu had an argument, they hadn't spoken since. When they met in the yard, they acted as if the other didn't exist. Now, standing nearby in silence, Wang Meijing's eyes lit up when she heard they would be visiting uncle's family tomorrow. She asked, Mom, is Annie going? Her aunt was her mother-in-law's sister-in-law, and the Ji family and Lu family were related by marriage, always close. Annie had been ill for over half a year, but now she was feeling better, so it was customary for family and friends to visit. Of course she will come. Ji Yuanrong had visited Auntie last week and, seeing that she was almost well, arranged for everyone to visit her and then informed her own family. Wang Meijing smiled happily, her gaze subtly landing on Zhao Jinshu. Auntie was her relative, and in both the Lu and Ji families, her status was unmatched. Zhao Jinshu noticed her gaze. She had that proud look again, probably imagining something. She was such a dramatic person. Ever since Wang Meijing had questioned her daughter, without any reason last time, she no longer regarded her as important. The next day, as dawn broke, lights in each room gradually turned on. Lu Jintai opened the door and went to the kitchen. After turning on the stove and washing up with hot water, she started making breakfast. Zhao Jinshu got dressed and opened her daughter's door. She saw the two little ones snuggled up in their pillows, their cheeks rosy. She touched their blankets. They were nice and warm. After the household responsibility system was implemented, her parents had considered that she might move to the city one day. They knew she would need quilts, so they planted 3 acres of cotton, making her 8 full quilts. When Lu Jintai brought the 3 of them, she couldn't carry all the luggage, so the quilts were all mailed, which cost a lot in postage. At the time, she didn't want so many quilts, but her mother insisted, saying it would be the right choice. Looking back, her mother had anticipated this. Otherwise, where would the 2 kids get new quilts now? Even if they wanted to buy some, cotton isn't easy to find these days. It was filled with her grandmother's love. Thinking of the children's grandmother, she decided to write them a letter when she returned home. There were no phones in the village, so they could only communicate through letters. She wondered if the shoes she sent had arrived. Luckily, her parents were still young and healthy. Before her rebirth, her mother, in her 80s or 90s, had called her to complain that her brothers were too strict, not allowing them to play mahjong. After breakfast, everyone changed their clothes and went out. In their family, there was only one bicycle, so her in-laws let the 2 kids ride on their bikes. The group rode their bicycles toward the military compound, which looked quite impressive from a distance. However, at that time, bicycles were the main mode of transportation, so this scene was quite common. When they arrived at the entrance of the military compound, they registered and pushed their bicycles inside. By the time they got there, Lu Erbua's family had already arrived. Lu Erbua, Lu Huixing, had a son and a daughter, both married. Lu Debo, Lu Huizhang, had only one daughter left, who was also married. Her father-in-law was the 3rd son of the Lu family, with many children, making their household the largest. When the aunt saw such a large group coming in, her expression softened. She first looked at Lu Jintai, then at Zhao Jinshu, and the two kids beside her. Lu Huayuan glanced at his sister-in-law, assessing her, and felt relieved. "Sister-in-law, you look much better than a few days ago." Aunt Xinghua smiled and said, "I've been feeling much more relaxed lately. You all don't need to worry too much. Everything is fine." She saw a group of people come in and stood quietly, waving to a group of children, "Come sit with Grandma." Lu Rui and Lu Zhe glanced at their parents. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "That's your grandma, go over." Lu Rui and Lu Zhe hesitated for a moment, then walked over with smiles. The older cousins, Lu Hui and Lu Xiang, along with Lu Kaifei and Lu Manting from the third branch, stood still. Although they were usually brave, they turned timid in front of their great-grandparents. Aunt Lu looked at the two children and gently asked, "Whose children are you?" Lu Zhe replied cheerfully, "Grandma, we are the children of Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu. My name is Lu Zhe, and I will be 6 after the new year." Lu Rui looked at his brother, then at Grandma, and stepped forward, saying, "Grandma, I am Lu Rui. I am almost 4. I am Mom and Dad's child, and he is my brother." He pointed at Lu Zhe. Lu Zhe glared at him, thinking that he should mention their parents' names instead. Lu Rui was confused by the glare but ignored it and looked at Grandma. Aunt Lu laughed and pulled them closer. "Oh, you're not afraid of Grandma?" Lu Zhe glanced at Grandma and said, "I like Grandma. She smiles when she sees us, so I'm not afraid." Grandma looked at them with the same warmth as their grandparents, so he felt safe. Lu Rui chimed in, "Grandma smiled, so I'm not afraid." Aunt Lu turned to Lu Jintai, playfully teasing, "Jintai, they are much more fun than you were as a child. Look, they say I like them." She had a scar on her face, and the children usually feared her, but these two not only weren't afraid but also confidently said she liked them. Where did they get that idea? Thinking of this made her smile even more, which made the scar look more intimidating. Lu Jintai smiled slightly. "Does Aunt Lu not like them?" Aunt Lu nodded at him. "Getting married changes a person. Now I can tease." Lu Jintai smiled wider. Wang Meijing nudged her two children from behind, urging them to go over. They couldn't let the second branch take all the attention, could they? The two children stayed put, unsure how Lu Zhe and Lu Rui dared to approach. They had heard that their great-grandparents had fought and defeated many people. Weren't they afraid? Lin Yulan gently nudged her two sons, encouraging them to join in, but since the youngest had two small children, they decided not to go. "You are the eldest and second sons of the Lu family. Why are you so timid?" Seeing the second family's children laughing and chatting with their aunt, she felt a pang of envy and wished she could step in for her sons to talk with her. Lu Ming, Lu Jintai, and Lu Hefeng placed their items on a nearby shelf. Their uncle, Lu Huaizhang, glanced over and said sternly, "What do you need those for? Your aunt won't eat them." Ji Yuanrong smiled and replied, "They can't come empty-handed when visiting their aunt. Look at me. I didn't bring anything." "Not bringing anything is fine, but you can't do that every time," he replied. Their aunt added, "When you leave, take everything back. It's just me and your older brother at home. We don't have any kids. The doctor says we can't eat this or that. It's frustrating." Her words were filled with frustration. Lu Fan, her eldest daughter, heard this and felt helpless. She understood her mother's feelings. After many years of marriage without children, her mother often brought up the topic. Uncle Lu Huaixing said, "We are still family. We should maintain some etiquette, or people will think the Lu family lacks manners." Aunt Lu agreed. Their aunt laughed, "You all worry too much. We're family. What do outsiders matter?" Everyone chuckled. Then, their aunt looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked, "Is this child Jintai's wife?" Lu Jintai replied, "Aunt, this is my wife, Zhao Jinshu." Zhao Jinshu stepped forward and smiled. "Aunt." Ji Yuanrong said, "Sister-in-law, you can just call her Jinshu." Their aunt examined her and said, "This girl looks good. No wonder those two little ones are so handsome." She then added, "Stop standing around. Come and sit." Everyone found their seats. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui sat beside their grandmother. Aunt Lu was a bit surprised. These two children were not afraid of her. Thinking of this, she picked up Lu Rue and held him in her arms. Sitting in her lap, Lu Rue curiously looked at her and asked with concern, "Grandma, does it hurt?" Ji Yuanrong was taken aback and quickly glanced at her sister-in-law, worried she might be upset. Their aunt shot her a look and said, "Why are you so dramatic? I won't eat her, you know." The Era smiled twice but did not speak. Lu Rue looked at them in confusion. Aunt scolded gently, "Children should ask questions."
What's wrong with our Rue caring about me?
"This scar is my badge of honor. Why should we avoid it?" As she spoke, she looked at Lu Rue. "Grandma doesn't hurt anymore." As for whether it hurt when she was injured, she had long forgotten. Even if it did, she didn't think much of it at the time. Only then did Lu Rue smile. Wang Meijing watched enviously from the side. Even she didn't dare to be bold in front of Aunt, and didn't speak freely. She didn't expect Lu Rue from the second family to be so daring. Thinking of this, she felt frustrated with her daughter, who usually chatted nonstop at home. Why was she so quiet now? Lu Manting ignored her, feeling unhappy. Lu Rue was talking to Grandma, so why did she have to push her to join? "Aren't you also sitting here without saying a word? You didn't talk to Grandma like Aunt did." Zhao Jinshu, watching from the side, felt a bit moved. In her previous life, when the two children came to the uncle's house, they weren't as open as they were now. It wasn't that they were afraid of their grandparents, they were just shy and unfamiliar, lacking a sense of closeness. In this life, she intentionally brought them closer to their grandparents. In just a few days, they became more comfortable with them. As she changed, the children also gradually became bolder, feeling more at ease with the Lu family. Now, even when they visited the uncle's house and met the unfamiliar grandma, they could chat comfortably. She was genuinely touched by her children. Their adaptability was impressive. Lin Yulan looked at everything with mixed feelings. At this moment, she had to admit that the two children from the second family were indeed well raised, which left her feeling somewhat defeated. Deep down, she had always looked down on her two sisters-in-law. Even though she got along well with Wang Meijing, she thought Wang Meijing wasn't very capable, a bit naive, and often spoke and acted without thinking, unaware when she offended someone. As for Zhao Jinshu, it was even worse. Coming from the countryside, she had no background, no education, and no job. Even if the second family had talent, it couldn't change the fact that Zhao Jinshu had nothing to offer besides her looks. Now, Zhao Jinshu, who had nothing, had outdone her in raising children. The more she thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt, even finding her two obedient sons beside her unappealing. Now they are behaving, but usually, when they come home, they disappear. I can't even find them when I need help. A deep sense of helplessness rises within me. I save money all day for the two of them, yet they disappoint me. Are there any hopes for the future? Zhao Jinshu doesn't know what her two children are doing. It almost made her sister-in-law feel depressed, questioning life as she watches the children talk to their grandmother. Aunt Lu said to Ji Yuanyong with a hint of jealousy, "It seems that the eldest sister really likes these two children." Ji Yuanyong replied proudly, "The two children are well-behaved and cute. Who wouldn't like them?" She then looked at Lu Jing'an, who was sitting quietly. "You look much more tired." Aunt Lu glanced at her daughter, her smile fading. "She's pregnant." Ji Yuanyong was surprised. "You're having another one?" Lu Jing'an smiled, "Yes." Aunt Lu looked unhappy and worried for her daughter. "I told her not to have another one, but she insists on having a son. Is a son really that important?" Lu Jing'an responded, "In Jianhua's hometown, families without boys are looked down upon." Ji Yuanyong frowned. Even if she disagreed, she couldn't say much. "What about your job?" Lu Jing'an smiled. "It's fine. I can quit if needed." Ji Yuanyong looked at her helplessly. "You won't work and Jianhua won't either? How will you live in the future?" Lu Jing'an smiled. "Jianhua and his family have agreed that the child will be registered under his brother's name, so there won't be any issues." Aunt Lu said, "But why insist on having a son? What if this baby is a girl? Will you keep trying?" A hint of confusion about the future flashed in Lu Jing'an's eyes as she said, "I don't know. I think Ursaya would understand. There are many families there who keep having children to try for a son. She looked at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu frowned, not understanding why she was sharing this with her. She said, there are indeed families like that, but every family's situation and thoughts are different. It's hard to change ingrained beliefs, at least for their generation. Lu Jintai looked at Lu Jing'an. No one here can understand you. Sons and daughters are equally important. After a few years as a youth worker, have you lost your mind? He spoke very rudely, which made Lu Jing'an feel a bit awkward. She knew that no one at home understood her. She thought her sister-in-law would understand, but since her sister-in-law had a son, she couldn't relate. It was just her wishful thinking. Aunt Air complained about her daughter being too soft and lacking opinions. After marrying Wu Jianhua for a few years, her mind had been influenced by the Wu family, and she was solely focused on giving birth to a son for them. Every time she thought about it, she felt a deep resentment towards the Wu family. Even if she was frustrated with her daughter, wanting to scold her, it all stemmed from a mother's love. She could hit or scold her daughter, but when others said something about her, she couldn't accept it. She glanced at Lu Jintai and said, Jintai will still protect his wife. Clearly, what Lu Jintai had just said made her uncomfortable. Ji Yuanrong gave her a brief look. This sister-in-law always defended her own. After all, who wouldn't protect their child as long as they were sensible? Thinking of this, she smiled and said, if he doesn't protect his wife, who will? Just like you complain about Jing'an not being capable, but when someone says something about her, you don't like it. Lu Jing'an. An'er chuckled awkwardly. I was just joking with Jintai, and you're defending him. Ji Yuanrong raised an eyebrow and smiled. Of course, I have to protect my son. Zhao Jinshu joked. Then Mom, you need to protect him more or he might not speak up when someone bullies him. Lu Jintai gave her a light smile. Ji Yuanrong laughed, and even though she didn't think her son would be bullied, she still smiled and assured, I will protect him, definitely won't let anyone bully him. Wang Meijing and Lin Yulan couldn't help but roll their eyes. Aunt Air looked at Zhao Jinshu, thinking that Jintai's wife was quite good at pleasing her mother-in-law. They were indeed a couple who were not easy to deal with. She said, only Jintai bullies others. Who would dare to bully him? When Kong'an and Jing'an were little, they couldn't handle him. They were often tricked by him. Talking about this, Aunt Air had a lot to say. As a mother, she couldn't stand seeing her child being bullied, yet they willingly played with Jintai every time. Zhao Jinshu had never heard of this before and looked at Lu Jintai. Is that true? Not at all, Lu Jintai replied casually.
Aunt Eva was speechless.
Could she really be making things up? Lu Kingan came in and heard his mother talking. He rubbed his nose and said, no matter how smart Jintai is, I'm still 2 or 3 years older than him.
How could I be fooled by him?
Mom, you underestimate me. With his wife and children in the room, he didn't want them to think their father was less capable than others. His mother kept bringing up embarrassing stories from his childhood, which made him frown. He cared about his image. Aunt Lu Air remained silent. Ji Yuanrong saw her frustrated expression and felt sorry for her. After chatting with Aunt Lu for half an hour, she yawned and waved her hand, saying, you all go have fun. I remember there are some feathered shuttlecocks at home. Lu Fan, take them out for the kids to play with. Lu Kingan turned to Lu Jintai and said, Jintai has something to discuss with you. Shall we talk outside? Lu Huaizhong pointed to the tea room and said, you can talk in the tea room. I've brewed some tea. The brothers stood up. Lu Jintai glanced at Zhao Jinshu and said, I'll join you in a bit. Zhao Jinshu looked up and said, go ahead. Lu Kingan smiled and said, is Jintai worried about his siblings? Lu Jintai shot him a blank look but didn't respond. Lu Kingan continued to smile. Your sisters-in-law are here. Let them chat while we head to the tea room. Zhao Jinshu waved her hand, go, go. After they left, Aunt Lu also stood up, saying, I'll go check on the food in the kitchen. Ji Yuanrong got up too, saying, I'll help. With Ji Yuanrong up, Aunt Lu Air had to follow. Aunt Lu didn't stop them. She let them sit, but they felt uncomfortable. As for Lu Huaizhong, he took his 2 younger brothers outside to play chess. Suddenly, half the people in the room were gone. Lu Zhe followed his brothers outside to play with marbles. Lin Yulan, Wang Meijing, and Lu Kanggen's wife gathered to chat, and soon Lu Jing'an joined them. Zhao Jinshu stayed seated. When Lu Fan brought out the shuttlecock, she took her daughter outside to play. After sitting all day writing and knitting, she hadn't exercised in a long time. When she tried kicking the shuttlecock, it felt awkward. She kicked a few times, but couldn't recapture the feeling from her childhood. However, this didn't dampen their spirits. It was all about having fun and exercising, not about how well they played. The mother and daughter were enjoying themselves when Lu Kanggen's eldest daughter, Lu Danyang, stood nearby with her two cousins, watching with interest. After kicking the shuttlecock for a while, Zhao Jinshu and her daughter were out of breath. They weren't as skilled as they used to be, so it seemed they needed to make exercise a priority. Their fitness level was lacking. Zhao Jinshu asked, "Do you want to play shuttlecock kicking?" Lu Danyang looked at her and smiled, saying, "Auntie, how about we have a competition?" Seeing her confidence, Zhao Jinshu, feeling a bit bored, asked with a smile, "How do we compete?" Lu Danyang replied, "You four can be one team, and I will be on my own. Whoever kicks the most wins. Since you have more people, each person can only kick once per round." Zhao Jinshu laughed and said, "So confident?" Lu Danyang flicked her ponytail and said, "I've never lost at shuttlecock kicking." Zhao Jinshu replied, "All right, let's do it." Lu Danyang looked around and said, "This place is too small. Let's go outside." With that, they all walked out the door. On the left side of the entrance, there was a large open space, and they stopped there. Lu Danyang handed the shuttlecock to Zhao Jinshu, saying, "Auntie, you go first." Zhao Jinshu took the shuttlecock. Although their team had 4 members, she was the oldest, and her kicking skills were almost like a 3-year-old's. Lu Jing'an's 2 daughters were 9 and 7, and the youngest, Lu Rui, was not yet 4. With such teammates, could any of them perform well? However, it was all for fun, and no one really cared about winning or losing. Zhao Jinshu started kicking the shuttlecock and surprisingly did quite well, managing to kick it many times in a row. Lu Rui, who had been learning to count with her dad these past few days, counted from 1 to 10 as the shuttlecock fell. Zhao Jinshu smiled and passed the shuttlecock to Wu Xuemei and Wu Xuelian, letting them take their turn. To everyone's surprise, both did quite well, with one kicking it 20 times and the other 11. Zhao Jinshu clapped and cheered, "Not bad. You kicked more than I did." Wu Xuemei shyly smiled and said, "Auntie, let Rui have a turn." Lu Rui jumped up, "I want to go." Lu Rui threw the shuttlecock and lifted her leg to kick it as it fell, but halfway through, the shuttlecock landed on her foot and then dropped to the ground. Lu Rui was stunned. Was that it? She could usually kick it twice. Zhao Jinshu and the Wu sisters couldn't help but laugh. Lu Rui looked at Lu Danyang beside her and asked, "Sister, does 1 count?" Lu Danyang picked up the shuttlecock and generously said, "I'll count that as 1 for you." Lu Rui happily cheered. Lu Danyang said, "Now watch me kick and help me count." The kids all shouted in unison, "Okay." Lu Danyang was already 13, and kids her age were quite skilled at kicking shuttlecocks. Meanwhile, the Lu brothers finished their business and came out of the tea room. Lu Kang'an joked with Lu Jintai, "You have several sisters-in-law, so why are you worried about not having company for your younger siblings?" Lu Jintai didn't respond and walked out with the others. When they reached the living room, all their wives were there, except for Jintai's wife. Before Lu Jintai could speak, Lu Kang'an said, "Is it just you guys?" Lu Yu nodded, "Yes." Just as Lu Kang'an was about to say something, they heard children laughing and counting outside, mixed with Zhao Jinshu's voice. Lu Jintai stepped outside. Lu Kang'an followed, along with Lin Yulan and the others. Lu Jintai stood at the gate of the yard, quietly watching the mother and daughter laughing freely, a smile gradually appearing in his eyes. Lu Kang'an approached, followed his gaze, and couldn't help but laugh. Your younger sibling still has a childlike heart. She can play with a whole group of kids. She doesn't think too much. Lu Jintai said a few words and walked over. Lu Kang'an was puzzled. What did he mean? If his wife doesn't think too much, then who does? Every time Auntie hosted a gathering, she would have the kitchen staff come to help with the cooking. They prepared the ingredients early in the morning, and now they were stewing and frying, ready to serve. The three of them looked around the kitchen and found nothing they could help with, so they stepped outside. Seeing no one in the living room and hearing sounds from outside, they followed. At this point, Lu Danyang had already kicked the ball 150 times. Annie watched them with joy. Let's see if Danyang can kick it 200 times. Second aunt said, you should focus on studying instead of just playing all day. Second sister-in-law, you're such a downer. Study hard when it's time to study, and play hard when it's time to play. Ji Yuanrong disagreed, but you can't just study all the time and not let anyone have fun. Second aunt didn't take it in and replied, your Jean Tai's wife is leading the fun. She's already a mother of 2 and still hasn't grown up. Only your third sister-in-law has a good temperament, letting her daughter-in-law do whatever. If it were her, she'd have said something to a daughter-in-law who played so wildly. Ji Yuanrong said, I think it's great. It's better than being overly strict and causing trouble all the time. Auntie smiled broadly. That's the way to be. Jean Tai's wife has a good character, and she raises her kids well. Second sister-in-law, you need to change some of your old-fashioned ideas. You can't keep living in the past. Second aunt awkwardly fell silent. They didn't have a mother-in-law. The eldest sister-in-law was like a mother. When they got married, it was all managed by the older sister-in-law. Later, when they had children, she busily found someone to help take care of them and treated their kids as if they were her own. She was even more caring than a mother-in-law. They respected this older sister-in-law from the bottom of their hearts and would never oppose her words, nor would they dare to. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing exchanged glances, confused about what had happened. In such a short time, even the aunt had started to see Zhao Jinshu in a different light. They looked around but couldn't find anything different about Zhao Jinshu. While they were thinking, Lu Danyang's shuttlecock fell with a gasp of surprise. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but give a thumbs up, her face full of admiration. 220. That's amazing. She couldn't kick that many when she was young. No wonder she was so confident. Lu Danyang blushed from the compliment. I'm just good at kicking the shuttlecock. Being good at one thing is already impressive, Zhao Jinshu replied. Not everyone can do everything. Lu Danyang said, our class leader knows a lot of things. I don't know how he finds the time to learn so much. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, there will always be a few exceptional people. There's no need to feel discouraged. Just focus on doing your best. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were also considered excellent, but they had encountered people who were even more outstanding in school and work. So, they needed to learn to adjust their mindset and focus on the present. Standing beside her, Lu Danyang asked eagerly, so even if I don't do as well as him in every exam, I shouldn't feel too discouraged? Zhao Jinshu asked her, have you asked yourself if you've tried your best? Lu Danyang nodded. He studied once, and she studied twice. He studied 3 times, and she studied 4 times. In short, she always put in more effort than he did, but still couldn't beat him, which was frustrating. Meanwhile, the elders at home thought she wasn't working hard enough. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, as long as you've tried your best, there's no need to feel down. You have your own strengths too. Your class leader isn't as good at kicking the shuttlecock as you, right? Seeing Lu Danyang shake her head, she continued, so your class leader might be better at studying. You study well too, you're just a little behind him. But that's his strength. It's silly to compare your strengths with someone else's best. As long as you use your own talents wisely and study hard, you've already outdone many others. She didn't expect that coming to her aunt's house would also make her a bit of a mentor for the kids. She had always liked this child, and seeing her so troubled made her want to say a bit more. She had some experience in raising children after all. Children like Lu Danyang, who are independent and strong, just need more encouragement and enough confidence. We shouldn't directly tell her, child, your intelligence is not as high as others. No matter how hard you try, you won't surpass them. That would only discourage her. Lu Danyang suddenly hugged her arm and said, Aunt, what you said is very different from what my mom says. I think your advice makes a lot of sense. As long as she tries her best, even if she doesn't score higher than the class leader, she shouldn't feel disheartened, since academics are the class leader's strong suit. Lu Yu, who had been listening, finally couldn't help but speak up. Sister-in-law, if you say it like this, she will have even more reasons not to aim for first place in the future. Lu Danyang's eyes turned red. Why must I always be first? Zhao Jinshu didn't understand why they insisted on their child being first. She had only tried to comfort the child, not realizing it would upset the mother. She didn't want to interfere in how others raise their children, but every time she encountered parents who insisted on their child being first, she felt confused and sorry for the child. Lu Jintai looked at Lu Qinggan and said, "When you were taking exams, you often ranked near the bottom. Why should a father, who didn't do well in school himself, pressure his child to be first?" Lu Qinggan. Aunt chuckled and teased, "It seems Lu Yu is always first in school." Lu Danyang couldn't help but exclaim, "Mom wants me to be first every time, but now she's a college student. She demands things from me that she couldn't achieve herself." Lu Yu took a deep breath and said, "I'm not a college student, which is why I want to encourage you to become one. I'm doing this for your own good." Lu Danyang replied, "You don't have to be first to get into college. Can't we just let that go?" Aunt patted her head and said, "Then you should tell her to earn 1,000 yuan every month. If she doesn't, you can say she isn't trying hard enough. How can we force a child to always be first? That's an unreasonable expectation." Lu Yu. Earn 1,000 yuan every month? She couldn't even get that much, let alone earn it. Zhao Jinshu thought she could argue back, but even Aunt was saying this, and even though it was her own child, she had to admit she was wrong. Uncle and Aunt were the decision-makers in the family, and even the grandmother respected them, let alone herself. Looking at the child's red eyes and her earlier rejection, along with her reliance on Zhao Jinshu, she couldn't help but feel hurt and wonder if she was being too strict. Lu Jintai ignored them and walked over to Zhao Jinshu, asking, "Are you tired?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "Not really, just getting some exercise." Lu Jintai nodded and said, "Shall we drink some hot water when we get back?" Zhao Jinshu agreed. "Aunt, Mom, you all enjoy yourselves. We'll take Lu Rui inside to drink some water." Aunt smiled and said, "Go ahead." The three of them went back inside. Lu Qinggan followed them and, reaching the yard, couldn't help but smile wryly. "You two really know how to hit the nail on the head." Zhao Jinshu blinked and said, "I did talk too much just now. I meant well, trying to ease the child's frustration, but I didn't mean to upset you both. After all, we are outsiders. We shouldn't have interfered. I'll remember this next time." Lu Jintai frowned. "What did you do wrong? It's them who don't know how to be parents. You're her aunt. She should come to you for help. If they don't understand and blame you, that's their problem. Don't pay them any mind." Lu Qinggan felt embarrassed. "Please spare me. If we weren't family, my sister-in-law wouldn't have said so much. You all care about the child, and I know my sister-in-law means well. I apologize. Her words did wake me up. I realize I've been too hard on the child." Lu Jintai looked at him coldly. "Danyang is better than both of you." Lu Qinggan replied, "All right, you're the professor. You see people better than I do. She's my daughter, and if she's better than me, I'm happy." Wang Meijing eagerly awaited her aunt Wang Liqin's arrival. The two hadn't seen each other in a long time, but her aunt didn't greet her as warmly as she expected. Instead, she just said hello and grabbed Zhao Jinshu's hand, introducing herself. They seemed to have endless things to talk about, completely ignoring Meijing. This made her quite unhappy. Her mother-in-law valued Zhao Jinshu, and even her aunt seemed to favor her. Was Zhao Jinshu really that great? Although Wang Liqin was chatting with Zhao Jinshu, she noticed her niece's fleeting look of displeasure. With a cold huff, she chose to ignore it. A few days ago, her sister-in-law Ji Yuanrong had come home and, during their chat, expressed dissatisfaction with Meijing, which was unusual. Having been married into the Ji family for many years, she knew her sister-in-law well. Ji Yuanrong was usually very tolerant of her daughter-in-law and had never spoken ill of her, always praising her. This time, however, it was rare for her to say that her niece had been acting quite out of line lately. This concerns two families, and since my sister-in-law has spoken up, it's clear that the situation is serious, so I need to ask for details. Upon asking, I learned that my sister-in-law and her 3 sons have separated. I understand this. They are married with children, and it's normal for them to live apart. However, I felt embarrassed when I heard about my niece's actions at her in-laws' house. It was I who helped my niece marry into the Liu family. Initially, my sister-in-law's family preferred Jean Tai, but I rejected that idea right away. I always believed that some people just don't match, and my niece and Jean Tai were not suited for each other. Jean Tai has high standards. He has turned down many suitors, so I knew he wouldn't be interested in my niece. Of course, only I and my sister-in-law knew about this. The children were unaware. My sister-in-law didn't give up after my refusal and suggested her 3rd son, Liu Hefeng. He has a lively personality, and my niece is cheerful too. They are well matched in education. After some thought, I decided to play matchmaker for them. I never expected that after so many years of marriage and with children grown, my sister-in-law would still find a reason to complain about my niece. It was clear she had been holding back her feelings for a long time. Thinking of this made me angry when I saw my niece. I had never felt so embarrassed in front of my sister-in-law, but because of my niece, I had to put on a smile and promise my sister-in-law that I would talk to her later, which earned me a better response from her. Wang Meijing felt uneasy. Her aunt's expression was off, and the way she looked at her was cold. She wondered what was wrong. This was the Liu family, and Wang Liqin was busy socializing with others, not paying attention to her. However, she was planning to visit her family soon to discuss this matter with her sister-in-law and encourage her to talk to her daughter. The meal prepared by her aunt was very lavish, and with so many family members, it was quite crowded. Thankfully, they were all relatives. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been enough space for everyone. Liu Kangong pulled Liu Jintai to drink, but since Liu Jintai returned to work, he hadn't been drinking much and wasn't keen on it. Liu Kangong turned to Zhao Jinshu and asked, "Sister-in-law, don't you let him drink?" Zhao Jinshu looked up, surprised. "Where did you get that idea?" Liu Kangong replied, "Then why isn't he drinking?" "He's not drinking because he doesn't want to," Zhao Jinshu shot back. "Don't project your outdated ideas onto me. I've never controlled his drinking. Besides, he knows how to take care of himself and doesn't need anyone to manage him." Liu Jintai had not returned to work yet, so they were staying at her family home. Occasionally, her father would invite her to have a drink, but she never asked about it and certainly didn't care now. Liu Kangong couldn't help but widen his eyes. "Old junk?"
Me?
Liu Jintai laughed. "Who else could it be?" Liu Kangong looked at Liu Jintai. "Jintai, since your sister-in-law doesn't care, why not have a couple of drinks?" Liu Jintai wasn't fond of alcohol, but sometimes if she felt like it, she would have a small drink. However, she didn't want to drink with them. She knew this group well. Once they started drinking, it wouldn't just be 1 or 2 cups. Drinking could lead to trouble, and she didn't want to give herself the chance to overindulge. Liu Kangong could only turn to Zhao Jinshu for help. "Sister-in-law, can you persuade her?" Liu Jintai smiled at Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu replied, "Persuade her to do what? If she wants to drink, let her. If she doesn't, that's fine too. It's her choice." Auntie laughed. "If Jintai isn't drinking, don't push her. With so many people to drink with, won't you have fun?" Liu Kangong really wanted to drink with Jintai, but she wasn't interested. He felt helpless against the couple, and with Auntie speaking up, he had to back down. After dinner, the table was a mess, but everyone quickly cleaned up together. Auntie took a nap every day, and with the kids making noise, it was hard for her to rest. Once they tidied up the house, they left. A large group of people with nothing to do decided to discuss going to the department store to buy some clothes for the new year. Liu Xingyao looked uninterested. "I saw a coat I liked, but I don't have any money." Liu Yu joked, "You have several brothers here. Let them buy it for you." Liu Jing'an checked her pockets. She had no money either. Could she ask her brothers and sisters-in-law to buy her a piece of clothing? Thinking this, she looked hopefully at Liu Yu, but Liu Yu avoided her gaze. After all these years, how much had they already helped their sister-in-law? Did she still want new clothes? Lin Yulon thought her comment was quite rude. The sister-in-law was working, not contributing any salary, living at home, and how could she ask her married brothers to buy her clothes? Wang Meijing was also unhappy. They barely had enough money for themselves, so how could they afford to buy clothes for their sister-in-law? Yet, Lu Xingyao thought Lu Yu's words were reasonable and looked expectantly at her three brothers. Lu Hefeng, with his hand in his pockets and smelling of alcohol, said, "Don't count on me. I want someone to give me some money too." Lu Xingyao then looked at Lu Jiaming, who shrugged, "I don't have any money either." Even buying meat for the family required careful budgeting. How could they afford to buy clothes for their sister? Besides, he hadn't bought new pants in years, and even if he had money, he had to take care of himself first. Lu Xingyao felt disappointed and looked at Lu Jintai, who glanced at her and said, "Don't you have any clothes to wear?" Before Lu Xingyao could respond, Lin Yulan interjected, "Xingyao has plenty of clothes. She buys new ones every year. I remember she has 2 or 3 coats." She didn't want to spend money on her sister-in-law's clothes and didn't want others to buy them either, as it would make her seem stingy. Wang Meijing agreed. As long as she has clothes to wear, there's no need to buy new ones every year. Lu Xingyao glared. "Third sister-in-law, don't you often buy clothes?" Wang Meijing thought to herself, "That's my own money. I can buy what I want." Lu Jintai said calmly, "Since she has clothes, why buy more?" Lu Xingyao fell silent. Zhao Jinshu, who had been quiet, walked beside them. Lu Zhe, walking next to his dad, said, "My mom only has 1 cotton coat. Dad's money should be used to buy her clothes." He had heard his third aunt say that one should respect clothing first, or people would look down on you. Both his aunt and third aunt liked to buy clothes. They had many, so his mom should have many too. She shouldn't be looked down upon. Lu Kangon laughed. "You're so young, yet you know to protect your mom?" Lu Zhe glanced at him and stayed silent. He knew that when they first came to Grandma's house and Dad wasn't home, they often bullied his mom, so he had to protect her. Lu Jintai patted his son's head. "We'll buy something for your mom later." If even his son thought his mom needed more clothes, then it must be true. He had neglected that. Lu Xingyao envied, "Didn't we just buy a down jacket a few days ago? Now we need to buy more?" Lu Zhe rolled his eyes. "Auntie, you're silly. She only has 1 cotton coat. What if it gets dirty?" Lu Xingyao laughed in frustration. "You little rascal, you're so cheeky." Lu Zhe wasn't afraid of her. "Who told you to bully my mom?" Lu Xingyao replied, "When did I ever bully your mom?" Lu Zhe huffed. "You have so many clothes and still want to buy more, while mom only has 1 coat. That's just bullying her." She herself wanted to buy many clothes but thought it was too much for her mom to buy 1. Why was that fair? Lu Xingyao, feeling embarrassed, said, "You little brat, you have more tricks up your sleeve than a beehive." Lu Jing'an, however, felt very envious and said, "That little rascal is great. He knows how to care for his mom. So, I was right to insist on having a son." Lu Xingyao replied. "Who are you talking to?" Lu Kangon felt envious. His son only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun. When did he ever think about his parents' well-being? The child from the Jintai family was impressive. At such a young age, he could take care of his mother. He would surely grow up well. Kangon looked at Jintai and couldn't help but ask, "How do you teach your child?" Lu Jing'an also looked at Lu Jintai with curiosity. If her next child was a son, she hoped to raise him to be as well-behaved and understanding as Lu Zhe. Lu Jintai replied, "I haven't taught much in that area. He usually just taught his child to read and write." Lu Kangon was speechless. Lu Yu laughed and said, "Is Jintai keeping secrets?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at them and said, "I didn't want to say too much and make you unhappy." Whether he taught or not, he didn't feel like sharing. After all, every child is different. Different personalities lead to different ways of doing things. Lu Yu was taken aback. It was something from before the meal, and they still remembered it? That seemed a bit petty. However, she had to admit that Zhao Jinshu raised her 2 children well. Lu Kangon, feeling helpless, pleaded, "Sister-in-law, let's not bring this up again." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said nothing more. As they walked partway, Lu Kangon suddenly said, "Gu Qingye's restaurant is behind the department store. Should we go take a look? Lu Hafeng became interested. Let's go check it out. Wang Meijing, however, seemed uninterested. You all go ahead. We'll go to the department store. Lu Hafeng looked at her. You're not buying anything. So what's the point of browsing? With a family struggling to make ends meet, why was she still thinking about buying clothes? Wang Meijing turned her face away, ignoring him. Just because she wasn't buying didn't mean she couldn't look. Lin Yulan and Lu Yi were quite interested in seeing what the restaurant was like. Lu Jintai turned to Zhao Jinshu. Where should we go first? Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and said, how about we check out the restaurant first? She was curious about how the business was doing after the menu improvements, so it would be good to take a look while they had the time. Lu Jiaming suggested, let's go to Gu Qingye's restaurant first, then we can head to the department store. So they agreed and changed direction toward Gu Qingye's restaurant. When they reached the restaurant's entrance, they stopped. Lu Qinggan peeked inside. This place is doing well. It was already past 2 o'clock, yet the restaurant was still full, with no empty tables in sight, showing how good the business was. Lu Minying was at the front desk collecting payments. When she saw them at the door, she smiled and waved, inviting them in. Zhao Jinshu waved back and looked at Lu Jintai. It's so busy. Should we not go in? Lu and Feng exclaimed, people always said Gu Qingye made money running a restaurant, but we didn't really believe it. Now, looking at this place packed with customers, it's hard to think he isn't making a profit. Lu Kangong looked on with envy and nudged Lu Jintai, saying, this morning I mentioned wanting to quit my job to start a business, and you all said it wasn't a good idea. Just look at this bustling scene. He must be earning more in a month than we do working hard. The others disagreed. Lu Jiaming said, you still have room to advance in your job. Quitting would be a shame. Lu and Feng added, if you quit, it will be tough to get back into the tax department. Think it over. What he didn't mention was that his uncle's family only had Jing'an and Kangong, and Jing'an was solely focused on having a son, with no interest in working. If Lu Kangong also left for business, there would be no one from their family in the government anymore, which would be a problem. They couldn't rely on that Wu Jianhua in the future, as he didn't seem promising in any aspect. Lu Kangong turned to Lu Jintai and asked, what do you think? Lu Jintai replied simply, be cautious. Lu Jiaming said, in the end, it's your decision. We can only offer advice. Even though they were cousins, not even a son should have complete control over such decisions. Lu Kangong fell silent, deep in thought. When Gu Qingye saw them arrive, he rushed out from the kitchen and laughed. Come on in. Then he turned to Zhao Jinshu and said, sister-in-law, you should come inside and see. Our business is doing so well, and it's all thanks to you. Everyone was confused about how Zhao Jinshu was involved. Lu Kangong stayed put, saying, there's no room to stand inside. Why go in? Gu Qingye chuckled. Don't worry, there's a courtyard inside that can fit all of you. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui approached him and sweetly called him uncle, and the other kids followed suit. Gu Qingye greeted them with a smile. Zhao Jinshu said, we're just here to see how the business is doing. It looks great, so we won't go in. Gu Qingye's smile widened. Sister-in-law, this is all you're doing. Our business has been getting better every day. Lu Kangong was surprised. How is it still your sister-in-law's credit? Lu Xingyao shouted, I know. Lu and Feng asked, what do you know? Lu Xingyao smiled and said, I know. Sister-in-law changed the recipes at Qingye's restaurant. Maybe that's why their business has improved. Now, sister-in-law is a technical staff member at Qingye's restaurant and gets paid, so Qingye says it's her credit. Gu Qingye nodded with a smile. It's true that after sister-in-law improved the recipes, our restaurant's business got better. Although the business was good before, it hadn't reached a booming level. Especially today, being the weekend, customers came in waves, many of them choosing to come because they heard others say the food was delicious. A group of people looked at Zhao Jinshu in surprise. Lu Kangong exclaimed, sister-in-law has this talent too? Zhao Jinshu smiled but didn't say anything. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing felt quite complicated. They didn't expect Zhao Jinshu to quietly get herself a job. Although the job wasn't demanding and didn't require daily attendance, just the fact that she improved a few recipes to revitalize the restaurant showed her skill. Lin Yulan recalled that Zhao Jinshu's father seemed to be a chef, so she wasn't too surprised anymore. She sighed. When Zhao Jinshu bought shoes for her mother-in-law changed her attitude towards her. Today, the aunt also praised Zhao Jinshu. Now that she has a job and income, she has established herself in the Liu family. Wang Meijing thought about her currently cold relationship with Zhao Jinshu and felt disheartened, especially since she had to watch Zhao Jinshu's success all day. Just thinking about it made her lose all interest in speaking. Liu Jiaming and Liu Hufeng also felt that their brother's life was getting better, and when they thought about themselves, they felt somewhat lacking. Liu Kengan smiled at Liu Jintai and said, "Jintai, when will you invite us over for a meal? We want to taste sister-in-law's cooking." Liu Jing'an also looked at Liu Jintai with anticipation. "You don't need to come to my house," Liu Jintai replied, looking at the restaurant. "We have everything here. You can come anytime." Liu Kengan pointed at him. "You're too stingy." Liu Jintai remained unfazed. Liu Yu, feeling a bit sour, said, "Jintai doesn't want sister-in-law to tire herself out. Do you think cooking a meal is easy? Everyone else cares about their wives, but he doesn't understand at all. Brother Liu, many of the recipes at our restaurant have been improved by sister-in-law. If you want to taste her cooking, you can enjoy it here without bothering her." Gu Qingyan naturally promoted his restaurant's business, without feeling embarrassed at all. Liu Kengan replied that you really know how to do business. Gu Qingyan confidently said, "Otherwise, how would we make money?" Liu Kong'an said, "I now feel like I'm not cut out for business. My skin isn't thick enough." Liu Jintai glanced at him and replied, "You don't have a deep understanding of yourself." "What do you mean?" Liu Kong'an widened his eyes. Liu Xingyao laughed and said, "My second brother thinks your skin is actually quite thick." Liu Kong'an replied, "That's nonsense." Everyone burst into laughter. Gu Qingya was very busy. After chatting with them for a bit, he was called back by Liu Mining. The group didn't stay long and headed straight to the department store. With around 20 adults and children, they entered the store, creating quite a scene. As soon as they entered, opinions started to clash. Liu Kong'an and his friends wanted to look at men's clothing, while Wang Meijing and the other women wanted to check out women's clothing. Unable to agree, they decided to split up. Wang Meijing took her daughter and called over Liu Yu and Lin Yulan to join her. Liu Jing'an followed with her two daughters. Liu Xingyao glanced around and decided to follow them. Zhao Jinshu didn't mind them. She held her daughter's hand with one hand and her son's hand with the other, strolling leisurely. Liu Jintai walked behind, holding two children's scarves. As the year-end approached, the department store had stocked many new items, and Zhao Jinshu was happily browsing. She had already bought a down jacket and a coat this year, so she was shopping more casually now, buying styles she liked and saving others for next time. Lu Rui and Lu Zhe looked around with wide eyes. While walking, they suddenly noticed a commotion ahead. Lu Zhe asked, "Mom, what's happening over there?" Zhao Jinshu observed for a moment and concluded, "They're lining up to buy clothes." Lu Zhe's eyes widened. "You have to line up to buy clothes?" Zhao Jinshu explained, "Down jackets are in high demand, so people have to wait in line. As some people gradually had more money and didn't have to worry about food, they wanted to dress up. At this time, down jackets had just come out, and the supply was low. Compared to bulky cotton coats and military jackets, down jackets were lightweight and warm. Even though one cost 400 to 500 yuan, they were very popular, leading to long lines. Last time at the overseas Chinese store, there weren't as many people." Lu Zhe tugged at his mom's hand. "Should we line up too? Wasn't she going to buy that down jacket?" Liu Jintai approached. "Shall we go take a look?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Let's check out the styles first." A few people stepped forward, and Zhao Jinshu glanced at the colors and styles. They were either bright red or deep black, with one pure blue option. All short styles that she didn't like. She preferred the long one she was wearing, which covered her legs and kept her warm without needing to wear long underwear. She liked it a lot. She was used to it and found it convenient. Even when playing games, she could roll up the bottom part. Lin Yulan saw their family of 4 from a distance and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, are you here to buy winter coats too?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "You go ahead, we're leaving first." It was the weekend and the department store was crowded. She had lost interest in shopping. She decided to come back when it was less busy. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, "Don't you like it?" "Too many people." Lu Jintai nodded. "Come next time?" "Let's see." Lu Jintai picked up Lu Rui, and they walked outside together. "Jintai, you're also at the department store?" Hearing the voice, Lu Jintai looked up and nodded, preparing to leave. Lu Qingyao stopped him. "I need to talk to you for a moment. Can we chat?" Lu Jintai's expression was neutral. "I'm busy right now." Lu Qingyao felt a moment of breathlessness. He was always busy. When would he have time? Realizing this, she turned to Zhao Jinshu and smiled. "Comrade Zhao, I really have something to discuss with Jintai. Can I talk to him?" Lu Jintai's face grew cold. "I already said no." Zhao Jinshu gave her a light glance and chuckled. Lu Jintai is an adult. He can speak for himself. "If you want to talk to him, go ahead and ask him. Why ask me?"
You.
Lu Qingya was left speechless. If talking to Jintai was useful, why would she need to ask Zhao? She didn't expect this woman from the countryside to handle things this way. "Isn't Jintai your man? Did you get it wrong?" She felt frustrated. They had been so close as kids, but now she couldn't even get a moment with him. Lu Qingya's mother looked at Zhao Jinshu. "Are you Jintai's wife?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "I am." Lu Qingya's mother smiled at her. "Our Qingya and Jintai have known each other since they were young. They are friends. As women, we should be gentle when we speak and act outside, or it might make the men uncomfortable. Don't you agree?" Lu Jintai's expression turned serious. "Aunt, you are overstepping." Lu Qingya's mother's face darkened, about to speak, but Zhao Jinshu spoke first. "I'm sorry, but I'm straightforward. That's just how I am. The longer you know me, the more you'll realize that anyone with bad intentions tends to avoid me. If it bothers you, feel free to avoid me next time you see me. It's hard to tell right from wrong, and I wouldn't want to accidentally hurt you." After saying this, she ignored Lu Jintai and left, holding her son's hand. Lu Jintai followed with his daughter. Lu Qingya and her mother watched their backs, still in shock. How could that woman say such things? Lu Qingya's mother scoffed. "A woman who is too arrogant won't end well. She'll eventually be dealt with." Lu Qingya replied coldly. "Only Aunt Ji has the patience for her. Any other mother-in-law wouldn't tolerate her." Lu Qingya's mother thought for a moment. "I haven't contacted Aunt Ji in a while. With the new year coming, you should visit her. Relationships need to be nurtured. Even the best ones can fade without contact." Lu Qingya smiled. "You're right." The mother and daughter entered the department store, only to run into Lu Qinggan and his group. Lu Qingya approached them with a smile. "Did you all plan to come shopping here?" "I just saw Jintai." Lu Qinggan greeted them with a smile. "Where did you see them?" Lu Qingya replied, "I saw them at the entrance. They left already." Lu Qinggan was surprised. Did they finish shopping so quickly? Lu Qingya adjusted her hair. "It seems they didn't carry anything, so they probably didn't buy anything. I guess Comrade Zhao is frugal. Department store items aren't cheap, so she might not want to spend." She was talking to herself and didn't notice the strange expressions on Lu Jiaming and the others' faces. Lu Qinggan chuckled awkwardly, thinking it was better to look at clothes instead. He wasn't good at chatting. After exchanging a few words, they all went their separate ways. Meanwhile, Lu Jintai caught up with Zhao Jinshu and walked silently beside her. Once they were in a quieter area, he slowly asked, "Are you upset?" Zhao Jinshu paused. "I really dislike when people ask if I'm upset. Isn't it natural to feel upset when provoked?" Of course, she wasn't actually angry earlier. If someone provokes her, she just fights back. There's no reason to get worked up. Being angry only drains her energy, and after everything she's been through, why would she let it bother her? She didn't even consider Lu Qingya and her mother's shallow thoughts. In her past life, Lu Qingya waited a lifetime, and even when Lu Jintai became a grandfather, she never got him to divorce and marry her. In this life, it was even less likely. No one understood better than her how much Lu Jintai cared for his two children. For the sake of the kids, he would never get divorced. Lu Jintai. Lu Ziyuan looked at his silent father and carefree mother, suddenly feeling sorry for his dad. He couldn't help but ask his mom, "So, Mom, are you really angry?" Zhao Jinshu patted his head, wanting to give her son some face. Angry? What for? Mom will tell you, being angry only makes you sad and hurts you, while it gives the enemy satisfaction. So, no matter what happens, you shouldn't get angry. Understand? Lu Rui leaned against his dad. No anger. Zhao Jinshu smiled at her. Right, no anger. Lu Ziyuan nodded blankly, still confused. If Mom wasn't angry, why did Dad look even quieter? Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided not to think about it. Looking at his quiet dad, he said, "Dad, I didn't like those two people just now." Lu Rui nodded. Didn't like. Only then did Lu Jintai speak. "If you don't like them, then you don't like them." Zhao Jinshu smiled but said nothing. Lu Jintai noticed the lingering smile on her face and softly asked, "You smiled?" Zhao Jinshu rolled her eyes and glared at him. "Can't I smile?" One moment she was angry, the next she was smiling. He really had a lot to say. Did he have this problem in his past life? Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled lightly. "You can." Lu Ziyuan glanced at his dad and then at his mom, finally feeling relieved. Mom wasn't angry, and Dad was no longer quiet. They were back to normal, so it seemed they wouldn't argue. So he suggested, "Mom, aren't there other malls? Should we see if there are many people?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Then let's go." Lu Jintai said, "Let's go." The family went to the overseas Chinese store. Sure enough, there weren't many people at the overseas Chinese store. Since they were there to buy down jackets, they headed straight to the section selling them. The down jackets were the same styles they had seen last time. They had bought a black one before, so they couldn't buy another black one this time. She didn't plan to buy a red one either, leaving a blue and a pink one. While hesitating, Lu Ziyuan pointed to the pink down jacket. "Mom, this one looks nice. Let's buy this." Zhao Jinshu hesitated. She had never bought such a pink outfit before. She asked, "Isn't the color too bright?" Lu Ziyuan shook his head. "Looks nice." Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Rui. "Do you think it looks nice too?" Lu Rui nodded. "Looks nice." Zhao Jinshu looked at the down jacket again. "Pink it is then." She wasn't even 26 yet, still young. "It's just pink. What's wrong with wearing it? Even if I were a bit older, I could still wear it. Besides, both my son and daughter say it looks good, so it must look nice." Lu Jintai walked up behind her and asked, "Why don't you ask me?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, wanting to say his opinion didn't matter, but then thought that he earned the money. So she asked, "Is pink okay?" If he said no, he could tell their daughter and son, since they chose the color. Lu Jintai understood her meaning and wisely replied, "It's fine." Zhao Jinshu smiled and looked at the store clerk, saying, "I'll try on this pink one." The clerk took down the pink down jacket and handed it to her. Looking at her black down jacket, she smiled and asked, "You bought that here too, right?" Zhao Jinshu nodded and immediately took off her jacket to try on the new one. "I came back to buy a down jacket, but I don't think the clerk was you." The clerk replied, "We take turns. Your skin is fair and you're tall, so you can pull off pink." Zhao Jinshu zipped it up and walked to the mirror. When she saw her reflection, she was stunned. The woman in the mirror, with her fair face, looked even more radiant in the pink jacket. She blinked, wondering if that was really her. The clerk exclaimed, "You look amazing." Having worked as a clerk for a long time, she had seen many beautiful women, but none as graceful as this one. Lu Rui ran over and exclaimed, "Mom, you look so pretty." Lu Zhe nudged his dad, asking, "Dad, doesn't your wife look beautiful?" Lu Jintai patted him, saying, "What are you talking about?" Lu Zhe chuckled, "My mom is the most beautiful mom in the world." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked them, "What do you think?" She was very satisfied with herself. She didn't expect that pink would suit her so well. She could definitely try more things in her life. Lu Jintai looked up, his gaze resting on her smiling cheeks, and after a moment he said, "It's nice." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Then let's buy it." 2 down jackets would be just enough for changing, which was great. Lu Zhe nudged his dad again, saying, "Dad, you should buy one too." During this time, he had a feeling that their family was wealthier than Uncle San's family. His dad was good at making money, and his mom also helped Uncle Gu with the restaurant, so they had enough to spend. Since they had enough money for new clothes, he felt sorry that his dad didn't have any. Lu Jintai said, "Dad won't buy one." Lu Rui added, Buy. Zhao Jinshu laughed. "You and your dad are making it clear what you want." Lu Zhe asked, "Why won't Dad buy?" Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai and said, "Since our son and daughter want you to buy it, go ahead and buy it." Lu Jintai asked her, "You want to buy it too?" Without thinking, Zhao Jinshu replied, "Sure, let's buy it." She wanted to support her children, who were concerned about their dad and didn't want to spoil their fun. Lu Jintai asked, "You choose?" This was a small matter, and Zhao Jinshu nodded, saying okay. The men's down jackets were easy to choose from, with only 2 styles and 2 colors, black and gray. Lu Jintai always preferred black, so she chose that for him. After selecting, she handed the jacket to him. Lu Jintai took it, removed his coat, and handed it to her. Zhao Jinshu took the coat and draped it over her arm. Lu Jintai slowly put on the down jacket and then looked at Zhao Jinshu, asking gently, "How does it look?" Zhao Jinshu took a glance, but before she could respond, the 2 little ones started their performance. "Dad looks great. Dad looks better than movie stars. Dad is the best-looking dad in the world." Lu Jintai. Seeing his speechless expression, Zhao Jinshu held back a laugh. Remembering what he had just said about her outfit, she replied, "It looks good." Lu Jintai glanced at her. "If you say it looks good, then it does." Since everything looked good, they paid and left, but they didn't buy anything for the kids. After all, they were still young and mostly wore the cotton jackets and pants made by their grandmother, which, though bulky, were warmer. The couple then took the kids to buy some groceries and got them some snacks and fruits before heading home. Once they got home, Lu Rui fell asleep. The couple each carried her and helped her take off her clothes. After a busy day, the child was likely tired and didn't wake up despite all the fuss. They placed her in her little bed and went about their own tasks. Zhao Jinshu went back to write a letter to her parents, while Lu Zhe ran to her room, opened her desk drawer, took out a notebook, and started reading it at the table. After being reborn, Zhao Jinshu wanted to visit her family, but Lu Zhe was still in school. With the new year approaching, given her parents' personalities, returning now would lead to scolding. It would be better to wait until after the new year when Lu Zhe was still on break to visit. In her previous life, she wrote letters to her family only sharing good news, never mentioning any troubles. Even if she struggled to adjust to city life and felt looked down upon, she only wrote the positive things. In this life, she has certainly picked up good habits. For example, after they separated, she was able to earn money, and the whole family bought new clothes. Her in-laws treated her well and loved the children. They even spent money to buy clothes for the kids and so on. Every little detail was written down without any need for concealment. The biggest difference between this life and the last is that her mindset has changed, and so has the way she handles things. As a result, the way her family and friends look at her has also changed. What makes her happiest and proudest is the change in her children. They are more lively and confident than in the past, which brings her great comfort. She wrote several pages of letters, even though she had seen her parents before her rebirth. She didn't understand why she had so much to say. Looking at the words on the paper, she gradually realized that this was not just a conversation with her parents. It was a form of compensation for her past life. In her previous life, she hid everything from her parents, fearing they would worry about her and not daring to share her situation. This time, it was different. She could talk freely with her parents and siblings, letting them know she was doing well. They no longer needed to worry. Their daughter was no longer the same helpless person. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Zhe and asked, "Do you want to write a few words to your grandparents?" Lu Zhe quickly turned to her, "Yes. I want to tell my grandparents and uncles that I am very happy here. Grandma and Grandpa love us a lot. We went to the zoo and saw many cute animals. I also ate a lot of delicious food. I even saw a gun at Grandma's house. But waking up early is a bit annoying. I wish school started later. Zhao Jinshu replied, That's enough. Just say you're very happy. You can't let everyone know about your bad habit of sleeping in. Lu Zhe laughed awkwardly. I got carried away and said too much. I can't let my grandparents know I like to sleep in, or my uncle will tease me again. Zhao Jinshu asked, Do you want to write it yourself, or should I help you? Lu Zhe said, I'll write it myself. Just tell me the words, I don't know. Okay, Zhao Jinshu replied, handing him the pen. Lu Zhe took the pen and started writing seriously. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinshu went to the kitchen to cook the porridge for dinner. Then she checked on Lu Rui, who was still sleeping. It seemed he was really exhausted today. However, she woke him up, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to sleep at night. Lu Rui woke up with sleepy eyes and didn't say a word, quietly letting her mom dress her. It wasn't until a warm cloth covered her face that she fully woke up. Lu Rui called out Mom. After washing her face, Zhao Jinshu patted her little head and said, Let's go play. Lu Rui responded with an "oh" and got off the bed to find her brother. Her brother was in their parents' room writing a letter. Zhao Jinshu followed him inside. In the room, Lu Zhe had already finished the letter, and the pages had fallen into Lu Jintai's hands. Seeing the mother and daughter enter, he slowly remarked, Not a single word about me in those pages. Zhao Jinshu was surprised. Did he really not mention him? She hadn't noticed. Zhao Jinshu took the letter and quickly glanced at it. She knew what she had written. The pages contained a lot of details. When mentioning the separate cooking arrangements, she praised her in-laws for being open-minded. She also told them they bought a washing machine so they no longer had to worry about freezing their hands while doing laundry in winter. When talking about the children, she mentioned how they were getting closer to their grandparents. Lu Rui even went with them to a wedding, and her great-aunt bought her some clothes. She noted that they were gradually getting used to city life, eating well, dressing warmly, and studying hard. Lu Rui had already started recognizing characters, and aside from missing her grandmother's steamed buns, everything was going well. When writing about herself, she specifically mentioned that she had an income and got along well with her in-laws. Her days were filled with reading, knitting, taking care of the children, and cooking, making her feel very fulfilled. As for writing fairy tales, she hadn't made any decisions yet, so she didn't mention it. She also wrote about visiting her aunt and uncle, sharing that her uncle had fought in battles and included many of their heroic stories. She mentioned that her aunt really liked the two children. Finally, she noted that Lu Rui was now sleeping in her own bed. Thankfully, her parents had the foresight to prepare so many large quilts so their granddaughter could stay warm. The topics of separating households, buying a washing machine, daily life with the children, visiting her aunt, and Lu Rui sleeping alone. All these matters involved Lu Jintai in some way. While writing, she focused on the things she wanted to share with her parents, like her harmonious relationship with her in-laws, her income, and how well-behaved the children were. She believed that by sharing these, her parents would feel reassured about her life and unconsciously overlook Lu Jintai. She cleared her throat and asked him, Are you going to write something to your in-laws? Lu Jintai glanced at her lightly, then slowly opened the drawer and took out a few sheets of paper, handing them to Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu looked at the densely written words on the paper and asked him, What is this? I wrote a letter to my parents. You wrote to your parents too? What do you think? Lu Jintai replied, looking at her. If I don't write and you don't mention me, they might misunderstand. Zhao Jinshu took the letter. Can I see it? Lu Jintai said calmly, Just see what I wrote. Zhao Jinshu slowly sat down and began to read. After finishing, she felt a bit confused about life. Lu Jintai started the letter by apologizing to his parents, saying he was busy with work and couldn't bring them home. He promised to visit them when he had more free time. As for the rest of the letter, some parts overlapped with what she had written, but the way he described things was completely different. For example, he mentioned that Lu Rui was sleeping in a separate bed, claiming that he decided to do so after discussing it with Jinshu, even though he had made the decision without consulting her first. Another example was about buying clothes today. He said it was Jinshu who suggested he buy a new outfit, even though it was actually the children who had asked him to. In the end, he concluded that he and Jinshu had a harmonious relationship and thanked his parents for giving him such a wonderful daughter-in-law. Zhao Jinshu was speechless. Was this really about her? She struggled to find words and finally said, "You must have written great essays in school." Lu Jintai replied, "My teacher said my essays lack soul." Zhao Jinshu didn't believe him. "This letter has soul." Seeing her expression, Lu Jintai realized she was being sarcastic and asked, "What's wrong with it?" Zhao Jinshu denied it, saying, "Nothing is wrong. It was better to write it this way. They couldn't mention any issues in their marriage or family harmony. That would worry his parents and might lead them to come visit during the holidays." Lu Jintai's way of writing was good. At least his parents would be happy to read it. It also made up for the lack in her letter, as she hadn't mentioned Lu Jintai at all, which might have made her parents worry. She looked at it again, found no issues, and said, "Let's leave it like this." Lu Jintai smiled, not planning to ask her why she hadn't mentioned him in her letter. Some things were better left unsaid. As they walked out of the courtyard, just as he was about to bring in the clothes he had hung out to dry in the morning, the big gate opened. A group of people who had been shopping returned. Zhao Jinshu looked up and saw that only Lu Jiaming was carrying a bag. Everyone else had empty hands. Lu Xingyao saw her and walked over, saying, "Sister-in-law, what did you buy? You're back so early." Zhao Jinshu took the clothes off the rope and replied, "The department store was too crowded, so we went to the overseas Chinese store." Lu Xingyao thought, they must be well off. She then asked, "Did you buy any clothes?" Zhao Jinshu nodded, "Yes." Feeling envious, Lu Xingyao's eyes lit up as she said, "Sister-in-law, I saw a nice coat." Zhao Jinshu looked at her, without saying a word. Lu Xingyao knew that asking her brother and sister-in-law to buy her clothes wouldn't work, especially since she had already tried them on in the afternoon. So she asked, "Can you lend me some money?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Lend you money for clothes?" Lu Xingyao chuckled and said, "Sister-in-law, I earn just over 60 yuan a month. If you lend me 200 yuan, I can pay you back in a few months." There were cheaper coats, but she didn't like them. If she was going to buy one, it had to be nice to make a good impression. Zhao Jinshu smiled slightly. "It's not impossible." Lu Xingyao felt happy, but then Zhao Jinshu changed her tone. "But why should I lend it to you?" Lu Xingyao's smile faded. She didn't appreciate the teasing. Zhao Jinshu continued, "I can lend you the money, but there are conditions." Lu Xingyao felt a mix of disappointment and excitement, but since she needed something, she suppressed her frustration. "Sister-in-law, please tell me the conditions." She wasn't afraid of conditions as long as they were reasonable. She could agree to them. Zhao Jinshu said, "Wait a moment." Then she went inside. After Lin Yulan and the others returned, they took a chair and sat down in the sun to rest. Shopping was more tiring than work, especially when she saw clothes she liked but was shocked by the prices. Their family had saved quite a bit over the years, but it was all from her careful saving, and she was reluctant to spend. Even a little extra made her feel uneasy. If it weren't for the trouble caused by Lu Jiaming, she wouldn't have bought those pants for him. Thinking of this, she touched the warm cotton jacket she was wearing, which was cozy and protected against the wind. But she couldn't help but envy Zhao Jinshu's down jacket. That down jacket wasn't affordable for everyone. It cost hundreds of yuan, and most people wouldn't spend that much. She certainly wouldn't. Even Lu Yu had waited in line for a long time but couldn't bring herself to buy one. Only Lu Qingya, after her divorce, received some money from her ex-husband and didn't mind spending a few hundred yuan to treat herself. Zhao Jinshu entered the room and quickly came back out, holding a half-finished sweater. She said, "This is Lu Rui's sweater. If you help me finish it, I'll lend you some money." Lu Xingyao stood up straight. "You want me to knit a sweater?" That seemed easy. The sweater she was wearing was made by herself. After work every day, she had little to do, and knitting helped pass the time. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but smile. "You should have said so earlier. It's just for my niece and nephew. Helping to knit their sweaters is no problem." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her. "What do you mean by said so earlier? You wouldn't be so agreeable if there was no benefit for you." This sister-in-law always liked to take advantage. She wouldn't do anything without a reward. Lu Xingyao chuckled awkwardly, took the yarn and sweater from Zhao Jinshu, looked at the pattern, and thought it wasn't too difficult. It's already half done. If I work a bit extra, I can finish it in a few nights. Zhao Jinshu smiled. All right, my husband and I also need sweaters and you'll help us too. Lu Xingyao exclaimed. Adult sweaters took a lot of time. Zhao Jinshu asked, What do you mean? Lu Xingyao replied, I'll knit. I'll borrow. She knew that 200 yuan was quite expensive for a coat, but over the years, she had observed her sisters-in-law's lives after marriage. She understood that life changed significantly after marriage, and she wanted to enjoy her single life while she could. Lu Xingyao took the 200 yuan her sister-in-law lent her, along with a bag of yarn and the half-finished sweater, and returned to her room. Zhao Jinshu went back to her room and was met with 3 pairs of eyes staring at her. She paused. What's wrong? Lu Zhe sighed. We're worried about our sweaters. What's there to worry about? Zhao Jinshu laughed. Your aunt knits very well. She won't mess up your sweaters, so don't worry. Lu Zhe was doubtful, and doesn't seem reliable. Can she really knit well? Zhao Jinshu replied, If you don't trust your aunt, can you not trust your mom? Since your mom is willing to let her knit, she must know her skills. Lu Zhe tilted his head and thought about it. That made some sense. Lu Jintai, sitting in a chair, asked, Do I have to give my sweater to her too? Zhao Jinshu nodded. You know I haven't had time lately. In her new life, she wanted to accomplish something, and she wanted to finish writing her fairy tale story. Lu Jintai said, I'm not in a hurry to wear it. Zhao Jinshu asked, What do you mean? Lu Jintai replied, I've gotten used to wearing the sweaters you knit over the years. It's okay if this year's isn't finished well. Zhao Jinshu said, All right. She didn't really know how her sweater was different from others, but since he asked, she took some time to make it for him. Lu Jintai replied, Please. Zhao Jinshu looked up at him, surprised. Why are you suddenly so polite? Lu Jintai glanced at her. I'm just being polite, in case you get upset. Zhao Jinshu laughed in annoyance. You're silly. Worried about her feelings didn't stop him from bothering her. Lu Jintai remained silent. Lu Zhe quietly nudged his dad and whispered, He's being scolded. Lu Jintai patted his head. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui lay on the bed, secretly laughing, thinking their dad deserved it for teasing their mom. Zhao Jinshu shot him a glare, and Lu Jintai met her fierce gaze, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Zhao Jinshu said, It seems like Comrade Lu is very free. Lu Jintai nodded, not busy. Then please, Comrade Lu, make dinner tonight. Lu Jintai looked at her and suddenly smiled at okay. Watching him walk away, Zhao Jinshu frowned slightly. She felt something was off with Lu Jintai these days. He was never like this. He was calm and reserved, rarely spoke, and would never stir up trouble just to annoy her. But she was also sure he hadn't changed or been replaced. He was still himself, so why the change? The next day, Zhao Jinshu took the letter to the post office and also sent her parents 100 yuan. She knew her parents well. Even 100 yuan would seem too much to them. When she returned home, they would scold her for wasting money, so she never sent them more than that. This week, Zhao Jinshu stayed home writing her manuscript while Lu Rui practiced his calligraphy nearby. In the past few days, Lu Jintai had increased her workload, adding 2 more characters each day, but she didn't complain and finished her work obediently. After completing her homework, she played with a shuttlecock outside, and Zhao Jinshu let her be. With the new year, it was getting warmer, and she would soon be starting kindergarten, so she wouldn't feel so lonely. Lu Zhe would have winter break after this week. On Saturday, Lu Jintai left early for an appointment. Zhao Jinshu finished her 10,000-word manuscript, and by noon, she packed some clothes, planning to take Lu Zhe to the bathhouse for a soak after picking him up. After their bath, they grabbed lunch outside. Then they went to the park to row boats and feed the goldfish, playing until it got dark, and the 2 kids were still not done having fun. In the evening, Zhao Jinshu decided not to cook and took the 2 kids out for bowls of lamb soup before slowly taking the bus back home. Lu Jintai finished his work and returned home in the afternoon. He had planned to take Zhao Jinshu and the kids out for fun on Saturday, but the house was quiet and no one was there. He could only go to the study and busy himself, looking through the documents on his desk. He was absorbed in his work for the entire afternoon. By evening, when the three had still not returned, he rubbed his forehead and got up to cook. Remembering that Jinshu usually makes porridge when they come back from playing, he prepared some congee, took out meat from the fridge, stir-fried lotus root slices, and made the kids' favorite spicy and sour potato strips. After finishing the meal, the three were still not back. Ji Yuanyong came over and asked, "Are Jinshu and the kids back yet?"
Lu Jintai replied, "No."
Ji Yuanyong smiled and said, "Ziz is on vacation, so they might have played outside and eaten out." Lu Jintai simply responded with a quiet Ji Yuanyong asked with a smile, "Have you cooked?" Lu Jintai nodded again. Ji Yuanyong glanced at him. "It's rare for her to go out and have fun. You should understand, especially since your work keeps you away for long periods." Lu Jintai felt a bit helpless and interrupted her, "Mom, you're overthinking it." Zhao Jinshu took the kids out to play, leaving him alone at home. He felt a little sad but not angry. He suddenly realized that she could live well even without him. She had changed so much. He felt both happy and regretful that she had transformed without him knowing. This left him feeling confused and lost. Of course, he was also worried about their safety, since they were so late. Ji Yuanyong stopped talking. "If you're hungry, you should eat first." Lu Jintai replied, "I'm not hungry." Just as Ji Yuanyong was about to say something, they heard the sound of the door opening. When they saw the three of them, both of their expressions relaxed. Ji Yuanyong smiled. "You're back?" Zhao Jinshu looked up and cheerfully called out, "Mom." Lu Zhe and Lu Rui also smiled and called out to their grandmother. Ji Yuanyong patted her grandchildren's shoulders. "Grandma is going back to eat. You two should head to your rooms." After saying that, she left. Lu Jintai looked at them. "You're back?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "Did you eat?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "I was waiting for you," implying he hadn't eaten yet. Zhao Jinshu paused. "We ate out and left you a note. Didn't you see it?" Lu Jintai asked, "Where did you put it?" "On the table." Zhao Jinshu spoke as she walked into the dark room. She turned on the light and looked at the table, finding nothing there. She then noticed a piece of paper that had fallen under the chair and went over to pick it up. At that moment, she started to miss her phone. Not having one was inconvenient. Lu Jintai followed her and said, "It might have fallen to the ground because of the wind." He chuckled softly, returned to the study to grab a notebook, and placed it on the table. "From now on, we can leave messages for each other in this notebook," he said, looking at her. "Is that okay?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. "Sure, this will be our family message book." Lu Jintai replied, "Family message book? Not bad." Then Lu Zhe ran over and asked, "Dad, are you unhappy because you didn't go out to play?" Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, wondering if he was being too sensitive. Lu Jintai met her questioning gaze and said, "I'm not a child." Zhao Jinshu thought to herself that he was right. After finishing her manuscript, Zhao Jinshu found herself with some free time. That evening, after the kids were asleep, she washed up and sat on the bed, picking up her knitting needles to make a sweater for Lu Jintai. Seeing her on the bed, Lu Jintai also sat at the head of the bed and picked up a book to read. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, got up, and showed him the completed manuscript. Lu Jintai looked at it, set down his book, and took the manuscript from her. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "I'll knit you a sweater, and you can help me review my manuscript." Lu Jintai chuckled softly, "Okay." The couple busied themselves, and the room was filled with the sounds of turning pages and the clicking of knitting needles. An hour later, Lu Jintai took off his glasses, looked up at her, and gently said, "There's one part here that doesn't make sense." When she looked over, he explained the issue in detail. Zhao Jinshu nodded, feeling that his feedback was valid. She put down her knitting, got off the bed, and picked up a pen to make the changes. Lu Jintai watched her with a smile in his eyes. "You trust me that much?" Zhao Jinshu didn't look up and replied, "Of course, you're Professor Lu." Lu Jintai observed her profile and said, "I thought you would say you trust me because I'm your partner." Hearing this, Zhao Jinshu paused for a moment, then raised her head, her eyes playful. Do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Lu Jintai leaned back on the bed, lazily asking, what's the truth like? And what about the lie? Zhao Jinshu mimicked his posture, appearing relaxed. The truth might not be so pleasant. Lu Jintai put away his lazy smile, then let's stick to the lie. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him and said, of course, lies don't sound good either. After seeing his rare dazed expression, she couldn't help but laugh. Lu Jintai shot her a sideways glance, but remained silent. Zhao Jinshu continued, whether as Professor Lu or as the father of the child, it's still you. What's the difference? Lu Jintai slowly nodded. That's true. He then looked at her and asked, is it late? Are you going to sleep? Zhao Jinshu yawned. I'm going to sleep. She took off her coat and sweater and lay down in bed. Lu Jintai glanced at her, took off his clothes, and turned off the light before lying down. In the darkness, Zhao Jinshu felt an arm draped over her. She asked, aren't you going to sleep? He replied, just for a moment. Zhao Jinshu didn't trust his idea of a moment. It was different from hers. However, he didn't give her time to think and had already turned over. The next day, after breakfast, Lu Jintai changed into a brand new down jacket, took her finished manuscript, and left. After a restful night, half asleep, she heard him mention that he would take her manuscript to show the editor at the publishing house, and she had agreed at that moment. The older and younger children had finished their exams, and since it was the weekend, Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were washing clothes by the sink. The kids were either playing with marbles or kicking a shuttlecock, making the yard lively. Lu Xingyao, wearing her new coat and carrying a bag, came out and sat next to Zhao Jinshu, who was knitting. She asked sister-in-law, do you think this coat looks good on me? Zhao Jinshu looked her over and replied, it looks good. The young and pretty girl looked like a flower. She would look beautiful no matter how she dressed. Lu Xingyao's face turned red, and Zhao Jinshu was surprised to see her shy. Lu Xingyao stammered, someone said it looks good too. Zhao Jinshu, noticing her expression, asked, who? Lu Xingyao glanced around to ensure no one was paying attention, then blushed and said, sister-in-law, someone from the cotton mill said, he wants to date me. Zhao Jinshu sat up straight, realizing that the person who complimented her must be the one wanting to date her younger sister-in-law. In her previous life, her sister-in-law's husband wasn't from the cotton mill, but seeing her shy demeanor, it was clear she had feelings. She casually asked, what's he like? Lu Xingyao looked down. He's a college student. He got into college the year they resumed the college entrance exam, and he graduated this year and was assigned to our factory. Zhao Jinshu looked at her youthful appearance and asked, which department are you in? Lu Xingyao replied, the publicity department. Zhao Jinshu responded with a smile, I bet he is very good at talking. Lu Xingyao said, he talks better than my 3 brothers. Zhao Jinshu thought to herself, that's really prioritizing looks over family. It was no surprise that her brothers didn't buy her clothes. Lu Xingyao continued, he is a college student, and I'm just a high school student. I've taken the college entrance exam twice and didn't pass. I really admire those who get into college. I just want to find a college student as my partner. Zhao Jinshu looked at her and asked, are you agreeing to this? Lu Xingyao smiled shyly and said, I haven't agreed yet. I just wanted to ask for your opinions. Zhao Jinshu replied, I haven't met him, so I can't give you advice. It really depends on how you feel. In her past life, her sister-in-law and her partner always argued and never had peace. Could this college student really be her true match? She shook her head with a smile. Marriage is a big deal, and no one can predict it. She had been reborn but had no special ability to tell fortunes, so it was hard to say if they were meant to be. Lu Xingyao didn't ask more. She had her own thoughts and just wanted someone to share her feelings with. Among her 3 sisters-in-law, only the second sister-in-law was tight-lipped. If she talked to her, she knew she wouldn't spill anything, so she felt at ease. While the 2 were chatting, they heard a noise from outside the yard. They looked up to see a woman in her 50s, almost 60, pushing a bicycle into the yard. Just as Lu Xingyao was about to stand up, Wang Meijing ran over. Mom, you're here? Lu Xingyao also stood up to greet her, calling her Aunt Zheng. Zhao Jinshu politely followed suit, calling her Aunt Zheng. Zheng Hongwan looked around the yard with a smile. Are you all busy? Lu Xingyao replied, not really, just knitting sweaters and such. After greeting, Zhao Jinshu sat down to continue knitting. Lu Kaifei and Lu Manting saw their grandmother had arrived and ran over to call her, then quickly ran off again. Zheng Hongwan noticed her empty hands and said to Wang Meijing, I came to see you all and forgot to bring some snacks for the kids. Wang Meijing replied, do they really need more snacks? Come on, let's go inside and talk. Just then, her laundry was done, and since her mother was there, she wanted to have a good chat with her. Zheng Hongwan parked her bicycle and went inside with her daughter. Lu Xingyao pouted at Zhao Jinshu and said, you always say the same thing when you come here. Can't you use some different words? Zhao Jinshu smiled but didn't reply. Lu Xingyao scoffed. Only Sen-Sa thinks her mom is good to her and the kids. If she really cared, why doesn't she ever bring the kids some snacks when she visits? If she doesn't want to buy anything, that's fine, but she always mentions it as if it shows she loves them. Yet this time she said it, and next time she'll come empty-handed again. In this life, Zhao Jinshu had never interacted with Zheng Hongwan, but from her past experience, she knew what kind of person she was. Compared to Wang Meijing's mom, her dad was even stranger. Fortunately, they were now separated, and she didn't have to deal with them anymore. Lu Xingyao said with a smirk, look at how distant Manting and Kaifei are with her. They just called her grandma and ran off, not wanting to talk to her. Yet San-Sa insists that their grandparents are good to them and that the kids love going to their grandma's house. I don't see any evidence of that. Kids are sensitive. They know who treats them well and who doesn't. Their willingness to get close to someone says it all. Words mean nothing. As they chatted, Zhao Jinshu heard her sister-in-law say that their mother-in-law was taking apart the comforter at home, so she asked Lu Zhe to tell his grandmother to put it in the washing machine. Ji Yuanyong came out holding the dirty comforter and heard her daughter-in-law's words. She smiled and said, I'm being a bit lazy too. Zhao Jinshu replied, the washing machine is meant to be used, so go ahead and use it. Lin Yulan was scrubbing stains off the kids' clothes when she heard them talking, feeling a bit sour inside. Washing clothes in the winter is tough, especially since others use washing machines while she couldn't even afford hot water. Her hands were freezing in the cold water, making her feel even worse. Even without a washing machine, having hot water would be nice. But considering that a block of coal costs 5 cents, if she used hot water for everything, plus cooking, she'd need 3 or 4 blocks a day, which would add up to 2 dimes a day. In a month, that would be $5 or $6. She would rather endure cold hands than waste that extra dime. In the third room, Wang Meijing was cracking sunflower seeds for her mother. They were chatting while drinking water and snacking. Suddenly, a noise came from outside. Zheng Hongwan spat out a sunflower seed shell and frowned, asking, what's that sound? Wang Meijing grabbed a handful of seeds and huffed, it's the washing machine that the second room bought. It must be washing clothes now. Washing machine? Zheng Hongjuan's eyes widened. That must have cost a lot. Wang Meijing took a sip of water and replied, it definitely wasn't cheap. Zheng Hongwan looked at her daughter and smiled. It was a good idea to marry into the Lu family, right? Now you even have a washing machine. After saying that, she picked up an apple from the table and took a bite. She was knowledgeable and understood what a washing machine was. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes and replied, that's the second branch's washing machine, not ours. What's so great about it? Lu Hefeng isn't capable of buying me a washing machine. Not to mention a washing machine, even buying a piece of clothing now required careful consideration. Thinking about the carefree days from a few years ago, this period felt like a living nightmare. It was so frustrating for her. Zheng Hongwan glared at her and said in a low voice, are you silly? So, what if it's the second branch's washing machine? We're all part of the Lu family, so why can't you use it? Wang Meijing sulked, I had a fight with Zhao Jinshu. Zheng Hongwan rolled her eyes and tapped her forehead, I told you you're being foolish. In family life, even the best of friends can argue. After a few words, everything will go back to normal. Just be a little thicker-skinned, And if your sister-in-law asks you to help with the laundry, go do it. I doubt she would kick you out. Wang Meijing leaned back in her chair, not wanting to share that Zhao Jinshu used to be more timid and wouldn't act like this, but now it was hard to tell. She didn't want to lose face. Zhang Hongwan felt like she could hit her. Why can't you see this? What does face matter? Just get what you need. Wang Meijing really didn't want to hear this. Oh, Mom. It's almost noon. Let's go cook. Zhang Hongwan sighed. No wonder your aunt came to me the other day, asking me to keep an eye on you. You're so stubborn. If you don't change, you'll easily suffer. Wang Meijing disagreed. Who would dare let me suffer? I won't let that happen. Zhang Hongwan shook her head and sighed, feeling her daughter was too stubborn to teach.
Wang Meijing erst, let us cook, let us cook.
Zhang Hongwan frowned. I came here to have a meal with your mother-in-law. Wang Meijing stood up. Since we're eating separately, don't think too much about it. Zhang Hongwan felt uneasy. When she first came to the Liu family, everyone was warm and welcoming. Now that she had been here for a while, her mother-in-law hadn't even come to talk to her or invite her for a meal. Was this how it was after the family separated? This thought left her feeling unsettled. Epic Rome knew that her daughter-in-law's mother had come, but she was busy and planned to talk to her later, so she didn't rush over. Around noon, Liu Jintai returned, bringing someone with him. Zhao Jinshu had just put rice in the pot when she heard the noise and came out. Liu Jintai introduced the person to Zhao Jinshu with a smile, saying, Jinshu, this is Editor Li. He then turned to Editor Li, this is my wife, Zhao Jinshu, the author of the manuscript you have. Editor Li couldn't help but look at Zhao Jinshu, his face full of smiles. Are you really the author of this fairy tale? Zhao Jinshu nodded and smiled. Yes, I am. Just as Editor Li was about to speak, Liu Jintai suggested, shall we go to the study to talk? Editor Li realized, right, let's go to the study. Once in the study and seated, Editor Li expressed his admiration. The idea for this story is very clever. The main character, Xiao Shuai, is well-developed and very smart for his age, always turning danger into safety. However, Zhao Jinshu asked, however, what? Editor Li frowned slightly. There is one part that is a bit inappropriate. Before Zhao Jinshu could respond, Liu Jintai asked, what part is inappropriate? He had read it several times and thought it was very well written. Editor Li looked at him, annoyed. Are you the editor or am I? Liu Jintai replied. Zhao Jinshu smiled and, not feeling angry, said, Editor Li, please tell me what is inappropriate. Editor Li stated directly, the part where the little rabbit sees itself as bait is not good. After all, this is a fairy tale for children, and we worry that kids might imitate it. Since it wasn't a big deal, Zhao Jinshu said, then let's change it. What writer hasn't revised their work? Editor Li's eyes widened in surprise. You agree to change it? Liu Jintai gave him a cool glance. Didn't you say it was inappropriate? Editor Li awkwardly rubbed his nose and looked at Zhao Jinshu. This is your manuscript. As a writer, you should have your own principles. How can you agree to revise it so easily? In reality, he preferred the unedited version, but as the editor, he had to take responsibility for the published work. Zhao Jinshu didn't see herself as a literary figure. You're right, so I agree to revise it. I don't see any problem with that. All right, Editor Li said, feeling a bit embarrassed and realizing he had been unreasonable. At noon, Editor Li stayed at home for lunch. Zhao Jinshu didn't know guests were coming, so she didn't prepare many dishes. She only had some ribs and lean meat she bought a few days ago, so she asked Liu Jintai to go out and buy more ingredients. Editor Li waved his hand, saying, just eat what you have. No need to trouble yourself. He was there for work, not to feast, and he felt quite embarrassed coming empty-handed without even bringing snacks for the kids. Liu Jintai asked him to review the manuscript again while he and Zhao Jinshu went to the kitchen to cook. The rice was already done, and they made braised ribs, a mushroom and meat soup, stir-fried lotus root, and crispy peanuts. Thinking it wasn't enough, they added a stir-fried celery and meat dish since there was still some meat and celery left. While checking the kitchen, Zhao Jinshu found a few potatoes. Since her return, she had never made crispy potato snacks for the kids, so she decided to make it for them to try today. The kids both liked this dish, and in her previous life, they were already married and would occasionally ask the family chef to make it for them. After all the cooking, they had a total of 6 dishes ready, which was quite good for entertaining guests. As the year-end approached, Lu Huayuan, the factory director, was busy and wasn't home on weekends. With guests coming and plenty of food prepared, Zhao Jinshu didn't let her mother-in-law cook and invited her and her sister-in-law over for dinner. Ji Yuanrong was about to wash her hands to cook when her daughter-in-law called her, so she didn't hesitate to take out a few jars of canned food from the cupboard to bring along. Lu Xingyao looked on eagerly and said, "I want to eat a jar, but you wouldn't let me. Now you're taking out 4 jars. It really shows that sons are favored." Ji Yuanrong shot her a glance and replied, "It's not about favoring sons. Your brother and sister-in-law often invite me for meals. Today, I even washed the bedding at their house. What good does it do to give you this?" Lu Xingyao chuckled, just teasing her mother, but Ji Yuanrong took it seriously. She said, "You earn a good salary, and these jars of canned food cost $2 each. If you cut back on unnecessary purchases, you could save money instead of always eyeing the snacks in my cupboard." It wasn't that she didn't want to share with her daughter, but if she didn't control her spending, no amount of food would be enough for her. Her daughter spent money freely, buying many hair ties each month, which Ji Yuanrong thought was unnecessary. A couple of hair ties were enough. Why buy so many? Not wanting to argue further, she packed the cans into a basket and left. As soon as Zheng Hongwan stepped outside, she saw her future mother-in-law carrying a basket and walking out. She approached with a big smile and asked, "Where are you going, mother-in-law?" "Well, the second son's family has guests, and they invited us over for a meal," she replied. Ji Yuanrong didn't hide anything. There was no need to. It was a sign of respect for her to be invited to dinner by her daughter-in-law. She had to admit that the things Wang Meijing had done recently made her think differently about this family. In the beginning, she had praised her daughter endlessly, but over the years, she had noticed how strong-willed and headstrong her daughter really was. Zheng Hongjuan's smile faded a bit as she looked at the basket and forced another smile, saying, "Meijing is almost done cooking. She even said she would invite you all to eat with us, but I didn't expect the second son to invite you first." I could hear the frying pan sizzling from inside. They must be making a lot of delicious dishes. Unfortunately, we don't have much to offer here, so I didn't want to invite you. Lu Xingyao, who was following behind, heard this and wanted to roll her eyes. But then she thought it would be rude, so she kept quiet. Ji Yuanrong looked at her, already knowing that this future mother-in-law was not very sincere. They were relatives, and since she was the mother-in-law of the third son, she usually just laughed off her words without taking them to heart. However, hearing her comments now was starting to annoy her. Thinking of this, she smiled and said, "It's been a while since we cooked separately. The second son's family often invites us over, but I didn't expect Meijing to remember to invite me, too." Zheng Hongjuan's smile gradually stiffened. What did her future mother-in-law mean by that? Did she think her daughter, Meijing, was ungrateful? Her words seemed to show how much she favored the second son's wife. Even if she liked that country girl, there was no need to put down her own daughter, which made her unhappy. She hadn't visited her daughter in months, and today was the first time she saw Lu Jintai's country wife. When she entered, she saw her sitting there knitting and calling her aunt. She glanced over, but didn't pay much attention as her daughter pulled her inside. Before entering, she thought the wife was pretty, but didn't think much of it. She didn't expect her to be someone of substance. Despite Ji Yuanrong being friendly and polite, she was quite proud inside and looked down on most people. She had managed to marry her daughter into the Lu family partly because her sister-in-law had helped, but mostly due to her own persuasive skills in promoting her daughter. Otherwise, with my daughter's temper, the Lu family might not have chosen her. That country girl came to the city for just a few months, and already Ji Yuanrong treats her differently, showing her strength. If my daughter becomes her sister-in-law, she might be outsmarted by her. It seems I need to teach my daughter to be more aware. These thoughts crossed my mind in just a few seconds, and I smiled, saying, "This child has been spoiled since she got married. She has never taken charge or faced hardships, and she still hasn't grown up to understand things." What wrong has she done? Mother-in-law, feel free to speak to her. I'm sure she won't dare to complain. Ji Yuanrong, not wanting to wear that flattering cap, just smiled and said, now that they are separated, the child is already so big and still doesn't understand. When will she learn? Let them figure things out on their own. Teaching them directly might lead to complaints. I'm too tired to worry about everything. If I care too much, they might not be happy. As long as the kids want to be good to us, we are happy. If they don't, we won't be a bother. Zheng Hongwan could no longer force a smile. She felt that her visit to the Lu family today was all wrong. Ji Yuanrong used to speak differently. Whatever she said, Zheng would agree, feeling pleased that her daughter was happy and the match was right. But today, everything had changed. It turned out her in-law could be sharp-tongued too. Lu Xingyao looked at her mother in surprise, wondering why she wasn't going along with her mother-in-law anymore. Ji Yuanrong noticed her silence and said, Mother-in-law, the second daughter-in-law's dishes are almost ready. I need to check if they need help. Let's talk more after dinner. With that, she turned and went into the second room on the left. Zheng Hongwan felt a mix of emotions, disappointment, bitterness, and resentment all surged within her, making her expression change repeatedly. With a stiff face, she turned and went back inside. Lu Xingyao followed her into the house. Ji Yuanrong entered the kitchen and saw the couple cooking, one frying and the other chopping vegetables. She smiled and asked, Do you need help? Zhao Jinshu looked up and called out, Mom, smiling, it's just a few dishes. With Jintai helping, it's enough. You've been busy all morning. You should rest. Ji Yuanrong replied with a smile, I'm not tired. I put these jars of canned food in the cupboard for you. Zhao Jinshu looked over and asked, Why did you bring canned food? You should keep it for yourselves. Ji Yuanrong explained, Your dad and I can't eat cold food, and if we leave it in the cupboard, no one will eat it. I brought it for you to enjoy as snacks. Lu Xingyao. She is a grown woman standing here, and her mother actually said no one is eating? Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, Let's open 2 cans and put them on the dining table. The meat will help with the heaviness of the meal. Canned food is a rare item nowadays. Most families only eat it once a year, and they usually buy it as gifts. When her mother-in-law came for a meal, she brought 4 cans, showing she didn't want the younger generation to miss out. As she spoke, she handed the cans to Lu Jintai, who opened one and poured it into a bowl. Ji Yuanyong said nothing. They could eat however they liked. Seeing the dishes were ready, Lu Xingyao hurried to help serve the food. After opening the can, Lu Jintai went to the study to call Editor Li for dinner. Editor Li looked at the delicious dishes on the table, smiling. I could smell the wonderful aroma from the study, making me hungry. This is all thanks to Comrade Zhao, right? Lu Jintai chuckled. She made everything. I just helped. Editor Li praised. Comrade Zhao not only writes great stories but also cooks so well. Lu Jintai is really lucky. Lu Jintai agreed. Indeed. Ji Yuanyong and Lu Xingyao were puzzled, but didn't ask in front of the guest. Zhao Jinshu said, Let's sit down and eat. Editor Li mainly came to discuss work and to enjoy a meal. When Lu Jintai offered him wine, he politely declined. Lu Zhe, Lu Rui, and Lu Xingyao held their rice bowls, focused on eating. Today's potatoes were crispy and delicious. They had never tasted potatoes prepared this way and didn't care about anything else. While eating the potatoes, Lu Xingyao began to imagine when the next guests would come to her second brother's house so they could enjoy another meal together. Even if she had to wash the dishes afterward, she would gladly do it. Editor Li was busy eating ribs and had no time to discuss anything else, his mind focused on the food. Ji Yuanyong praised, Jinshu's cooking is getting better and better. Lu Xingyao eagerly asked, Now that we've eaten, when can we have dishes made by my sister-in-law again? Lu Jintai glanced at her. You can wait patiently. Zhao Jinshu laughed, looking at her meaningfully. If you want to eat, it's easy. Just buy the ingredients and I'll cook. I don't mind putting in some effort. Lu Xingyao kept her mouth shut. Enjoying the delicious food was the most important thing. Lu Jintai was momentarily speechless. Ji Yuanrong also laughed. In our Lu family, the stingiest person is definitely her. Lu Xingyao suddenly looked up, That's not true. The stingiest in our family is definitely my sister-in-law, not me. Lu Jintai glanced over. She is quite generous with herself. Lu Zhe agreed, and is generous with herself. She always picks the most expensive clothes. She is stingy with us. What he didn't mention was that she borrowed money from her mother to buy clothes, only choosing the expensive ones and ignoring the cheap ones. Lu Rui secretly looked at his aunt and saw her face turn red, quietly laughing to himself. Editor Lee listened for a while and smiled. Your family atmosphere is really nice. Lu Xingyao disagreed, thinking, how is it nice? They are all attacking her. After dinner, washing the dishes was naturally Lu Xingyao's job. Zhao Jinshu boiled water to make tea for them. The group moved to the study, and after sitting down, Editor Lee looked at Zhao Jinshu and carefully asked, does Comrade Zhao only like to write children's stories? Zhao Jinshu paused. She actually preferred writing romance stories. After all, the few novels she wrote in her past life did quite well, and many people liked them. She had some talent in that area. She smiled and said, the child reads quickly, and he finished all the picture books from the bookstore. I thought he was bored after school with no books to read, so I considered writing something for him. Editor Lee laughed. So you wrote this children's story? Zhao Jinshu nodded. Yes. Editor Lee then asked, can you write books like this? As he spoke, he took a book out of his bag and gently asked, this is a book written by a writer from Hong Kong or Taiwan. Has Comrade Zhao read it? Zhao Jinshu looked at the cover and recognized the book. She hadn't had the chance to read it in this life, but she had in her past life. At that time, due to the era, most romance novels of this type were written by authors from Hong Kong or Taiwan. She smiled and said, I haven't had the opportunity to read it. Editor Lee handed her the book and suggested, Comrade Zhao, when you have time, you can take a look. You might be able to write such an exciting story too. It's hard to find a good writer, and it's even harder to find a willing and hardworking one. He finally found someone with potential, so he decided to cast his net first. Lu Jintai glanced over at the book cover, but didn't say anything. Zhao Jinshu took the book and smiled. Since Editor Lee says the story is exciting, I will definitely appreciate it. Editor Lee laughed again and took out 2 more books from his bag. Since you want to appreciate it, here are 2 more. I don't have anything else, just a lot of books. Zhao Jinshu took it and said, thank you. Actually, it wasn't necessary to give so much. Editor Lee replied, no need to thank me. Just read it at home, and I hope you can write such an exciting story after you finish. This was the second time he mentioned this, and what could Zhao Jinshu say? She could only say she would try. Whether she could write such an exciting story was subjective. After all, everyone has different tastes. After some small talk, Editor Lee got to the main point. Currently, the payment for new writers ranges from 5 to 14 yuan per 1,000 words. I've set your rate at 10 yuan per 1,000. Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and then said, let's sign a contract. Editor Lee sat up straight. What kind of contract? Zhao Jinshu asked, what is the rate for well-known authors? It ranges from 15 to 30 yuan per 1,000 words. Zhao Jinshu replied, if this children's storybook sells as well as a well-known author's book, then please compensate me for the remaining payment according to their rates. Lu Jintai glanced at her, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Editor Lee suddenly laughed. It seems Zhao is very confident in her book. Zhao Jinshu said, not really. Just being prepared. Editor Lee thought for a moment and said, I will go back and discuss it with them. Zhao Jinshu understood. After seeing off Editor Lee, Zhao Jinshu picked up the book he gave her and started flipping through it. Having read it before, she found it felt different this time. Lu Jintai sat next to her and also picked up a book to read. Half an hour later, he looked at her and saw her calmly turning the pages. He didn't disturb her and lowered his head again. After a while, Zhao Jinshu rubbed her eyes and turned to see Lu Jintai looking seriously at his book. She was a bit surprised. Are you able to get into it? Lu Jintai looked up. It's okay. After a pause, he asked, are you planning to write this type of book? Zhao Jinshu blinked and looked at him. Do you think it won't work? Lu Jintai pursed his lips, thinking for a moment. He tried to find a word to describe his feelings. The plot is a bit complicated. Like it or not, it was just a matter of preference. He felt confused. Why did relationships have to be so uncertain? I might not be able to write this kind of story. After Zhao Jinshu said this, she noticed Lu Jintai seemed to relax a bit, and she smiled. Lu Jintai hesitated and said, "Fairy tales are also quite good." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, but didn't respond. She naturally wanted to write children's stories, but she also wanted to write romance novels. Lu Jintai looked at her again and said, "You write children's stories very well." Zhao Jinshu nodded. Yes, yes, yes. She chuckled to herself, thinking about how much she didn't want to write romance novels. In her past life, Zhao Jinshu wrote novels because she truly loved it. She mentioned that she couldn't write the type of novels she was reading and wasn't trying to deceive anyone. Compared to the female lead in her current book, she preferred a decisive and strong female character. This might be related to her own personality. She felt she wasn't strong enough and had been quite weak for a long time, so she longed to become a more determined woman. She wouldn't claim that after years of effort, she had transformed into that kind of woman, but she would continue to strive toward her ideal. So, she would still write romance novels. As for when, that would depend on when she felt inspired, as inspiration doesn't just come at will. While she was lost in thought, Lu Zhe and Lu Rui rushed in. Lu Zhe held a wooden sword, and Lu Rui had a headband in her hand. Lu Zhe waved it around, grinning. "Mom, look at the wooden sword Grandpa bought for me." Zhao Jinshu put down her book and asked with a smile, "Did your grandpa come back?" Lu Zhe nodded enthusiastically, his innocent face beaming. "He also bought toys for us. My brother and sister got some too." Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Your grandpa is busy with work, but still thinks of you." Lu Zhe replied, "Of course. We are his grandchildren, so he cares about us. Grandpa said that during the holidays, no matter how we do on our exams, we will get rewards." Of course, his kindergarten didn't have exams, and Rui wasn't in school yet, but Grandpa said they were well-behaved and deserved rewards. Lu Rui raised her hand to show her parents. "Grandpa bought me this headband. It can hold my hair. Does it look nice?" She put it on her head. "It looks great." Zhao Jinshu praised her with a smile. Lu Rui then asked her dad, "Dad, does it look nice?" Lu Jintai looked up and echoed her mom's compliment. "It looks wonderful." Lu Rui was satisfied and kept adjusting her headband. Lu Zhe continued to swing his wooden sword. Lu Jintai frowned slightly. "The study is small, so to avoid accidents, you should go play in the yard." Zhao Jinshu smiled and patted her son. "Go play in the yard. There's not enough space here for your sword skills." Due to limited space, their home was quite small, and Lu Jintai needed a private workspace, so they had specially divided a small room from the main area to serve as a study. The study was cramped, with a grid bookshelf on the wall filled with books, leaving just enough room for a desk, a few chairs, and a narrow passageway. Of course, this place is usually used by Lu Jintai, and others rarely come in. Today, they hosted Editor Li here and took some time to read. Lu Zhe's sharp ears caught an unfamiliar word, sparking his curiosity. He quickly leaned over to his mom with a wooden sword and asked, "Mom, what is the immortal sword technique? Is it a magical spell? Is it like the magic staff of Sun Wukong?" He had seen comic books of Journey to the West, which featured many amazing spells that could change size, and he found them fascinating. Lu Jintai also looked up at her. Lu Rui, hearing Sun Wukong, stopped playing with her headband and leaned over with her brother. "Mom, Sun Wukong, change." Dad had read about Sun Wukong to her, so she knew who he was, and she really liked monkeys. Zhao Jinshu thought. That was vague. How could she explain it clearly in just a few sentences? 3 pairs of eyes were eagerly looking at her. She thought for a moment and said, "The word immortal. An immortal sword means it must be very powerful." Lu Zhe's eyes widened as he nudged his mom's arm. "How is it powerful?" "Mom, please tell me." Zhao Jinshu patted his shoulder. "As for how it's powerful, that's a secret for now." Suddenly, she had a flash of inspiration and imagined a story about a sword immortal.
Lucia shined in disappointment.
Mom. Lu Jintai chuckled and glanced at her, then looked down at her son's sad face, gently patting his head with a smile. Noticing their mom's expression, Lu Rue said, "Brother, Mom won't say." Seeing Lu Zhe's disappointment, Zhao Jinshu explained, "It's a long story, and it's hard to explain clearly. Just know that the immortal sword is a very powerful sword." What's the difference between saying that and not saying it? Lu Zhe felt frustrated. Zhao Jinshu added, "Since it's hard to explain, I'll write it down." Lu Jintai looked at her. Lu Zhe's eyes suddenly widened with excitement. "Really? Mom's writing is always very beautiful, and he loves her stories about Xiao Shui and Xiao Bai. If she writes about the immortal sword, it will surely be great." Lu Rue tilted her head. "Mom will write." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "Okay, I'll write. You two go play outside. It's too cramped in here." Feeling satisfied, Lu Zhe waved his sword and happily ran out. Lu Rue followed him outside. Zhao Jinshu set down her book, stood up, and prepared to go back to her room to knit. Lu Jintai looked at her with a smile in his eyes. "So, you're planning to write a mythological story?" Zhao Jinshu said, "It's not a myth. Once I write it, you'll understand." Lu Jintai nodded and smiled. "All right, I look forward to Comrade Zhao's masterpiece." Zhao Jinshu lowered her foot and replied, "Don't expect too much. Just keep a calm mind, so you won't be disappointed." Lu Jintai smiled at her. "I believe Comrade Zhao won't let me down." Zhao Jinshu was about to argue when he added, "Because no matter what you write, I like it." Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, thinking, has he become my loyal fan? She teased, "What if you write a story similar to the one in your hands? Would you like that too?" Lu Jintai moved his lips and took a while to say, "I guess I like it." With the "I guess," Zhao Jinshu held back a laugh. If he didn't like it, he should just say so instead of forcing himself to say he did. She said, "You go ahead and be busy. I'll go outside to enjoy the sun." She felt that in winter, the happiest thing was soaking up the sun. Lu Jintai nodded slightly. The children were playing with their toys in the yard. Zhao Jinshu moved a chair to the porch, leaning against a post to sit down. The sun was shining just right, perfect for her to enjoy. At that moment, Zheng Hongwan came out from the opposite room, followed by Wang Meijing and Lu Hefeng. Wang Meijing looked at the children in the yard and shouted, "Kaifei, Manting, come back and tidy up your clothes and bags. You're going to stay with your grandma for a while." Lu Kaifei didn't look up and replied, "I'm not going." Lu Manting, sitting on a stone bench and fiddling with her headband in the mirror, looked up and said the same thing, "I'm not going." Zheng Hongwan walked over with a smile. "Why don't you want to go to Grandma's? There are lots of delicious things there." Lu Manting remained silent, and Lu Kaifei didn't speak either. Wang Meijing, seeing this, got angry and said, "Grandma is talking to you. Why are you silent?" Lu Kaifei huffed, "I said I don't want to go." Wang Meijing was so mad, she wanted to hit him. Seeing him sitting there with his head down, she got even angrier and slapped his head. Lu Kaifei's eyes turned red instantly. He jumped up and ran toward his grandma's room, crying out for her as he ran. Zheng Hongwan, neither angry nor amused, said with a stiff face, "What's wrong with this child? You say it's a holiday and you don't want to go to Grandma's. Who will cook for you at home? Isn't that putting pressure on the parents? You usually go just fine. Why don't you want to go this year?" Wang Meijing and Lu Hefeng quickly chased after them. Zhao Jinshu sat nearby, watching silently. Her two children lit up at the mention of their grandparents. If she suggested taking them back to see their grandparents, they would immediately run to pack their bags, eager to go. It's not that her children are ungrateful, it's just that Wang Meijing's children feel differently about their grandparents. The kids know who treats them well and who doesn't. Kai Fei and Man Ting must have faced some unfair treatment at their grandmother's house, and it wasn't minor, which is why they resist going there. Ji Yuanrong and Lu Huaiyuan heard the commotion and quickly came out. Lin Yulan and Lu Jiaming also stepped outside. Lu Kai Fei rushed into his grandmother's arms. Ji Yuanrong supported him and asked, "What happened?" Lu Kai Fei couldn't help but start crying. My mom hit me." Ji Yuanrong asked, "Why did she hit you?" Lu Kai-fei sniffled. I didn't want to go to Grandma's house, so she hit me. Ji Yuanrong looked up at her third son and daughter-in-law, then asked her grandson, why don't you want to go to Grandma's house? Lu Kai-fei stood up straight from his grandmother's embrace, hiding behind his grandfather, and said with red eyes, I don't want to go to Grandma's house. Every time we go, Mom gives Grandma money for living expenses, and they make delicious food, but don't share it with me. They say my cousin is younger, so they give him the food first. Wang Meijing couldn't believe it and looked at her daughter, who also had red eyes. She turned to her mother. Zhang Hongwan didn't expect the child to say this. It's normal to prioritize the younger grandchild, but hearing it from the child in front of her in-laws made her feel embarrassed and a bit upset. What kind of child is this? No matter how well you treat him, he only remembers the bad and not the good, like an ungrateful wolf. When she met her daughter's gaze, she instinctively looked away. After avoiding the gaze, she felt something was off. Why was she hiding? Wouldn't that make her seem guilty? She opened her mouth to say something but felt awkward. She did feel a bit guilty, but she couldn't offend her daughter's family. She had to make amends. After thinking for a moment, she explained awkwardly, we're all family, and I thought since he's younger, we should prioritize him. Ji Yuanrong didn't want to hear her excuses. She only knew that her grandson had been wronged in the Wang family, and that was enough for her. Seeing her grandson with red eyes from crying, she felt heartbroken. The two children had suffered so much without anyone at home knowing. She must have felt terrible at that moment. She secretly glared at her son, thinking he was useless and didn't know what he was doing all day. She wondered why the children hadn't mentioned their grandparents for a while. It seemed they had been wronged by their maternal family. Lu Hafeng felt innocent under his mother's glare. If the children had any issues, they never told him, so how could he know what they endured at the Wang family? Seeing her mother and the children's reactions, Wang Meijing realized her son and daughter had indeed faced unfair treatment at their maternal home. Why was that? They were her own children, and even though they were grandchildren, they shared the Wang family blood. How could there be such bias? She couldn't understand. She knew her mother favored boys over girls, but it shouldn't be this extreme. Moreover, during the winter and summer vacations, she had even given them living expenses. Lin Yulan scoffed, saying Wang Meijing was all talk. Her children were bullied at their maternal home, and she didn't even know. It was quite foolish. Seeing this situation, Zhang Hongwan didn't want to leave without resolving things. If she left, her daughter would grow distant from her. She said, Meijing, I really didn't think so much. Didn't you all let the older ones take the lead when you were young? Wang Meijing recalled her childhood and realized it was true, but the children had indeed been wronged. Seeing her expression soften, Zhang Hongwan quickly added, if the kids don't want to come to our house, that's fine. Isn't their second aunt not working? She can help take care of them. Zhao Jinshu didn't expect to be involved in this matter. She stayed silent, wanting to see how Wang Meijing and her husband would respond. Lu Manting quickly said, I want to stay with my second aunt. Lu Kaifei added, me too, I want my second aunt. Lu Rui ran over and said, you can't have her. She's my mom. Lu Zhe chimed in, Mom already has a hard time taking care of me and Rui every day. You're both old enough to not need someone to look after you. What he didn't say was that his mom also had to write stories and didn't have time to take care of his older siblings. Lu Kaifei thought they were being disloyal. Lu Manting's eyes were red as she looked at her second aunt, knowing she wasn't her mom, but still hoping to hear her agree. Zhao Jinshu smiled but said nothing, as there was no room for her to intervene. Lu Manting felt a bit disappointed. Her second aunt didn't seem to care for her like before. Although Wang Meijing had a fight with Zhao Jinshu, she felt very comfortable handing the child over to her. After all, Zhao Jinshu would at least ensure that the child would not be mistreated while in her care. For the sake of the child, she was willing to reconcile with her. She looked at Zhao Jinshu and noticed her lack of reaction, clearly indicating her disagreement, which left Wang Meijing feeling a bit disappointed. Lu Hafeng glanced at his son and then at his daughter, feeling frustrated. The kids are old enough. During the day, they can do their homework or play in the yard with their brothers. When it's time for lunch, We can take turns coming back to cook for them. These are their own children, and they can't just push everything onto others. That would be unfair. Wang Meijing pursed her lips, realizing that this meant she wouldn't be able to take a nap at noon. Lu Hufeng added, "It's only for a few days. The holiday at work will be over soon." That was the only option, so Wang Meijing nodded in agreement. The two children then smiled, happy that they wouldn't have to go to their grandmother's house. Ji Yuanrong relaxed her expression and looked at Lu Hufeng and his wife, saying, "This is how it should be. Even if it's a bit busy and tiring, as long as the kids are not suffering, that's what matters." Zhang Hongwan felt a bit awkward. She thought her mother-in-law was being too harsh by saying the kids would suffer. She turned to her daughter, "Since they aren't coming back with me, I'll head home." She didn't want to stay any longer. "It's getting late. You should go back now." Wang Meijing looked at the apples she was holding and then at her mother, who was hopefully looking at her. Her heart softened, and she handed the apples to her. "You like apples, take them home and enjoy." Zhang Hongwan sighed and accepted them, feeling relieved that her daughter wasn't upset with her, allowing her to return home with peace of mind. Ji Yuanrong didn't say anything. After all, her daughter was being dutiful to her mother, and who could complain about that? Besides, every time they visited, they always took food home, so it wasn't a big deal this time. Lin Yulon thought Wang Meijing was quite foolish, but since it was a matter between mother and daughter, she, as a sister-in-law, wouldn't interfere. After watching the lively scene, the sun began to set. Zhao Jinshu took a chair back to her room to prepare dinner. Lu Jintai came out of the study and asked, "Was Kai Fei crying just now?" Their family didn't usually have crying children. Only Lu Manting often cried, while the other kids rarely did. Zhao Jinshu explained what happened. Lu Jintai paused, frowned, and said, "The third one." He didn't finish his thought, but it was clear it wasn't anything good. Zhao Jinshu didn't ask further, and he added, "Both of them are being foolish." Zhao Jinshu did not comment on this, only knowing that Kaifei often said their grandmother was biased and did not care for them. Wang Meijing did not take it seriously. She would scold them when she got annoyed, and over time, the two children stopped mentioning their grandmother's house. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "Have you been sitting and reading all afternoon?" Lu Jintai rubbed his forehead and replied with a sound of agreement. "Your body must be stiff from sitting too long, right?"
Yes.
Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "Then go make dinner and stretch your legs." Lu Jintai glanced at her and smiled back. "All right, you can help." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Let's keep dinner simple. You can handle it alone." Lu Jintai looked at her and laughed. "Haven't you also been sitting all afternoon?" "All right then." Zhao Jinshu agreed. Since Zhao Jinshu planned to write about a sword immortal, she found herself thinking about the story while lying in bed at night, knitting during the day, cooking, and even walking to the bathroom. After 2 days of pondering, the main storyline became clear. This fantasy novel would be lengthy. It couldn't be as simple as her previous children's story. It needed an outline and included many elements like spells, cultivation levels, and magical tools, which required detailed planning and a lot of time. Additionally, the story's background, character personalities, protagonists, supporting characters, and antagonists all needed to be established in advance. Without a computer, everything had to be handwritten, which was quite cumbersome. She temporarily occupied Lu Jintai's study, spending half the day inside. Fortunately, Lu Jintai was not busy these days. He handled cooking, grocery shopping, and taking care of the children. After the new year, Lu Jintai would become busy, and Lu Zhe would start school, while Lu Rui would take her to kindergarten, leaving her to write comfortably at home. It's worth mentioning that the children's story contract had been signed based on her proposed terms. After several busy days, with the new year approaching, the children counted down the days with excitement, eagerly awaiting the celebrations. That afternoon, Zhao Jinshu was writing in the study when Lu Jintai was in their room teaching Lu Zhe math and helping their daughter learn characters. Suddenly, there was a knock at the yard door. Zhao Jinshu, lost in her story, took a while to realize someone was at the door. She capped her pen and was about to go out to open the door when Lu Jintai stepped out, followed by the two children who came out to take a break. She rubbed her shoulders, picked up her cup, and realized it was empty. She stood up to go get a cup of hot water. Just as she was about to step outside, she heard a familiar voice calling from outside. Fourth sister, Zhao Jinshu. Zhao Jinshu couldn't believe it. She snapped back to reality and quickly ran outside. Before she could reach the door, the person outside laughed heartily. Then she heard Lu Zhe and Lu Rui calling for their uncle. Zhao Jinshu ran outside and saw a young and handsome man, with Lu Rui on one side and Lu Zhe on the other. For a moment, she was dazed, her mind flashing back to her brother who was over 50. Then she looked at her younger brother in front of her and smiled, running over to him. Jincheng? She couldn't help but feel excited to see a young relative. She thought she would have to wait until after the new year to see her family back home, but unexpectedly, her brother came to visit her. This was something that never happened in her past life. Zhao Jincheng, with his niece and nephew, took a look at his fourth sister. Seeing her rosy complexion and bright eyes, even though she wore a thick cotton coat made by their mother, it couldn't hide her good health. He felt secretly pleased, realizing that his sister had not suffered since moving to the city. Lu Zhe giggled, clearly very happy. Mom, Uncle is here. Uncle came to see us. Lu Rui added, Uncle missed us. Zhao Jinshu then remembered that her brother was still studying at this time, so she asked, Have you finished your exams? Zhao Jincheng nodded with a smile. I finished, but I haven't received my results yet. Mom and Dad wanted my older brother to come, but I insisted on coming instead. I got lucky with the draw. Zhao Jinshu laughed. Well, you are indeed lucky. But it's okay. We'll go back to see them after the new year. Lu Jintai was carrying 2 large bags that Zhao Jincheng brought over, and he looked happy. Let's talk inside first. Zhao Jincheng then turned to Lu Jintai and asked, Fourth brother, aren't you working? Lu Jintai walked forward with a smile. There's not much to do before the new year. I can take you out to have fun tomorrow. Lu Zhe, holding onto his uncle's arm, quickly chimed in. Uncle, let's go to the zoo to see tigers and lions. Lu Rui added, So many little animals. Zhao Jincheng took the 2 of them along with Lu Jintai into the house and set them down. All right, we'll go to the zoo first and then see other things. Zhao Jinshu followed behind, laughing as she teased him. What? Are you planning to explore all of Kyoto? It's not easy to come here, so of course I want to explore, Zhao Jincheng said confidently. That's true. Luckily, your fourth brother is free and can accompany you, Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. Zhao Jincheng looked at her. Aren't you coming with me? Zhao Jinshu glanced at him teasingly. Then I'll stay with you for 2 days. Zhao Jincheng saw a chair nearby and sat down, grumbling. Just 2 days? Lu Zhe leaned on his uncle's lap. Uncle, Mom needs to write a story, so spending 2 days with you will take up a lot of time. What story? Zhao Jincheng asked her. You can write stories? Zhao Jinshu shot him a look. Why wouldn't I? Zhao Jincheng chuckled. You never wrote before, so how would I know? Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, Are you hungry? Should I make you something to eat? Yes, I'm really hungry. Zhao Jincheng rubbed his stomach, expressing his dissatisfaction. The food on the train was terrible, and it's winter. The pancakes and eggs my mom brought are all cold. I had to drink hot water and eat the cold eggs as a makeshift meal. Zhao Jinshu glared at him. Why didn't you say so earlier? It's already afternoon, and I need to prepare dinner soon. Should I cook you some noodles? Whatever it is, just get me something to eat. I'm starving, Zhao Jincheng said, leaning back in the chair. Lu Jintai laughed. I'll cook for him. You sit and chat with him. Zhao Jinshu didn't sit down. She opened the cupboard and took out some rice snacks and osmanthus cake for him to snack on. Here, have some. Zhao Jincheng took them, letting his nephew and niece have some first before he started eating. Zhao Jinshu went to pour him some water. It's cold. Drink some hot water. Zhao Jincheng took it, drinking while eating the osmanthus cake. Seeing him enjoy his food, Zhao Jinshu laughed. You just had the energy to carry both of them, so it seems you weren't too hungry. Zhao Jincheng rolled his eyes. Together, they don't even weigh 100 pounds. If I were hungry, I wouldn't be able to carry them? Zhao Jinshu chuckled. It's true. Rural boys work hard during busy seasons, and even if they're still studying, they have a lot of strength. She asked again, "How did you find your way home? You should have sent me a telegram so I could pick you up. You just came over like this without worrying about getting lost." Zhao Jincheng pointed to his mouth. "Lost? After getting off the train, I just called a taxi, told him the address, and he brought me here. As long as you have money and can speak, you can find your way anywhere." Zhao Jinshu said, "You're quite clever." Zhao Jincheng glanced at her. "Don't underestimate me. I'm a senior in high school after all." Zhao Jinshu glared at him. "How can you call yourself a senior? Don't you know you'll have your college entrance exam next year? Are you not afraid of wasting time and not passing?" Zhao Jincheng pointed to the backpack on the shelf. "I brought my books. Besides, if my grades can't make it, then no one in our class can." "You're quite confident." "You don't understand. This confidence comes from my abilities." While the siblings were talking, Lu Jintai had already cooked the noodles. Zhao Jinshu let him eat first. Zhao Jincheng looked at the big bowl of noodles in front of him. His eyes lit up. He was really hungry. That osmanthus cake didn't fill him up at all. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating, and while eating, he found 2 eggs hidden underneath. He smiled. "My 4th brother really takes care of me." Seeing his wife glare, Lu Jintai chuckled. "Is your 4th sister not good to you?" Zhao Jincheng looked up and noticed his 4th sister glaring at him. Realizing his mistake, he quickly said, "4th sister is good to me too." Only then did Zhao Jinshu smile. "After eating, let your 4th brother take you to the bathhouse for a hot shower while I cook." Lu Jintai naturally agreed. "We'll go after he finishes eating." Zhao Jincheng nodded. After sitting on the train for a long time, he felt dirty and really needed a good wash. Lu Zhe said, "I want to go too." Zhao Jinshu replied, "You can go." Lu Rui was about to speak, but Zhao Jinshu patted her head. "Mom is at home, so you don't need to go this time. Next time, Mom will take you." Lu Rui responded with Mom. After finishing the noodles, Zhao Jincheng contentedly said, "That was nice." He stood up and moved the bowl to the sink. Just as he was about to wash it, Zhao Jinshu came over. "Don't wash it. I'll use hot water later. Just take a break and get your change of clothes ready for the bath. It's getting late." Zhao Jincheng didn't stand on ceremony with his sister. He stretched and walked outside to look around. "Are uncle and aunt at work?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "They'll be back in the evening." The children from the main and side houses had done their homework in the morning and were now watching TV at their grandmother's house. The main door was tightly closed, and the TV was loud, so they probably didn't hear anything and hadn't come out, making the yard seem quite empty. Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai after the bath. "Could you buy some vegetables on the way back? Let's have dinner together with Mom and Dad. You bought lamb and lamb chops this morning, so I'll start cooking them." Lu Jintai nodded. "We'll go quickly and come back quickly." After they left, Zhao Jinshu let Lu Rui play with a shuttlecock in the yard while she took out the lamb chops to cook and started boiling rice in the pot. More than 2 hours later, a group of people returned from work one after another. The 3 who went for a bath had not come back yet, and the vegetables were also not here. But there was no rush. She first spoke to Ji Yuanyong, who was walking into the house after finishing work. "Mom, my brother is here. I made lamb stew, so you don't need to cook. We can eat here." At first, Ji Yuanyong didn't react, but after a moment of surprise, she smiled and asked, "When did your brother arrive?" Zhao Jinshu smiled back and said, "He came in the afternoon. He didn't send me a telegram or anything before coming. He just figured it out on his own. Right now, Jintai took him to take a bath. That kid is quite brave." Ji Yuanyong laughed as she parked her bicycle and took a piece of meat from the front basket. "I won't take this meat back. You can use it to make a dish. He is indeed brave and not afraid of anything." Zhao Jinshu accepted it without hesitation and said with a smile, "I'll make crispy meat for you all tonight." Ji Yuanyong beamed. "Do whatever you like. I'll go change my clothes and come back to help you." Zhao Jinshu really needed someone to assist her. "Okay." Lin Yulan pushed her bicycle into the house and immediately saw her mother-in-law handing a piece of meat to Zhao Jinshu. She glanced at Wang Meijing behind her and subtly nodded, waiting for her to come closer before whispering, "Did you see? Our mother-in-law gave Zhao Jinshu meat again. Wang Meijing looked over but only saw Zhao Jinshu's back as she entered the house. She pouted and said, "Now Zhao Jinshu is the favorite in our mother-in-law's eyes, and we're like pests, not welcomed at all." Lin Yulan felt uncomfortable. Why is it only her? Wang Meijing didn't know either. If their mother-in-law didn't give it, could they really take it? Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the courage. Both of them carried their thoughts and entered their own rooms. By the time the three who went for a bath returned, Zhao Jinshu's crispy meat was almost ready. When Zhao Jincheng walked into the house, he saw a stranger standing inside. He paused for a moment and smiled at Ji Yuanyong, saying, "This must be my aunt?" Ji Yuanyong smiled back. "You are Jinshu's brother?" Zhao Jincheng beamed. "Aunt, I'm my sister's brother, Zhao Jincheng. You can just call me Jincheng." Ji Yuanyong looked him over. "Jinshu, your brother is really handsome and looks a lot like you." This boy resembled Jinshu quite a bit, and he wasn't short either. Standing next to Jintai, they looked almost the same height. She thought to herself that it seemed the Zhao family had good looks. Speaking of this, Zhao Jincheng's interest grew. "In our family, my fourth sister and I look the most alike and are the most handsome." Zhao Jinshu shook his head and smiled, saying, "Mom, he has a thick skin." Zhao Jincheng touched his nose, not feeling embarrassed. "Wasn't that the truth?" Ji Yuanrong laughed and said, "This child has a good character. Ziz is similar to him, while Jintai is a bit more reserved." Lu Jintai, carrying some vegetables, entered just as he heard his mother say this. He silently glanced at her and placed the vegetables in the basket. Zhao Jincheng looked at him with some pride and couldn't help but laugh. "At home, my parents always say that fourth brother has a good character, is steady and reliable, and they often say I am impulsive and reckless." Ji Yuanrong laughed happily, partly because she was glad to hear her son praised by her in-laws, and partly because she genuinely liked this child's personality. None of her three sons were quite like him. She said, "It's okay. Auntie likes your character." Zhao Jincheng felt even prouder. Auntie speaks so openly. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but say, "Your tail is going to be up in the sky." Lu Jintai glanced at his brother-in-law and chuckled. He could lift it even higher. Zhao Jincheng looked at them and huffed. "You two are just jealous of me. As long as you're happy." After Zhao Jinshu said this, she took out the crispy meat and placed it in a bowl. "It's best eaten hot. Wash your hands and try some." Lu Jintai took a piece and held it to Zhao Jinshu's mouth. "You try it." Zhao Jinshu bit into it. "Delicious. You should try some too." Lu Jintai ate the piece she had bitten. Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but say, "There's so much in the bowl." Lu Jintai looked at her. "What's wrong?" Zhao Jinshu felt he was doing it on purpose. She didn't believe he didn't understand what she meant, shot him a glance, and said nothing. Lu Jintai reached for more crispy meat to feed her, but she refused, wanting to eat it herself later. Lu Jintai didn't insist. Ji Yuanrong, eating the crispy meat nearby, pretended not to see but thought that her son, praised for being steady and reliable, could sometimes be a bit cheeky and not so steady. Zhao Jincheng, holding the crispy meat, called out to his nephew and niece to come in and eat. The two kids quickly ran into the kitchen upon hearing him. Each grabbed a pair of chopsticks and started eating. Everyone chatted while eating. Delicious. So good. When the meal was ready, Lu Huayuan and Lu Xingyao returned. As Lu Huayuan walked into the courtyard, he saw a young man standing with his back to him. He paused slightly before walking in. Lu Xingyao lagged a step behind, looking puzzled. Who is this? Ji Yuanrong came out of the kitchen and saw they had returned. She smiled and said, "Old Lu, guess who this is?" As she spoke, she pulled Zhao Jincheng's arm. Hearing her words, Zhao Jincheng turned around and saw the visitors. Just as he was about to speak, Ji Yuanrong stopped him and said with a smile, "Let's not say anything yet and see if he can guess." Zhao Jincheng chuckled and remained silent. Lu Xingyao looked at the young man's face and found it somewhat familiar. Meanwhile, Lu Huayuan also became interested, smiling as he approached to take a closer look at the young man. When their eyes met, Zhao Jincheng stood up straight. Lu Huayuan looked at the young man's face and exclaimed, This young man is quite handsome. He paused for a moment and said, he looks a bit familiar. Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but laugh. Ji Yuanrong smiled and asked, did you guess who it is? Lu Huayuan kept his gaze on Zhao Jincheng's face, thinking for a moment before asking, you look a lot like Jin Shu. Are you Jin Shu's brother? Zhao Jincheng grinned and replied, Uncle, you have a good eye. I am Zhao Jinshu's brother. My name is Zhao Jincheng, with Cheng meaning city. Lu Xingyao was a bit surprised, not expecting her sister-in-law's brother to come. She took another look at him. His outfit was quite plain, wearing a big cotton coat and cloth shoes, but he resembled his sister very much. Of course, he would look even better in different clothes. Lu Huayuan exclaimed and walked over to pat his shoulder, saying, you have a strong build. Did you come alone? Zhao Jincheng chuckled and said, I came by myself. How are your parents doing? Lu Huayuan asked him. Zhao Jincheng nodded and smiled. They're doing well. They're always busy, and when they have free time, they feel uneasy. They raised a lot of chickens, ducks, and geese, and this year they even made a fish pond. Before I came, my mom prepared dried chicken, dried duck, and dried fish for me to bring to you all. Then we must try them. These things are hard to find, Lu Huayuan said, listening intently, and then laughing. Ji Yuanrong sighed from the side. Your parents are hardworking people. What she didn't say was that seeing Jin Shu and Jincheng, she could guess how their family must be. Both children were polite and well-mannered, so their parents must be good people too. Otherwise, they wouldn't raise such wonderful kids. Compared to the exaggerated stories about the third family's in-laws, she had higher expectations for Jin Shu's parents and wanted to see what kind of in-laws they were to raise such lovely children. Moreover, Ziz and Ruiri were also well cared for, so the in-laws must have put in a lot of effort. Jintai hasn't had a hard time in the countryside, thanks to her in-laws. She feels very grateful for that. Zhao Jincheng smiled widely. We country folks are like this. Throughout the year, besides working in the fields, there are plenty of chores at home, so there's hardly any free time. Ji Yuan couldn't help but say, you should bring your parents to Kyoto to meet us. We haven't met your in-laws yet. Zhao Jincheng replied, they do want to come and meet you all. They often think of my fourth brother and sister, as well as Ziz and Ruerue, but they can't leave the farm animals. So they sent me to check on you and bring some local specialties for you to try. They're all homegrown, so there's nothing to worry about. Lu Huayuan looked at Ji Yuan with a smile. Let's cook some tomorrow. I've had the dried chicken before and it was really good. Ji Yuan readily agreed. Sounds great. While they were talking, Lu Jiaming and Lu Hefeng, who were helping in the kitchen, came out to see what was happening. Lu Jiaming looked at Zhao Jincheng and asked, who is this? Lu Huayuan patted Zhao Jincheng and said with a smile, this is your second sister-in-law's brother. You can just call him Jincheng. Then he turned to Zhao Jincheng. This is Lu Jiaming, the eldest in the family. You should call him brother. Zhao Jincheng obediently said, Brother Jiaming. Lu Jiaming chuckled. Welcome to our home. Have a good time. Seeing Lu Xingyao nearby, Lu Huayuan said, this is Xingyao, the youngest in the family, a few years older than you. Zhao Jincheng glanced at her and cheerfully called, Sister Xingyao. Lu Xingyao smiled. Finally, someone younger than me is calling me sister. Lu Huayuan then looked at his third son, Lu Hefeng. This is the third son, Lu Hefeng. Zhao Jincheng quickly said, Brother Hefeng. Lu Hefeng laughed. Don't rush off. When I have a break, I'll take you out to have some fun. Zhao Jincheng, who is never shy, smiled and said, I'll be looking forward to it. Since he was here, he didn't plan to leave in a hurry. He wanted to enjoy himself. Ji Yuan said with a hint of annoyance, you and Brother Hefeng might not be good at much, but playing is definitely his strong suit. Lu Hefeng rubbed his nose, thinking his mother was also not giving him any face in front of relatives. Unexpectedly, Zhao Jincheng showed interest and said, really? I like to have fun too, but where I come from, we've done all the usual activities and nothing seems interesting anymore. I want to see something new with Brother Hefeng. Lu Hefeng's eyes lit up, and he laughed while patting Zhao Jincheng's shoulder. You and I have similar interests. What are you doing these days? Zhao Jincheng shrugged his shoulders and said helplessly, I'm just a poor student who is managed by teachers and has nothing but textbooks. Lu Hafeng was surprised and asked, You're still a student? He thought Zhao spoke so maturely that he must have already entered the workforce, but he was still a student. Zhao Jincheng smiled and replied, I'm in my senior year. Lu Huayuan then said, So you'll be taking the college entrance exam next year? Zhao Jincheng nodded, and Lu Hafeng casually asked, How are your grades? Can you get into a school in Kyoto? Zhao Jincheng smiled slightly. My grades are decent. Whether I can get into a school in Kyoto depends on my future results. At this moment, he was being modest. Just as Lu Hafeng was about to speak, Zhao Jinshu called for dinner. Lu Hafeng said to him, You all go eat first, and we can chat later after the meal.
Sure.
They all went inside, washed their hands, and grabbed bowls and chopsticks. Even though Zhao Jincheng had eaten a big bowl of noodles in the afternoon and taken a bath, he felt hungry again looking at the delicious dishes on the table. Since they were family, there was no need for formality. After sitting down, he picked up his bowl and chopsticks and started eating. As Zhao Jincheng bit into a lamb chop, his eyes lit up. Fourth sister, your cooking skills are getting better. Lu Xingyao nodded vigorously, I agree. This was the truth, and Lu Huayuan and Ji Yuanrong smiled and nodded. Lu Zhe kept nodding, my mom's cooking is always delicious. Lu Rui added, everything is tasty. Not bad, Zhao Jinshi replied with a smile, accepting their compliments. Then she slightly furrowed her brow. After eating a few pieces of crispy meat, her throat felt a bit dry. She cleared her throat and was about to serve herself some soup when a bowl of soup was handed to her. Zhao Jinshu looked over. Lu Jintai said to her, Have some clear soup. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him, took the bowl, and smiled. Thank you. She thought to herself that the soup was just in time. Lu Jintai shot her a glance. Why are you being so polite? Zhao Jinshu also glanced at him, meeting his calm gaze. She said nothing, lowered her head, and slowly drank the soup. Zhao Jincheng sat across from them and was slightly surprised by their interaction. Back in their hometown, his fourth sister took special care of his fourth brother, but now it seemed the roles had reversed. After eating and drinking enough, Lu Xingyao voluntarily went to wash the dishes and chopsticks. Zhao Jincheng opened his bag and took out the local specialties he brought. He looked at Ji Yuanrong and smiled. Auntie, these are all made by my mom. Uncle likes them, so I'll cook them for him tomorrow. Zhao Jinshu looked at the items in the bag and smiled. My parents really understand me. She knew they brought her so much of what she loved to eat. Ji Yuanrong was surprised. This is too much. Dried chicken and dried duck. 8 of each, and there are 10 dried fish. The in-laws are really generous. She looked at Zhao Jincheng and asked, How can you carry all this? Zhao Jincheng smiled widely. My mom thinks it's not enough. My fourth sister loves these, and this year we raised a lot of chickens and ducks at home without selling them. My mom said she would send some over when they were ready, so since I came, she asked me to bring them. Lu Jintai hung the chicken, duck, and fish in the wind, while Lu Zhe and Lu Rui handed him ropes. Zhao Jingshu took 2 of each and handed them to her mother-in-law. Mom, take these home to eat first, and come back for more later. Ji Yuanrong waved her hand. No need for so many, just 1 of each is fine. If you love them, keep them for yourself. Zhao Jincheng encouraged, Aunt, please take them. We have more at home. If she wants more, I can ask my mom to send them. They are all raised by us, so there's no cost, just a bit of feed. Ji Yuanrong had to accept. When Lu Xingyao finished washing the dishes, she handed the items to her to take home and store. Lu Huayuan sat nearby drinking tea, watching them busy, and after finishing his tea, he asked Lu Jintai, Where will Jincheng sleep tonight? There were no extra guest rooms available for his son. Zhao Jingshu was about to suggest that he share a bed with Lu Zhe when Ji Yuanrong spoke up. We have a small room available. Let's tidy it up for Jincheng to stay there. He can have some quiet time, and since he brought books, he can read at night without delaying his studies. After all, the college entrance exam is next year. While it's good to have fun, studying is important too. Zhao Jingshu looked at her brother. What do you think? Zhao Jincheng shrugged. I'm fine with anything. As long as he has a bed to sleep on, he didn't mind much else. The two women went to prepare the bed. Ji Yuanrong only had 2 thin blankets, so Zhao Jingshu asked Lu Jintai to bring over the blanket he used before. They placed 2 blankets underneath and covered him with a thick one on top. That should be enough for him. After making the bed, Lu Huayuan took him to the main room to watch TV and chat. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing finally noticed Zhao Jincheng and politely greeted him, but no one knew what they really thought. Ji Yuanrong brought out some candies and sunflower seeds, placing them on a plate on the coffee table for anyone to take. Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng also came over to chat with him. After Lu Jintai and Zhao Jingshu finished their chores, they joined them. The whole family sat together chatting casually until after 10 o'clock, when the kids started to feel sleepy, and they all went to wash up and rest. In the main room, lying on the bed, Ji Yuanrong looked at the person next to her reading the newspaper and said, "Tomorrow, let's give Jin Chung a red envelope. Since it's his first time coming to our home, we should follow the proper etiquette. After all, he's still a student." Lu Huayuan didn't look up and replied, "You handle it." Ji Yuanrong nudged him. "How much should we give?" Lu Huayuan turned to her and asked, "What do you think?" Ji Yuanrong sat up straight and said, 300 or 500 would be fine. "Wow, that's generous." Lu Huayuan looked at her in surprise. "That's quite a sum." Ji Yuanrong leaned against the headboard and explained, "It's not just for show. Jin Tai spent years in the countryside, and his family treated him like their own son. Now that he's coming to our home, even if I can't treat him like my own child, I still need to show him the respect he deserves. Plus, over the years, we haven't spent much on this family, and they've raised their grandchildren well, saving us a lot of worry. Meanwhile, we've spent quite a bit on the other families for their in-laws." Lu Huayuan put down the newspaper and pondered, "Let's go with 300. He might not accept more." He doubted the boy would take it. Ji Yuanrong nodded, "That works. Should we buy him some clothes too?" Lu Huayuan replied, "You and Jin Tai discuss it and see what he thinks." Then, he couldn't help but smile. "It seems you really like that boy." Ji Yuanrong smiled back, "I do like him. He's good-looking, knows how to talk, and he's sensible. Who wouldn't like him?" Lu Huayuan agreed. They spent the night in silence, and since they were going out to have fun, the whole family got up early. After breakfast, they packed up and prepared to leave. Before heading to work, Ji Yuanrong called Zhao Jincheng over and handed him the money. Zhao Jincheng was surprised and quickly refused, "Aunt, I don't want it." Ji Yuanrong glared at him. "Take it. This is your pocket money from your aunt. It's not much, and once you start working, I won't give you any more. You're still a student, right?" Zhao Jincheng firmly refused, but Ji Yuanrong insisted. Unable to win against his aunt, he turned to Lu Jintai for help. "Fourth brother, please tell aunt." Lu Jintai smiled lightly, "Just take it." Ji Yuanrong added, "Your fourth brother says you should take it." Zhao Jincheng looked troubled and turned to his sister, "Sis." Zhao Jinshu smiled, "Just take it. You can send aunt some local specialties when you go back." She understood their mother-in-law well. Either she wouldn't give anything or once she did, she wouldn't take it back. Zhao Jincheng finally picked up the phone and said, "Thank you, auntie." Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were pushing their bicycles. When they saw their mother-in-law's actions, they both frowned and walked out of the yard. Lin Yulan then asked Wang Meijing, "How much do you think our mother gave to Zhao Jincheng's brother?" Wang Meijing replied, "It definitely won't be a small amount." Lin Yulan said, "When my nephew came for the first time, our mother gave him 10 yuan. That was quite a lot, considering many only received 3 or 5 yuan, and there were also quite a few who got just 1 or 2. Wang Meijing nodded. "My eldest nephew also received the same amount when he visited for the first time." Lin Yulan whispered, "Why don't you ask around? See how much mom gave to the younger brother of the second sister-in-law?" Wang Meijing asked, "Who should I ask?" Both of them thought of one person at the same time, the younger sister-in-law. Wang Meijing said, "I'll try to find out from her after work. She might not know." "Okay, let me know what you find out." When the younger brother came for the first time, Zhao Jincheng, as the older sister, had to buy him some clothes. Standing in front of the state-run store, Zhao Jincheng touched his thick cotton coat and said, This coat is pretty good, warm and cozy. Compared to your down jacket, it might be just as warm. No need to buy anything. Zhao Jincheng's sister shot him a look. Don't worry, I won't buy you anything expensive. Zhao Jincheng stubbornly refused. No way. You should save some money. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui need money too. Can't you be a little frugal? Why would he wear such nice clothes in the countryside? If he dressed too well, he wouldn't be able to catch rabbits in the snow. Even when school starts, there's no need to dress too nicely. If everyone else is wearing thick coats and he shows up in a down jacket, it would be too noticeable and not fit his low-key personality. Zhao Jincheng insisted, if you come here and don't buy anything for me, people in the village will talk. You care too much about what others say, Zhao Jincheng replied dismissively. Zhao Jincheng didn't care about others. She genuinely wanted to buy her brother some clothes. Zhao Jincheng looked at Lu Jintai and said, "Fourth brother, you need to manage her." Zhao Jincheng glanced at Lu Jintai. He can't control me. Lu Jintai said expressionlessly, she says I can't control her. Zhao Jincheng replied irritably, you never even tried to manage her. Lu Jintai said softly, I'm not allowed to manage her. Zhao Jincheng sighed. Zhao Jincheng firmly refused to step into the store, and Zhao Jincheng had no way to change his mind. She then smiled at him and said, your fourth brother has partnered with someone to open a restaurant. Do you want to check it out before we go to the zoo? Zhao Jincheng was indeed distracted. His eyes brightened as he looked at Lu Jintai and said, fourth brother, are you still in business? Lu Jintai smiled lightly. Not really, I just invested some money. Then let's go take a look. Zhao Jincheng was curious and wanted to see it. That way, he could tell his parents about it when he got home, so they wouldn't worry. Lu Zhe, who was nearby, said to him, Uncle, Mom even got them a recipe. Really? Zhao Jincheng looked at his fourth sister in surprise. I knew you cooked well, but you can get recipes for restaurants? Don't underestimate me, Zhao Jingshu replied with a glance. You don't think I can't do anything, do you? Zhao Jincheng was surprised and raised an eyebrow with a smile. Fourth sister, how could you think that? In my eyes, you are the smartest, prettiest, kindest, most capable, and the best sister who loves me the most. Lu Jintai's gaze lightly swept over him. Zhao Jingshu couldn't help but laugh. If that's the case, then you are my best, smartest, and most handsome brother. Lu Jintai. Zhao Jincheng burst into laughter. I definitely am. Lu Zhe looked at the two of them in disbelief. Are you both just praising each other? What's with the best, most handsome, and smartest? They were both grown-ups and didn't consider his feelings. His face turned red. He didn't want to admit it. Although Uncle was great and cared for him, Mom had never praised him like that, but she praised Uncle instead. He huffed. He was Mom's son, and in her heart, he should be the best, not Uncle. Zhao Jincheng lowered his head. What's wrong? Lu Zhe turned his head away, deciding to ignore him for now. Zhao Jincheng. Lu Rui covered her mouth and laughed. Mom said she loved her the most. She was Mom's treasure, so she wasn't jealous. Lu Jintai's deep gaze fell on the group, and he reminded them lightly, are we still going? Only then did Zhao Jingshu look at Zhao Jincheng, noticing the proud smile on his face, and asked, are we going or not? Zhao Jincheng stood behind her, stretched out both hands to rest on her shoulders and eagerly pushed her, saying, yes, yes, of course, let's go. Zhao Jingshu turned her head to look at Lu Jintai. Let's go. Lu Jintai responded with a sound of agreement, then looked at Zhao Jincheng's hands on Zhao Jingshu's shoulders and said to Zhao Jingshu, there are many people. Hold the child's hand. Hearing this, Zhao Jincheng released his hands from his sister's shoulders, glanced at Lu Rui standing beside him, bent down, and picked her up in his arms, saying, little cutie, let Uncle hold you. Lu Rui hugged his neck and said, I'm tall, not small. Zhao Jincheng laughed. You're only a few years old, and you're so concerned about your height? After saying that, he looked at Lu Jintai and asked, which way should we go? Lu Jintai pointed in a direction, and he carried Lu Rui in that way. Zhao Jinshu took Lu Zhe's hand and looked at Lu Jintai, saying, let's go. Lu Jintai nodded. Lu Zhe looked at his dad, and then at his mom. quietly pulling his mom a few steps closer to his dad, and then reached out his little hand to hold his dad's big hand. Lu Jintai noticed his action, glanced down at him, and held his little hand. He wiggled his hands and finally felt satisfied. Lu Jintai looked up and met Zhao Jinshu's gaze. He gave her a quick glance, and Zhao Jinshu casually looked away, though she was actually thinking about how to get rid of her brother later to buy him some clothes. He came all the way to Kyoto to see her, and she felt she had to buy him some clothes. She knew he didn't want her to spend too much money, but some things needed to be bought. Zhao Jincheng, carrying Lu Rui, walked quickly and asked, "Does Rui know where the restaurant is?" Lu Rui nodded. "I've been there before. I remember we go this way." Zhao Jincheng was surprised. "You really remember?" Lu Rui replied, "I remember." Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but laugh. "You're quite clever."
Louis Giglet.
After thinking for a moment, Zhao Jinshu looked at Lu Jintai and said, "You take them to play at the restaurant for a while." Lu Jintai asked her, "What about you?" Zhao Jinshu replied softly, "I'm going to buy him some clothes, but don't tell him yet." "I'll go with you," Lu Jintai said calmly. "What about them?" Zhao Jinshu frowned. "Let them play at the restaurant for a bit," Lu Jintai suggested. Seeing her silent, he asked, "Is that okay?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "You should ask Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe, walking between them, suddenly spoke up, "I'm fine with it. I can help you keep it a secret from Uncle." Even though Uncle wanted to take his mom away, he still liked his uncle and wanted to buy clothes. Zhao Jinshu smiled. "How are you so clever?" Lu Zhe asked her, "Am I your best son?" Zhao Jinshu, of course, said yes. Lu Zhe was satisfied and nodded his little head. "You're also my best mom." Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but pat his head. Lu Jintai quietly walked beside them, glancing at the mother and son without saying anything. When they arrived at the restaurant, Gu Qingye was a bit surprised. After introductions, everyone went to sit in a private room. Before 9 o'clock, the restaurant was quiet with no customers, just the chef and a helper busy at work. Zhao Jincheng curiously looked around, and when they reached the private room, Lu Minying brought them fruits, seeds, and candies to enjoy. Zhao Jinshu stood up and said, "Sister-in-law, let them play here for a while. We will go to the zoo later. I'll step out to buy some snacks for when they get tired." Lu Minying replied, "There are snacks here. You can take them with you." Zhao Jinshu pulled her outside, saying, "I have a few other things to do, but I'll be back soon." Lu Minying understood. "All right, let them play in the yard and look at the big turtle." Zhao Jinshu waved goodbye to Zhao Jincheng. Although he was surprised that she hadn't bought snacks earlier, he didn't think much of it. He was unfamiliar with the area and assumed she was going to a different place for snacks, so he didn't say anything and started playing with his niece and nephew. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai went outside. On the way, Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but complain, "Buy him some clothes. He looks like a thief." While speaking, she didn't notice a bicycle rushing by, and Lu Jintai quickly pulled her into his arms to prevent her from getting hit. Lu Jintai asked, "Are you okay?" Zhao Jinshu shook her head, standing up straight and looking ahead. A boy around 10 was riding his bike recklessly, causing pedestrians to dodge out of the way. She adjusted her scarf and said, "Let's hurry over." Lu Jintai agreed, but didn't let go of her. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai replied, "There are a lot of people. Hold on to my arm." Hold on to his arm? This isn't a street from the future. Zhao Jinshu glanced at him. "I'm not a child. That was just an accident. There's no need to be so careful." Saying this, she freed herself and walked ahead. Lu Jintai paused for a moment before following her. The two went straight to the overseas Chinese store and bought a down jacket similar to Lu Jintai's. This jacket only came in 2 colors, so they chose the silver gray one. Jin Cheng had fair skin, so the silver gray would look fine on him. Lu Jintai looked at her and said, "Size-wise, he's about my height." Zhao Jinshu was checking the clothes and didn't look up. "I know his size." Lu Jintai nodded and didn't say anything more. They also bought him a pair of pants and a pair of warm shoes. Even if he felt it would stand out at school, he could wear it next year when he goes to college, which would be nice too. After leaving the overseas Chinese store, Lu Jintai casually asked her, "Do you know my size?" Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance. If I don't know your size, how can I knit you a sweater? Lu Jintai was speechless. That's true. Carrying their things and watching her back, he rubbed his forehead in frustration. What was he doing? Competing for attention with his brother-in-law? It was simply unreasonable. Since they said they would buy snacks, they picked up some treats on the way back. When they arrived at the restaurant, Zhao Jinshu handed the clothes to her brother, and he was stunned. Zhao Jincheng frowned. I won't be polite. I really don't want it, and you secretly bought it for me.
I'm impressed.
Zhao Jinshu glared at him. What do you think I feel when you come all the way to your sister's house and I don't buy you anything? Seeing she was about to get angry, Zhao Jincheng quickly said, all right, I'll buy it. Lu Jintai patted his arm. Don't think too much. We still have money to buy you a whole outfit. Zhao Jinshu laughed. If we had no money, you think I would buy it for you? I wouldn't. Zhao Jincheng raised his hands in surrender. I won't say anything more. As he spoke, he opened the bag, took out the down jacket, and tried it on. He looked at his older brother, who was wearing the same style, just a different color. Comparing the two, he actually liked it and immediately took off his cotton jacket to put on the down jacket. Standing in front of them, he asked, how does it look? Zhao Jinshu smiled and glanced at him. Not bad. Lu Jintai replied, not bad. Lu Zhe said, Uncle, it looks good. Lu Rui added, looks great. After changing his clothes and shoes, Zhao Jincheng walked out looking like a different person. Gu Qingye laughed. This kid really has spirit. Your whole family looks good together. Zhao Jinshu smiled. We'll head out now. You all stay busy. They were going out to have fun, and Gu Qingye didn't try to keep them, just saying, come over for lunch? Zhao Jinshu checked her watch. It was already past 10. We might not make it. Gu Qingye replied, then come over for dinner. Your brother came from far away. We should at least treat him to a meal. Lu Jintai agreed. Let's do dinner. Zhao Jinshu smiled. That works. We can play all day without worrying about cooking. Today wasn't a holiday, but the kids were already off, and the zoo was filled with grandparents and families enjoying the day. Their group walked around, looking at the sights. When they got tired, they sat down to eat some fruit snacks, drink water, and take a break. Lu Zhe sat on a stone bench, eating an orange, and asked Zhao Jincheng, Uncle, aren't you amazed to see tigers and lions? Well, it's not like I've never seen it on TV before. Zhao Jincheng was certainly surprised, but he managed to keep a calm expression, leaving Lu Zhe puzzled all the way. Zhao Jinshu noticed him trying to impress her son, but didn't call him out on it. Lu Zhe, still unsure, said, so you've seen the Great Wall on TV too. Does that mean we won't climb it tomorrow? Zhao Jincheng coughed and replied, now that we're here, of course we will go. Lu Zhe looked at him, but you said you've seen it on TV? Zhao Jincheng awkwardly touched his nose and said, my uncle told me that even if it's surprising, I shouldn't act like I've never seen anything before. I'm just keeping a low profile, you understand? Lu Zhe was puzzled for a moment, then nodded. Got it, you're just pretending. Zhao Jincheng. Zhao Jinshu, sitting nearby, couldn't help but laugh after listening for a while. A hint of a smile appeared in Lu Jintai's eyes as well. Lu Rui watched them laugh, somewhat confused, but didn't ask and continued eating his orange. Zhao Jincheng looked at him in disbelief. You're young, but why are you so clever? Lu Zhe laughed. My mom says, with knowledge in your heart, you can write beautifully. Do you know what that means? If a senior in high school didn't know this saying, he might as well not be in school. However, he pretended not to know and asked, what does it mean? Lu Zhe leaned closer and explained, it means if you have a lot of knowledge, you can write good articles. My mom loves reading, so she writes children's stories. Zhao Jincheng teased him. What does that have to do with being clever? Lu Zhe rolled his eyes at him. The more you read, the more you know, and that makes you smart. It's the same thing, not just being clever. He knew that being clever wasn't exactly a compliment. Zhao Jincheng pretended to understand. Oh, I see. So it seems you've read a lot? Inside, he couldn't help but think that back when they were in their hometown, he often taught him to read and recognized that the child loved books. He didn't expect such a big change in just half a year. He had to admit that kids who read a lot are indeed different from those who don't. Lu Zhe replied, a lot. Just then, there was a sudden commotion ahead, and people started gathering around. Zhao Jincheng stood up. What's going on? Zhao Jinshu looked over. I don't know. Zhao Jincheng said, I'll go check it out. With that, he walked over. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai and complained. He just loves to join in the fun. Lu Jintai smiled and said, he is always like this. Lu Zhe ran over and said, Mom, I want to go see too. Lu Jintai glanced at him and replied, there are too many people. You shouldn't go. Lu Zhe looked over and saw the crowd, so he obediently said, okay. Zhao Jincheng stood for a while before coming over. Lu Zhe couldn't help but ask him, Uncle, what happened? Zhao Jincheng sat down and slowly said, a little friend got lost, but thankfully a kind person helped him find his way back. His grandmother was very worried, and when the child was found, she sat on the ground and cried while hugging him. Lu Zhe sighed in relief. I'm glad he was found. Otherwise, he wouldn't have seen his mom and dad. Lu Rui said, I won't run around. Good thing he was found. Zhao Jinshu said with a concerned look, don't run around. Rui is a good child. Thinking about the children in the future who were taken by traffickers, even though many were found later, many more were not. Whether found or not, it was a devastating blow to a family. Now, both adults and children didn't pay much attention to preventing getting lost or abducted. In a time without advanced communication, it was hard to find lost children. She suddenly thought of the children's story she wrote about getting lost and not being able to find the way home. When she wrote it, she didn't consider this aspect, but now she thought it would be good to add some related plot points. She looked at Lu Jintai and said, I will meet with editor Li tomorrow. Lu Jintai asked, what's wrong? Zhao Jinshu replied, I want to revise my manuscript. Fortunately, it hadn't started serializing in the newspaper yet, so there was time for revisions. Lu Jintai asked, why do you suddenly want to revise it? Zhao Jinshu said, what just happened gave me some ideas. Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled. All right, I'll go with you. Zhao Jinshu smiled back. Okay. They had a great time playing, but on the way back, they were exhausted. When they returned to Gu Qingye's restaurant, everyone just wanted to sit still. The two children and their uncle were hungry, and as soon as the food was served, they dug in. Gu Qingye took great care of them and even made them some rock candy pear soup. Zhao Jinshu was so tired that she lost her appetite. The soup was refreshing, and she drank 2 bowls, but after that, looking at the table full of dishes, she had no desire to eat. Lu Jintai looked up at her and asked, what's wrong? I'm not hungry, Zhao Jinshu replied. The rock candy pear soup is nice. Lu Jintai frowned. You should eat a little. Zhao Jinshu said, I don't want to eat. Zhao Jincheng looked up and asked, is sister feeling unwell? Is mom not feeling well? Lu Zhe turned to his mother. Lu Rui, sitting next to her, asked, is mom not eating? Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, I'm not unwell, just not hungry right now. I ate a lot at lunch, so it's okay to eat less for dinner. Don't make a big deal out of it. Zhao Jincheng understood his sister. When she was little, she was thin and had a small appetite. Their parents worried she would go hungry, especially since she was delicate and often got sick, so they forced her to eat. She would only take a few bites and then throw up. Eventually, they tried giving her milk powder to help her gain strength. Hearing her say she wasn't hungry, he didn't insist, saying, if you really don't want to eat, then don't. You can cook something when you get home if you're hungry. Zhao Jinshu nodded. It's fine to eat less at night. Seeing she had no appetite, Lu Jintai didn't push her further and gently said, drink some milk powder when we get home. Zhao Jinshu agreed. Gu Qingye came in and noticed she hadn't touched her food, jokingly asked, what's wrong, sister-in-law? Do you not like my cooking? Just look at how they are devouring the food, and you'll know if it's good or not, Zhao Jinshu replied with a smile. Gu Qingye scratched his head, shyly smiling, I just don't have confidence in front of you. Zhao Jinshu quickly responded, you don't need to have confidence in front of me, just be confident in front of the guests. Lu Jintai shot him a glance, saying, you're quite the performer. Gu Qingye laughed. All right, I won't say anything more. They finished their meal quickly and chatted with Gu Qingye and his wife for a while before saying goodbye and heading home. When they got home, The other family members had already eaten dinner and were watching TV in the main room. Zhao Jincheng took his nephew and niece over, while Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai followed slowly behind. Ji Yuanrong saw them and quickly invited them to sit down. Lu Hufeng looked him over and said, "That outfit looks nice." Zhao Jincheng looked at his clothes and smiled. "Looks good, right?" "It really does." "Is it the same style as what your fourth brother is wearing?" Lu Hufeng asked. "The colors are different." Zhao Jincheng nodded. "It was bought for me by my fourth brother and sister." Lu Xingyao, nearby, looked on with envy and couldn't help but ask, "That outfit must not be cheap, right? I haven't seen this style in the state-run store. Only overseas shops would have it." Zhao Jincheng didn't know the price and hadn't asked. He wasn't foolish. He could tell from the style and quality that it wouldn't be cheap. But since his fourth brother and sister had already bought it for him, he felt it would be inappropriate to say more. Lu Xingyao looked enviously at the clothes he was wearing and blurted out, "Your brother and sister-in-law are really good to you." Such expensive clothes were bought just like that, while she could only borrow money from them. She sighed inwardly, feeling that her maternal family was better than her paternal family. Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai entered and heard her words. They glanced at her and, without needing to guess, knew what she was thinking. Zhao Jinshu said, "As long as Jinqing school is on break, I hardly have to worry about the kids. He takes care of everything, especially during the winter and summer vacations. It makes my life much easier. He is my brother, and he cares about how hard it is for me to raise the kids. It wouldn't be right not to treat him well. Just because she treats her family better doesn't mean she feels comfortable inside." When her family treated her well, did anyone notice? In the future, she would treat her family even better than before, and if she felt uncomfortable, she would just keep it to herself. Lu Xingyao chuckled awkwardly. She was being pointed out. Zhao Jincheng laughed lightly, feeling a bit shy, not expecting to be seen as so good in his sister's eyes. Lu Zhe turned to his grandmother and said, "Uncle teaches me to read, plays with me and my sister, catches sparrows, hunts rabbits, catches fish, and buys us delicious food." Ji Yuanrong was truly touched. Even though he was just a child, he could help his sister take care of the kids. Many families have older children taking care of younger ones, but this was different. These were his niece and nephew, not his siblings, and he could easily choose not to help. She looked at Zhao Jincheng and couldn't help but smile, saying, "Don't think that just because your fourth brother and sister bought you clothes, I won't buy you any too." Zhao Jincheng quickly waved his hands. "No need, I have clothes to wear. Besides, didn't my fourth brother and sister already buy some?" As long as he had enough clothes, there was no need to buy too many. Previously, Lin Yulan sat nearby, casually snacking and listening to the conversation. She didn't expect to hear something that made her uneasy. Zhao Jinshu buying clothes for her brother was one thing, but why did the grandmother also want to buy? She didn't know how much money she had given him in red envelopes this morning, and now she wanted to buy clothes too? She couldn't hold back and smiled, saying, "Mom, you can't just buy for Jinshu. You have 3 daughters-in-law." Zhao Jincheng glanced at her, but didn't speak, feeling that this sister-in-law might not be easy to get along with. Wang Meijing added, "Yeah, Mom, you have 3 daughters-in-law. Don't forget about us." Zhao Jincheng looked at her too, thinking that this sister-in-law was also hard to deal with. He had already said he didn't want his aunt to buy him clothes, and they were so eager to jump in, it was quite awkward. With 2 sisters-in-law pressing from both sides, he couldn't help but worry a bit. Did the 4th sister suffer any grievances? Lu Huayuan glanced expressionlessly at his eldest and 3rd sons. Although he didn't speak, it made Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng feel uneasy. What was going on with these 2 women? Did their parents owe something to their family? What's wrong? Ji Yuanrong sneered, glancing at Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing. "Did your brothers from your family help you take care of the kids? Are your children being raised at your family's home?" Lin Yulan's face turned red. Who would raise someone else's grandchildren for no reason? Wang Meijing replied, "My family helps out. During the winter and summer breaks, my mom takes care of the kids." "Well, your mom does a great job. But with the living expenses, my grandchildren don't get any good food, which makes them reluctant to go to their grandma's house." Ji Yuanrong said, not wanting to engage with her further. Wang Meijing thought of the two kids and quietly fell silent. Ji Yuanrong glanced at them, so no one should think I'm being biased. Lu Jintai suddenly spoke up. Tomorrow is the weekend. Mom will take Jincheng to buy clothes. I have some matters to handle with Jingshu. Ji Yuanrong smiled. All right, we'll go early tomorrow. Zhao Jincheng looked at Lu Jintai. Fourth brother, there's no need to buy more. Didn't we just get clothes today? Lu Jintai gave him a calm look. Your aunt bought them for you, so just accept it. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing stared at Lu Jintai's expressionless face. Was he unhappy? Did he just agree to help his brother-in-law? Zhao Jincheng wanted to say something, but, glancing at his two sisters-in-law, he swallowed his words. At worst, he would bring more gifts for his aunt when he visited in the future. He was determined to accept the clothes. The more they didn't want his aunt to buy for him, the more he would insist. For a moment, everyone in the room fell silent, with only the sound of the television filling the space. Earlier, Zhao Jingshu hadn't said anything, but now she yawned, stood up, and said, It's getting late. I'm going back to rest. Playing all day is tiring. Ji Yuanrong looked at her and smiled. Then you all go wash up and sleep. Jincheng, you should wash up and rest too. Zhao Jincheng said, Aunt, I'll wash up at fourth sister's place, and then come over. Ji Yuanrong replied, That's fine. After the two kids went back to wash up, they went to bed. Zhao Jingshu hadn't washed yet. Once she returned to her room, she lazily leaned against the bed and looked at Lu Jintai, who followed her in, saying, I want to take a bath. After taking a hot bath to relax, I feel really tired from walking too much today. This shows that she seriously lacks exercise. Since the year has started, she should prioritize working out, at least by jogging or playing some games every day. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, Should I boil some water for you? Zhao Jinshu nodded. After Lu Jintai prepared the bathwater and filled the tub, he called for her. Zhao Jinshu looked up and asked, Is it ready? Lu Jintai nodded. Zhao Jinshu took her clothes and went into the bathroom. She enjoys soaking in the bath, especially when she's tired. It makes her feel relaxed afterward. But she shouldn't stay too long, about 20 minutes is enough. After getting out of the tub, she dried off, put on her thermal shirt and pants, and quickly ran to her room. Once in her room, she took off her thermal pants and sat down in bed. Lu Jintai glanced at her and said, I'm going to wash up. Zhao Jinshu replied with a sound of acknowledgement, applied her face cream, took off her coat, and fell asleep shortly after lying down. After Lu Jintai finished washing up, he returned to the room and saw her sleeping soundly. He thought about how she hadn't had her milk yet. Not wanting to wake her, he took the hairdryer and went to the bathroom to dry his hair. When he came back, he lifted the blanket and lay down beside her, turning to face her back. He quietly turned off the light and draped his arm over her waist, closing his eyes. It was a dreamless night. When Zhao Jinshu woke up, Lu Jintai had already prepared breakfast. After the family ate together, everyone went about their own tasks. Ji Yuanrong was taking Zhao Jincheng to buy clothes and also took Lu Zhe and Lu Rui along. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu first went to the post office to send a telegram to their parents, letting them know that Jincheng had arrived safely, so they wouldn't worry. They also called the newspaper office to find out that Editor Li was there, so they went directly to the office. Seeing them, Editor Li was surprised and said, It's a weekend, and I'm working overtime. What brings you here? Then he suddenly looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked, Do you have a new manuscript, Comrade Zhao? Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, Even if I have a new manuscript, it won't be ready that quickly. Editor Li's eyes lit up. There might be something interesting. But he didn't want to rush. Since they came together, he asked, So, what brings you here? Zhao Jinshu looked at him and said, I have new ideas for that children's story, so I want to revise it. Editor Li hesitated. The manuscript is already good. Does it really need changes? Lu Jintai glanced at both of them and said, Let's find a place to sit down and talk. Editor Li awkwardly replied, Right. Let's go to the meeting room to discuss. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and said, First, bring the draft and some paper and a pen. When they arrived in the meeting room, Zhao Jinshu shared her ideas. Editor Lee listened and pondered. The idea is good. However, he hadn't seen the finished draft, so it was still vague. After all, the previous draft was already very good. If the changes fit well, that would be fine, but adding unnecessary details could ruin it. Zhao insisted, so he had to let her make the changes. Editor Lee asked her, "Will you take it back to revise?" Zhao Jinshu looked at the draft and began to think about where to insert tips on preventing abduction and getting lost. Without looking up, she replied, "No need." After skimming through the draft, she felt confident that the workload wasn't too heavy and could be completed by the morning. She looked at them and suggested, "How about you go out for tea and chat?" Lu Jintai replied, "No need. Editor Lee can feel free." Editor Lee had other matters to attend to, so he couldn't stay. After pouring them some water, he said, "I'll go work now. When you're done, bring it to me." After Editor Lee left, Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai and said, "It's boring to sit here. Why don't you go home first?" Lu Jintai glanced at her and replied, "I won't." After that, he ignored her and picked up a newspaper from the shelf beside the meeting table. Seeing that he found something to pass the time, Zhao Jinshu left him alone and began her revisions. Time passed quickly. Soon it was noon, and after finishing his work, Editor Lee came over and saw her still writing. He didn't disturb her, but quietly asked Lu Jintai, "Shall we go out for lunch?" Just as Lu Jintai was about to speak, Zhao Jinshu finally put down her pen and looked at him, saying, "You should read the draft first, then we can eat." Editor Lee's eyes lit up. "Is it finished?" Zhao Jinshu nodded and handed him the draft. Editor Lee took it eagerly, worried she might have ruined it but also curious about her confidence. Zhao Jinshu reminded him, "There are about 10,000 words, and I made some changes, so don't read it word for word from the beginning." Without looking up, Editor Lee began to review it carefully. A few minutes later, he looked at Zhao Jinshu excitedly. "Zhao, this revision is brilliant." Lu Jintai looked over as Editor Lee handed the draft to him, saying, "Look here. Originally, the little boy was just scared and cried when he got lost, but now I've added a section about his thoughts." Zhao Shu felt very regretful. "Mom always told me to let my family know where I am, but I ran out without telling anyone. Dad and Mom don't know where I am and can't find me. Next time I go out, I will definitely tell them clearly." Lu Jintai took the manuscript, looked at it with a smile, and said to Zhao Jinshu, "You made great improvements." Zhao Jinshu smiled back. "Thank you for the compliment, Professor Lu." Lu Jintai chuckled. "No need to thank me, Comrade Zhao." Is this how they interact as a couple? Editor Lee thought, puzzled. But they were busy with work now. He cleared his throat and said, "Not only did you improve it, but it flows very well. This children's story should be shown to my little rascal. Every time he goes out, he doesn't tell us." He continued, "And this part is clever too. You added a scene where the fox uses a carrot to trick the little rabbit. When the rabbit sees the fox with the carrot, it quickly runs away, saying that Mom told him not to take things from strangers. Anyone who offers him something is a bad person, and he should run far away." After reading, he couldn't help but praise, "Comrade Zhao is amazing. I didn't expect you to make such perfect changes. After your edits, this story has reached a new level. I feel a bit guilty giving you 10 yuan per 1,000 words." Zhao Jinshu replied, "Then hurry up and raise my pay." Editor Lee responded. In a moment of excitement, he accidentally spoke his mind. And then there was Comrade Zhao, who was straightforward and didn't mind the details. It was like sweet soup with a bitter taste, both sweet and bitter. Lu Jintai looked at him. "So you don't plan to raise it?" Editor Lee hesitated. "We signed a contract." Lu Jintai replied, "That was the contract before the edits. How about you follow the previous publishing terms?" Editor Lee said, "You have to let me discuss it with the leadership." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "All right, I'll wait for your results." Editor Lee replied. At noon, naturally, Editor Lee treated them to a meal. After lunch, the two stopped by to buy some groceries before heading home. When they got home, the group that went shopping for clothes hadn't returned yet, which meant they probably had lunch out too. With Grandma around, Zhao Jinshu didn't worry much. If they got tired from playing, they would come back on their own. Lu Xingyao was also not home for the weekend. As for the first and third households, weekends were usually spent cleaning, especially with the new year approaching. They needed to wash the sheets and other things, and since they might not have finished in the morning, they were likely still busy. Lin Yulon saw the couple return together, carrying a bag of vegetables. Many thoughts rushed to her mind, but she couldn't express any of them. In the end, she could only let out a sigh of frustration. While they enjoyed themselves, she was stuck at home doing laundry. As a daughter-in-law of the Lu family, her situation was different. She lowered her head and continued washing the sheets. Wang Meijing also noticed the couple, but she was too preoccupied to care about them. With the new year approaching and having received only half of her salary this month due to an advance, she had to save that half for daily expenses. Besides that half, their family had little to no money. Celebrating the new year and maintaining social connections required money, but now she couldn't even afford to buy New Year gifts for her family, let alone pay for her child's school fees after the holiday. Should she ask her parents for help? She knew they wouldn't respond and might even scold her. Asking her in-laws was an option, but she doubted they would assist. She could already imagine her mother-in-law scolding them, saying, "You both have jobs, yet you can't even pay for school fees. What are you doing all day?" Thinking about this left her feeling hopeless. It dawned on her that they had no support anymore. No one was there to catch them if they fell. If they continued to live carelessly, their situation would not improve. To avoid starving, they had to stand up for themselves. With a frown, she realized that the days of buying what she liked whenever she wanted were gone. At that moment, she clearly understood how wasteful they had been over the years, having saved nothing at all. Regret consumed her. Zhao Jinshu took a bath last night, but didn't wash her hair. When she got home, she went to the kitchen. The stove was warming water, but it wasn't enough. With her long hair, she needed more water, so she opened the vent and added some more, continuing to heat it. Lu Jintai went to the study to read. Zhao Jinshu took out a chair and some yarn to knit a sweater while waiting for the water to heat up. Before the water was ready, Ji Yuanrong returned with a few people. As soon as Lu Rui entered the yard, he called out for his mother. Zhao Jinshu looked at them, put down her knitting, and a smile spread across her face. Lu Rui ran over with a bright smile and jumped into her arms, saying, "Mom, I'm back." "Is our Rui back?" Zhao Jinshu hugged him, laughing and teasing as she removed the scarf from around his neck. Lu Rui leaned against her mother's leg and said, "Grandma bought clothes for Uncle, took us to the park to play, and got us a lot of delicious food. She also brought back many treats for my older siblings." Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "Is that so?" Lu Zhe, who had just entered, heard their conversation and ran over to report to his mother, "My sister was very good today. She didn't fuss or look for Mom. Usually they go out with their mother, but today was his first time taking his sister out without her. He was worried she might cry, but she didn't cry at all, which made him very happy." Lu Rui looked at her brother unhappily and said, "I listened well. I'm grown up now." Lu Zhe replied, "I wonder who used to cry for Mom whenever they were unhappy." Lu Rui glared at him and said, "I'm grown up now, so I don't cry." Zhao Jinshu glanced at her son and said, "It's normal for your little sister to look for Mom. You did the same when you were young." Lu Zhe chuckled. "Who remembers things from when they were little?" "That's okay. Mom will remember for you," Zhao Jinshu said with a smile. "I'll remember for you too," Zhao Jinsheng, who had just come in, added with a laugh. Lu Zhe muttered quietly, "What's there to remember?" Lu Rui said then, "Brother, don't remember me crying." "I don't cry anymore."
Lucia.
Zhao Jinshu and Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but laugh. Lu Hui, Lu Xiang, and their cousins Lu Kaifei and Lu Manting heard the noise and ran out from the room. Ji Yuanrong divided the snacks she bought into bags for everyone, and the kids started eating them in the yard. Lin Yulan glanced over, slightly frowning. She thought her two kids were silly for eating snacks in the yard instead of bringing them home or hiding them. They didn't seem to take after her at all. Wang Meijing didn't mind much. After all, the snacks were bought by her mother-in-law. She thought they could eat however they liked, as long as her kids were happy. Ji Yuanrong let them eat and yawned. She wasn't as young as the kids, and she felt tired after a busy morning. After saying goodbye, she planned to take a nap. Zhao Jinshu looked up and smiled. Mom, you've been out with them all morning and must be tired. Don't cook tonight. Dad said he likes dried chicken. Why not make one for dinner?
You can all eat here tonight.
Hearing this, Ji Yuanrong felt very pleased. She wasn't a stingy mother-in-law. She wanted to be good to the kids. Knowing they appreciated her made her feel that her efforts were worthwhile. If they treated her well, she would gladly do even more for them. She smiled brightly and said, "All right, I'll take it easy and not cook dinner tonight." After Ji Yuanrong left, Zhao Jinshu stood up to get water to wash her hair. Zhao Jincheng asked, "Sister, what are you doing?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "I'm going to wash my hair." As she went to get water, she prepared to take off her cotton jacket. "Fourth sister, what are you doing?" Zhao Jincheng interrupted her loudly, frowning. "It's winter. Are you really going to wash your hair without your jacket?" "Just wait, I'll tell Mom and Dad when we get home. Doesn't she know her own body? Someone who gets sick at the slightest chill shouldn't be doing this." No wonder, with the new year approaching, Mom and Dad sent them to check on her. With this attitude, how could they not worry? Zhao Jinshu looked up at the sky. "The sun is shining now. It's warm, and I'm wearing a sweater. I won't catch a cold." "You're overreacting." She spoke as if she had never washed her hair like this before. And telling Mom and Dad? She's an adult now, and they're being more controlling than her parents. Zhao Jincheng was too lazy to argue with her. He walked over and took the water scoop from her hand, saying, "You lean your head, and I'll help you wash." Before coming, their parents had asked him to look after her, reminding him that she was delicate and needed guidance. After 2 days, he thought she was fine and hadn't noticed anything wrong, which made him feel relieved. But today, he caught her in the act. "Help her wash her hair?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him doubtfully. "Would he do it properly?" She had long hair. Could he manage? Lu Zhe looked at his uncle and then at his mom, saying, "Mom, let Uncle help you wash your hair. You should listen to your little brother." Mom always told them not to take off their jackets, but she was doing it herself. Lu Rui said, "Mom should listen to her little brother." Zhao Jinshu thought, "Are they all trying to boss me around?" In her past life, her grown children also liked to control her. They questioned everything she did, but back then, they were older and more knowledgeable. Now, these two little ones wanted to do the same? Zhao Jincheng nudged her, "Stop fussing. Since it's warm, hurry up and wash your hair." She couldn't let her younger brother and these little kids worry about her. Zhao Jinshu said, "All right, I'll let you be my hair washer for once." She arranged her hair and clothes, lowered her head, and let him help her wash. "I'll do it." Zhao Jincheng rolled up his sleeves to a dry spot and bent down to scoop water when he heard Lu Jintai's voice behind him. He looked over and smiled, saying, "It's fine, fourth brother, you go ahead. Washing hair is easy. I'll be done soon." Lu Jintai glanced at him and replied calmly, "I'll wash your hair." Zhao Jincheng chuckled, not taking it seriously. "Really, it's fine. I can wash hair. I even washed Lu Rui's hair before." Lu Jintai frowned and said, "Zhao Jincheng, bring me the water scoop." Zhao Jincheng replied. Could he really mess up fourth sister's hair? Why was he being so serious and using his full name?
Who did he look down on?
Lu Jingshu looked up and said, "Whoever is helping, hurry up. It's uncomfortable to keep my head down, you know?" She might as well wash it herself. Seeing that his fourth brother wasn't leaving, Zhao Jincheng reluctantly handed him the water scoop, adding, "I really can wash hair." Lu Jintai ignored him, lowered his head, scooped water, and wet her hair in one smooth motion. Zhao Jincheng stood by, curious to see who would do a better job. Once her hair was fully wet, Lu Jintai looked to the side and said softly, "Shampoo." Zhao Jincheng paused for a moment before quickly squeezing out some shampoo for him. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui also ran over to watch. Lu Zhe observed his dad's big hands moving gently through his mom's hair. Although not very skilled, he was careful and managed not to wet her clothes. Thinking back to summer when his uncle washed his sister's hair and their grandma helped, He remembered how his sister's clothes got soaked. Lu Ze smiled and confidently said, "Dad does it better." Lu Rui had a strong opinion on this. "Dad washes well." Lu Jintai glanced at them, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Zhao Jincheng thought. All right, he had to admit that compared to being scolded by their mom for being clumsy, fourth brother was indeed gentler and more careful. Lu Jintai lowered his gaze and asked softly, "Is the pressure okay?" Lu Jingshu replied, "It's fine." Lu Jintai smiled and continued to wash. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were busy cleaning when they saw this scene and were shocked. Was this really the Lu Jintai they knew? After their surprise, they exchanged glances, feeling uneasy. After a moment, Wang Meijing looked at Lin Yulan and said, "Sister-in-law, do I look old?" Lu Jingshu was beautiful and young, but she felt she wasn't doing too badly either. They were all from the Lu family, so why was there such a difference? Not only did they complain about washing her hair, but even when it came to running a bath, they were always chatting away, which was quite annoying. Lin Yulan took a look at her and said honestly, "You don't look old at all. You look quite young. Unlike me, I already have wrinkles at the corners of my eyes." Wang Meijing felt relieved, but that made her more critical of her own man. The more she compared, the angrier she got. It's true that each child is different. After venting her frustration, she glanced at her sister-in-law. "You don't look old either. Honestly, the daughters-in-law from the Lu family we have aren't bad-looking. They really are lucky." After feeling a bit jealous, Lin Yulan comforted herself. "They've only been married for a short time. We've been married for over 10 years. How can we compare? It's not fair." Wang Meijing replied, "But even when we first got married, it wasn't like this, right?" Lin Yulan didn't want to engage with her anymore. Just when she had managed to comfort herself, Wang Meijing pointed out the reality, leaving her without any excuse to feel better. It was really annoying. Meanwhile, Zhao Jinshu had finished washing her hair. Zhao Jincheng handed her a dry towel, and Lu Jintai took it to wrap her hair. Zhao Jinshu stood up straight and said, "I can do it myself now." Lu Jintai didn't insist and asked, "Should I blow-dry your hair?" Zhao Jinshu looked at him and asked, "Are you free right now?" Lu Jintai replied, "I'm free." Zhao Jinshu nodded, "Okay." The two went inside to blow-dry her hair. In the yard, Lu Hui's kids were having snacks. When they saw their uncle and aunt go into the house, they looked at Lu Ze and said, "Uncle and aunt have a really good relationship." He was 13 this year and had seen his own parents argue often, so he naturally thought that the way his uncle and aunt interacted showed they got along well. Lu Ze proudly said, "My parents never argue." In the 6 months he had been there, he had heard his uncle and aunt argue many times, but he had never seen his own parents argue. Of course, he didn't count their occasional small disagreements as arguments. Lu Rui nodded. Mom and Dad don't argue. The group of kids envied them. They all liked their aunt. She was gentle, cooked delicious food, and they had never seen her scold Lu Ze or Lu Rui, which made them admire her even more. Zhao Jincheng heard the sound of the hairdryer from his sister's room and the kids' comments, and suddenly, everything clicked in his mind. He realized why his older brother was so eager to wash his sister's hair. He snorted, thinking his brother was being petty. If he wouldn't let him help his sister with something as simple as washing her hair, what would he do if he found out someone secretly liked her? He would be furious. More than 10 minutes later, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai came out of the room. Zhao Jincheng quietly looked at the two and asked Sister 4, "Did you say you want to go back home after the New Year?" Zhao Jinshu entered the room, pulled out a chair for them, and said, "I plan to go back on the 3rd day of the New Year. You can stay here for the holiday, and then we can go back together. You can help me look after the kids and carry the luggage." Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu and asked, "When did you decide this?" Of course, she decided when she was reborn, but she wouldn't say that. "I haven't finalized it yet. I wanted to discuss it with you first. You wouldn't mind, would you?" Lu Jintai replied gently, "Of course not. I will make time for it." Zhao Jinshu blinked and understood. "So you mean you want to go too?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "So you didn't plan for me to go back with you?" Zhao Jinshu sat up straight. "Aren't you busy?" Lu Jintai's gaze fell on her face. I can take a few days off. Zhao Jinshu said, all right, my parents must be thinking of you too. It would be good to visit them. Lu Jintai nodded and fell silent. Zhao Jincheng looked at him. Brother 4, are you really going back? Lu Jintai replied, is there any other option? Zhao Jincheng said, oh, and stopped talking, but he thought about what Aunt Yi had said. Yizheng would come back this year. He hoped nothing unpleasant would happen between them. Yizheng hadn't returned since graduating high school and joining the army, so Brother 4 probably didn't know him. He used to think Brother 4 was steady and wouldn't act impulsively, but now he wasn't so sure. Moreover, although Yi Zheng was reliable, he didn't say anything when he found out Sister 4 got married, since they hadn't been in a relationship. However, it was natural to feel unhappy about losing someone he liked since childhood. Sister 4 was popular wherever she went since childhood, and all the kids in the village liked to play with her. In Zhao family village, almost everyone had the surname Zhao, all from the same ancestor. Compared to people from other villages, they were very united, although there were a few families with different surnames. The Yi family had moved from another place. The children from the Yi family were about the same age as them, and they lived close by, going to school together since they were young. Yi Zheng was the same age as Sister 4. They were not only elementary school classmates but also attended middle school and high school together, growing up in the same village and having a close relationship as childhood friends. When they were young, he played with Sister 4 and got along well with the children from the Yi family. Among Sister 4's group, only she and Yizheng managed to get into high school. After graduating from high school, Yizheng joined the military and was away for a long time. He didn't know Yizheng's feelings at first, but when he suddenly returned 2 years ago and heard from him that his fourth sister had gotten married and had children, his expression was as stiff as the stone in front of his house.
He was confused at the time.
That night, he went to Ye's house to hang out and found Yizheng drunkenly lying on the bed, mumbling his fourth sister's name. He was stunned. What was the point of thinking about her now that she was married? Why didn't he say something earlier? He could only close the door tightly, not daring to let anyone hear him, to avoid unnecessary trouble. Of course, he never mentioned this to anyone, not even to his fourth sister, and he certainly wouldn't now. After all, emotionally, he preferred his fourth brother, and besides, when his fourth brother and fourth sister stood together, they looked like a couple. Yi Zheng and his fourth sister were not a good match. Although Yi Zheng was good-looking, his wild personality was not suitable for her. Ethically, since his fourth sister was already married with children, even if Yi Zheng had feelings for her, he couldn't act on them. Zhao Jinshu was unaware that her younger brother's thoughts had drifted far away. She spoke softly to Lu Jintai about their plans. Tomorrow, you all go out to have fun. I'll tidy up the house, wash the bed sheets, and buy some New Year goods for our parents and our older brother and sister-in-law, as well as for our third sister. At this time, the family was making their own clothes. Even if she couldn't buy each family member a new outfit, she could at least get some fabric for them to make their own. Lu Jintai frowned and asked, "Are you going alone?" Zhao Jinshu replied, "It's not much work. Without the 2 kids, it will be easier." Lu Jintai glanced at her, but didn't say anything more. After sitting for a while, Zhao Jinshu said, "Let's cook the dried chicken and dried fish for dinner." At that moment, Zhao Jincheng had returned to his senses and said, "Fourth sister, I'll chop the chicken." Whenever he was home, he always chopped the chicken when their mother prepared it. Zhao Jinshu had initially planned to ask Lu Jintai to chop it, but since he volunteered, she let him take on the task. Just as she was about to get up to cook, Lu Jintai stopped her. "You sit down, Jin Cheng, and I will make dinner." With someone cooking, Zhao Jinshu felt relieved and smiled. "Make plenty. Our parents will be eating here too." Lu Jintai smiled back, "Okay." Before dinner, Lu Xingyao returned. After tidying up post-meal, she noticed their parents were still chatting with her second brother and sister-in-law, and she dropped a bombshell. "I have a boyfriend." Everyone turned to look at her in surprise. Zhao Jinshu was not surprised. During her last chat with her sister-in-law, she sensed something was up. Having a partner was just a matter of time. After Ji Yuanrong realized this, she calmly asked a few questions. "Where is he from? What does he do? How do his parents behave? Having dealt with a few troublesome in-laws herself, she understood that when children get married, it's important to consider not just the partner's job and character, but also how their family behaves. He's a college student. Her tone was quite proud, as having a college student as a partner clearly gave her a sense of achievement. Ji Yuanrong remained calm, showing no signs of happiness or satisfaction. Lu Xingyao felt disappointed and looked at her dad, who also reacted indifferently. She then turned to her older brother and sister-in-law, and they had the same expression, with no change in their faces. She plopped down in a chair and, noticing Zhao Jincheng nearby, asked irritably, "What do you think? I'm a high school student with a college student as a partner. What more do you want?" Zhao Jincheng felt a bit uncomfortable. "What does this have to do with me?" he thought. He cleared his throat and said, "If you think it's good, you shouldn't care about what others say." He also felt her view was a bit narrow-minded. Shouldn't finding a partner involve more than just their education? They should also have good character and be someone you like, right? Lu Xingyao fell silent. She really couldn't handle any opposing views right now. She said, "I'll bring him to meet Mom and Dad tomorrow." Ji Yuanrong's expression didn't change. "You only mentioned his education. You'd better not bring him. I won't welcome him." "So, what if he's a college student?" Lu Jing'an's partner was also a college student, but that didn't seem to benefit Jing'an at all. Instead, that Wu Jianhua had all sorts of ulterior motives, somehow convincing Jing'an to focus on having his children. She knew her daughter well. Lu Xingyao only mentioned the guy's education and kept everything else quiet. His family background probably wasn't impressive. In the past, she cared a bit about family background, but now she thought as long as the family was considerate and reasonable, it didn't matter if their background was a bit lacking. Lu Xingyao glanced at them, realizing they wouldn't be easily fooled, and quietly said, "His family is from the countryside, but he works hard. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten into college." Seeing them remain silent, Lu Xingyao looked at Zhao Jinshu and muttered, "With my sister-in-law as an example, you shouldn't mind, right?" Ji Yuanrong scoffed. "Can he compare to your sister-in-law?" Lu Xingyao wanted to say that it shouldn't be a problem to compare, but when she saw the cold looks from Zhao Jincheng and her second brother, she wisely kept quiet. Lu Huayuan glanced at her and said, "Let's not talk about status for now. When you date someone, it should be with the intention of marriage. You will be living with that person for a lifetime. It's important to consider their character first, then their family's character. If you only look at education, do you think you're lucky enough to find a reasonable family?" Lu Xingyao bit her lip and thought for a moment before saying, "You have to meet him first to know what he's like, right? It's too hasty to judge him without even seeing him." Ji Yuanrong really wanted to smack her on the head and said, "Who is it that started by saying nothing and immediately claimed he was a college student? You're being all secretive and trying to fool us."
Whose fault is that?
Lu Xingyao fell silent. Zhao Jincheng felt it was not the right time for him to be there. He looked at Zhao Jinshu and said, "Fourth sister, I'm going to wash up and read in my room." Zhao Jinshu looked up and smiled. "Go ahead." Lu Jintai looked at Zhao Jinshu and said, "You should wash up too." Ji Yuanrong laughed. "Jinshu, take the kids to wash up. We'll head back too." Sitting still on a winter night was quite cold. Seeing them chatting and laughing as they left, Lu Xingyao could only return to her room feeling down. After washing up, the two kids snuggled into their parents' bed to read. Zhao Jinshu also got into bed. She didn't want to knit at the moment and took a book to read instead. When Lu Jintai came over, the kids had already taken over the bed and pillows, leaving no space for him. He quietly took a book and sat in a chair to read. Lu Zhe looked up and saw that his dad hadn't gotten on the bed, so he shifted closer and nudged his sister toward him before looking at his dad. "Dad, there's space on the bed now. Come on up." Lu Jintai looked over and saw a spot in the middle. Seeing that his dad wasn't moving, Lu Zhe turned to his mom. "Mom, can you move over a bit to make some room for Dad?" Zhao Jinshu met her son's hopeful gaze and shifted over. Seeing the extra space by her side, Lu Jintai smiled slightly, quietly lifted the blanket, and sat beside her. Lu Rui giggled. "Brother doesn't have a blanket." Lu Zhe didn't mind. He was still wearing a thick coat, and his legs in long underwear were warm enough under the covers. Thinking this, he lay on the bed and continued reading. Lu Rue now recognizes some characters. She is reading a book that her dad used to read to her. She has read it 3 times and recognizes some words. Now, she is on her 4th read. Mom said that the more she reads, the more words she will learn. She wants to know as many words as her brother, so she plans to read this story many times. Zhao Jinshu glanced at Lu Jintai, who was sitting closely beside her. She didn't say anything and tried to find a comfortable position against the pillow to continue reading. However, the pillow was mostly taken by him. She turned this way and that but couldn't find a cozy spot, feeling that the bed was very crowded. Seeing her struggle, Lu Jintai casually suggested, "You can lean on my shoulder." Zhao Jinshu looked at him, shifted a bit higher, and leaned against him. After adjusting to a comfortable position, she finally settled down. With her head resting on his shoulder, he smiled slightly and continued reading. The family of 4 each focused on their own books, occasionally hearing the little sister asking her brother how to read certain words. Half an hour later, the sounds gradually faded, and the rustling of pages came to a stop. The couple looked over to see the 2 little ones asleep on the bed. Lu Jintai turned to her. "You stay here. I'll carry them over." Zhao Jinshu yawned. "Be careful not to let them get cold." Lu Jintai replied, "Okay." After finishing his task, Lu Jintai returned to the bed, where Zhao Jinshu was already feeling sleepy. He leaned against the headboard and looked down at her. "Are you asleep?" Zhao Jinshu kept her eyes closed. "The blanket is too warm." Once she lay down, she couldn't help but feel drowsy. Lu Jintai didn't say anything and cautiously placed his hand from her waist to her abdomen. Zhao Jinshu slightly opened her eyes and turned her head to meet his gaze, feeling that his eyes were deep, almost overwhelming. In that moment of distraction, his kiss landed on her lips. As she felt the warmth on her lips, he deepened the kiss. From his kiss, she sensed that he seemed more passionate today compared to their previous encounters, which she could feel in his movements. Noticing her distraction, he increased his intensity. In an instant, she stopped thinking about his unusual behavior and was swept away by his enthusiasm. As everything calmed down, Zhao Jinshu found herself tightly wrapped in his arms. Lying there, she didn't even feel like moving, let alone resisting. At that moment, she couldn't help but admire Lu Jintai's stamina. She always felt exhausted afterward. When she was completely worn out, it was easy to fall asleep. Noticing the soft sound of breathing in his arms, Lu Jintai lowered his gaze and stared at her sleeping face. After a while, he looked away, turned off the light, and closed his eyes while holding her. Zhao Jinshu woke up late in the morning. Just as she was waking up, Lu Zhe and Lu Rue rushed in, exclaiming, "Mom, it's snowing." Zhao Jinshu smiled and asked, "Really? It's snowing?" Lu Zhe replied, "Yes, it's really snowing." Zhao Jinshu chuckled. "I was going to have your dad take you and your uncle out to play, but it looks like that won't happen." Lu Zhe felt disappointed, but he thought that they could make a snowman instead of going out to play. He said, "Mom, we can't go shopping either." Zhao Jinshu reassured him, "We can go shopping on a sunny day instead." Lu Jintai walked in and asked her, "Are you hungry?" Zhao Jinshu nodded. After such a busy night, she was definitely hungry. She replied, "I'll get up right away." Zhao Jinshu sat up, put on her warm clothes and shoes, and stepped outside, momentarily dazzled by the white scenery before her. She asked him, "Where's Jincheng?" Lu Jintai replied, he had breakfast, and went back to his room to read. Zhao Jinshu acknowledged him with a sound, and after brushing her teeth and washing her face, she found that Lu Jintai had already set her breakfast on the table. She smiled and said, "Thank you, Professor Lu." Professor Lu smiled back, "You're welcome." After he finished speaking, he sat down next to her. Once she finished eating, he took her bowl to wash it. Watching him busy with the dishes, Zhao Jinshu couldn't help but exclaim, "Professor Lu is really considerate." In her past life, she had heard friends complain that men were only nice when they were satisfied in bed, but Lu Jintai seemed genuinely kind. Remembering how they had cuddled the night before, she thought he must have been satisfied. Professor Lu looked at her and asked with a smile, "Are you satisfied?" With someone taking care of her, Zhao Jinshu felt very satisfied. She replied, "Very satisfied." Hearing this, Professor Lu felt pleased as well. Not only did he wash the dishes, but he also took some lamb from the fridge to stew. After stewing the lamb, he said, "It's cold on a snowy day. Eating some lamb will warm you up." Zhao Jinshu loved lamb, and hearing that he was making lamb stew made her eyes light up with joy. She said, "You take your time with the stew. I'll go back to my room and knit you a sweater." Professor Lu looked at her and nodded slightly. With heavy snow falling, they couldn't go anywhere. Zhao Jinshu stayed at home, knitting, and finished writing the outline for her story. In the evening, those who worked began to return home. There was plenty of lamb stew that Lu Jintai had made, and since they hadn't finished it at lunch, he originally planned to invite his in-laws over for dinner. However, he was caught off guard when Lu Xingyao showed up unexpectedly. In such heavy snow, she had brought someone right to their door. Ji Yuan was feeling quite down and had no mood to cook, so he simply made some noodles for his sons and daughters-in-law. Lu Xingyao knew that her actions today had upset her parents, but it was snowing, right? She was worried about herself, and coming back to see her parents seemed reasonable enough. Lu Xingyao's partner, Guopan, was a clean-looking young man with bright eyes. Overall, he seemed decent and even brought some fruit with him. Ji Yuan felt a bit relieved. At least Guopan looked good and seemed honest. She needed to observe more before making any decisions. Without asking anything, she politely let Lu Xingyao see him off after they finished eating. Lu Xingyao didn't dare say much as she walked him to the door. She felt a bit shy. Guopan smiled and said, "I came over in a hurry, so it's normal that your aunt didn't prepare much. Don't argue with them when you go back. Find a better time to visit properly next time." Lu Xingyao nodded and replied, "I definitely won't argue with them. I wouldn't dare." If her parents truly disapproved of her partner, she knew the outcome would likely be a breakup. She understood herself well. Her parents were her support. With them around, she could live carefree and buy what she wanted. If her partner's parents were not satisfied and she insisted on ignoring them, her parents would surely be unhappy and might stop caring for her. After all, her 3 brothers had been separated when her parents decided to do so. The heavy snow fell for a day and a night. When Zhao Jinshu woke up early, she heard the sound of shoveling in the yard. She put on her warm clothes and stepped outside to see several men from the Lu family clearing the snow. Her younger brother was busy building a snowman with a group of kids, creating a lively scene. Zhao Jinshu felt interested and looked at Lu Jintai, asking, "Have you had breakfast?" Lu Jintai looked up and replied, "Yes, your breakfast is warming in the pot." Zhao Jinshu responded and quickly washed her face and brushed her teeth. She lifted the pot lid, took out her breakfast, and sat down to eat. During a break from shoveling, Lu Jintai glanced at his younger brother and said, "Jintai, don't be too diligent at home." If his brother was too hardworking and did all the chores, it would make him seem lazy in comparison. Being lazy was fine, but since they all lived in the same yard, everyone would notice any little movement in the houses. People often feared comparisons. Previously, he seemed acceptable in Lin Yulan's eyes, but lately, he noticed her gaze toward him had become sharper, occasionally even cold. At first, he didn't understand why she was upset. While cooking dinner, she pulled a long face and shouted at him to get some ginger. He was just a moment slow, and she started to scold him loudly. He was taken aback. He was only a bit slow, not committing some terrible mistake. Was it really necessary to react that way? Then he heard her mumbling about how some people's children were so different. Others could cook, do laundry, and even help with hair, while he couldn't even fetch ginger properly. What could she expect from him? He felt truly wronged. Whenever she asked him to do something, he always did it. Lu Jintai didn't want to talk to him. She glanced at him and continued shoveling snow. Lu Hufeng laughed. "Second brother is different from us. His job often keeps him away from home, so when he comes back, he should make it up to his wife." Lu Jiaming thought this was a good point and smiled. That's true. It's rare for Jin Tai to be home. If he doesn't help out and show he cares, over time, both kids and adults can become distant. Lu Jintai tightened her grip on the shovel, said nothing, and continued shoveling snow. Zhao Jinshu finished breakfast, washed the dishes, changed out of her cloth shoes, and headed outside. A group of kids gathered around their uncle, watching him build a snowman. Zhao Jinshu walked over, crunching through the snow. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui's little faces were red from the cold, and they called out for their mom when they saw her. Noticing they were only wearing hats without scarves or gloves, Zhao Jinshu touched their hands and faces. Their dad had dressed them warmly, and their little hands were cozy in their sleeves, but their faces were a bit chilly. Zhao Jinshu went back inside to get their gloves and scarves. "Put on your gloves and scarves," she said, wrapping the scarves around their necks. Once they were bundled up, she handed them their gloves and let them put them on themselves. Lu Zhe didn't want gloves. He held his mom's hand and said, "Mom, I want to play in the snow." Lu Rui looked at her and said, "I want to play in the snow too." Seeing their hopeful little faces made Zhao Jinshu's heart soften.
"Okay," she replied.
Lu Rui tugged at her clothes. "Mom, I want to build a snowman. I'll do it myself and you can help me." Zhao Jinshu went inside to find a shovel, and the mother and daughter started building a snowman together. As for Lu Zhe, he was determined to build his own without any help. The older kids from the big house and the third house saw them building their snowman and quickly ran back inside to find tools to start their own. Lu Hufeng, tired from shoveling snow, rested on his shovel and, seeing the scene, laughed. "You all should have a contest to see who builds the best snowman." Lu Zhe looked up at him and asked loudly, "Uncle, is there a prize for the first place?" Lu Hufeng was taken aback and replied, "What prize do you need for building a snowman?" Lu Zhe lost interest and said, "If there's no prize, who wants to compete? It's boring. Building a snowman is fun, but competing isn't, especially without a prize." After saying that, he ignored them and focused on making his snowman. Lu Hufeng turned to Lu Jintai, looking impressed. "Second brother, your Lu Zhe is really something." Lu Jintai stood up straight, looked at the group building snowmen with a smile, and said, "He takes after his mother. He's clever." Lu Hufeng was taken aback again, thinking that this father and son duo sure knew how to put people in their place. But that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to say that the kid is really sharp with his words. All right, he had to admit that Lu Zhe was indeed smart, but who he took after was uncertain. After all, his second brother was a professor, so it made sense if he took after him, but his sister-in-law? He didn't see it. However, his second brother thought his sister-in-law was smart, which was their business, and he didn't want to argue. He just felt that his second brother was a bit too sentimental. Lu Jiaming looked at his two brothers, feeling speechless, thinking they were both a bit silly, while he considered himself the only normal one. By the time the three brothers finished shoveling snow, the group building snowmen was almost done as well. Zhao Jinshu looked at the snowman that was up to her waist and pondered, "Do you think it's missing something?" Zhao Jincheng's snowman was taller and still unfinished. Hearing them, he laughed and said, "It has a head and arms. It's not missing anything." Zhao Jinshu didn't look up and replied, "It's too rough. Wait a moment." She went inside, grabbed a few things, and started decorating the snowman. Lu Rui watched curiously from the side, and a group of kids forgot about their own snowmen and rushed over to see how she decorated hers. Lu Hufeng watched from a distance and chuckled. Sister-in-law really knows how to have fun. She's the first one to act like a kid. Not only did she give the snowman eyes, a nose, and a mouth, but she also added a scarf and a hat. That long nose, if he wasn't mistaken, was a carrot, right? Lu Jintai looked over, his gaze softening as he watched the mother and daughter, saying, "That's called having a childlike spirit." Lu Jiaming glanced at his younger brother and then at his sister-in-law, who was busy putting buttons on the snowman. He thought it was quite childish. His wife and sister-in-law were hiding inside, unwilling to come out. They didn't seem interested in making a snowman or even looking at the snow. Zhao Jinshu finished putting the last button on the snowman, stood up, and brushed the snow off her hands. She admired the beautiful and cute snowman and wished she had a phone to share a picture on social media. Lu Rui jumped up, clapping his hands. Mom, the snowman looks great. Zhao Jincheng agreed, thinking that once the snowman was finished, he could learn from his fourth sister. Lu Zhe looked on with envy. I want to decorate the snowman too. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, Okay, I'll get you some things. Seeing how beautiful Lu Rui's snowman was, Lu Manting felt envious. She looked longingly at it and wanted one too. She glanced at her aunt and thought about asking her to make one for her, but after previous experiences, she hesitated. Instead, she ran to find her dad. I want a snowman like Rui's. Lu Hufeng replied, Ask your mom to help you. Lu Manting had to go inside to call her mom. It was rare to have heavy snow, and since there wasn't much work at the factory, they had a day off. At that moment, Wang Meijing was comfortably reading a story in bed. She didn't want to go outside, and when she heard her daughter's request, she felt a bit annoyed. Why make such a fuss over a snowman? She thought about asking her sister-in-law to help, but hesitated due to their current relationship. Lu Manting's eyes turned red as she shouted, Annie helped Rui decorate a snowman, and you won't help me. You're not as good as Auntie. Wang Meijing was focused on her story and didn't want to go out. Hearing her daughter's words made her angry. She thought no matter how great your aunt is, she isn't your mom. Even if I'm not perfect, I'm still your mom, and you can only come to me for help. With a frown, she said, I finally have a day off. Can't you let me have some peace? Your dad is outside. Go find him. Lu Manting couldn't hold back her tears. Dad said to find you, and you say to find Dad.
Who should I go to?
Feeling increasingly wronged, she cried loudly, thinking her parents were nothing like Rui's. Wang Meijing was very annoyed. She couldn't understand why other people's children were so well-behaved while hers were so unruly. Thinking of this, she suddenly threw off the blanket and said impatiently, All right, stop crying. I'll take care of it. She wanted to see what kind of snowman was worth all this crying. When she got outside, she felt a bit uneasy. It was indeed beautiful, and it was normal for kids to like it, but was it really worth crying over? She looked at her daughter with swollen eyes, and then at Lu Rui. This child had been around for a while, and she hardly heard her cry, except when she first arrived and was uncomfortable with a cold. Zhao Jinshu's two kids were really well-behaved. Thinking about her daughter saying she wasn't as good as Zhao Jinshu, she wondered why they didn't realize they also didn't have Lu Zhe or Lu Rui's obedience. Every time she came home from work, they made her head hurt. Lu Hui and Lu Xiang were older and got what they wanted without calling for their mom or dad. Lin Yulan was inside, wiping the table. Hearing the noise outside, she felt a bit satisfied, thinking she was better than her sister-in-law. At least her two kids were older and not so bothersome, and they wouldn't make her go out in the cold to build a snowman. In the main room, Lu Xingyao was lazily lying in bed, not wanting to get up. Their factory hadn't given a holiday, and after eating cold canned food last night, her stomach had been upset all night, making her run to the bathroom several times. After finally falling asleep, she was woken by the noise outside. She just wanted to be angry. A bunch of little kids should be sleeping in on a snowy day. Why were they up so early? Didn't they know others were still sleeping? Maybe because of the medicine, her stomach felt a bit better now, and she even felt hungry. She slowly got dressed and went outside. After eating the porridge her mom left for her, she stepped into the yard. She said unhappily, You all are so noisy this early in the morning. It's impossible to sleep. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her. It's almost 10 o'clock. It's not early. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes. Aren't you dating now? Once you get married and have kids, there will be plenty of noisy times. But now, when you're still a girl, you complain about your nephews and nieces being loud. Lu Xingyao blushed. Was she not allowed to say a few words after being woken up? She replied, If you take care of the kids, they won't be so noisy. Zhao Jinshu didn't know about her stomach issues. She looked at her and said, This is their home. They can make noise as they please. Besides, it's already past 9, and they're just building a snowman. Lu Xingyao noticed the cold faces of her two sisters-in-law and awkwardly fell silent. She realized that she had no say in this family. No one regarded her, and when her sisters-in-law were unhappy, they would team up against her. Thinking this, she lost interest in staying and decided to change her clothes and go to the factory. She had asked her mom to help her take a day off in the morning, but she wasn't sure if it had been arranged. At the factory, she ran into Guopan, who looked worried. "Your aunt said you weren't feeling well this morning. How are you now? Since you took a day off, you should rest at home." Lu Xingyao felt better at that moment. "I was woken up by my nephews and nieces and couldn't get back to sleep." Guopan smiled and said, "With so many nephews and nieces, it's natural for them to be a bit noisy. I have a lot of them too, and I've gotten used to it." Lu Xingyao rarely heard him talk about his family, so she smiled and asked, "How many siblings do you have?" Guopan replied, "There are 5 of us. I'm the third. My 2 older brothers are already married, and I have a younger brother and sister who are still in school." Lu Xingyao's expression stiffened. If she married him, that would mean 3 sisters-in-law and 1 sister-in-law. Thinking about her own 3 sisters-in-law, even with her parents around, she felt intimidated by them. If she displeased them, they would team up against her. How would it be in her in-laws' home? Who would pamper her there? With a smile, she cautiously asked, "Do you get along well with your sisters-in-law and sister?" Guopan paused, thought for a moment, and said, "Getting along with people depends on fate. They get along well with people in the village, and my sister has friends to play with, so they get along fine." What if there was no good fate? Lu Xingyao looked at him. What if I don't get along with them? She knew her own family well. They weren't the type to endure mistreatment. With many siblings, there were always issues, and she wasn't sure if she could get along with his family. Guopan smiled a little. "That's okay. We're in the capital, not back in our hometown, so we don't have to live together." Lu Xingyao was somewhat satisfied with this response. Remembering how her second sister-in-law bought clothes without blinking an eye, she added, "But I tend to spend money freely. The nice coat you mentioned last time? I borrowed money from my second sister-in-law to buy it. It cost over 200 yuan, so it might cause you some extra trouble." Guopan's smile faltered a bit. He hesitated and asked, "Did you really have to borrow money to buy clothes?" Coming from a farming background, he was always frugal and couldn't understand why anyone would buy such expensive clothes. Plus, borrowing money to buy something when you didn't have much made even less sense to him. He may not fully understand, but he still likes her. His mother said that some girls are pampered at home, and after they get married and have children, they will change. He thinks Xingyao might be in that situation. Lu Xingyao didn't stay at the factory for long. Her conversation with Guopan left her feeling uneasy. She thought it was silly to come to work after taking a day off, and she returned home with a heavy heart. She always believed that educated men should be like her second brother, with good promotion opportunities and the ability to earn money. They wouldn't place too much importance on money and would ensure their wives and children could live well. However, his recent comments made her uncomfortable. He said it was fine when she was single, without pressure or burdens, and that spending money was okay. But after marriage, the burdens would naturally change that, and he believed in her. She really wanted to ask, "What do you believe in?" She didn't even believe in herself. Of course, she knew that being a mother was different from being single. With 3 sisters-in-law and 6 nieces and nephews, she understood clearly. Although her sisters-in-law were capable, they were also her silent role models. If she were to get married, it wouldn't be as carefree as before, but she would still buy the clothes and shoes she needed. She wouldn't be like her eldest sister-in-law, unwilling to spend a penny and making life hard for herself and her children. Nor would she be like her third sister-in-law, who couldn't save any money each month. In fact, she admired the life her second sister-in-law had after separating from her husband. Guopan was capable, sociable, and had great potential. If her second brother could do it, why couldn't he? If he couldn't do it now, he should at least try harder. Otherwise, why would she choose a university student from the countryside? Moreover, she didn't think she was lacking. She had a job, looked good, and came from a good family. Even if she had a strong personality, she was more than enough for him. Most importantly, she didn't want to suffer. She hadn't faced hardship as a single woman, so it didn't make sense to marry into a family and endure suffering. After the snow, the sun was warm around 11 o'clock. When she got home, her nieces and nephews were playing in the yard. Her brothers and sisters-in-law weren't inside either. Someone had brought a broken ceramic pot to burn charcoal, and they were gathered around it, enjoying the warmth, soaking up the sun, and chatting while eating seeds. The group of kids had a great time playing in the snow, but after a while, their little hands turned red from the cold, and they reached out to the charcoal pot. Zhao Jinshu quickly stopped them, saying, "Warm your hands first before sitting by the fire. If your hands are frozen, you can't warm them up immediately." "Why, second aunt? Why can't we warm our frozen hands right away?" Zhao Jinshu thought for a moment and said, "I won't go into details, but remember that when your body is too cold, your blood vessels shrink. If you suddenly warm them up, they expand and can easily burst. We should be careful to avoid problems." The older kids understood, while the younger ones grasped it only a little, but they all remembered that you shouldn't warm frozen hands right away. Lu Zhe quickly rubbed his hands together to warm them up. Lu Rui ran over to his mom and said, "Mom, help me warm my hands." Zhao Jinshu played in the snow with them all morning, and now her hands felt chilly. When Lu Rui touched her hand, he exclaimed, "Mom, your hands are so cold." They were even colder than his own hands. Lu Rui looked up at his mom, eager to help. "Can I warm your hands, Mom?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and noticed a chair beside Lu Jintai. She sat down and extended her hands to him. "Go ahead." Just as Lu Rui reached out to hold his mom's hand, someone suddenly took it away. She stared at the person who snatched her target and huffed. "Dad is mean." When Lu Jintai's firm hand touched her delicate, cold hand, he frowned slightly and gave her a disapproving look. Zhao Jinshu asked, "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai ignored her, gently rubbing the hand in his, and looked at their daughter, who was pouting. He said, "Seriously, your hands are too small to help Mom." After saying that, he reached out to touch his daughter's hand, which was warmer than her mother's. Zhao Jinshu thought. Lu Rui looked at his own hand and then at his dad's hand. He stretched out his hand and compared them. His hand was much smaller, and he nodded to himself, accepting his dad's words. "Okay then, Dad can help Mom warm her hands." Lu Jintai agreed and added, "Listen to Rui. Zhao Jinshu glanced at the father and daughter, wanting to tell them that she could warm her hands by herself and that it wasn't a big deal. But seeing them seriously discussing who would help her, as if it were a significant matter, she decided not to spoil their fun. Satisfied, Rui imitated her brother, rubbing her small hands together. She looked amazed and said, "Mom, my hands will warm up soon." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "You're doing great, Rui."
Lu Huijiglid.
Lu Jintai smiled at the mother and daughter while continuing to warm his cold hands. Lu Xingyao stood nearby for a moment, then grabbed a stool. She saw a space between her sister-in-law and another sister-in-law, placed the stool there, and sat down between them. Lin Yulan quietly nudged her sister-in-law with her elbow, glancing at the couple who seemed completely unaware of their feelings. Lu Xingyao followed her gaze, having already noticed it herself, so there was no need for a reminder. Wang Meijing clicked her tongue in annoyance and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, munching on them vigorously. Lu Jiaming and Lu Hufeng also fell silent, each grabbing a handful of seeds, pretending not to see their brother, who was holding his wife's hand tightly. Lu Zhe happily ran over, "Mom, my hands are warm now. Can I warm them by the fire?" Zhao Jinshu replied gently, "Yes, just be careful." Lu Rui chimed in, "Mom, my hands are warm too. You can warm them by the fire as well. Be careful."
Got it, Mom.
Lu Xingyao cracked some seeds, occasionally stealing glances at them. After finishing her seeds, she couldn't help but call out, "Second sister-in-law." Zhao Jinshu looked at her. "What is it?" Lu Xingyao raised an eyebrow and teased, "Is my second brother doing well?" Zhao Jinshu turned to look at Lu Jintai, meeting his calm gaze. She quickly looked back at Lu Xingyao and honestly replied, "Of course he is." Lu Jintai lowered his eyes, a hint of a smile in them. Lu Xingyao nodded. I thought so too. She pondered for a moment and asked, second sister-in-law, what kind of partner do you think is good? She had initially thought Guipan was nice, but after a couple of days, she realized they had communication issues and completely different ideas, which left her feeling conflicted. Zhao Jinshu was caught off guard by the question. She had chosen Lu Jintai at first sight and insisted on marrying him, but she didn't have much experience. In her past life, her children found their own partners without her worrying about it. She said, it depends on what you think, but at least both people should feel comfortable and at ease together, right? She believed this was the most basic requirement. Although she had felt awkward after being reborn, she had adjusted and found her own comfort level. After she spoke, she noticed his hand had squeezed hers. She glanced at him, but seeing him with his head down, she didn't think much of it. Lu Xingyao looked at her older and younger sisters-in-law. Do you both agree? The two nodded. Lin Yulan said, if you really want to get married, a couple should feel comfortable together. Otherwise, it can be stifling. Wang Meijing added, living together every day without comfort can be suffocating and exhausting. Lu Jiaming snorted. Lu Hefeng chuckled coldly. Lu Jintai was still warming his wife's hands and didn't react. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing suddenly looked at their men. In unison, they asked, you don't agree? Lu Jiaming rolled his eyes. You seem comfortable. You can suddenly scold me, but if you weren't comfortable, you wouldn't dare to speak so freely. Who in our family is as relaxed as you? Lu Hefeng could relate. With that temper, you just scold whenever you want. Who would dare to provoke you? How could anyone not feel comfortable when you act like this? The two sisters-in-law noticed the group of people in the yard, and Lin Yulan's expression became a bit awkward. She cleared her throat and said, if we can't scold our own men, what does comfortable even mean? Wang Meijing agreed. Exactly. If you won't let me scold, then who can I scold? Look at any couple, they all argue. If they don't argue, they're not really a couple, you know? Lu Hefeng thought to himself that it was one-sided when she scolded him, so of course, she would say that. Not convinced, Lu Hefeng asked Lu Jintai, second brother, your wife never scolds you, right? Lu Jintai raised an eyebrow. Since they said not scolding means they aren't a couple, Jinshu had indeed scolded him before. He calmly replied, she has. Zhao Jinshu widened her eyes. She scolded Lu Jintai? When did that happen? Lu Jintai met her questioning gaze and said in a low voice only they could hear, she even kicked me. Zhao Jinshu. Okay, she understood what he meant. If that counted as scolding, then yes, it had happened. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing started to laugh. Lu Hefeng didn't believe it, saying, second sister-in-law speaks so softly. How could she scold anyone? I've never heard her raise her voice. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes at this. She had argued with Zhao Jinshu before, and Zhao Jinshu was quite sharp with her words. How could she not scold? Lu Jiaming also didn't believe it. He looked at his second brother and understood from his expression that their idea of scolding was different from what it really was. Since he didn't believe him, Lu Jintai chose not to respond. Zhao Jinshu's hands were warm now. She pulled her hand back and looked at Lu Jintai. It's almost noon. Shall we go make lunch? Lu Jintai nodded slightly. The two stood up and went to the kitchen. Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing ignored their still skeptical men and went to their rooms to cook. Lu Xingyao sighed. At this moment, she had a different view of her three brothers. They each had their flaws, but they treated their sisters-in-law well enough, at least willing to let them scold. Many men couldn't do that. She felt that Guipan didn't seem like the type to let his wife scold him. The children were tired from playing and went back to their rooms. She looked at the empty yard, stood up, and went inside to make herself lunch. She didn't know how to cook, but making a bowl of noodles shouldn't be too hard, right? The children returned to their rooms to read. Lu Jintai and Zhao Jinshu worked together, one washing vegetables and the other chopping them. They prepared a regular lunch in less than an hour. She asked Lu Zhe to go to the main room and call his uncle for lunch. After building a snowman, he went back to his room to read. Lu Zhe quickly ran to the main room. After lunch, the family gathered in the study to read, making the small space feel crowded. Lu Jintai stood by the bookshelf looking for a book, while Lu Zhe picked up a book he hadn't finished reading. A few days ago, his dad had gotten him a library card and borrowed some books for him, so he had plenty to read now. As he grew older, his mom mentioned that he would start elementary school next year, so he couldn't just read picture books anymore. He needed to gradually read more text-based articles, giving him more choices in books. Zhao Jincheng didn't rush back to his room, but sat in a chair, holding Lu Rui, reading her a picture book. Zhao Jinshu had already completed the outline of her fantasy story, including character designs and plot details, and she felt ready to start writing. With the outline in hand, she began to write. Everyone was busy with their own tasks, and time flew by. About an hour later, Zhao Jinshu rubbed her sore neck, took a sip of water, and looked at the two children. Don't look for too long. Take a break for your eyes and drink some water. Lu Zhe chuckled, put the book on the desk, and took a few sips from his enamel cup. He then curiously looked at his mom and asked, "Mom, are you writing the fantasy story?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and nodded. Fourth sister, what's the fantasy story about? Zhao Jincheng had been curious, but since his sister was focused on writing, he didn't want to interrupt her thoughts. Now that she was taking a break, he seized the opportunity. Zhao Jinshu had written for an hour and just wanted to rest, not wanting to get distracted by telling him a story. Instead, she showed him the first 2 pages of the outline, which would help him understand. Zhao Jincheng set Lu Rui down, and the 2 cousins leaned in together to read. Seeing that they were ignoring her, Lu Rui took her own book and sat on a chair to read by herself. An outline is just an outline. It only introduces the main storylines and is still just the beginning. After finishing, the 2 were intrigued and captivated by the details. Zhao Jincheng quickly asked, "Fourth sister, when will you finish writing?" Zhao Jinshu smiled and replied, "I can't say for sure. When I'm in a good state, I can write several thousand words in a day. When I'm not in a good state, I might not be able to write even a few hundred words." Zhao Jincheng looked disappointed and asked, "Will you finish it during the summer vacation?" Lu Zhe didn't seem to care much. Anyway, his mom would write a bit, and he would read it. It didn't matter when it was finished. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, "You'll find out during the summer." She wasn't really sure either. Lu Jintai looked up from his book and said softly, "Let me see." Zhao Jincheng asked with a smile, "Fourth brother, haven't you read it?"
Lu Jintai replied, "No."
Zhao Jincheng handed him the outline, and he took it and started to read carefully. After finishing, he paused and looked at Zhao Jinshu, asking, "The main character's wife has passed away?" Zhao Jincheng was taken aback. He had been so captivated by the descriptions of the sword and magic that he hadn't noticed that detail.
Zhao Jinshu nodded, "Yes."
Becoming an immortal was not easy. Lu Jintai was silent for a moment before speaking slowly, his voice a bit somber. "After the frost, the half-dead phoenix tree, the white mandarin ducks fly alone." The main character, though young, has already lost his partner.
Can the plot be changed?
Zhao Jinshu hadn't expected him to care about this and replied, "This book is about sword immortals. The romance isn't the main focus. To become a sword immortal, he must go through many hardships and confront life and death." Zhao Jincheng also thought it wasn't something to worry about. Wasn't this a story made up by Fourth Sister? It wasn't a real event. He was more interested in the magic and artifacts inside and said, once he becomes a sword immortal, if he really wants a wife, he can marry again. The key is for Fourth Sister to write the exciting parts of his training well. That's what really matters. Suddenly meeting Fourth Brother's cold gaze, Zhao Jincheng found it hard to continue. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her brother. He can't marry again. Even though his wife is gone, she will always live in his heart. Zhao Jincheng responded with an "oh." He thought that whether he married or not didn't really matter. Wasn't the key the amazing world of sword immortals? Wasn't Fourth Brother curious? The plot was already set, and even the main character's reactions after his wife's passing had played out in her mind many times. If the plot changed, the outline would be basically useless. Lu Jintai looked at her and asked, "Really can't change it?"
Zhao Jinshu nodded, "No."
Lu Jintai nodded and handed the outline back to her without saying anything more. Zhao Jincheng felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange. He glanced at his fourth sister and then at his fourth brother, thought for a moment, and said, "Fourth brother, there are many stories where the man loses his wife." Fourth sister just wrote that the main character's wife passed away unexpectedly. This is a story, made up, not real. Don't make it hard for fourth sister. She has already written the outline. We can't ask her to redo it. That would take too much effort. Besides, he didn't mention that with that time, it would be better to write more instead of worrying about whether the male lead's wife should die, which was very unnecessary. Lu Jintai looked up, gave him a blank stare, ignored him, and turned to Zhao Jingshu. "Let's leave it like this." Seeing his unwillingness, Zhao Jingshu instinctively said, "Then when the draft is finished, you shouldn't read it," so that he wouldn't feel uncomfortable after reading it. Lu Jintai looked at her. "Not going to read it?" Zhao Jingshu couldn't help but laugh. "You're my biggest fan. Of course, I'll let you read it. But didn't you say you weren't happy with that setting?" Lu Jintai looked at her. "I'm not unhappy." After a pause, he added, "What does it mean to be a big fan?" Zhao Jingshu smiled at him. "Didn't you say you like everything I write? That's being a loyal supporter, which is what a big fan is. The fan comes from fans." Hearing this, Lu Jintai agreed seriously. "I am your biggest fan." Zhao Jincheng laughed. "Fourth sister, I'm also your biggest fan, so hurry up and write. I can't wait to read it." Lu Zhe didn't want to be left out. "I'm also Mom's biggest fan, Mom. Please write quickly." Lu Rui silently looked up, then lowered her head to read again. She couldn't understand what Mom wrote, but when she could, she would definitely be Mom's biggest fan too. Lu Jintai. Zhao Jingshu cleared her throat and said slowly, "Big fans shouldn't rush the writing. So please don't rush." Zhao Jincheng immediately changed his tone. "Then I won't be a big fan anymore. Hurry up and write. I want to see part of it before school starts." Lu Zhe quickly changed his mind too. "I won't be a big fan anymore, Mom. Please write quickly." Zhao Jingshu raised her eyebrows at them. "You changed your minds that fast? That's hurtful." Lu Jintai suddenly spoke up. "Changing your mind often, being inconsistent, don't take them too seriously." Zhao Jincheng wouldn't admit he was inconsistent. He said, "We just really want to see the story fourth sister is writing." How is that being inconsistent? Lu Zhe felt that his uncle was right. He supported his uncle and looked at his dad, saying, "Dad, you just said that Mom's writing wasn't good and wanted her to change the story. You don't really want to see her book early, so you're not pushing her. We really want to read it, so we're encouraging Mom. We are the biggest fans of Mom's books. You are just pretending to be a loyal fan." Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but pat his little head in praise, saying, "Zaja is absolutely right. Fourth brother, you're just pretending to be a loyal fan. How can you compare with us?" Lu Jintai quietly glanced at them and calmly said, "That's just making excuses." He only regretted that the main character lost their partner. He never said he didn't like Jin Shu's story. "Right, just making excuses," Zhao Jinshu agreed. She didn't want to be pressured by the two of them every day, so she said, "You only support this book. If the next book isn't good, will you still support me?" "Professor Lu supports me as a person. I admit he is my true loyal fan." "Your arguments are invalid." Lu Jintai looked at her, his eyes showing a smile.
Lucia lightly huffed. Mom is biased.
Zhao Jincheng agreed. "Yes, fourth sister is biased, favoring fourth brother, and not us." Lu Jintai gently reminded, "I am a loyal fan." The two of them scoffed, finding it uninteresting. Zhao Jincheng stood up. "We've been sitting for a while. Let's take a walk in the yard." Lu Zhe said, "Uncle, let's go together." Lu Rui added, "I want to go too." Once they all left, Zhao Jinshu quietly sighed in relief. Finally, she was free. She loved writing stories, but didn't like being pressured to write more in person. Lu Jintai looked at her and smiled. "Don't push yourself. Write as much as you want." Zhao Jinshu nodded and Lu Jintai added, "Don't worry about them." Zhao Jinshu teased him, "You're a loyal fan, so I'll listen to you." Lu Jintai nodded, not feeling ashamed, and said, "That's right." Zhao Jinshu yawned and stood up. "I'll go for a walk outside to relax." Lu Jintai responded with an On the last weekend of the year, Gu Qingye informed them in advance that he would visit uncle and aunt, bringing the restaurant's account books to settle the bills. Coincidentally, Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli also planned to visit the Lu family to see uncle and aunt, so a group of them came together with New Year gifts. Once they arrived, they had just brought the New Year gifts for Ji Yuanrong to their room and sat down for a few words when Lu Jintai invited them to the kitchen. Gu Qingye sighed. I thought I could taste my sister-in-law's cooking today. Zhao Jinshu smiled and said, Your cooking is great too. Don't underestimate yourself. We all enjoy your dishes. Hu Wenbin, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly. Yes, Gugo, your cooking has improved a lot. You should have more confidence. Li Wenli laughed. Gugo, consider your sister-in-law a mentor. With the new year approaching, you should show off your skills. Gu Qingye joked, How about we hold a formal apprenticeship ceremony? Zhao Jinshu chuckled. No way, just call me sister-in-law. I can't handle that. Gu Qingye laughed. I can handle it, I can handle it. Lu Jintai glanced at him. Stop joking and go cook. Lu Mining also arrived, nudging her partner. Hurry up and cook. Your sister-in-law has prepared everything. You just need to cook, it's easy. Gu Qingye replied, Okay, I'm on it. Hu Wenbin sat in a chair. Looks like we can enjoy a big meal again today. Li Wenli shot him a look, as if you don't get enough to eat any other day. I'll tell Mom. Hu Wenbin straightened up. Who is Guga?
A chef.
Others have to pay to eat his dishes, and we get to eat for free. Silly wife, aren't you happy? Since we're at Lu Ji's house today, let's eat as much as we can. Li Wenli met Zhao Jinshu's smiling eyes and, feeling no embarrassment, laughed. Sister-in-law, he always acts like this. You're not a stranger, but in front of others, it's embarrassing. Zhao Jinshu shrugged it off, smiling. We have plenty of ingredients, so eat as much as you want. My brother brought dried chicken and fish. You're in for a treat today. Li Wenli's eyes lit up. I've never had dried chicken before. I want to try it. At home, they usually just cook the chicken right away, so there's no chance to make dried chicken. While they were talking, there was a noise at the courtyard gate as someone else arrived. Hu Wenbin, sitting in the corridor, saw the newcomer and quickly turned to Zhao Jinshu. Sister-in-law, you stay with Wenli. They must be here to visit uncle and aunt. I'll go call them. With that, he ran toward the main house to get them. Hu Wenbin's loud voice startled Ji Yuanrong, who was tidying up the house. Hearing the noise, she hurried out. Hu Wenbin saw her come out and pointed outside, saying, Auntie, your guests have arrived. Ji Yuanrong looked up, saw the visitors, paused for a moment, then quickly returned to normal and smiled as she walked over. Lu Qingya's expression had been a bit stiff since Hu Wenbin had run off to call someone. When she saw Ji Yuanrong come out, she relaxed slightly. She wasn't foolish. Since Hu Wenbin was close to Lu Jintai, he could only be sitting at Lu Jintai's door. She had just entered and was planning to greet him and then sit down, hoping to stay with Lu Jintai for lunch. She didn't expect him to call Auntie Ji directly. Lu Qingya smiled and said, Auntie Ji. Ji Yuanrong replied with a smile. Oh, you all came.
Come in and sit down.
Lu's mother smiled as she stepped forward and took her hand, saying, Yuanrong, it's been a while since we last saw you. Ji Yuanrong smiled back. Yes, it has been a long time. I didn't expect you to come. Inside, she felt uneasy. Why were they visiting unexpectedly? The two families used to be close, but since Jintai was reassigned, their relationship had gradually become distant. Since childhood, Lu Qingya had followed Jintai around, and just a few months after his reassignment, she got married. People tend to avoid trouble, and she understood that it was normal for them to distance themselves for the sake of their daughter. She had her own pride and never complained, treating them as usual when they met. But since Jintai returned to work and after the passing of the Lu family's elder, they had been trying to get closer again, which made her think. Recently, she heard the third son mention that Lu Jianjun had gone into business and wanted Jintai to help him network. He had approached Jintai several times, but Jintai had ignored him. If her son wasn't responding, it likely meant he didn't want to help. Since her son wasn't engaging with them, she, as his mother, couldn't side with them against her own son. So, what did their visit mean? Regardless of their intentions, they brought gifts, and she would welcome them warmly. As for other matters, she wouldn't let them hinder her son. The Lu mother and daughter followed Ji Yunrong into the house. Ji Yunrong invited them to sit and went to get water and fruit to serve them. Last night, Jin Shu had informed her that Qingye and the others would come over for lunch, so she hadn't prepared anything. However, she didn't want to take the mother and daughter to her son. They were her guests, and she would host them. Thinking of this, she called her eldest son over. Lu Jiaming was helping Lin Yulan hang up clothes. Hearing her voice, he asked, "Mom, what's up?" Ji Yunrong walked up to her and said softly, "The Lu family brought gifts. We can't let them leave hungry. Go buy some ingredients and ask your wife to help cook. We'll eat here for lunch." Lu Jiaming's eyes lit up as he extended his hand. "Money." Ji Yunrong rolled his eyes at him. "Do you think I would forget your money? Buy some pork, see if there's any fish, and get a fish too. Buy a few other things as you see fit." He took out some money from his pocket and handed it to him. Lu Jiaming took the money, his eyes nearly squinting with joy. "You can trust me to handle this, right?" Ji Yunrong shot him another glance. "Hurry up." After a few steps, Lu Jiaming turned back. "Should I invite the third brother and the others to join us for lunch?" Ji Yunrong paused. "With so many people, we need to prepare a lot of dishes. Just cook enough meat for both families and make sure to cut plenty of it. If both families are getting food, that means Jean Tai's side will have some too. Jean Tai is guest today, so they surely have enough meat at home. His mother probably wants to share to avoid being seen as biased." He learned something new. He has 2 sons and will eventually have 2 daughters-in-law. His parents handle this well, and he needs to learn from them. He went back to his room to inform Lin Yulan, who was happy as long as she didn't have to spend money on groceries. Cooking was fine, especially since both adults and children could enjoy meat. After giving instructions to his wife, he passed through the main room and greeted the Lu mother and daughter before riding off on his bicycle. Ji Yunrong returned to the main room, met the gazes of the mother and daughter, and smiled. "I didn't know you were coming, so we didn't prepare anything. I sent Jiaming to buy some ingredients. Don't just sit here. Have some fruit." She handed them some oranges. Lu mother awkwardly accepted the orange. Their visit was a bit sudden, so it was normal that nothing was prepared. Lu Qingya politely took the orange and smiled. "There's no need to buy groceries. I just saw Hu Wenbin and the others at Jean Tai. We're all friends, so it's fine to eat there together and chat." Ji Yunrong sighed. "That group can be quite noisy. At our age, your mother and I prefer a quieter atmosphere. I'll have my daughter-in-law cook lunch. She's a good cook, so I won't go over. You shouldn't go either. They'll be drinking, and the room will smell of alcohol." Lu Qingya was taken aback for a moment, about to speak, but Lu mother looked at her and then smiled at Ji Yunrong. "That's right. Qingya can keep you company for lunch." Lu Qingya noticed her mother's look and realized she was a bit too eager. She smiled and said, "Of course, I want to spend time with Aunt Ji. It's been a long time since we had a meal together." Ji Yunrong patted her arm and smiled, saying, "You are a good child." Lu's mother smiled wider and jokingly asked, "How does she compare to your 3 daughters-in-law?" Ji Yunrong slightly frowned at the question. Even if it was a joke, it seemed a bit off, especially since Lu Qingya had once liked her son. She smiled and replied, "Qingya is a good child, and my 3 daughters-in-law are also good." Then she changed the subject, "But they are my daughters-in-law, the mothers of my grandchildren, and they call me Mom. As I grow older, I will rely on them, so they can't really be compared." Lu's mother smiled a bit awkwardly and said, "Yes, having dutiful daughters-in-law is a blessing for us. My 3 daughters-in-law are quite good. Just last night, I was telling old Lu how lucky we are," Ji Yunrong said with a smile. In her mind, no matter how good Lu Qingya was, she was still an outsider, while her daughters-in-law were family. How could she favor an outsider over her own? Even if her daughters-in-law weren't perfect, they could still share their lives together, and she wouldn't let anyone mock her family. Lu's mother began to see that no matter what Ji Yunrong thought inside, she was satisfied with her daughters-in-law in public. She felt uneasy. Her daughter had married in a hurry and didn't want children after the wedding. If she hadn't scolded her awake, her granddaughter might not have been born. Now that the child was born, Her daughter's life seemed stable, and Lu Jintai had returned to work. She was determined to get a divorce, but Lu Jintai had already married and had children in the countryside. Even if she divorced, could she marry him again? Little did she expect that after Lu Jintai returned to the city, he didn't bring his wife for years, which only strengthened her resolve. This year, Lu Jintai finally brought his wife and children to the city, and seeing how they interacted, it didn't seem like a couple on the verge of divorce. Moreover, that country girl was quite charming and attractive. Lu Jintai might not want to let her go. Zhao Jinshu chatted with Li Wenli and Hu Wenbin for a while, then went to the kitchen to see if she could help. Once Zhao Jinshu was out of sight, Li Wenli nudged her husband. "You did well just now." Hu Wenbin looked pleased and said, "Of course. Brother Lu has taken care of me since I was young. I know who I am close to. Sister-in-law is a great cook and has a good temper. Plus, with Lu Zhe and Lu Rui being so clever and well-behaved, how can Lu Qingya compare to her?" Li Wenli nodded and frowned slightly. A few years ago, when Brother Lu was demoted, everyone could see that the Lu family wanted to distance themselves from the Lu family. Now that Brother Lu has returned to work, they shamelessly come back. Their family is so shallow and doesn't know how to behave. Only when old Master Lu was alive did anyone pay attention to them. Now, who cares about them? Hu Wenbin nodded. When Lu Qingya entered, she saw me sitting at the door, and her eyes lit up like a light bulb. She tried to come over, but I quickly thought of a plan and ran to call Auntie, bringing them over to her. I couldn't let her get close to Brother Lu. Li Wenli glared at him. "What do you mean her eyes lit up like a light bulb? Be careful with your words." Hu Wenbin rolled his eyes. "Come on. Do you think I don't know myself?" Lu Qingya has her eyes set too high. Out of all of us, who besides Brother Lu would she be interested in? Li Wenli clicked her tongue. Looks like she hasn't given up. Otherwise, why would they still come around with their relationship being so strained? Don't they realize they are disliked? Hu Wenbin shrugged. Whether she has given up or not doesn't matter. Sister-in-law is gentle and kind, while Lu Qingya is too aggressive. Brother Lu wouldn't like that. Li Wenli agreed. No matter what, we firmly stand by sister-in-law. Hu Wenbin replied, "Of course." Zhao Jincheng was inside working on a test paper. He heard noise outside but didn't rush out. After finishing, he stretched and walked out. He lived in the main house and had to pass through the living room, where he saw the Lu mother and daughter. Lu mother exclaimed, "Where did this young man come from?" Lu Qingya looked over and thought he looked somewhat familiar, resembling Jin Tai's country wife, which made her feel a bit displeased. Ji Yuanrong smiled at Zhao Jincheng. "Did you finish the test?" "Just finished," Zhao Jincheng replied with a smile. "I came out to get some fresh air." Lu mother also thought the young man looked familiar and asked, "Yuanrong, who is he?" Ji Yuanrong looked at her and smiled. "This is my second daughter-in-law's younger brother, the uncle of her 2 children." Lu mother's smile paused slightly. "Second daughter-in-law? Isn't that Lu Jintai's wife?" This country wife not only came to the capital herself, but also brought her family. With the new year approaching, is she not planning to go back? She certainly has big ambitions. She smiled and said meaningfully, "Isn't Kyoto better than your hometown? Don't you feel like you never want to leave here?" Zhao Jincheng quickly looked at her. He was always sensitive to others' hostility, and he could tell right away that this woman didn't like him. It was more than just dislike. Her words clearly showed her contempt. In the few days he had been in Kyoto, others had joked about this, but he didn't mind. However, when she said it, it felt oddly unpleasant. Kyoto was the capital of their country, and it was undoubtedly better than his hometown, but what did that have to do with her? Her tone made it seem as if she owned the city. It was one thing to hide her disdain, but to show it in front of him was quite interesting. Lu Qingya laughed and said, "Of course. Not only is this the capital, but even any city is better than the countryside. I heard the roads in the countryside are all muddy." Ji Yuanrong frowned and was about to speak when Zhao Jincheng asked her, "Auntie, who are these impressive ladies?" Lu Qingya's expression darkened. Lu's mother also looked displeased. "Impressive ladies? Ji Yuanrong struggled to hold back a laugh and thought for a moment before introducing. The two families occasionally have dealings. Zhao Jincheng responded, "Oh, so you're not very close." He looked at the two women and asked, "Do you look down on country folks?" Lu Qingya glared at him, clearly offended that he dared to call her an auntie. Seeing them silent, Zhao Jincheng continued, "What do you two do? Are you the mayor of Kyoto?" The mother and daughter's expressions changed. Zhao Jincheng added, "Oh no? Then are you important government officials?" Their faces darkened. Zhao Jincheng laughed, "So it's not that either? Then you must be like Uncle Liu, the director of a state-owned machinery factory?" At this point, their faces were as dark as could be. Zhao Jincheng looked at them and laughed. "None of that? Well, such important jobs aren't for sneaky little people who only peek through cracks. Those kinds of people belong in dark, damp ditches, away from the light." He glanced at them and added, "Kyoto is great, but there are always a few annoying frogs around. As an outsider, I can understand. Every place has its share of such characters. Auntie, I'm going to check on fourth brother now." With that, he walked away confidently. The mother and daughter trembled with anger, clearly very upset. Ji Yuanrong laughed and said, "Young people are full of energy. You may look down on him, but it's understandable that he reacts strongly." She directly defined the situation. If you underestimate someone, you can't blame them for mocking you. She actually found it quite pointless. Why provoke my relatives when you come to visit? The Liu family really is getting worse with each generation. Their decline is only a matter of time. Lu's mother had a stiff expression and forced a smile, saying, "No, I don't look down on him." Lu Qingya tightly pressed her lips together, remaining silent. She found Jean Tai's country wife annoying, and her brother even more so. It seemed like a whole family of unpleasant people. Ji Yuanrong continued, "Kids are perceptive. They know who likes them and who doesn't. This child is always polite and respectful. I know you may look down on country folks, but there are good and bad people everywhere. You can't judge everyone by one standard." Lu's mother stiffly explained, "Yuanrong, I really don't look down on him. He's just overthinking. After all, he comes from the countryside, and his way of speaking lacks refinement." What did Ji Yuanrong mean? That kid is polite, and they ignore that? Ji Yuanrong's expression turned cold. "You see, your words show you look down on him, so it's no wonder the child insults you." Lu's mother was momentarily speechless, feeling that she deserved the insults. She thought today was off to a bad start. It felt like, with their elder gone, they were always looked down upon. Zhao Jincheng walked into the second house and saw his fourth brother and sister chatting. He couldn't help but burst into laughter. The people in the room were surprised by his reaction. Zhao Jinshu walked over and gently patted his face, saying, "Have you gone silly from studying?" Thinking of the mother and daughter who had just insulted him, Zhao Jincheng found it amusing. It was absurd. He had finally finished a test and was looking to relax, only to be mocked by them. What had he done to deserve that? For those who attacked him without reason, he naturally responded with the highest level of attention, ensuring he wouldn't overlook anyone. Each would feel his sharp tongue. Zhao Jincheng laughed so hard he couldn't stand up straight and leaned on her shoulder. Hu Wenbin and Li Wenli looked at him in confusion, wondering if he was acting strangely. Lu Jintai walked over and helped him straighten up. Zhao Jincheng glanced at him, unfazed, still laughing and leaning on his arm. Lu Jintai let him be, so he wouldn't fall over from laughing and feel embarrassed about eating later. After a moment, he was still laughing. Lu Jintai held back and frowned, asking, "Have you finished laughing?" Zhao Jincheng gradually stopped laughing, steadied himself, and said, "Fourth brother, you don't know. 2 crazy women just came to Annie's place and mocked me for being a country bumpkin.
How could I stand that?
I directly scolded them, and you should have seen their faces. It was hilarious." Hu Wenbin's eyes lit up with interest. "How did you scold them?" Lu Jintai frowned, his expression turning serious. "They mocked you?" Zhao Jincheng replied with a smile. "I fought back. Why should I let them get away with it?" Gu Qingye came out with a cooked fish and overheard them. "What's up with the Liu family?" Lu Jianjun has been trying to ask Jintai for help, and now they're looking for trouble. Are they out of their minds? Even though he was cooking, he had heard Lu Qingya's voice and naturally knew who Zhao Jincheng was referring to. Really? Zhao Jincheng looked at Lu Jintai, fourth brother. You won't help them, right? A hint of sarcasm flashed in Lu Jintai's eyes as he replied calmly, no. Zhao Jincheng felt relieved. That's my good fourth brother, worthy of my fourth sister. Lu Jintai chuckled, but said nothing. Hu Wenbin saw that Zhao Jincheng seemed to have found a playmate and pulled him aside to ask about how he scolded the women. He was very curious, as Lu Qingya was quite proud and had a sharp tongue. Most people couldn't get the upper hand with her. Zhao Jincheng laughed. Actually, there's no trick to it. When faced with people who don't like us, if they're wild, you have to be wilder. If they have no shame, we just act shameless. Since they already dislike us, why should we give in? If someone slaps you on the left cheek, would you really offer the right cheek? That's just cowardly. We're not cowards, right? Hu Wenbin shook his head. We can't do that. If someone messes with us, we fight back. Of course, they couldn't be cowards. Zhao Jincheng patted his shoulder. Brother, that's the spirit. Hu Wenbin stared at him in confusion. How old are you? Zhao Jincheng grabbed a stool and sat down. Not too young, I'm 18. Hu Wenbin replied, I'm 28. You should call me brother. Zhao Jincheng glanced at him and grinned. Bingo. Hu Wenbin patted his shoulder. You're a smart kid. You're older than me, so calling you brother is only right, Zhao Jincheng said, looking at him. Hu Wenbin laughed. You're not the type to get pushed around. Exactly. We never lose out on anything, Zhao Jincheng replied. The two sat together, chatting happily. 10 minutes later, all the dishes were ready and placed on the table. Zhao Jinshu asked everyone to wash their hands and come to eat. The two children were in the room reading, and when they heard their mother call, they quickly ran out to join the meal. The chicken and duck were brought by Zhao Jincheng, chopped and cooked directly. The fish was fresh, bought early in the morning by Lu Jintai, and Gu Qingya prepared braised fish. There was also beef brisket with radish and a dish of pepper salt ribs, making 5 meat dishes in total. Zhao Jinshu also made crispy potato, stir-fried lotus root slices and peanuts, and finally cooked a cabbage soup to help with digestion. The portions were generous, and even with many people, they might not finish everything. Ji Yuanrong asked Lu Jiaming to bring them a plate of braised pork, adding another meat dish. There were no outsiders here, no one was drinking heavily, and no one was encouraging others to drink. Lu Jintai poured a small cup of wine for Hu Wenbin and Gu Qingya, and the three of them sipped slowly. Zhao Jincheng was eager nearby. Fourth brother, why don't you pour me a cup? Zhao Jinshu shot him a glance. You're still studying, why drink? Zhao Jincheng protested. I'm 18 now. He looked hopefully at his fourth brother. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. Don't pour for him. Lu Jintai met his little brother-in-law's eager gaze and replied calmly, Listen to your sister. Sister-in-law, if he wants to drink, just let him have a little. Hu Wenbin joked from the side. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and smiled. Once he gets a taste of alcohol, it won't be just a little. After his college entrance exam, if he wants to drink, I won't stop him. Lu Mining added, He's still a student. It's best not to drink. Lu Zhe chimed in, Little uncle, you should listen to your sister. Lu Rue followed. That's right, little uncle, you should listen to your sister. I always listen to my brother. Zhao Jincheng sighed. Fine, it's only a few months left anyway. Lu Mining couldn't help but laugh. These two little ones are so well behaved. They even know to advise their uncle. Zhao Jinshu smiled. Their dad and I are often managed by them. They're quite clever. Lu Jintai, smiling, served each child a piece of chicken. The two kids looked at their dad, smiled, and then picked up the chicken to eat. Lu Jintai glanced at Zhao Jinshu and also placed a piece of chicken in her bowl. Zhao Jinshu looked at him and returned the gesture, putting a piece of chicken in his bowl. You eat too. Lu Jintai smiled at her. Gu Qingya couldn't help but tease. Oh, you two are being polite with each other? Lu Mining rolled her eyes. Unlike you, who only cares about yourself and not your wife. Gu Qingya replied. This is truly an unexpected disaster. Hu Wenbin thought to himself, Who told you to speak so carelessly? I'll just keep quiet and focus on eating." With that in mind, he quickly picked up a piece of dried chicken and started to eat. Once he finished, he was captivated by the firm texture and rich, spicy flavor. He gave a thumbs up and said, "This taste is amazing. It's so delicious." Li Wenli was too busy eating to talk at that moment. After Hu Wenbin finished the chicken in his mouth, he looked at Zhao Jinshu and said regretfully, "Sister-in-law should have come to Kyoto earlier. Then we could have enjoyed this delicious chicken sooner." Lu Jintai paused with his chopsticks and slowly looked at Zhao Jinshu. She smiled slightly, but before she could speak, Zhao Jincheng across the table said, "Back then, Ziz was only 2 years old, and Rue hadn't even turned 1 month. When we came to Kyoto, there was no one to take care of them. At home, my parents and older sister would help with the kids, and when I had time off, I could help too." Lu Mining, who had 3 children, spoke up, saying once the kids grow up, they know how to eat, drink, and take care of themselves, so they can be a bit rowdy, but adults can manage to do some things. Before they turn 3, they're the most challenging and often get sick. If no one helps out, it's the mothers who suffer. I have no mother or mother-in-law, so I have to take care of the kids myself. When the seasons change, all 3 would get sick at the same time, which was really stressful. I don't even know how I got through those days, but thankfully, Gu Qingye is quite family-oriented. Zhao Jincheng couldn't help but nod in agreement. Hu Wenbin teased him, "You're just an 18-year-old kid who isn't even married yet. What do you know? And you're nodding?" Zhao Jincheng shot him a glance and replied, "I may not be married, but I've seen how my 4th sister and my older sister-in-law take care of kids. Especially my 4th sister. Even though Rue is so well-behaved now, she was quite a handful before she turned 6 months. She would cry all night long. My 4th sister's health wasn't great, and she struggled to sleep at night, often getting cramps in her legs. She would cry while holding the baby under the covers. If I hadn't woken up and told my mother would have had to take turns caring for Rue. My mother even quit her teaching job for this." Zhao Jinshu smiled. Although it seemed like a story from 2 or 3 years ago to them, for her it felt like a lifetime ago. The hardships and pain had faded with time, and she had mostly forgotten them. Li Wenli then said, "Thanks to Auntie, or else you would have suffered so much." Lu Mining looked at Lu Jintai and joked, "Jintai, you should really take good care of your mother-in-law. She even quit her job for her granddaughter. It's nice to have a mother who cares. She lost her mother when she was young, and her husband's mother also passed away early, so she never knew what it felt like to be loved by a mother." Lu Jintai had been silent, his drink untouched, and the chicken Zhao Jinshu had served him remained untouched as well. Hearing her words seemed to bring him back to reality, and he softly responded with a hum. Gu Qingye smiled and said, "Jintai was indeed busy back then and couldn't take care of the family. The country needed rebuilding, and once he returned to work, he was swamped. Not only could we not see him, but even Uncle Lu and Auntie Lu couldn't find him." Zhao Jincheng laughed. "I remember 4th brother only returned to the city after nearly a year. He came back to see 4th sister and the kids after finishing his work. After that, he would return every year after work, or else people would think he was abandoning his wife and children." Lu Jintai finally looked up. That's impossible. How could he bear to do that? Yet, the words she had spoken about holding the child and crying under the covers echoed in his mind, and he hadn't taken a single bite of his meal. Zhao Jinshu sat next to Lu Jintai and noticed he wasn't using his chopsticks. She gently nudged his arm. "What are you daydreaming about? The winter dishes cool down quickly. Hurry and eat." Lu Jintai turned to look at her silently. Zhao Jinshu noticed he didn't move and met his gaze. His eyes were deep, filled with emotions that were hard to understand. Zhao Jinshu was taken aback and asked, "What's wrong?" "It was just a meal." Why was he so troubled? Gu Qingye, sitting next to Hu Wenbin, noticed and laughed. "Jintai, what's going on?" Lu Mining kicked him under the table. What else could it be? Of course, he felt upset hearing how hard things were for his sister-in-law. Asking that was like poking at someone's heart. Lu Jintai looked away and ignored him, slowly picking up the chicken Zhao Jinshu had served him. Seeing something was off with him, Zhao Jinshu served him a bowl of hot soup and placed it in front of him. The chicken is cold. Have some soup. Lu Jintai's gaze fell on the soup in front of him. He looked up at her. His lips moved slightly, but when he saw her puzzled expression, he said nothing and slowly picked up the bowl. Gu Qingye and Hu Wenbin both sighed, realizing that it was still the sister-in-law who took care of him. Seeing that Lu Ge had no appetite, she immediately brought the soup to him. Zhao Jincheng was used to it. When they had meals at home, fourth sister always took great care of fourth brother. Lu Zhe looked at his dad, then at his mom. After finishing the chicken in his mouth, he said, "Dad, eat well." Lu Rui raised his hand and said, "Mom said if you eat enough, you'll have strength." Lu Jintai looked at them and softly said, "Dad knows." Lu Mining watched them curiously and joked, "These two kids are great. Sister-in-law, how about we swap our 3 for your 2? Lu Zhe quickly looked up and loudly said, "No way, no swap. Adults are so annoying, always wanting to swap kids. They just don't understand. It's all because I'm too nice. Others are jealous of my parents. Aunt Lu can only be envious. I won't call anyone else mom." Lu Rui was also unhappy and huffed, I want to be mommy's little treasure. She only likes her own mom and dad, not anyone else." Even joking, Zhao Jinshu didn't want her 2 treasures to feel sad. She smiled and reassured, "No swap, of course not. These 2 are my treasures. I wouldn't trade them for anything." Lu Mining laughed, Okay, no swap. If we really did, wouldn't they bother me every day?" Lu Zhe thought for a moment and said, "I would definitely bother you every day, so you couldn't do anything." Gu Qingyi laughed, "Lu Mining, you've offended our Lu Zhe." Lu Zhe added, "If Aunt Lu doesn't swap us, no one will bother you, and you can make a lot of money." Lu Mining laughed, "This kid is so funny. So, will Aunt be able to make a lot of money next year?" Lu Zhe nodded, "Yes, a lot of money that you can't spend all of." Lu Mining was delighted, "Great. If you make a lot of money, your parents will also get a share." Lu Zhe smiled happily, thinking if Aunt Lu earns more, their family would get more too. After dinner, everyone helped clean up. Once everything was tidy, Gu Qingyi and Lu Mining pulled Lu Jintai aside to settle accounts, while Zhao Jinshu let them go to the study without interruptions. Lu Jintai grabbed her hand, and Zhao Jinshu was surprised. "What's wrong?" Lu Jintai looked into her eyes and said, "You come too." Zhao Jinshu smiled. "I'll just stay outside and chat with Wenli. You all can handle the accounts." Lu Jintai insisted, together. Li Wenli sat in the corridor enjoying the sun and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, you can go handle the accounts. We don't need to join you. We have sunflower seeds and peanuts, and there's hot water. We can take care of ourselves." Since they all said this, Zhao Jinshu followed them into the study. Gu Qingye's accounts were very clear, with daily, weekly, and monthly reports neatly arranged on the desk. Lu Jintai glanced at them a few times and then handed the reports back to him. Seeing his action, Gu Qingye joked, "Jintai, you just took a quick look. Did you understand it?" Zhao Jinshu noticed Lu Jintai didn't respond and smiled, saying, "Whether you understood or not, do you think you can fool us?" Gu Qingye replied seriously, "No way. We may be close, but business is business. Whether it's brothers or parents, we need to settle accounts clearly to avoid conflicts." Lu Jintai said, "I understand. Let's proceed." Gu Qingye smiled, took out a stack of money, and said, "Sister-in-law, this is your share of the profits." Lu Jintai took it and handed it directly to Zhao Jinshu. Gu Qingye added, "You should count it. Don't feel embarrassed. We may be close, but when it comes to money, everything should be counted openly to avoid misunderstandings." Zhao Jinshu smiled and started counting. After finishing, she said, "It matches the records. It's correct." Then Gu Qingye took out 320 yuan and handed it to Zhao Jinshu, saying, "Sister-in-law, this is your salary." Zhao Jinshu looked at him. "Isn't it just 1 month? That seems a bit much." Gu Qingye replied with a smile, "It's not quite a month, but I'm counting it as one. Since you changed the menu, we've earned at least half more than before. With the new year coming, I'm giving you 2 months' salary as a bonus to celebrate. Next month, it won't be this much." Zhao Jinshu's face lit up with a smile. So that means I'm getting 160 yuan a month? Is that really so much? Gu Qingye said it's not too much. You're a skilled worker, not just a regular employee. Our restaurant's success is largely thanks to you. Lu Mining even said the salary is too low. Zhao Jinshu laughed. Since you say that, I'll accept it. Gu Qingye said, take your salary. You deserve it. After settling the accounts, they all came out and sat in the yard chatting. At that moment, Ji Yuanrong was sending off the Lu family women. Seeing them sitting in the yard, Lu Qingya walked over and smiled. Have you all eaten? A group of people were eating sunflower seeds and drinking water, but no one responded to her. Gu Qingye actually didn't want to pay attention to her either. It felt awkward to stay silent, so he said, I've eaten. Are you all leaving? Lu Qingye saw them and actually wanted to stay and chat, but since he said that, and they had already said goodbye to Aunt Ji, she could only reply, yes, we're going back. Gu Qingye waved his hand, then take care. Lu Qingye couldn't think of anything to say. She looked at Lu Jintai, who was talking to his wife from the countryside without even glancing her way. Frustrated, she stomped her foot and left. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui were watching TV in the main room, while Jin Cheng had gone back to his room to study. After Gu Qingye and the others left, Zhao Jinshu stretched and planned to rest in her room. As soon as she sat on the bed, Lu Jintai walked in and sat beside her. Zhao Jinshu nudged him, move over a bit. I want to rest for a while. Lu Jintai didn't move. Instead, he reached out and held her calf, placing it on his lap and gently massaging it. Zhao Jinshu asked, what's wrong? Lu Jintai lowered his gaze to her leg and quietly said, are you still cramping? Zhao Jinshu was taken aback, then realized what he meant and smiled, not anymore. Lu Jintai nodded slightly and added, drink a cup of milk powder every night. Zhao Jinshu wasn't very fond of the taste of milk powder. She could handle it occasionally, but drinking it every day was a bit much for her. She said, we can order fresh milk after coming back from my hometown. Lu Jintai replied, that's fine, but you need to drink milk every day. Zhao Jinshu nodded, okay. She knew her body needed proper care. Lu Jintai wasn't a professional masseur, so his massage skills couldn't compare to those of a trained therapist. However, his pressure was just right for her young body, which didn't have many blocked areas. Zhao Jinshu let him massage her calves while she leaned back on the pillow, clearing her mind, and soon fell asleep. After a while, without any noise, Lu Jintai looked up and saw she was asleep. He covered her with a blanket and continued massaging her legs. Zhao Jinshu's nap wasn't long. She woke up half an hour later and found her legs resting in his lap. Startled, she quickly pulled her feet away and glanced at him, saying with a frown, you didn't wash your feet and are wearing smelly socks. Aren't you bothered by the smell? Lu Jintai paused for a moment, noticing her terrified expression, and a hint of a smile crossed his face. I know you dislike it, so I changed your socks. Zhao Jinshu looked over and saw that it was indeed a different pair from the ones she wore in the morning. She felt a bit relieved but still told him, don't do that again next time. Lu Jintai looked at her seriously. Why not? Zhao Jinshu sat up straight, somewhat incredulous. What's wrong with you? Lu Jintai stared at her in surprise. Zhao Jinshu cleared her throat. You changed your socks but didn't wash your feet. They still smell, so how can you put them in your arms? She had a bit of a cleanliness obsession. Lu Jintai replied, I don't mind. Zhao Jinshu glared at him. You need to change this habit. You should mind, understand? Seeing her fierce expression, Lu Jintai obediently said, got it. But he really didn't understand. Zhao Jinshu put on her slippers and looked at him. Go wash your hands. We need to make dinner. It's cold, so let's eat early and get to bed early. Lu Jintai smiled at her, nodded, and followed her outside. They had a greasy lunch, and for dinner, they made porridge and stir-fried 2 vegetables, keeping it simple without meat. Everyone enjoyed the meal. After dinner, Zhao Jinshu mysteriously called the others into the room. Zhao Jincheng asked, what's up? Is there good news? Zhao Zhe, influenced by her expression, leaned against their mom with bright eyes. Mom, Did you finish writing the story about the sword? Zhao Jincheng's eyes lit up too. Really? Zhao Jinshu shot them a glance. Don't spoil the fun. What were they thinking? Just because she finished writing it, did they think she would show it to them? Who could guarantee they wouldn't pressure her for more? Both of them slumped their shoulders, wondering who was really spoiling the fun. Lu Jintai sat in a chair, watching them with a smile in his eyes. Lu Rui hugged their mom's arm. Mom, what's going on? Zhao Jinshu opened the drawer and took out her paycheck from today. This is my first salary, and I want to share the joy with you all, so I decided to divide it into 4 parts, giving each of you one. Zhao Jincheng's eyes widened. It can't be real, right? Zhao Zhe and Lu Rui gathered around their mom, looking at her with anticipation. Zhao Jinshu began to distribute the money. Of course it's real. You can use this money to have fun during the holidays, but I won't give you any more money then. Lu Jintai asked, do I get any? Zhao Jinshu continued handing out the money without looking up. Of course you do. She had just said so. Lu Jintai smiled at her. Zhao Zhe's eyes sparkled. Can I save it myself? Zhao Jinshu replied, yes, you can. Although they are still young, they can learn to manage their pocket money. Mom, Lu Rui said, leaning on her mother's leg. I want to manage my money too. Zhao Jinshu patted her head and said, you can all manage your own pocket money. You have drawers in your bedside tables where you can keep it. The 2 kids have never been careless with money. She trusts them to handle it. Zhao Jinshu divided the money and gave it to the 4 of them. At this moment, Lu Jincheng was not shy about it. After all, it was money earned by his sister. He chuckled. 80 yuan. Sis, you are so generous. Lu Jintai glanced at the money in her hand and asked, You didn't keep any for yourself? Zhao Jinshu smiled. Today's bonus is all for me, right? Lu Jintai chuckled lightly and said no more. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui happily put their money into their drawers. Lu Jincheng also took his money and returned to his room to read. Once only the 2 of them were left in the room, Lu Jintai handed her money to Zhao Jinshu, saying, Please keep this for me. Zhao Jinshu returned it, saying, No, this is your pocket money. You should manage your own money. Lu Jintai laughed softly. All right then. After saying that, she placed the money in the drawer. Zhao Jinshu's hometown has a tradition of frying special snacks for the new year, and the kids love them. She planned to fry some, but since they would return to her hometown on the 3rd day of the new year, she couldn't make too much, or they wouldn't finish it. The factory was closed for the holiday, and Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing were busy preparing New Year goods and buying gifts for their families. Regardless of their finances, they had to celebrate the new year. The adults didn't mind, but they wanted to make the kids happy, so they had to prepare. The next day, Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai got up early. After breakfast, they went out to buy groceries without taking anything with them. After returning with the groceries, they started preparing, cutting and marinating the meat, fish, and chicken before frying. Ji Yuanrong came to help during her holiday. Although they didn't fry much, they worked hard all day. In the evening, they ate together. When Lu Xingyao arrived, she buried her head in her food and didn't say a word. Zhao Jinshu glanced at her. She hadn't heard her mention her boyfriend in days. Did they break up? Ji Yuanrong glanced at her daughter. Ever since that young man came over, she had calmed down and hadn't brought up her daughter's relationship. She looked at her coldly. It seemed like something was off with her these days. She was always downcast. Not only did she avoid talking about her partner, but she also hardly spoke at all. Seeing this, she scoffed quietly. Just a few days ago, she had been excitedly telling them about her partner and even brought him home to meet them. Now, she had gone silent. Had things fallen apart so quickly? She hadn't even made a move, yet they had already broken up? She thought this was too childish. Lu Xingyao naturally noticed her mother's gaze and understood what she was probing. They hadn't broken up yet, but she felt it wouldn't be long. Each time she interacted with him, the thought that he wasn't the right partner deepened. Guo Pan was an excellent person. She admitted that. But no matter how great someone is, if you can't communicate with them, you can't build a life together. Although her parents were no longer around, Ji Yuanrong still returned to her family during the holidays to visit her siblings. Since her son and daughter-in-law had their own plans, she didn't take them along. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui had never been to their uncle's house. After discussing it, the elderly couple decided to take them to meet him, and Zhao Jinshu naturally agreed. After breakfast, they packed gifts and set off with Lu Zhe and Lu Rui. Lu Manting insisted on going too, but Ji Yuanrong patiently persuaded her to stay, promising to bring her delicious treats. This calmed her down. Wang Meijing had some complaints about this. When she returned home and saw Lu Hufeng, she muttered, now that mom and dad have little grandchildren, they don't care about the kids from the first and third families anymore. They take Lu Zhe and Lu Rui everywhere, and Manting almost cried because they didn't take her. During the new year, their uncle would surely give them red envelopes, and the amount wouldn't be small. Now, it seemed like the second family was the only one benefiting, and they were missing out, which made her unhappy. Lu Hufeng didn't think it was a big deal. Lu Zhe and Lu Rui have never been to their uncle's house. Mom and dad are just taking them to meet him. Manting has been there many times already. They can't take all the kids. How many red envelopes would their uncle have to give? Anyway, I'm not discussing this with you. I'm going out with Jin Cheng. Wang Meijing immediately rejected this. What are you going out with him for? He has his brothers with him. What does his brother-in-law have to do with you? Why are you trying so hard to please him? Lu Hufeng shot her a look. What do you know? We get along well. I promised to take him out to have fun, and now that it's a holiday, I need to keep my promise. Wang Meijing rolled her eyes. Fine, I don't understand. You can do whatever you want. After finishing, she asked, so, when are we going to my parents' house? Lu Hufeng glanced at her irritably and said, I've given you the money. You can go whenever you want. Just let me know when you've bought everything. With only half a month's salary, it definitely wasn't enough. After so many years, he still had a few friends who could lend him some money in an emergency. When it came to visiting his father-in-law's house, he wasn't overly eager, but as a son-in-law, he felt he should show proper respect. Now that he thought about it, it wasn't necessary. No matter how well he treated them, they would never truly care for his children. Why worry so much? As long as he did the basics, that was enough. Wang Meijing was also impatient. Although she received some money, it wasn't much. She had to think carefully about buying gifts for her parents, budgeting carefully, and not daring to spend too much. People said she married well, but in the first year apart, her gifts for her parents were lacking. What would others think of her? Lin Yulan was in the room discussing the trip to her parents' house with Lu Jiaming. Since we're going back anyway, the sooner we go, the better. When we come back, we still need to wash and repair the kids' jackets to make sure they look nice for the new year. Lu Jiaming listened indifferently. You can arrange it as you like. You don't need to consult me about everything. Lin Yulan wanted to discuss it properly with him, but his attitude frustrated her. Oh, you don't want to discuss it? Fine. I'll spend this month's salary on gifts for my parents. Let's see if you agree to that. Lu Jiaming replied, Go ahead and buy. He knew that money could be tight. He was careful with his own spending and didn't believe she would actually spend it all on her parents. Lin Yulan fell silent. She wasn't the only daughter-in-law in the family. If she bought too much, her sisters would surely notice if they bought less. It was better to stick to the usual standards. Being too competitive wasn't good. Lu Jiaming chuckled. He knew that would be her mindset. Lin Yulan shot him a glare. What are you laughing at? With that money, I could buy more meat for the kids to eat during the new year. Even if she bought more things to take back, would her parents really get to enjoy them? Every time she brought something home, it ended up with her nephews taking it to their own rooms. Lu Jiaming's eyes lit up. That's true. This year is our first year apart, so we should prepare more meat. Lin Yulan paused. On New Year's Eve, their grandparents will definitely invite us to celebrate together. We don't need to buy too much meat, right? Lu Jiaming replied, We can't go empty-handed. If mom and dad invite us to celebrate, we should at least bring some meat. Lin Yulan was a bit reluctant. Do we really have to bring meat over? Lu Jiaming looked at her seriously. What's wrong? After all these years without honoring your parents, you can't even bring a piece of meat during the new year? Lin Yulan hesitated. It's not that. Lu Jiaming continued. You buy things for your family and I don't interfere, but you should also show some respect to my parents occasionally. Besides, our 2 kids are at an age where they eat a lot. You won't be at a loss. And don't think you're the only one bringing something. We are the eldest. If everyone else brings gifts and we show up empty-handed, who will look bad? Lin Yulan replied. Did I understand? Seeing that she got the message, Lu Jiaming didn't say anything more. Zhao Jinsheng went out to play with Lu Hufeng, and their grandparents took the 2 kids to visit friends. At home, only Zhao Jinshu and Lu Jintai were left. They changed their clothes and went out to buy things for her family, while also taking the chance to explore a bit. She put on a pink down jacket, tied her hair up high, and wore a cashmere scarf they had bought together in the county town about a year ago. As soon as she stepped out, she was spotted by Lin Yulan and Wang Meijing, who were also getting ready to go out. Both were taken aback, thinking, when did she buy another down jacket? The last time they went shopping together, they left early. Did she go back later to buy it? Although Lin Yulan had exchanged a few words with Zhao Jinshu, they usually greeted each other in the yard. She couldn't help but take another look at Zhao Jinshu's outfit. You look nice in that. Zhao Jinshu glanced down and smiled. I think it looks nice too. Lin Yulan felt a bit taken aback, thinking how thick-skinned her sister-in-law had become, not even bothering to be modest. Wang Meijing watched from a distance, feeling both envious and jealous. Zhao Jinshu was living well, dressing more stylishly than her. With that outfit, who would guess she was just a country girl? Lu Jintai stepped out a bit behind, and Lin Yulan didn't say much more to her. Zhao Jinshu turned to Lu Jintai. Let's go. Lu Jintai looked at her and gently suggested, should I ride my bike and take you? In the winter, riding a bike or sitting on the back seat wasn't very comfortable, with cold wind blowing from all directions. Zhao Jinshu usually preferred to take the bus when the kids weren't around, so she quickly replied, since the kids aren't with us, let's take the bus. Lu Jintai looked down at her. That works. The 2 walked out side by side.